The awakening of the traveler's scrap, iron sword, first level soul, power. The next second, he directly cheats. Brother Tao, I haven't tested my soul power yet. Huang Wei stared hard at Su Yuntao, his right hand gripping the iron sword that gleamed with a pathetic light. This was the martial spirit he had waited 6 years for. Su Yuntao impatiently pointed at the crystal ball. Go ahead, it's probably a waste of time anyway. As soon as Huang Wei's hand pressed down, the crystal ball only lit up with a faint glow. Innate first level soul power. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes, packed up his things, and was ready to leave. Well, at least you're a soul master, better than those with 0 level. Huang Wei was completely dumbfounded. Where was the standard innate full soul power of a traveler? Where were the twin martial spirits? He looked at the broken iron sword in his hand, tears almost falling. Is this crossover a knockoff? At that moment, a loud bang echoed in his mind. Ding! The Multiverse sword evolution system has been successfully bound. Beginner task. Stroke the sword martial spirit 100 times. Reward sword heart clarity. Sword martial spirit power doubled. Huang Wei suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open like Copper Bell system. My golden finger is 6 years late, but it's finally here. He looked at the broken iron sword and suddenly laughed out loud. What's wrong with a scrap iron sword? A sword that can evolve is a good sword. Su Yuntao turned back to take a glance and muttered, this kid might have been stimulated to the point of being silly. Huang Wei ignored him and began to stroke the iron sword once, twice, 3 times. His mind was racing. If 100 strokes double the power, then what about 1,000? 10,000? Wouldn't this broken sword evolve into a divine weapon? So what if I have innate first-level soul power? He tightened his grip on the iron sword. Tang, sent as blue silver grass. I have an iron sword that can evolve. Who laughs last is still uncertain. Su Yuntao had already gone far, still muttering. An iron sword with first-level soul power. At most I'll be a great soul master in this life. He didn't know that Huang Wei had already stroked it 30 times, and the iron sword was faintly glowing. What else can this system evolve the sword into? How powerful is sword heart clarity? Can Huang Wei with his broken sword defeat those talented individuals with innate full soul power? Even more exciting, Huang Wei suddenly thought, sword evolution. Can I also pull someone else's sword? He looked toward the direction of the blacksmith Wang's house at the village entrance. Old Wang's ancestral rusty sword might just be a good offering. Ding! Host's intention detected. Supplementary task. Pull out 10 different swords to unlock the sword devour skill. Huang Wei's eyes lit up. This system is simply tailored for him. This plot, starting with a useless iron sword and first-level soul power, then binding an evolution system. Can this wave of 100 sword strokes lead to a comeback? Brother Tao, am willing to join the spear hall. Huang Wei's sudden shout startled Su Yuntao. This kid was just sulking. How did he suddenly seem like he was on a high? On the carriage, Huang Wei was rubbing the iron sword like crazy, his hand speed fast as if equipped with a motor. What are you doing? Su Yuntao felt his scalp tingle, rubbing the sword so lewdly. Huang Wei didn't even raise his heat. Only 10 more strokes to go. Ding. Beginner task completed. Reward. Sword heart clarity. Iron sword power doubled. As soon as the system notification fell, the iron sword flashed with a cold light. Huang Wei's eyes widened, his gaze sharp as the sword's edge now. He felt like he could split a blade of grass. Before he could finish celebrating, the system exploded again. Within 60 seconds, draw the sword 100 times. Reward. Innate soul power increased by 3 levels. Huang Wei instantly jumped up, drawing and sheathing the sword, drawing and sheathing. The swish, swish, swish sound echoed in the room, sweat dripping from his chin onto the ground, his arms shaking like a sieve. The first time took 5 minutes, the second time 4 minutes. 2 hours later, he slumped on the ground, his hands feeling like they weren't his anymore. No way, I have to finish. Huang Wei gritted his teeth and got back up, his mind filled with system rewards. Innate 4th-level soul power. He could overpower others when he went to the spirit hall. Su Yuntao knocked on the door outside. What's going on in your room? Are you tearing down the house? Huang Wei quickly stopped, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Nothing, just practicing the sword. He looked at the iron sword and suddenly noticed the blade had brightened considerably. Had it been polished? Or was the system secretly modifying it? Could he really draw the sword 100 times in 60 seconds? Would innate 4th-level soul power be enough to stand firm in the spirit hall? With his hand speed, if he participated in a sword drawing competition, could he win the championship? Even more thrilling, Huang Wei suddenly thought. If I maximize sword heart clarity, can I see through others' martial spirit weaknesses? He gripped the iron sword tightly, his eyes shining. Bibi Dong, Qian Renshua, here I come. This plot, a useless first-level soul power guy relying on sword stroking to cheat, now needing to rely on hand speed to change his fate, and later having to rely on sword drawing to carve out a piece of heaven. Brother Tao, how many villages are you responsible for awakening? Huang Wei was focused on his meal, but his eyes were calculating had already managed to draw the sword for a minute and a half. Su Yuntao took a sip of soup. 10. And only you and another one have emerged. Who's the other? Huang Wei's heart stirred. Tang San from Holy Soul Village, innate full soul power. Blue Silvergrass. Su Yuntao looked regretful. If that kid comes to the Spirit Hall, I could directly get promoted. Huang Wei almost spat out his food. Tang San. He just ran into a rival. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside he was boiling. So what if he has innate full soul power? Does he have an iron sword that can evolve? Does he have a sword drawing system? After finishing his meal, Huang Wei sneaked into the yard, the iron sword swish out of its sheath. Let's go again. Under the moonlight, his shadow swayed with the sword-drawing motion, his arm aching as if it would break, but sword heart clarity made him steadier each time he drew the sword was 0.1 seconds faster than the last 1 minute and 20 seconds. He panted, looking at the sky. Tomorrow, it'll definitely break a minute. Su Yuntao stood in the shadows watching, muttering, has this kid gone mad? Practicing so hard with first-level soul power? Huang Wei didn't care about him. His mind was filled with system rewards innate, 4th-level soul power, and possibly unlocking a new skill. He suddenly remembered the golden soul coin subsidy Su Yuntao mentioned. Once I have money, they'll buy a good sword to practice with. If I break 10 bad ones, wouldn't my iron sword evolve into a Xian iron sword? The sound of the night watch echoed from afar. Huang Wei sheathed his sword and returned to his room, his palms covered in blisters. Tang San is at Nodding Academy. I'm going to the Spirit Hall. He touched the iron sword and smiled. One day, he'll let you witness the power of sword drawing. With 1 minute and 30 seconds to draw the sword 100 times, how much longer until he reaches the goal? Is innate 4th-level soul power enough to be the big boss in the Spirit Hall? If he encounters Tang San in a sword-drawing match, who would win? Even more thrilling, he noticed the iron sword seemed to have gotten lighter. Was the system secretly modifying the martial spirit? Tomorrow, I must complete the task. Huang Wei clenched his fists, the sting of the burst blisters only fueling his excitement. This plot, a first-level soul power underdog, crazily grinding drawing swords, is about to face off against the innate full soul power Tang San from afar. Can he pull off a win? 60 seconds to draw the sword 100 times. I must succeed. Huang Wei gripped the iron sword tightly, the clarity of the sword heart allowing his movements to become faster and faster, sweat dripping from his cheeks onto the sword's blade. Swish, swish, swish. 58 seconds. The last sword retraction was completed. Ding. Reward. Soul power increased by 3 levels. A warm current surged through his body, and Huang Wei clenched his fist that was now a level 4 soul master. In one day, he had advanced 3 levels. His speed was likely unmatched in Douluo. Before he could catch his breath, the system threw him a new task. Draw the sword 400 times in 60 seconds reward. Sword energy release. Draw the sword 60,000 times reward. Soul power increased by 6 levels. Huang Wei's mouth twitched 400 times. Was he trying to turn his hand into a spinning wheel? But the reward for sword energy release was too tempting. He gritted his teeth. First, complete the 60,000 times, and directly rush to level 10. On the carriage, Su Yuntao glanced at him. You seem quite energized today. Huang Wei smiled and secretly moved his hands. This journey of over half a month was just right for practicing drawing the sword. The iron sword was heavy, and every swing brought the sound of wind. Traveling by day and staying in inns at night, Huang Wei would close the door and swish, swish draw his sword, his arms becoming harder than stone. Su Yuntao always felt there were strange noises coming from his room, but could never imagine that this kid was secretly grinding system tasks. Only 5,000 more times to 60,000. Huang Wei looked out the window, the Soul Master City getting closer. When we reach the academy, they'll show them the power of a level 4 Soul Master. Could he really draw the sword 400 times in 60 seconds? After 60,000 draws, would the iron sword evolve into a new form? Would he encounter Hulaina when he reached the Soul Master City? What was even more exciting was that he noticed a fine line appearing on the blade of the iron sword. Was this the prelude to evolution? Huang Wei tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes shining. Soul Master City. Here I come. In this plot, a level 4 Soul Master relies on sword drawing techniques to grind experience. About to break into Soul Master City to stir things up soon, he might rely on speed to outpace all the geniuses. I must quickly complete the 2 tasks. Huang Wei clenched his fist as soon as Su Yuntao left. He locked himself in his dorm room, and the iron sword swished out of its sheath. In the 4-person dormitory, the sound of drawing swords was continuous. While others went to the cafeteria for meals, he was drawing his sword. While others went to the playground to train, he was still drawing his sword. While others chatted and joked, he was still drawing his sword. The clarity of the sword heart made his movements so fast that only afterimages remained, and the calluses on the back of his hands wore down layer after layer. Only 3,000 more times to 60,000. He panted, wiping sweat. The weight of the iron sword seemed to lighten a bit. 2 hours later, the dormitory door was pushed open. The tall, thin boy Li Zhe entered and was stunned by the scene on the balcony. Huang Wei's hands moved as fast as a windmill. The iron sword in his hand seemed weightless, and the sword light dazzled the eyes. "Well, what are you practicing?" Li Zhe stammered. Without turning his head, Huang Wei drew his sword in an instant, creating a gust of wind. Practicing the sword. He was now a level 5 soul master, and the target of 60,000 draws was within reach. Zhe leaned closer to take a look and suddenly pointed at the iron sword, exclaiming, "Your sword seems to be shining a bit." Huang Wei's heart stirred indeed. The more he drew the sword, the more obvious the changes in his martial soul. He calmly sheathed the sword. "Maybe it's because I've been practicing diligently." As night fell, only the sound of Huang Wei drawing his sword echoed in the dormitory. Ding. 60,000 draws task completed. Reward. Soul power increased by 6 levels. The moment the system notification sounded, Huang Wei felt a surge of soul power within him, directly breaking through the level 10 barrier. Level 10 Great Soul Master. He was so excited he almost shouted, "First soul ring, here I come." But just as he finished celebrating, the system threw him a difficult task. Draw the sword 400 times in 60 seconds time limit. 3 days. Li Zhe, awakened by the noise, groggily asked, "Why are you still practicing?" Huang Wei gripped the iron sword, his eyes shining. Almost there, just about to succeed. What would the first soul ring of a level 10 Great Soul Master be? Could he complete the task of drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds within 3 days? Would Li Zhe discover his system secrets? What was even more thrilling was that a faint courage character began to appear on the sword's hilt. Was this sword about to evolve into a legendary artifact? Tomorrow, I will challenge myself to 400 draws. Huang Wei took a deep breath, and the sound of drawing the sword resonated through the dormitory once more. In this plot, a level 10 Great Soul Master neglects the level 19 Big Shot, focusing entirely on grinding sword drawing tasks once he acquires the soul ring and unlocks new skills. Li Zhe would likely be left in tears. "Are you afraid?" Li Zhe's mocking voice just fell when Huang Wei paused, afraid. Facing a level 10 against a level 19, this wasn't fear, it was simply being smart. Just half an hour ago, he had completed 60,000 sword draws, and the system had directly kicked him from level 4 to level 10. Now, he was just one soul ring away from becoming a Great Soul Master. But in front of him was Li Zhe, a level 19 wandering battle soul master, whose father was in the Soul Master City, guard typical of a campus bully. "You think 1 gold soul coin will make me give you a free kill?" Huang Wei sneered and turned to leave. Li Zhe was furious. "Stop. If you're too scared to fight, just admit you're useless." Huang Wei glanced back at him and suddenly laughed. "Wait until I get the soul ring, you give me 10 gold soul coins, and he'll fight you." His mind was now filled with a new system, task drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds, rewarding him with sword energy release. Rather than wasting time entangled with Li Zhe, he might as well draw the sword a few hundred more times. Just as he reached the stairwell, the girl in a purple long dress, Lu Yun, caught up with him. "Are you Huang Wei?" "Li Zhe holds grudges, be careful." Huang Wei raised an eyebrow. Was this girl here to warn him? Or was she just watching the show? Back in the dormitory, the tall, thin boy was waiting. "You finally came back. That was a sneak attack, let's go again." Huang Wei loosened his wrists, and the iron sword swished out of its sheath. "Bring it on, let me show you the power of a level 10. The sword light flashed, and just as the boy's thunder bear martial soul attached, he was sent flying by the iron sword. "Are you convinced now?" Huang Wei sheathed his sword. The boy clutched his arm, convinced. "But why does your sword feel harder than a regular iron sword?" Huang Wei ignored him. His mind focused on one thought. First, get the soul ring, then practice sword energy. "Li Zhe, wait until I unlock new skills, you'll know what regret feels like." Can a level 10 without a soul ring defeat a level 19 wondering? How powerful is the sword energy release after drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds? Was Lu Yun suddenly being friendly, a friend, or a foe? What was even more exciting was that the courage character on the sword's blade was becoming increasingly clear. This martial soul was likely to evolve into a legendary artifact. "Tomorrow, I will go to the teacher to apply for a soul ring hunt." Huang Wei tightened his grip on the iron sword, the clarity of the sword heart making his gaze shine brighter and brighter. In this plot, a level 10 soul master neglects the level 19 Big Shot, focusing entirely on grinding sword drawing tasks. Once he acquires the soul ring and unlocks new skills, Li Zhe would likely be left in tears. Huang Wei sneered. "It's better to find someone at the same level as yourself rather than lower your standards to someone weaker." "So, You're only at level 10. A newcomer, just starting school? Oof, I'll be waiting for you. Now that you're at level 10, it won't be long before you get your first spirit ring. Once you have it, we'll meet on the arena, and I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. Remember, my name is Lise, the leader of Class 1 in the 3rd year of the Primary Soul Master Academy. Lise became even more arrogant, sneering. He pretended to show a kind demeanor. All right. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's lips curled into a smile. The other party had finally taken the bait. A gold coin is too good to pass up, and this was exactly what he wanted to hear. This also came from his analysis of the personalities of these random characters as a seasoned bookworm. As long as the other party suppressed their cultivation to match his realm, everything would be fine, especially since he would have his first spirit ring by then. Before stepping onto the stage, he could add another condition that would make the other party feel it was suitable, keeping everything under his control from start to finish. He left and returned to the dormitory to continue practicing swordsmanship. Today was the new students' enrollment day, and classes would officially start tomorrow. On the 2nd floor, Luyan looked down from the window and observed the scene that had just unfolded. A hint of intrigue flashing across her pretty face as she became slightly interested in this new student. She was competing with Li Zhe for the cultivation resources in the 3rd year, and both of their levels were at 19. If she could achieve first place in the Primary Soul Master competition in 6 months, she would gain even richer resources. Therefore, Li Zhe was her biggest competitor. However, she didn't believe this new student could win against Li Zhe. His strength was formidable. What intrigued her was that Huang Wei, this newcomer, actually had level 10 soul power. Back in the dormitory, there were already 3 figures present. One was the boy who had just been injured by Huang Wei, and the other 2 were also newcomers. One was tall and robust, while the other was small but gave off a sharp impression. You're back just in time. I just defeated these 2, and they're their boss. If I can defeat you, then I will be the boss of this dormitory. The boy who had healed his injuries, with azure hair and a handsome face, had a hint of beauty. Although he wasn't tall, he was still half a head taller than Huang Wei. Zhang Laoda, is he the 4th person you mentioned? The tall boy looked at Huang Wei at the door. The small guy next to him was also sizing up Huang Wei. Their impression was that this guy seemed nothing special, very ordinary. There was no way he could be their boss's opponent. That's right. The boy raised his head. My name is Zhang Qing, level 9 soul power, and my martial spirit is Thunder King Bear. As his voice fell, he took a step forward, and a fierce soul power surged, revealing a massive blue bear spirit, with lightning flashing and thunder patterns on its forehead, inscribed with the word Prince. His small body became strong, and his height increased as well. Roar! Now that he could see clearly, Huang Wei slightly frowned. You have innate level 9 soul power? He asked curiously. If I had innate level 9 soul power, you wouldn't be able to see me here. I have innate level 6 soul power, and during these months of travel, I have trained myself to level 9. That's my talent, Zhang Qing said proudly. But you just had your bones broken by my sword? Huang Wei asked in confusion. What? Zhang Laoda, you were just defeated by him with 1 sword stroke? Pan Hu and Xiao Fu were surprised. Zhang Qing, seeing this embarrassing incident exposed, turned red and immediately defended himself. Nonsense, he attacked me when I was unprepared for battle. This kid is like a lunatic drawing his sword on the balcony, and when I went to pat him on the shoulder, he suddenly attacked me. At that time, I was just a mere mortal. If it were you, would you have had time to react? That's true. Pan Hu and Xiao Fu exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing that he had managed to gloss over it, Zhang Qing let out a sigh of relief. He then glared fiercely at Huang Wei, saying, Kid, tell me your name. I don't fight against nameless people. His eyes sparked with thunderous anger. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson and let you know that ambushing is a shameful act. Huang Wei, level 10 soul power, martial spirit, iron sword. Huang Wei shrugged. Since the opponent wanted to fight, then let it be. He was no softy. As he summoned the iron sword, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. Instantly entering a combat state, his eyes becoming sharp. There was a faint sword aura around him. He placed the iron sword at his left waist, assuming a posture as if about to draw his sword. Although there was no sheath at that moment, it felt as if there was an invisible sheath. He slowly closed his eyes, and the talent of his clear sword heart blossomed instantly. He began to perceive and feel. There was no need for flashy moves, just a need to seize the moment and strike with the sword. Victory or defeat was only a moment away. Level 10. When he announced that his soul power was only at this level, Zhang Qing and the others were instantly astonished. They couldn't tell. It turned out he was the one hiding the deepest. So what? I'm at level 9, almost the same. Let me experience your strength. You dare to close your eyes while fighting me. Do you think you are a sword master? Upon seeing Huang Wei like this, Zhang Qing felt very displeased. He stepped forward like a gust of wind, rushing to Huang Wei's front, and threw a punch straight at his face, the power of thunder flashing on his fist. With a clear sword heart, everything was quiet, everything was empty. In this world, there was only him, and everything around him turned dark. Feeling the incoming energy, he saw a fist approaching in slow motion. This feeling was so wonderful. He shifted to the right and dodged it directly. At the same time, he spotted Zhang Qing's fatal flaw. It was over. A beam of light shot through the darkness, and Huang Wei suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp sword light flashing by. At that moment, he drew his sword. Whoosh! The iron sword was drawn from its sheath, the fierce wind cutting through the air. His hand speed was incredibly fast, leaving no time for defense. The shadow of the iron sword swept across, striking Zhang Qing hard. Boom! 7. Sword chi released. What? Zhang Qing felt immense pain, spitting out saliva and blood, a reflexive pain in his ribs, the sound of bones cracking, his body rapidly flying backward, crashing onto the balcony, slumped there. Huang Wei retracted his sword and let out a breath. The threefold power enhancement of the iron sword was indeed not to be underestimated. Just now, he had held back his strength because he wasn't sure if he would cut his opponent in half with a full-force strike. It was just a sparring session, and there was no need to kill. Moreover, he didn't know the opponent's background. If he killed someone, even Brother Tao wouldn't be able to protect him. Gulp. This is too strong. It's not even on the same level. Pan Hu and Xiao Fu swallowed hard, not expecting that Zhang Qing, who had been entangled with them for several rounds, would be finished in just one round. Do you want to fight me? Huang Wei looked at them. They glanced at the blood on the ground, and at Zhang Qing, who had just been holding his ribs on the balcony, looking uncomfortable, with blood still flowing from his lips. He was coughing, looking pale and weak. Suddenly, he shook his head. No, I won't fight. From now on, you will be our leader. They were not fools, and they had no inclination for abuse. I don't care about being the leader. I just want to train. In the future, when I draw my sword, don't disturb me, Huang Wei said as he walked towards Zhang Qing. So, are you going to die or not? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing gritted his teeth and glared at Huang Wei fiercely, saying, I'm not going to die, but you really hit hard. My rib is broken again. And this time, it's even more serious. It hurts like hell even to move. Huang Wei frowned and said to Pan Hu and Xiao Fu, you two help him to the infirmary to find the teacher for treatment. Yes, Boss Huang. The two quickly rushed over and carefully helped Zhang Qing up. His face was ashen, clearly showing that he had been severely impacted. After just saying such harsh words, he hadn't even lasted one round before it was over. It was terrifying. This guy was far from as simple as he looked. The three of them left. Huang Wei summoned the iron sword, caressing it with a smile. Iron sword, with the system here, you will no longer be an ordinary sword. I will bring you along to become a powerful existence. A cold light flashed across the iron sword, as if responding to him. All right, it's time to draw the sword. He then busied himself with his next task. He planned to try drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds. In the infirmary, when he saw that the newcomer was Zhang Qing, and this time he was supported by two people, his injuries were even more severe than before. Zhang Qing showed an awkward expression. Hello, teacher, we meet again. Teacher Yin walked over with a speechless face. Zhang Qing, what are you doing? You just finished healing not long ago, and now you've broken it again? And it's worse than before. We were sparring, and the opponent was a bit too strong, cough, cough. It hurts so much. Teacher, please help me heal. I can't take it anymore. Zhang Qing trembled in pain, his complexion pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. Quick, lay him flat on the bed. I'll treat him right now. Teacher Yin instructed Pan Hu and Xiao Fu. The two nodded and immediately got to work. Lying flat on the bed, he accepted Teacher Yun's healing. After a few minutes, Zhang Qing finally recovered. The broken bones were also healed. This was actually a fracture for him. Moreover, it was a hairline fracture. There were many cracks on his ribs, but they hadn't completely broken. Otherwise, a broken bone could pierce the internal organs, and that would be troublesome. Thank you, Teacher Yin. Zhang Qing slowly sat up, his expression improved, and the pain was gone. Be careful next time. Teacher Yin waved her hand. Zhang Qing clenched his fist, recalling the scene of his battle with Huang Wei. He felt a sudden palpitations. The opponent had his eyes closed, giving a very weak impression, with the initiative seemingly in his hands, but in reality, it was in Huang Wei's hands. Stay calm. React quickly, and finish with one strike. He thought in fear. In the end, he must have held back. I could feel it, otherwise with the sharpness of that sword, combined with the speed and force of the draw, if it hit me, it would have been enough to cut me in half. Let's go back. After paying the treatment fee, Zhang Qing left. In the dark corridor, the three of them walked quickly. Arriving in front of the dormitory, they heard a continuous clanging sound from inside, which was very familiar to Zhangqing. Pushing the door open, sure enough, the other party was frantically drawing the sword on the balcony. The speed was so fast that all they could see were the afterimages of the sword. This guy must be a monster. Clearly, his martial soul is just an iron sword, yet he can cultivate to level 10 this quickly. It's truly unbelievable, Pan Hu and Xiao Fu remarked. It's precisely because he knows his martial soul is an iron sword that he works even harder, Zhangqing thought with a complex gaze. But he seemed to understand Huang Wei's effort. Then we have to work even harder. We can't lose, Pan Hu said, tightly clenching his fist. I need to break through to level 10 quickly. Then I'll get my first soul ring and have another match with him. I've suffered humiliation twice today. I want to win it back. Zhangqing was not discouraged by defeat. Instead, he was spurred on by Huang Wei's training efforts, igniting his determination to not give up. Soon, time passed quickly. Huang Wei retrieved his sword. On his tired, sweaty face, an excited smile appeared. He had finally completed the task of drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 400 times in 60 seconds, completing the task, and successfully unlocking the talent ability of sword energy release. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. In an instant, a surge of knowledge about swords flooded into his brain. It quickly reached his genetic sequence, spreading to his blood, bones, organs, cells, muscles, skin, and consciousness. It felt completely innate, as if he had been cultivating this ability all along. The sword light flickered in his eyes, and with a thought, he released the sword energy, which sharply trimmed the uneven weeds on the balcony. The balcony was quite large, resembling a small backyard. After finishing, Huang Wei smiled slightly, turned, and entered the shower room. After taking a shower, he fell asleep immediately. A night of silence passed. The next morning, everyone went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Huang Wei was eating on the first floor. After finishing, he hurried to class 2 of grade 1. This was their classroom. Early in the morning, there were already many people inside. There were a total of 30 seats here. Everyone looked at each other, as they were all newcomers. Huang Wei can finally experience his new life. The noisy classroom quiets down with the sound of high heels. A tall woman with long hair and glasses walks in. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I am your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years, Su Min. Hello, Teacher Su. Everyone respectfully calls out. In the first class, let's get to know each other. We'll start from the first window and introduce ourselves in order. Your name, martial soul, spirit power, and dreams. Su Min shows a look of anticipation. Hello, everyone. My name is... The introductions begin with the first student. Hello, everyone. My name is Pan Hu. My martial soul is the Diamond Tiger, spirit power level 7. I'm 6 years old. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiao Fu. My martial soul is the Dragon Pattern Eagle Blade, spirit power level 7. I'm 6 years old. Hello, everyone. My name is Zhangqing. My martial soul is the Thunder King Bear, spirit power level 9. I'm 6 years old. Most of the students present are 6-year-old newcomers, and the introductions continue from there. 9 and 7 levels. That means their innate spirit power must be quite high. Their cultivation speed is so fast. The classroom buzzes with excitement as everyone discusses. Most of them have traveled from very far away to attend the junior academy in Soul Master City, with some taking over half a year to arrive. Naturally, they couldn't just sit idly along the way. They would have Spirit Hall branch awakeners teaching them spirit power guidance techniques for cultivation. They would also schedule time for cultivation during their journey. So even if their innate spirit power isn't high upon arriving here, their cultivation can make up for some of it. Then Huang Wei stands up. Hello, everyone. My name is Huang Wei. My martial soul is the Iron Sword. Spirit power level 10. I'm 6 years old. This declaration causes another wave of shock. A 10 level at 6 years old? How is that possible? I've heard from my elders about a rare genius with innate full spirit power. Such a genius shouldn't be attending school with us. There are also many suspicious voices among the lively discussions. Huang Wei, this little guy. I remember the information reported at the registration desk stated he awakened with innate level 1 spirit power. Why is he now at level 10? Over half a month on the road. Did he really increase by 9 levels in that time? The homeroom teacher, Su Min, also thinks in surprise at the podium. This is definitely not a small issue. She needs to verify the information with Su Yuntao. If he really increased by 9 levels in over half a month, then this child does not have a low-level martial soul or a low innate spirit power. He must be educated with great importance. In a seat below, a girl with slightly colorful eyelashes and blue eyes looks at Huang Wei with interest. She is very beautiful, with long black hair, Although she's only 6 years old, she stands out exceptionally and will surely be a beauty when she grows up. Her name is Luo Ling. Now everyone's attention is on Huang Wei. After all, he is the only one who has reached level 10 in the class. Teacher, I want to apply to hunt for my first spirit ring. Huang Wei feels a mix of joy and shyness as he becomes the center of attention and seizes the opportunity to make his request. Okay, after class, I will personally lead you to the soul hunting forest in Soul Master City, where you can find suitable soul beasts raised by the spirit hall for your first spirit ring. Su Min nods and smiles slightly. She didn't expect to have such an outstanding genius in her class. It's truly rare. Yes, Huang Wei nods. The self-introduction session ends. Next, Su Min begins to teach the theoretical class, starting with the precise spirit power guidance technique. Huang Wei tried it once, and this precise soul power guiding technique is indeed faster than the one Su Yuntao taught him for condensing soul power. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Then came the theoretical lessons about soul masters, soul beasts, and some knowledge about soul guides. Of course, in this era, soul guides are still very rare, so there isn't much theoretical knowledge. The main focus is still on the knowledge of soul beasts, which is very important. Unknowingly, the first class ended with the sound of a bell. Now, for the afternoon practical class, you will go to the simulation training hall. Originally, I was supposed to teach you, but I need to take Huang Wei to hunt for his first soul ring, so another teacher will instruct you. For the remaining time in the morning, please digest today's knowledge well, and you can check the books in the library. If you have any questions, you can ask me when I return, or you can ask now if you have any. Su Min said, seeing that no one raised their hand. She no longer paid attention. Huang Wei, come to my office. Yes. Teacher, can I go with you? I feel like my soul power is on the verge of breaking through to level 10. Huang Wei stood up and walked down at this moment. Luo Ling suddenly raised her delicate hand and said, she herself was a level 9 soul power, as she had an innate level 7 soul power. Combined with her training along the way, she quickly reached level 9, and now, with continuous training, she felt that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. That feeling was becoming stronger and stronger. Oh, that's naturally possible. Luo Ling, I remember your martial soul is the 7 sacred blue orchid, an auxiliary type, right? Hearing this, Su Min was somewhat surprised, and then immediately delighted. There were quite a few students in her class with high-level soul power. Several were close to breaking through to level 10 soon. Yes, that's right. After learning the precise soul power guiding technique, I accelerated the condensation and absorption of soul power, and I feel like I can break through to level 10 before this afternoon. Luo Ling smiled slightly, showing a hint of pride on her face. The other little girls beside her looked enviously. Luo Ling, you are amazing. You should work hard. This way, you will become the first female soul master in our class to reach level 10. As a little girl, Luo Ling was naturally happy to be praised, her vanity also rising. All right, I'll wait for you. You should go back and cultivate now, Su Min said. Once you break through to level 10, come to the office to find me. Okay. Luo Ling nodded her delicate little head, looking very lovely and charming. Huang Wei, come here, I have something to ask you. Su Min walked toward the office. Luo Ling didn't dare to delay, and quickly said goodbye to the other girls before returning to the dormitory to cultivate. The others then dispersed. In the office, Su Min brought Huang Wei in. Along the way, several teachers passed by and greeted them. Upon entering her designated office space and sitting down, she looked at Huang Wei and said, Huang Wei, Huang Family Village, Martial Soul Iron Sword, Innate Soul Power Level 1. Is that correct? Su Min retrieved Huang Wei's awakening information, with the handler being Su Yuntao. Yes, teacher. Huang Wei frowned, knowing that the matter he was worried about had come up, but he had already thought of what to say. No matter what, he would stick to one thing. Su Min squinted her eyes, looking at Huang Wei with a playful and curious smile. You were certified at the Martial Soul branch in Nodding City, which is over 3,000 kilometers away from Martial Soul City, taking more than half a month to travel. Now your cultivation is at level 10. Are you telling me that you managed to rise a full 9 levels in just over half a month? She pressed on, as far as I know, an innate level 1 soul power, and with the Iron Sword Martial Soul, the training speed could not possibly be this fast, nor meet such requirements. How exactly did you cultivate? Teacher, this might sound unreasonable, but I really did use this half a month to cultivate. I constantly trained my sword drawing posture, combined with the soul power guiding technique, and I found that the condensation speed of my soul power was very fast in my body, so I just kept practicing, and this morning I reached soul power level 10. Honestly, I don't even know what happened. As he spoke, he scratched his head, looking completely clueless. Hearing this, Su Min frowned. Really? Yes, really. Is this very important? Teacher Su? Huang Wei asked, confused. Su Min rolled her eyes. This kid in front of her was truly a naive fool who knew nothing. And she said impatiently, of course it's important. An innate level 1 person. With a martial soul that isn't anything spectacular, just an iron sword, yet has such a fast cultivation speed. If this gets reported to the higher-ups, you will receive key cultivation from the martial soul hall. You will gain more cultivation resources, and even have soul saints or soul Douluo as your teachers. If you dare to be bolder, you might even become a title Douluo. At that time, your future will be limitless. Resources will be abundant. That's why I need to clarify this with you. Su Min said, System, will you be discovered? Huang Wei asked in his heart upon hearing that the other party wanted to report. No. Hearing this answer, Huang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Even if the other party reported it, he wouldn't need to worry. Being known for his soul power talent might not necessarily be a bad thing. However, he only wanted to focus on drawing his sword right now. Huang Wei said, for the past half-month, I have been training in drawing my sword. This training has allowed me to improve my skills quickly, so I just want to focus on doing it well. Drawing the sword? Let me see. Su Min blinked and asked. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept by, and a fast shadow appeared in front of her. Huang Wei was extremely fast and had already completed a sword draw. What incredible speed! Su Min exclaimed. This iron sword of yours doesn't seem to have anything special about it. I don't understand. I'll report it first and see what happens. He then looked at the iron sword that Huang Wei was holding. All right, Huang Wei nodded and said, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to train. Every minute and every second is very important to me. My martial soul is already far behind others. You can go back first. I'll find you after Luo Ling reaches level 10. Su Min nodded. Huang Wei left the office and arrived at a small grove outside the dormitory, where the sunlight was pleasant and there was no one around. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Task 1. Please draw your sword 1,000 times within 2 minutes. Reward. Gale Body Technique. The iron sword gains armor-piercing effect. Ding. Task 2. Please draw your sword 100,000 times to increase your soul power by 2 levels, doubling all attributes. The power of the iron sword will increase 4-fold. Upon hearing the task information, Huang Wei couldn't help but feel delighted. Finally, a task had arrived, albeit quite absurd, but the rewards were indeed generous. Huang Wei smiled and silently thought of the character panel. Host, Huang Wei Cultivation, Level 10 Soul Master Martial Soul, Iron Sword Talent, Sword Heart Clarity, Sword Chi Emission Sword Drawing Count, 70,000 Current World. Douluo, after reading it, he began to draw his sword. The task was urgent. He decided to complete the 100,000 draws first. At his current speed, considering his hands would get sore and tired, he could manage a maximum of 10,000 draws in 1 hour. Moreover, after finishing, he would need to rest for several hours before attempting again. Regardless, it would take him 10 hours to complete. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, the sound of rapid sword drawing echoed in the grove, slicing through the air. At this high speed, sword flashes formed, cutting down the surrounding flowers and grass. At that moment, Lu Yin happened to pass by the small path outside. Her ears perked up as she caught the sharp sound. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she followed the sound. She carefully approached and was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes showing surprise. It was him. She saw Huang Wei diligently and focused on drawing his sword. His speed was quick, but he was already tired, and his pace gradually slowed down. The rapid sword flashes continued to slice through the flowers and trees ahead. He was drenched in sweat. Finally, the iron sword slipped from Huang Wei's hand. Breathing heavily, he looked at his trembling right hand, which was too exhausted to lift. Just 100 more to reach 10,000. I must hold on. After all, there are healing-type soul masters who can treat me. He squatted down, gritting his teeth, and with great difficulty picked up the iron sword again. He continued to draw it, but each draw and retraction was a painful struggle. It's so hard. I really want to give up, but I can't. As long as I complete 10,000 draws, then there will only be 90,000 left. However, an hour had already passed. It was evident that he couldn't complete 10,000 draws in 1 hour due to the fatigue in his hands. Despite the remaining draws being difficult, he still gritted his teeth and continued. This scene left Lu Yun, who was secretly watching from behind, incredibly shocked. Her expression filled with disbelief towards Huang Wei, and she was also moved. That iron sword was his martial soul? Why was he practicing the same action with such effort? She was puzzled, and her beautiful eyes flickered with emotional waves. She quickly turned around and left. Not long after, Huang Wei finally completed the last 100 draws, completely exhausted. After retracting the iron sword and resting for a while, he returned to the dormitory. At this moment, Zhangqing and the others were practicing soul power guidance technique. Drenched in sweat, he quickly took a shower. At the same time, he felt hungry and rushed to the cafeteria to wolf down his meal. By the time it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Wei, let's go. Su Min finally came to find him with Luo Ling. Sorry to keep you waiting, Luo Ling said, bending forward with her hands behind her back. It's fine, let's go now. The three of them exited the school gate and got into a carriage, heading towards the soul-hunting forest in the city. In the carriage, Huang Wei closed his eyes and practiced the soul power guidance technique. His serious demeanor immediately attracted Luo Ling's attention. She noticed a hint of focus on Huang Wei's youthful face, and as she watched, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, prompting her to quickly shift her gaze to the window. Luo Ling, your martial soul is the 7 sacred blue orchid, and its auxiliary abilities are not at all inferior to the continent's top auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. What do you think about your first soul ring? Su Min asked Luo Ling, noticing Huang Wei was practicing and wanting to break the boredom in the carriage. The 7 sacred blue orchid is a plant-type martial soul, so the soul beasts I need to hunt are also plant-type. I've researched martial soul knowledge and plan to hunt the light spirit tree as my first soul ring, Luo Ling said, a blue orchid appearing in her hand, which had 7 petals in different colors: yellow, orange, blue, purple, green, red, and each color represented a different effect. Currently, all 7 petals were dim, and the martial soul would light up the corresponding colors to gain soul skills through the soul beasts absorbed by the host. The light spirit tree is indeed very suitable for your first soul ring, Su Min nodded. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of the soul-hunting forest. We've arrived. Su Min reminded Huang Wei. The three of them got out of the carriage. Su Min took out the Martial Soul Hall's official document and handed it to the guard at the gate. Upon seeing this, the guard immediately opened the gate. From now on, you must stick closely to me and not stray more than a meter. As they walked into the forest, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Su Min's expression was vigilant as she warned them. Okay, Huang Wei and Luo Ling nodded in response. We'll first look for Luo Ling's light spirit tree. As for you, Huang Wei, your choices for soul beasts are numerous, so there's no need to rush, Su Min said slowly. I remember there are quite a few light spirit trees planted to the left in the soul-hunting forest. Let's go take a look. For a plant-type auxiliary martial soul, like the 7 sacred blue orchid, there are actually many types of plant soul beasts to choose from. However, the light spirit tree is just a bit better, but there's no need to put so much effort into finding it. After all, she is an auxiliary soul master and just needs to find a partner with strong attack power. Their other half also needs a powerful attack type soul master. As they walked left, it was relatively safe during the day, especially since they were in the outer area of the soul-hunting forest. Most powerful soul beasts come out at night. After walking for about a stick of incense, they saw a large area of light spirit trees. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound came, and a giant roe deer charged down from the side valley. Double happiness. Seeing the soul beast in front of her, Su Min smiled and immediately summoned her martial soul, which was a fiery whip covered in thorns. Her martial soul thorn fire whip. At the same time, 6 soul rings emerged around her, yellow and purple, black and black. Suddenly, a powerful 6-ring soul emperor appeared. 6-ring soul emperor. Huang Wei and Luo Ling exclaimed in surprise. A whip struck out, hitting the approaching roe deer directly. At the same time, the whip elongated and instantly bound the deer, with the thorns on the whip piercing into its body, causing blood to flow. The roe deer struggled in pain, its body convulsing. Su Min immediately analyzed the roe deer in front of them and said, Lucky you, it's a 420-year-old wind blood roe deer with characteristics of speed and bloodlust. Although its age is a bit high, it's still within the first limit range for soul masters. Xiao Wei, your iron sword martial soul can absorb many types of soul beasts. What about this one? Good teacher, it's the one. Huang Wei couldn't possibly be picky. Having one was already great. Its age wasn't low either. He was very excited. He was finally going to become a soul master. Bang! With a loud crash, the roe deer was smashed to the ground. After a convulsion from the whip, the deer howled and then wilted. Quick, stab it in the head for a quick kill. Su Min urged Huang Wei. This was also a consideration for him, as killing a soul beast is the most basic hurdle for a soul master. Huang Wei nodded, summoned his iron sword, and approached the roe deer, directly stabbing it in the head. With the sword's sharp edge on full display and its power tripled, it instantly pierced through the roe deer's head. The wind blood roe was dead. Energy gradually emanated from its body, transforming into a circle of yellow soul rings. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the soul power guidance technique, using his martial soul to attract and refine it within his body. Su Min said. Huang Wei nodded, immediately sitting cross-legged and began to operate according to his feelings. The Iron Sword martial soul instantly sensed something, pulling the soul ring into his body. Following, that was a long period of refinement. During the first refinement, he was inexperienced and only felt an overwhelming pain in his body, while a massive, wind-blooded road deer occupied his mental landscape. He held the Iron Sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy. In an instant, it was shattered. Subsequently, all the energy fully integrated into his body, organs, viscera, blood, bones, and everything was being sublimated and enhanced. He breathed in an orderly manner. The pain in his body disappeared, replaced by comfort. Teacher, how long will Huang Wei take to absorb it? Luo Ling asked curiously, as an hour had already passed since he began absorbing. Meanwhile, Luo Ling had just slain and absorbed the latest light spirit tree. The absorption of plant-type spirits was much faster than Huang Wei's, and the 7 holy Qinglan was very compatible. The one she absorbed was 399 years old, the highest in this area. Now her soul power had risen to a rank 12 spirit master. Her absorption only took half an hour. It's fast, now it's stable, and the danger period has passed. Su Min also felt nervous about Huang Wei, but seeing him in such a calm state, she let out a sigh of relief. Just as her words fell, a powerful sword intent erupted from Huang Wei. Then, a circle of yellow soul rings emerged around him. The iron sword twirled beside the soul rings. He opened his eyes, and the soul rings and iron sword retracted. Huang Wei clenched his fist, revealing a satisfied smile. Teacher, I succeeded. This is the benefit of absorbing the first soul ring. So what soul skill did you get? Su Min asked curiously. Huang Wei said, the effect of the first soul skill increases my attack speed and attack power by 35. My own speed will also increase correspondingly, and it adds a 15 armor breaking and injury effect. When the soul skill is activated, I can unleash a powerful blade of wind. I name it Wind Blood Sword Technique. Very good, unleash my soul skill. Su Min said happily. Yes. Huang Wei's eyes were sharp as the first soul ring appeared on him. To his left, there was a sword sheath made of wind, a tornado, and the iron sword was inside. He directly pulled it out. Wind Blood Sword Technique. With a sweeping motion, a strong blood-red sword wind blade swiftly slashed toward Su Min. Zulfust. Su Min and Luo Ling were taken aback. The former directly used her whip to block. Bang! There was an explosion. Su Min's body retreated half a step. Nevertheless, she could feel the tremendous power of the wind blade. A very impressive soul skill. If we were of the same level, I might not be able to handle it. Su Min showed a look of admiration and shock. Your soul skill is powerful, surpassing many at the same level. Hearing Su Min's words, Luo Ling was also quite surprised. Huang Wei was satisfied as he sheathed his iron sword. He felt that not only had his physical fitness improved, but his speed had also increased significantly. The speed at which he drew the sword was similarly enhanced. Moreover, he noticed that his iron sword had become much heavier. If it used to weigh around 3 to 4 pounds, it now seemed to weigh about 40 pounds. The weight had increased tenfold, which was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had been continuously drawing his sword over the past few days, coupled with absorbing soul rings to enhance his physique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to draw that sword just now, as the iron sword did not reduce its weight simply because he was its master. If that were the case, in the later stages, as the iron sword became heavier and heavier, it would become a problem. However, the damage dealt to others would definitely be immense. This was undeniably real damage. It could draw blood and kill. He planned to pursue ultimate attack power. Breaking through all techniques with sheer strength was a man's dream. The group quickly left the soul hunting forest and returned to the Junior Soul Master Academy. In another 6 months, the Elite Soul Master Competition of the Junior Martial Soul Academy would take place, and important figures from the Martial Soul Hall would come to watch. If you perform well, you might be favored and accepted as a disciple by one of them. I heard that 3 individuals from the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall would also preside over this competition. Moreover, the rewards for first place this time are very generous, so, Huang Wei, you should strive to improve your cultivation over the next 6 months and stand out in the competition. According to the Academy's regulations, you have already reached level 13 at the age of 6, which means you can advance to the 2nd grade. It just depends on whether you're willing to do so, Su Min said. With my current strength, I can even contend against 3rd graders. I will think about it, Huang Wei confidently said. Half a year is enough for him to complete the system tasks. The competition in half a year will be his time to shine. The golden generation? Now he is 6 years old, and I wonder if he will be Hulaina, Yin, and Shiyue. I really look forward to it, especially to see that vixen. 11. Self-created soul skill. 10,000 sword rain. After returning to school, I encountered this guy, Li Zhe, in the cafeteria at night. A 9-year-old, level 19 soul master. However, he wants to continue to advance to level 20, which is not easy. He has been at level 19 for over half a year with no progress. During this half year, he has tried several times to break through to level 20, but all have failed. It's driving him crazy. Just now he attempted to break through again, but still failed, and he fell in his self-doubt. Because of this, he is not in a good mood. Now, in the cafeteria, he ran into Huang Wei. His gaze turned cold, planning to cause trouble. Hey, do you remember me? Li Zhe approached Huang Wei's table and said. At Huang Wei's table, there were also Zhang Qing and 3 others. Frowning, they looked at the person walking over. Boss Huang, do you know him? Zhang Qing asked. Huang Wei looked at the somewhat familiar guy in front of him and said, You're just in time. We really need to sort out our matters. I've already obtained my soul ring, so find a time to suppress your cultivation and let's have a match. This time, he took the initiative. Great. Why not go to the Academy's soul fighting arena right now? I can't wait to teach you a lesson, Li Zhe said excitedly. Let's go. Just then, Huang Wei and his 3 companions finished dinner and followed Li Zhe towards the Academy's soul fighting arena. Along the way, many people followed. Someone has spread the word that Senior Li Zhe was going to have a one-on-one duel with a new student. In no time, many people headed towards the soul fighting arena. The arena had many soul fighting platforms, and many students had already gathered there, watching the ongoing duels. At this moment, Li Zhe led his group to one of the platforms. Using his martial soul, he unleashed his power and interrupted the 2 lower-level soul masters who were fighting. Li Zhe, what are you doing? The 2 complained. Get down immediately. I want this platform. Kid, come up for a fight. Li Zhe coldly stared at the 2, and they were intimidated by his icy gaze, not saying a word as they stepped down, also intrigued by the kid Li Zhe mentioned. Boss Huang, this guy is Li Zhe from the 3rd year, level 19. How did you provoke him? Zhang Qing asked with concern. It's just a match. There's nothing to be afraid of. Huang Wei stepped onto the platform. Suppress your cultivation to level 13, he said. Level 13? Wait, what did you say? Level 13? Are you already at level 13 now? Li Zhe initially didn't think much of it, but after realizing, he felt something was off and suddenly became dumbfounded. Stop talking nonsense. If you're scared, just admit defeat. Huang Wei Dao. Li Ziki laughed and said, Funny, am I afraid? Very well, then it's level 13. We can raise the stakes a bit. Let's bet 10 gold soul coins. If I lose, I'll give them to you. If you lose, you'll give them to me. Besides that, the loser will become the little brother of the winner. How about that? Huang Wei curled the corner of his mouth. Good. Li Zhe agreed immediately. His martial soul is a very strong flame giant ape named Fire Explosion Ape. It is an absolute close combat burst martial soul. Huang Wei summoned his iron sword, and a gust of wind swept past him. Li Zhe suppressed his cultivation to the 13th level, stepped forward, and directly charged at Huang Wei. A fierce sword energy erupted from Huang Wei's body. Li Zhe's expression changed, and he activated his first soul skill. Boom! Amid the smoke, he was pushed back, and suddenly, Huang Wei rushed over, activating his first soul skill, Wind Blood Sword Technique. The soul skill and the iron sword struck Li Zhe directly. Even though Li Zhe had the fiery ape spirit's phantom for defense, it was useless and shattered instantly. The iron sword dealt real damage, and combined with the soul skill, it had an armor-piercing effect as well. In an instant, Li Zhe felt excruciating pain, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying. By the time he unleashed his level 19 soul power, his body had already landed on the ground, clutching his stomach in immense pain. There was no doubt that Huang Wei won this fight. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Ding! The host has completed drawing the sword 1,000 times within 2 minutes. Reward, Gale Body Technique. Iron sword gains armor-piercing effect. Ding! The host has completed drawing the sword 100,000 times. Soul power increased by 2 levels. All attributes doubled. Iron sword's power increased 4-fold. On this day, in a small cave within a grove, Huang Wei retrieved his last iron sword, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. At the same time, memories of the Gale Body Technique appeared in his mind. His iron sword flickered with a cold light. The armor-piercing effect was added. The iron sword's power was also increased 4-fold. Now, altogether, it had increased by 7 times. Now he was unsure whether the increase was based on the initial multiplier or the multiplier after the 3-fold increase. Meanwhile, his soul power rose from the 13th to the 15th level. His overall strength instantly enhanced. At the same time, his attributes, such as power, speed, and constitution were all doubled. Summoning the character panel. Host. Huang Wei Cultivation. Level 15 Soul Master Martial Spirit. Iron Sword Soul Skill. Wine Blood Sword Technique Talent. Sword Heart Clarity Sword Chi Emission. Gale Body Technique Sword Draw Count. 170,000 Current World. Douluo. Phew. A month has passed, and I finally completed it. It took longer than I expected. The reason it took a month to complete was mainly due to the sword drawing training. When the number reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur. He felt that the speed was not as swift as before, but rather orderly, and each time he drew his sword heart clarity would have a specific insight. He followed this insight to seek further understanding. Now he had drawn his sword a total of 170,000 times. Just then, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment. After receiving the system rewards, this feeling grew stronger. So he quickly sat cross-legged and began to meditate, recalling the sword draws over these days. Each draw was a true damage attack. If he could transform these multiple sword draws into a single move, it would be extremely powerful. His sword heart clarity talent became increasingly sensitive, giving him a profound feeling towards everything related to swords. Suddenly, he felt his sword intent reach great perfection. A terrifying storm of sword energy erupted around him. Countless sword shadows crazily converged and danced. A total of 170,000. He created a new soul skill. The first form of sword drawing, 10,000 sword rain. Time passed unknowingly, and outside it was already night. Huang Wei suddenly stood up, and terrifying sword energy splashed everywhere, leaving deep sword marks in the cave. The fierce sword energy gathered like a whirlwind as he raised his iron sword and fiercely thrust it towards the towering mountain ahead. The 170,000 beams of iron sword light formed around him surged like a torrential rain towards the mountain, full of power. Boom! In an instant, a loud noise echoed through the Martial Soul Primary Academy, startling everyone inside. They thought there was an enemy attack coming. Oh no! They forgot they were inside the Martial Soul Academy. They must leave this place quickly. Huang Wei's face turned pale in an instant, and he became weak. That last move had drained both his soul power and mental strength. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Swift Wind Body Technique and quickly left the area. He returned to the dormitory from another direction and fell asleep immediately. At that moment, Zhangqing and the others were drawn away by the sound of the explosion. While he was deep in slumber, the sword heart within his body also emitted a cold brilliance at this time. When everyone felt the disturbance in the small forest, especially the teachers and the academy's dean, they immediately checked the state of the mountain. They were instantly shocked. A large portion of the mountain had been dented. Judging from the wound, it was the result of a terrifying sword aura. Who could it be? They immediately began searching, as it was highly likely that a master of swordsmanship had intruded into the Martial Soul Primary Academy. Thus, they went looking for clues. Among the crowd, Liu Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Over the past few days, she had occasionally passed by the small forest and had seen Huang Wei appear from time to time. But she hadn't seen him in the last half month. She thought he had stopped coming. The damage was clearly not something a soul master could inflict, so it definitely wasn't him. Liu Yun wasn't foolish. She murmured to herself. After all, such a terrifying sword aura could hardly be produced even by a soul zone. However, she did not know that when the number reached a sufficient level and the power was great enough, it could also create the current scene. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had gone by. Today was the day of the Martial Soul Primary Academy competition. Each class had prepared a month in advance. Huang Wei was among them. His teammate was Luo Ling, and the two formed a duo team. This competition was mainly divided into individual and duo matches, with the top 3 selected from each grade. Subsequently, there would be a random draw for 9 teams to compete. As the competition began, Huang Wei and Luo Ling rampaged through the teams of their peers. In the individual matches, Luo Ling, being a support type, did not need to participate. Huang Wei is truly remarkable in both individual and team competitions. Each time, he defeats his opponents with a single strike, igniting the passion of everyone in the audience. And the teachers have developed a different perspective on him. No one expected such a dark horse with a sword to emerge this year. On the stage of the competition, a steward from the Spirit Hall's main hall took notice of Huang Wei and requested to review his information. Upon seeing the reported data, everyone was astonished. A first-level innate soul power, a martial soul of an iron sword, and he had reached level 10 in just over half a month. Moreover, judging from his current combat power, he was at least close to level 20. This was truly unbelievable. Thus, it was immediately reported to the Pope's Hall. In the Pope's Hall, the beautiful and noble Pope Bibi Dong was not too surprised upon seeing the news reported by Salas. This was because the Minter Su Min had previously reported on Huang Wei's existence, but no one expected that in just 6 months he had grown so rapidly. There must be a great secret behind this child. Could it be the special nature of the Iron Sword martial soul that allowed for such rapid advancement? Bibi Dong thought to herself, but she didn't jump to conclusions and decided she must see him in person. After the competition, bring him to me, she instructed Salas. Yes, in the competition area of the Junior Soul Master Academy. This was the most important day, as the first place would be determined today. There were a total of 9 teams, 3 from each of the first, second, and third grades. On the audience stand stood 3 particularly dazzling young talents, Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu. They had only come for the final selection and had not attended earlier. Watching these children compete would be of no use. It would be better to focus on special training, Yin said dismissively. Xiaoyu replied, "You can't say that. After all, the Pope herself asked us to come and especially pay attention to that guy named Huang Wei." Hulaina nodded and said, "I know Huang Wei, and he has gained a lot of fame along the way. He is a dark horse in the first grade, reportedly 6 years old, with very strong abilities, and has already obtained his first soul ring. As for his soul power, it might have reached level 20. A 6-year-old at level 20? That can't be innate full soul power, right? Don't joke around. That is absolutely impossible." Yin seemed to be a bit discouraged and refuted. They were the 3 youngest and most talented individuals in the Spear Hall. Whether it's true or not, we'll see. Hulaina was also somewhat incredulous. There were a lot of cheers around them. The dean began to speak, announcing the teams for this competition. In the second class of the first grade, 2 teams had entered this competition, so Su Min encouraged everyone. One team consisted of Huang Wei and Luo Ling, while the other team was Zhang Qing and Xiao Fu. Another team was from the first class of the first grade. The remaining classes that did not qualify were envious, especially the homeroom teacher. "Do you have confidence?" Huang Wei smiled slightly at Zhang Qing from below the stage. Zhang Qing replied, "As long as we don't run into you, it should be fine. As for the third graders, their soul power is higher than ours, so it's hard to say." Xiao Fu added, "I've inquired, and the top 3 teams from the third grade are all at levels 18 or 19, with the lowest being level 17. If we face them, the difficulty will be quite high." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in front lit up. The first team from the second class of the first grade was to battle the second team from the third class. The second team from the second class was to battle the first team from the second class. "Oh no, we got unlucky and faced a third grade team right off the bat. Well, you guys are at least facing a second grade team, so it shouldn't be too hard." Luo Ling's light voice rang out. "Let us go. Good luck to you all," Huang Wei said. "You too, boss." Zhang Qing nodded and then walked towards the stage. Among the 9 teams, 6 teams were automatically matched, while the remaining 3 teams were randomly matched for a battle, with 1 extra team advancing early. This was indeed very good luck. 4 soul fighting platforms were simultaneously engaged in soul battles. Their side began. Yin looked towards Huang Wei's direction and spoke. The 3 people's gazes were fixed on him. Salas, who was sitting on the platform, felt the same. This was a talent that the Pope had specifically instructed about. "Let me see just how powerful you are." Salas squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of anticipation. On the soul fighting platform, the opponents facing Huang Wei were named Wang Tian and Li Ming. One was a close combat attack type, and the other was a sensitive attack type. Wang Tian smirked and said dismissively, "A first-grade dark horse, I've heard of you. You're good with a sword. I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Ming sneered, "Once you meet us brothers, your dark horse journey ends here." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them simultaneously summoned their martial souls. Wang Tian wielded a black long spear, flickering with flames, named the Flame Spear. Li Ming transformed into an eagle, flying up into the air. In the sky, that was his advantage. Huang Wei remained calm, watching them. The soul power emanating from the 2 of them was at level 19. Such talent was indeed impressive, and they were both around 10 years old. Wang Tian and Li Ming exchanged a glance, and without needing to say much, their years of tacit understanding and cooperation made them aware of each other's intentions. The corners of their mouths curled up. Flame-piercing slash. Wang Tian, holding a flame spear, activated his first soul skill and charged directly at Huang Wei. Eagle strike. "Little sister, let your brother take you down." Li Ming then activated his first soul skill and rushed towards Luo Ling. Huang Wei closed his eyes, while Luo Ling hid behind him and summoned the 7 saints Qing Lan to be on guard. She trusted Huang Wei. Otherwise, she would have to jump down and concede defeat. Arrogant! How dare you close your eyes and fight me? Wang Tian exclaimed angrily. Suddenly, Huang Wei's body trembled, and a surge of sword energy burst forth, directly interrupting Wang Tian's soul skill and sending him flying. In his shock, Huang Wei suddenly opened his eyes and drew his sword, slashing towards the dawn that was charging at Luo Ling. The sword was out, accompanied by a sharp wind and the sound of the sword. Dawn's fist came forward to block, but with a sound, the soul skill shattered like paper, and the eagle claw shadow hit by the sword shattered immediately. He felt intense pain as his hand bones broke inch by inch, letting out a scream, and was sent flying out of the arena. Just like that, he easily eliminated one opponent. What? Was the sword energy he just released? He actually achieved the effect of external sword energy. Could be his soul skill, but the soul rings didn't appear. This person's swordsmanship talent is truly terrifying. The Spirit Hall has struck gold this time. Among the shocked crowd, the most excited was undoubtedly Bishop Salas, who stood up directly. 13. Meeting BB Dong, he can't do it, and neither can you. Huang Wei showed a look of disappointment, turning to look at Wang Tian, who had been shaken back and was in shock. This guy has such a terrifying sword intent. Wang Tian looked at Huang Wei and felt somewhat insignificant, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Don't get too complacent. Get down. Wang Tian gritted his teeth and charged forward, the flame spear thrusting out fiercely once more. Fiery, piercing slash. A roar erupted, and his entire body surged with power. There was an illusion that the louder he roared, the greater the power became. I told you can't. Clang. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, and the iron sword directly swept down. Bang! The two weapons collided. In just an instant, the flame spear in Wang Tian's hand was knocked away, flying from his grasp. So heavy, so hard. At the moment of impact with the iron sword, a numbing sensation quickly spread from his hand to his entire body. It felt like he had collided with something incredibly solid. In the next second, he was struck in the body, spitting out a mouthful of blood, letting out a scream, and like a kite with a severed string, he was blasted out of the arena. Huang Wei looked at the sword in his hand, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. His sword was no longer the iron sword it once was, after 5 months of receiving rewards for drawing his sword. The iron sword had evolved into a silver sword, significantly enhancing its weight, power, quality, and other aspects. With the added power, the current silver sword had reached a terrifying level of might. With Huang Wei's current cultivation and skills, he felt no fear even when facing a soul master. He had now reached level 19, just one step away from level 20. He realized that his cultivation could not be improved through normal meditation. He could only increase it by reaching the required number of sword draws. However, this was still fast enough. It was much quicker than meditation. Since that time, his improvements had been incremental, rising one level at a time. It took 100,000 sword draws to increase by one level. At first, he was a bit displeased, but he got used to it later. In addition to level upgrades, the system also provided him with other rewards. However, those were not needed against his opponents. Thus, the match here ended. They advanced to the next round, being the team that finished the match the fastest. Let's go down, they said as they left the stage under everyone's gaze. The referee immediately took Wang Tian and Li Ming to heal their injuries. It can't be wrong. Level 19? How could this kid level up so quickly? A first-level innate soul power is simply insufficient. Saras thought, filled with suspicion. This kid is a formidable opponent. Xiaoyu frowned and said, I can sense that he hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't even employed his soul rings or soul skills against those two level 19 guys. As for that sword intent just now, it might be his self-created soul skill. Hulaina narrowed her eyes, quite sharp. As the direct disciple of Pope BB Dong, she naturally understood a lot. When she mentioned that name, she herself couldn't believe it. Self-created soul skill. Yen and Xiaoyu were both taken aback. As time passed, the matches continued below. Out of 9 teams, only 5 remained. The team that advanced due to good luck was directly matched up against Huang Wei. They were instantly defeated. His strength made the others feel immense fear. Next came the round-robin battles. Each team had to compete against the other 3 teams. The team with the highest wins would emerge victorious. Approaching noon, the final champion team appeared. It was none other than Huang Wei and Luo Ling. They had completely dominated the competition. After the announcement, the two received their rewards: 1,000 gold soul coins, 3 years of training resources, and the opportunity to be taught by the dean for focus training. However, Huang Wei did not accept the offer, as at that moment, Saras spoke up. Huang Wei, you performed very well. His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you. Come with me to the Pope's hall. At these words, the whole place was in an uproar. Huang Wei was not too surprised, as he had displayed his abilities in order to wait for this moment to arrive. When he saw Huang and the others, the plan became even more perfect. He wanted to quickly break free from the life at the academy and find a place to cultivate alone. However, he also wanted to meet the Pope Bibidong. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in the Douluo Continent. Yes, Huang Wei nodded. He then bid farewell to Luo Ling and the others. After receiving his rewards, he left with Salas under the envious gazes of everyone. Let's go to meet this little brother. With their goals achieved, Huang and the others turned to leave as well. On the way, Huang Wei quietly followed Salas towards the Pope's palace. Kid, don't you want to ask something? Salas suddenly spoke, smiling slightly. I don't know what to ask, Huang Wei replied. Forget it. Soon, the two arrived at the Pope's palace. It was incredibly grand, with a huge angel statue standing tall, sacred and inviolable. Huang Wei was stunned at first glance. As a platinum bishop, Salas walked straight in, and the other patrolling soldiers respectfully bowed. This feeling was really nice. After stepping over the stairs, he made his way to the front, which was the Pope's hall. Upon entering, Huang Wei felt an inexplicable heaviness wash over him, causing him to furrow his brows and let out a low hum. He paused for a moment before continuing to follow. Soon he saw the scene inside. It was large and lofty. Ahead was another staircase, where a beautiful woman in a pope's robe sat holding a jeweled staff. Below her stood an elder on each side. One looked effeminate, presumably the chrysanthemum Douluo. The other had a chilling and eerie presence, resembling a ghost, likely the ghost Douluo. Having seen His Holiness the Pope and the two elders, the highly respected Salas bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. In front of these three, he was nothing. Your Holiness, I have brought Huang Wei here, Salas said immediately. For pairs of eyes fixed on Huang Wei, even without needing to say anything. The moment Huang Wei entered, the three had already been staring at him, seemingly wanting to see through everything about him. It made him feel extremely unsettled and cold. However, he had no way to resist, because the three people in front of him were titled Douluos. As for whether Bibidong had reached title Douluo at this point, he was still unaware. But the aura of a soul Douluo was not something a mere rank 19, one-ring soul master like him could compare with. I have seen your Holiness and the two elders. Huang Wei also immediately bowed. Summon your martial soul for me to see. Bibidong's calm voice echoed. She had already seen through the other party. Yes, Huang Wei immediately summoned the silver sword. Because the color difference between the iron sword and the silver sword is not significant, ordinary people generally cannot recognize that it has changed. An ordinary iron sword martial soul. I have seen your information, innate first-level soul power, yet you have upgraded to level 19 in just half a year? If it's not talent, it must be great fortune. A single sentence from Bibidong made Huang Wei break out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he had walked into a tiger's den. However, fortunately, the existence of the system would absolutely prevent the other party from discovering it. As long as he sticks to the same reason, the other party has no way to deal with him. I don't have great fortune. Everything comes from my own sword training. This iron sword looks very ordinary, but every time I draw it, it brings me different insights. My rapid improvement is also because I have drawn my sword nearly 1,000,000 times in training. As he spoke, he drew his sword once. It was a swift afterimage, like a gust of wind, and the sharp sound of the wind seemed capable of slicing through space. 1,000,000 times of drawing the sword. The four people present were shocked. What a fierce sword-drawing technique. This is indeed not something that can be achieved just by having a martial soul. It requires years of continuous practice and accumulated experience. Bibidong looked at Huang Wei with admiration. Her tone shifted to one of mild surprise. However, reaching this level in just half a year is indeed astonishing. It seems you belong to that rare type of person. Your talent cannot be judged by innate soul power. That iron sword in your hand is the key. This is definitely a genius. Hearing Bibidong's words, the others present nodded in agreement. Perhaps I really am different from others. Huang Wei tightly gripped the silver sword in his hand, feeling its heaviness, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on his face. The current silver sword already weighs 100 pounds. Even he feels it is very heavy now, but he is very satisfied. Once he fully masters it, it will definitely become a great weapon in the later stages. It should be noted that the Haotian hammer, without the addition of soul rings, weighs 500 pounds. If it weren't for the fact that martial souls do not let their masters feel their weight, those who awaken the Haotian hammer would definitely not be able to lift it. Otherwise, The Haotian hammer would become a burdensome martial soul in the early stages. Huang Wei envied the martial soul that allowed its master to ignore weight. Unfortunately, he only had the special martial soul of an iron sword. Fortunately, he had the system as a great support. Your iron sword looks quite ordinary and doesn't seem special at all. I just can't figure out what the problem is. Use this sword to strike me with all your strength and let me see. Bibi Dong slowly walked towards Huang Wei, her voice melodious. Yes. Huang Wei closed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold light flickering, directly entering a state of focus. His expression was good. Bibi Dong was quite satisfied. In the next moment, the first soul ring on Huang Wei's body shone brightly. The first soul skill, Wind Blood Sword Technique. A terrifying sword aura surgi fort. Transforming into a blood-red wind blade that swiftly slashed towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong slowly raised the staff in her hand. Blocking it in front of her, a barrier appeared, and a loud bang echoed. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. The opponent did not hurt her, because the level difference was too great. However, she could feel that Huang Wei's power exceeded her expectations. Good. Bibi Dong nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Huang Wei, are you willing to take me as your teacher and become my direct disciple? Bibi Dong maintained her smiling demeanor, looking at this extraordinary young genius in front of her. What? Teacher, you want to accept him as a disciple? At this moment, a girl with the charm of a vixen, Hulaina, hurriedly walked in from outside. As for Yin and Shiyue, they had gone to train and did not come along. Yes, do you have any objections? Bibi Dong glanced at her, a smirk on her face. Hulaina immediately pouted and shook her head. No, disciple has no objections, just feels surprised. She was Hulaina. Although I had seen her once at the academy, the distance was too far. Now that I see her up close, she is really enticing. Definitely the material of a vixen. Huang Wei looked at the cute and enchanting girl to his right, who was even taller than him, with curiosity. He thought to himself, the disciple is willing. Disciple Huang Wei pays respects to the teacher. Huang Wei immediately regained his composure and bowed directly to Bibi Dong. Very good. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. She turned to look at Hulaina and said, Nana, from now on, Xiao Wei will be your junior brother. Take good care of him. Got it, teacher. Hulaina was still a bit happy. She finally had a junior brother to bully and was already thinking of ways to prank Huang Wei in her mind. She is your senior sister, Hulaina. Bibi Dong said to Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded. Hello, senior sister. Hello, Xiao Wei, Hulaina smiled. No matter what, she was only 12 years old now. Still a naive girl. Although in Douluo Continent, 12 years old is already considered an adult. She reached out her hand, wanting to pet Huang Wei's head, but was ruthlessly dodged by the other party. After missing, Hulaina puffed up her cheeks, somewhat displeased. Xiao Wei, this is a gift from your teacher. As she spoke, a blue necklace appeared in Bibi Dong's hand. At the bottom of the necklace was a very small blue crystal. She slowly said, this is a storage soul guide. It has a 30 cubic meter space, enough for you to store many things. Inside, there are some gold coins and other cultivation resources, enough for you to cultivate before becoming a soul master. Thank you, teacher. Does this necklace have a name? Huang Wei asked respectfully as she received it with both hands. Bibi Dong said, no, you can name it. Let's call it Dream Blue Crystal, Huang Wei blurted out. Bibi Dong nodded. Dream Blue Crystal, that's a nice name. From now on, it will be called Dream Blue Crystal. Huang Wei put on the item and began to communicate using his mental and soul power. Soon, he entered a vast white space filled with numerous gold soul coins and a collection of cultivation resources. Bibi Dong summoned the other title Douluo elders. Your Holiness, why have you summoned us? The summoned title Douluo elders had somewhat displeased expressions. After all, they were all appointed by the High Priest Qian Daolu and were from a completely different faction than Bibi Dong. Upon seeing these people, Bibi Dong did not show them much courtesy either. She slowly announced, this is Huang Wei, and from today onwards, he will be my second direct disciple and the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. We have no objections to him being a direct disciple. But the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is not something just anyone can hold. It has been a long time since a Holy Son has existed. What qualifications does he have to be conferred this title? One of the title Douluo elders spoke directly. He was Qianjun Douluo, one of the Douluo of the High Priest Hall. In fact, the Douluo of the High Priest Hall were the ones who truly were not afraid of the Pope Bibi Dong. As for some Douluo from the Elder Hall, they were still quite wary of Pope Bibi Dong, given her status. Therefore, they did not speak up this time. But Qianjun Douluo's words expressed their intentions. All eyes turned to Huang Wei. Bibi Dong sneered and said, what qualifications? Just the fact that he reached soul power level 19 at the age of 6. He is not far from level 20. Is that talent not enough? What? Level 19 at 6 years old? BB Don, don't joke around. At 6, one has just awakened their soul power. Even the legendary innate full soul power cannot level up this quickly. Do you think he's a young lady? All the title Douluo present were utterly shocked and began to voice their disbelief, with Qianjun Douluo finding it particularly hard to believe. Upon hearing the term young lady, BB Don clenched her fist around the gem staff tightly. Her eyes narrowed as she coldly scanned the crowd. Huang Wei also emitted the aura of his soul power. Qianjun Douluo appeared in front of him. Indeed, it was level 19 soul power. Let me measure your bone age. Saying this, he directly reached out and pinched Huang Wei's arm. In front of this super Douluo, Huang Wei felt what it meant to be helplessly small. His conviction to quickly draw his sword and become stronger became even more resolute. Truly 6 years old. In an instant, Qianjun Douluo's pupils slightly constricted, and he exclaimed in surprise. 6 years old with level 19 soul power. I will report this to the great offering. Little guy, what is your martial soul? Qianjun asked. Huang Wei summoned a. What the hell? An ordinary iron sword. Being able to cultivate so quickly, it seems his talent is indeed extraordinary. What level of innate soul power do you have? Qianjun Douluo asked again. Huang Wei, innate level 1. Oh, kid, are you kidding me? Qianjun Douluo widened his eyes. Damn it, an ordinary iron sword, innate level 1, and 6 years old with level 19 soul power? How is this possible? Is cultivation this easy? Why don't they realize it? 15. A confession under the afterglow? Elder, I speak the truth. Huang Wei looked at the middle-aged man in golden armor in front of him, who exuded a sharp aura, and spoke. What he said is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted him as my disciple. He is a once-in-a-million cultivation genius. At the innate level 1, with an ordinary iron sword, he was able to cultivate to level 19 in a short time. Don't you think this is more impressive than those at the innate high level with excellent martial souls? Bibidong's voice was very calm, but there was a hint of arrogance in that calmness. She said this not only for Qianjun to hear, but also for the elders present. Seeing the astonished and disbelieving expressions on Qianjun and the elders, she felt very pleased, achieving her goal. It is indeed impressive. But this alone is not enough to become the holy son of the Spirit Hall, said Douluo Qianjun. BB Dong curled her lips into a cold smile and said, he has already comprehended the external release of sword energy. You should know that this is not something one can comprehend at this age, right? What? External release of sword energy? Qianjun was shocked again, looking at Huang Wei with "Are you kidding me?" expression. A sharp sword energy suddenly burst out from Huang Wei's body, directly heading towards Qianjun Douluo. Qianjun Douluo slammed down hard, and the sword energy was instantly extinguished. But his expression was still one of shock. It was indeed the external release of sword energy, and it was not a soul skill. Is it feasible now, Elder Qianjun? BB Dong asked coldly. It's fine. I will report it to the Grand Elder. Today's meeting is hereby dismissed, Qianjun replied. With the goal achieved, BB Dong waved her hand to dismiss everyone. The crowd began to leave. Xiao Wei, you have your own cultivation methods, so I won't arrange training for you for now. Your residence will be next to Nana's. Just follow her. Try to break through to level 20 before you turn 7. As long as you can do that, your talent will silence those people again. Soon, you will face the challenge of the Holy Sun, and you need to prove your strength to them. Make them accept it wholeheartedly. BB Dong slightly bent down and extended her slender, delicate hand to stroke Huang Wei's head. A fragrant scent wafted out, entering the latter's senses. Huang Wei only felt that it was so fragrant and enchanting. As a former loser single dog in his past life, he now wished he could commit a crime. But he restrained himself. Firstly, he couldn't win, and secondly, he was still too young. Good teacher, bring on any challenges. I'm not afraid. Huang Wei nodded, his gaze resolute. All right, BB Dong nodded. Nana, take him to the residence and take good care of our junior brother. Then, she turned her gaze to Hulaina beside her and said, Understood, teacher. Come with me, little brother. Just like that, Huang Wei followed Hulaina out of the Pope's hall, heading towards the residence. At that moment, Hulaina suddenly became interested and teased Huang Wei. Huang Wei deliberately took the bait, playing along with the plan. After all, why not take advantage of such beauty if he had the chance? He wasn't exactly a gentleman. Once he worked hard to become stronger and grew up, he intended to try every beauty on the Douluo Continent. Along the way, he cooperated with Hulaina's performance and let her bully him, using the opportunity to indulge in her body fragrance even more. Little Wei, do you think your sister is beautiful? Suddenly, Hulaina gazed into Huang Wei's eyes. revealing a hint of allure. Unknowingly, the charm of her heavenly fox martial soul began to take effect. Beautiful, Sister Nana, you're so beautiful. When I grow up and become strong, I want to marry you, Sister Nana. Would you agree? Huang Wei's double pupils were enchanting, revealing a hint of confusion. And then he spoke. Upon hearing this, Hulaina instantly broke off her enchanting control over Huang Wei, her face turning red as she awkwardly turned away. You little rascal, you actually have this kind of thought? She pouted, her small face almost as red as an apple, her heart racing. It was clearly she who had been teasing him. But she didn't expect that now. With just one sentence from him, she would be left so flustered. At the same time, she felt confident about her own charm, the corners of her mouth curling into a satisfied smile. Upon closer inspection, Huang Wei was actually quite handsome. After all, during this past half year of sword training, the system had rewarded Huang Wei with an enhancement in appearance, making him even more attractive. Therefore, Hulaina did not feel repulsed. Huang Wei blinked, and seeing the other person's reaction, he couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to himself, little girl, if you want to play with me, you're still too young. I have lived 2 lives, and my spiritual power is now strong. Your charm has little effect on me. He then spoke up, Sister Nana, do you have someone you like? Hulaina was taken aback and shook her head. No, we are both the Master's direct disciples. You are the Saintess, and I am the Saint's son. We are a match made in heaven, Huang Wei said. Hulaina asked, are you confessing to me? Yes, Sister Nana. You're the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. I was captivated the first time I saw you. Huang Wei spoke frankly. You are still young. I'm 6 years older than you. Don't you dislike your sister? I like strong men. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately became even more shy, and at the same time, her heart felt sweet, blooming with joy and satisfaction. Huang Wei smiled. Age is just a number. When I grow up, perhaps I will find the magical herb that keeps us youthful, and by then, age will be a non-existent concept, and I will become very strong. His eyes were filled with determination. The little kid, who was only 6 years old, spoke with the authority of an adult. Wait until you grow up to say that. I can give you a chance to pursue me, Hulaina said, with her hands clasped behind her back, turning and walking forward, clearly very happy. Huang Wei saw that he had achieved his goal. Indeed, the girls in these places were very innocent and wouldn't have the complicated schemes like in his past life. Here, as long as he could express his feelings sincerely, the girls would basically have no way to escape. Moreover, his strength was also very powerful. Good, Huang Wei nodded. At that moment, a sunset descended, and the silhouettes of the two were released in the afterglow, resembling a confession promise under the sunset's rays. They had arrived at their residence. Huang Wei entered his new home. It was large, luxurious, and had servants. There were gardens, backyards, and everything. Moreover, Hulaina's room was right next to his, separated by a thin wall. He had met the son. As he arrived, the busy servants all came over and bowed respectfully. These people were arranged by Bibi Dong, and they could only call Huang Wei the son. His status was lofty. Hello, everyone. It's almost evening. Please prepare dinner for me. I will practice for a while first. Yes, son. By the way, prepare a bit more. I eat a lot. Huang Wei reminded him. Yes. Then, Huang Wei began to practice drawing his sword in the yard. Swish, swish, swish. Each draw of the sword was very rhythmic. No longer the frantic swish, swish, swish. With every draw and sheathing, he had a unique insight into his sword heart. He was very focused and serious, and everything in the outside world could not enter his eyes. Everything around him seemed blank. In the neighboring room, Hulaina, who was eating cookies, recalled the scene just now, feeling quite pleased with herself, and was instantly immersed in a sense of pride and vanity. Suddenly, she heard something, walked out onto the balcony, and saw the source of the sound. It was her little brother Wei Wei's garden. What she saw was him earnestly practicing sword drawing. Unconsciously, she became mesmerized. 16 million times extra rich reward ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 10,000 times. Reward. Proud sword appearance. At night, after Huang Wei once again drew his sword 10,000 times, the system voice echoed in his mind. The next moment, a burst of light appeared on his face. As the light faded, his appearance became extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a natural sword intent that made one feel at a glance that this child is a natural talent for swordsmanship. The proud sword appearance has a natural attraction to the opposite sex. He gently stroked his face, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Unknowingly, he was drenched in sweat, but this only gave him a more charming sense of allure. Congratulations to the host for reaching a total of 1 million sword draws. granting the host an additional level of soul power, increasing soul ring longevity by 500 years, and enhancing physical quality tenfold. Sword Dao Divine Ability. Sword Qi Rolling Dragon Wall. In an instant, Huang Wei's body trembled, and he suddenly grew taller. At 6 years old, he was already 1.50 meters. The 1 million sword draws he previously claimed in the Pope's palace were just a facade. In reality, he had only drawn the sword 990,000 times, still needing just 10,000 more. Since no one else knew, he simply stated it was 1,000,000 times. But now he had indeed reached 1,000,000 times. The system's reward surprised him and filled him with joy. He sheathed his sword. Now he felt incredibly powerful. A surge of strength erupted within him. His body shook, and a sword intent burst forth, causing the stones in the yard to shatter. He then turned around, approached a half-broken stone, clenched his fist, and punched. Bang! The entire stone exploded into pieces. I am no longer the ordinary me. His smile grew richer. From the moment of the previous scene until now, it was also seen by Hulaina, who had been watching from next door. At this moment, her pink lips formed an O, her face filled with shock. The aura he had just unleashed actually shattered those stones. Moreover, the power of a single punch, without using a soul ring, reached such a terrifying level. This was purely physical strength. My junior brother is truly a monster. Hulaina's lips curled up, as if she had discovered an incredible secret. So she hurried downstairs, running towards that direction. Holy Son, dinner is ready. At this moment, a servant passing by to report was also shocked by the scene and hurried to inform. Clean up the yard and buy some more stones, Huang Wei instructed. Then walk towards the house. Yes. The servant nodded. The Holy Son's power was beyond their comprehension. As Hulaina was leaving, two familiar figures approached from the front. It was Yin and Xiaoyu. Nana, where are you going? Yin asked. He had no idea that the person she longed for had already had someone in their heart and was being flirted with, but he would soon find out. The two had just come out of the simulation training room, both sweaty and exuding a masculine aura. Hulaina was somewhat used to it, but frowned slightly and said, You came at the right time. I'll take you to meet Little Wei Wei. Little Wei Wei? Who is he? Yin was taken aback, then clenched his fist, feeling inexplicably displeased, and frowned in question. Seeing his beloved call someone they had never met or heard of Little Wei Wei, he immediately became jealous and planned to teach him a lesson. Xiaoyu beside him was also curious. Could be Huang Wei, Xiaoyu quickly deduced. Huang Wei. Yan's eyes blazed with fire. Don't get excited. You weren't here just now, so it's normal not to know. Huang Wei has already been accepted as a direct disciple by the teacher, so he is now my junior brother. Is there a problem with me calling him Little Wei Wei? Hulaina was of course aware of Yan's affection for her, but she only felt a sisterly bond towards him and did not like him. His persistent advances were just right for her to use Little Wei Wei as a shield to deter his feelings. Now that they were 12 years old, she was already a 32-level soul master, while Yin and Xiaoyu were both 29-level Great Soul Masters. She and Xiaoyu had both appeared in the same year, but she was a few months younger than them, yet her talent, due to her martial soul, was better. Xiaoyu and Yin, unwilling to lose, continuously trained to try to break through to level 30. Becoming a soul master was their goal. What? Why can he be accepted as a direct disciple by the Pope? Yin and Xiaoyu were shocked, the former grinding his teeth in anger. Hulaina and Huang Wei being direct disciples was a very close relationship. Hulaina crossed her arms and smiled sweetly, saying, It's because he is 6 years old and has reached level 19 with the talent of comprehending sword chi. Moreover, his training speed is fast. You wouldn't be his opponent in a battle at the same level. Plus, he is the newly announced Holy Son by the teacher, and he has already passed the Elder Council, so he will soon be announced throughout the Spear Hall. She did not mention the scene she had just witnessed, but it was enough to make Yin grind his teeth in frustration. He was actually the Holy Son. Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances. Yin, don't do anything foolish. Xiaoyu seemed to see through his old friend's thoughts and said seriously. Nana said, I'm not his opponent at the same level. I'm not willing to accept that. I'm part of the golden generation, so I plan to challenge him. Nana, this is a matter between us men. You don't need to interfere. If he still acknowledges himself as a man, even if he is the Holy Son, he will definitely accept my challenge. Yin said. His competitive spirit was strong. As long as you suppress your cultivation, it won't be a problem, Hulaina said. So you're going to find him now? Yin asked. Yes. Let's go, it's just this place. Hulaina walked inside. He's living so close. Yin was both angry and envious. Xiaoyu patted his shoulder and said, After all, he is a direct disciple of the Pope, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, with a high status. Don't go too far. This reminder was naturally to protect Yan's safety and to avoid being blamed by the Pope. Don't worry, after being brothers for so long, you still don't understand me? Although I'm indeed very unhappy, I'm not a fool. I just want to simply teach that guy a lesson. Moreover, he is the sun. Our match doesn't require us to go to the soul fighting platform. It's so big here that as long as the other party agrees, we can find an empty space to conduct it privately. Based on my previous observations of him at the academy, he shouldn't be the type to report on others. Yin quickly returned to a normal demeanor and slowly spoke. The three entered the courtyard and saw the servants cleaning up the broken stones. Upon seeing this scene, Huang smiled proudly. Yin and Xiaoyu looked puzzled. Why are all these stones broken? There are sword marks on them. They must have been shattered by Huang Wei during training. Xiaoyu approached the stone, looked at it, and immediately understood. Having seen the saintess, the servants here bowed upon seeing Huang. Where is Xiao Wei? Huang asked. The son is dining inside, the servant replied. The three directly entered. At this moment, in the kitchen, a large table full of food was being devoured by Huang Wei alone. He was gobbling it down, showing no semblance of a handsome man or a son. The maid beside him was also shocked. How long has the son not eaten? He must be starving, truly pitiful. She quickly went back to preparing more food. Delicious, so delicious. This taste is incredible. MMM. I'm starving after training. Having a good meal feels great. It's a normal choice to have BB Dong as a teacher. This enjoyment, this treatment, is truly amazing. Huang Wei, wolfing down the food, thought happily to himself. With a big pig leg in his left hand and a big chicken leg in his right, he was still chewing on lobster meat. He could feel that these foods were instantly absorbed by the cells in his body, quickly restoring and storing energy. As soon as Huang and the others entered the door and came to the living room, they caught a whiff of a very fragrant aroma. Following the scent, they headed straight to the kitchen. The three saw Huang Wei's peculiar eating posture, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Such a violent way of eating. I like it, Yin exclaimed. Xiaoyu and Huang were at a loss for words. After Huang Wei finished the last piece of meat and let out a satisfied burp, he stood up to wash his hands and turned around to see the three people at the door. Sister Nana, what brings you here? If you came to eat? I'm sorry, but you arrived a bit late. I've finished eating, Huang Wei said with a smile, looking so tempting that one would want to hit him. Upon closer inspection of his current appearance, the three of them were stunned. Why did they feel that Huang Wei's face was so different from before? Especially Huang, who couldn't help but blush, thinking to herself, how come Xiao Wei looks so good? Why didn't I feel this way before? Could it be because I didn't pay attention? It felt like he had transformed into a different person after just a short time apart. The more they looked, the more fascinated they became. That aura was incredibly captivating. Especially for women, this impact was even more powerful. We didn't come here to eat, Huang Wei. I'm here to challenge you. Yin quickly reacted, but the longer he stared, the more he, as a man, felt like he was falling for Huang Wei. He suddenly sensed something was off, immediately shook his head to clear his mind, and said, Huang Wei is someone you can call? You should call him Holy Son. Got it. Huang Wei sat down in the main seat, picked up a toothpick to clean his teeth, and said, I understand. Odison, do you dare to accept my challenge? Hearing this, Yin clenched his fists, his expression dark and angry, but he was stopped by Xiaoyu. In truth, he was also quite displeased with Huang Wei for being so arrogant. In the end, Yin still compromised. There was no other way. The other party was simply taking advantage of their position, and he felt powerless. Unless he was also a holy son or held an equivalent status, he really couldn't afford to offend him. The only way to bridge this gap was to become a disciple of a title Douluo. But that title Douluo couldn't be too weak either. Huang Wei leisurely said, You think that just because you challenge this holy son, I have to agree? Am I that obedient? Yin was momentarily speechless. Indeed, others are holy sons. Does that mean he must accept the challenge just because someone says so? Even if he doesn't accept, it seems there wouldn't be any issue. Since you have been taken as a direct disciple by His Holiness the Pope, your talent and strength must be exceptional. I would like the Holy Son to point out my shortcomings. Yin gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he spoke. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Huang Wei smiled and suddenly moved. A gust of wind blew past, and a ghostly afterimage appeared as he shifted from his seat to stand in front of Huang. Grabbing Huang's delicate hand, he elegantly smiled and said, Come on. Sister Nana, don't just stand there. Sit down. So fast. What kind of movement soul skill is that? Huang, Yin, and Xiaoyu reacted, their pupils contracting in shock. Did you just use a soul skill? Huang frowned, astonished. Yin and Xiaoyu also waited for an answer. This is a movement technique I created myself called Gale Phantom. Huang Wei chuckled lightly in response. The Gale Phantom was a movement technique rewarded to him by the system. An upgrade from the previous Gale step. Self-created soul skill. The three were taken aback, all gasping in surprise. Is it really that terrifying? First the Sword Chi release, and now another Gale Phantom? What kind of monstrous existence is this? As they spoke, Hulaina was already being led by Huang Wei by the hand towards a sofa in the living room. Hulaina, somewhat surprised, said Xiao Wei Wei, "Why do I feel like you're much taller than just now?" Huang Wei pretended not to know and said, "Maybe I don't feel much." Upon hearing this, Yin gritted his teeth, his fists tightening so much that his nails dug into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain, only immense anger. He said in a low voice, "That brat, how dare he hold Nana's little hand for so long when I haven't even touched her? That cunning little rascal." Looking at his sister's blissful smile, Xiaoyu patted Yan's shoulder and said earnestly, "You need to step up your game. He is the Holy Son, and Nana is the Holy Maiden. Plus, he's not bad-looking, and he can create his own soul skills with exceptional talent." Nana might have already developed feelings for him. Although he wanted Yin to be his brother-in-law, it seemed that his sister had no feelings for Yin at all. His sister was no fool. She could clearly see Yan's feelings for her, yet she still hadn't agreed, which obviously indicated little hope. Upon hearing this, Yin felt even more desperate, thunderstruck, and disheartened. "Forget it, I must fight him tonight. I want to teach him a lesson. I won't feel right if I don't," he declared. With a gloomy expression, he angrily walked over to the sofa and said, "Holy Son, how can you fight me? You're currently at level 19. I can suppress my cultivation and strength to that level without using my second soul skill." He truly yearned to teach the other party a lesson. As long as the other party was willing to fight him, his goal would be achieved, and then he could openly beat Huang Wei. "Since you want to be beaten so badly, I will fulfill your request, but I have a condition," Huang Wei said. "Feel free to speak, Holy Son." Upon hearing that the other party agreed, Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Huang Wei opened his mouth and said, "You lost, so stop bothering Sister Nana. Because Sister Nana is mine. Go find another woman." "What?" Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina were all taken aback. "Xiao Wei Wei, what are you talking about?" Hulaina pouted, but there was no dissatisfaction on her face. Instead, she felt very happy inside. She didn't know why, but the more she looked at Huang Wei, the more she liked him. His charm was very strong, and he emitted a special fragrance that seemed to be something only she could smell. Yin was extremely angry. Damn it, this little brat is indeed after Nana. He is clearly just a 6-year-old kid, and we are 6 years older than him. This is a sibling romance. What if you lose? Yin can no longer hold back and shouted, "If I lose, then I lose. You have to understand that the one challenging me is you, and I have the right to refuse your challenge and continue whispering to my sister Nana." Huang Wei caressed Hulaina's delicate hand, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation. It was as if he was saying, "Look, the woman you can't have. I can easily hold her hand. Next step, I'll be rolling in the sheets with her. Are you mad?" "Yin, don't bully Xiao Wei Wei. He is still young." Hulaina, knowing Yin's strength, quickly said with a frown. However, her words only made Yin even more jealous. "All right, I accept." Yin gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Let us go. We'll have a match in the back garden." Huang Wei jumped up and directly headed towards the back door. Yin, with a dark face and clenched fists, followed closely behind. "Nana is mine, my woman, my wife, and I will protect her myself." 18. The power of the Gale Phantom come on. I've suppressed my cultivation to level 19. On the lawn in the back garden, Yin summoned the Flame Lord and roared, flames raging with fierce might. Hulaina and Xiaoyu stood aside watching. Although Yin had suppressed his cultivation, the outcome of a battle depends not only on levels, but also on combat experience, and it was clear that Huang Wei lacked the battle experience of Yin. No, just now, this Holy Son leveled up to 20, now I'm a quasi-great soul master. Don't say this Holy Son is bullying you. I allow you to use your second soul skill. Huang Wei stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of pride and righteousness, which added to his presence as a master of the sword. What? Level 20. Yin and the others were shocked upon hearing this. Level 20 at 6 years old. How is this possible? How can this guy level up so easily? The three of them found it hard to believe. All right, if the Holy Son wants it, then I will fulfill your wish. 2 soul rings rose around Yin, both yellow. Meanwhile, Huang Wei also had a particularly deep yellow soul ring emerge. After the system granted a 500-year enhancement, this soul ring now possessed 920 years of age. First soul skill, Hell Lava Charge. Yin, who was already extremely furious, immediately used his first soul skill, intending to cut off Huang Wei's movements. The ground cracked open, and streams of lava surged up from below. The surroundings instantly transformed into a world of lava, with several streams charging directly towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei watched the movement beneath his feet and knew something was about to burst out. Calmly, he used the Gale Phantom and instantly vanished from his original position. Boom! At that moment, lava erupted from below where he had just stood, and several other lava columns crashed down. A huge explosion sounded. Was it that simple? Yin frowned. Feeling something was off, he sensed an emptiness. Just then, a terrifying sword energy surged out, colliding with those lava fire pillars. With a thunderous roar, Yin immediately defended himself and was knocked back. Subsequently, a phantom figure appeared in front of him. You're still not good enough, it's over. Accompanying this was a cold voice. The appearing Huang Wei drew his sword. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. The rock that had just formed was instantly shattered by Huang Wei's Wind Blood Sword technique. Yan's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately rolled back to evade, but was also sent flying by the explosion's shockwave. After stabilizing himself, a handsome young man holding an iron sword slowly walked out from the shattered stones. The fierce sword energy surged around him, turning the debris into dust. At level 20, you're no match for me. Unleash all your soul power. Huang Wei pointed his sword at Yin. Damn it, don't get too cocky. Yin growled, but cold sweat had already started to form on his forehead. How could this guy be so strong? He unleashed his level 29 power and charged to Huang Wei. Bang! The force of his punch created a low, rumbling sound in the air. Suddenly, his figure disappeared quickly and appeared behind Huang Wei, throwing a punch. Holy Sun, this is also a form of combat technique. You're still too inexperienced. At the same time, he activated his first soul skill again, and in an instant, a terrifying rock pillar surged up from beneath Huang Wei. Boom! The battle was over. Yin smiled, a satisfied grin forming on his lips. However, at that moment, his smile froze because Huang Wei's figure was no longer within the rock pillar. Although your soul power is strong, you still rely on your own soul skills for the main attack. As long as I don't get caught by your soul skills in close combat, even if you have level 29 soul power, you won't be able to hurt me. I'm just starting to play with you. Do you really think you're impressive? Little do you know, there are greater powers in people beyond the heavens. Yin, it's not that I'm arrogant, but you're just too weak. Huang Wei's voice echoed heavily around him. At the same time, Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, his expression changing drastically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Around him, Huang Wei's figures appeared one after another. It was impossible to distinguish which were real and which were illusions. This was the terrifying aspect of the Gale Phantom. The Gale Phantom could create countless phantoms, alternating between reality and illusion. When you thought something was fake, it was often the truth. When you thought something was real, it was often a deception. Everything, real or fake, was determined by Huang Wei's thoughts. However, each of their attacks carried the full force of Huang Wei at his peak. Yin, it's over. Bloodwind Sword Technique. A series of blood-colored sword blades surged from all directions towards Yin. The speed was incredible. Yin leapt into the air, but at that moment, Huang Wei's shadow appeared above him, striking down with a sword. He immediately defended, but was knocked down. He quickly used his second soul skill to envelop himself for protection. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, accompanied by Yan's scream. All the phantoms converged into his true form. Huang Wei quietly watched the scene before her. As the explosion dust cleared, Yin lay on the ground, incapacitated, his armor completely shattered. His clothes and underwear were torn apart, leaving him completely naked. The unconscious Yin felt a chill throughout his body. Cough, cough. With a nerve response, he coughed up blood, covered in sword wounds. At level 29, he was utterly defeated. However, Huang Wei did not use his full strength. At least he hadn't unleashed his strongest ultimate techniques. The Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall and the 100,000 Sword Rain. If he had, Yin would have become a corpse right from the start. Once these two moves were executed, unless one was truly high level, ordinary soul masters would face death. This was the punishment for challenging the dignity of the Holy Sun. Huang Wei retrieved the iron sword and walked towards Hulaina. Upon seeing Yan's current state, Hulaina's face turned red, and she quickly turned her head away. Xieyu, I'll leave him to you. Hurry and take him for treatment. He's not dead yet. When he reached Hulaina's side, the already shocked and dazed Xieyu came to his senses and spoke up. Holy Sun, is it really necessary to be so harsh? The dignity of the Holy Sun must not be insulted. Since he chose to challenge me, he clearly does not regard me, the Holy Sun, as important. This is merely a punishment. If it weren't for Sister Nana, he would have been a corpse from the start. Do you believe that? Huang Wei's tone was light, yet it carried an undeniable authority that compelled one to believe him. Xiaoyu, for reasons unknown, felt that the other party was not lying, and nodded seriously. I believe you. Saying this, he immediately walked towards Yan. Upon seeing Yan's bare, pixelated body and the exposed manhood, he quickly took out clothes from his soul guide and covered him up. After that, he carried him on his back and left quickly. Yan wasn't actually that bad. You didn't have to humiliate him like this. Watching the other party leave, Hulaina spoke up. Humiliate him or kill him. You choose, Huang Wei said. Let's just humiliate him, Hulaina replied with a helpless expression. By the way, Xiao Wei, you're actually so impressive. Even I feel like I'm not your match. She immediately pinched Huang Wei's face, grinning. So soft. I just want to swallow you whole. 19. New sword drawing evolution task. Xiao Wei, how come you level up so quickly? Is it just from constantly practicing sword drawing? In the living room, the two returned to the sofa, and Hulaina asked curiously. Huang Wei nodded. Yes, my martial soul is quite special. I just need to keep drawing my sword to become stronger. As for the specifics, I'm not sure. Every time I draw my sword, I feel as if I'm in an indescribable realm. Now, I've already broken through to level 20, and tomorrow I will have my teacher take me to hunt for the second spirit ring. Hulaina was very shocked and recalled the scene she had just seen when he drew his sword. Could it be that he leveled up just then? That's incredible. If that's the case, isn't leveling up for him as easy as drinking water? No, she felt a sense of urgency. If she didn't work harder, she would soon be surpassed by him. After chatting for a while and teasing each other, Huang Wei, with his thick skin and stunning looks, made Hulaina blush and run back shyly. She also decided to go back and meditate. She needed to cultivate quickly. Now she was at level 32 and needed to break through to level 33 as soon as possible. Watching her leave, the victorious Huang Wei felt very pleased. He murmured, as expected, girls in this world are so simple and easy to deceive. As long as you show sincerity and casually flatter them, success is not far away. He then went to take a shower, and after finishing, he went straight to bed. He was too lazy to meditate because he could only level up by drawing his sword enough times. Meditation was useless. As for spirit power, drawing his sword enough times would also yield rewards. Over the past 5 months, most of the rewards have been spirit power, although each reward only raised it by 1 level. After accumulation, his spirit power was quite high now. At the residence of the talented disciples, Xiaoyu carried Yin here. When the healing soul master of the soul emperor level saw Yin injured like this, her brows furrowed in anger. Yin was a member of the golden generation of the spirit hall. Who dared to injure him like this? The wounds on his body were sword wounds, sharp and powerful. Moreover, his bones had cracks, but were not broken, very orderly, as if they had been deliberately inflicted, which was horrifying and made one's scalp tingle. To be able to do this, the enemy must be someone who had an extremely precise mastery of the sword. Without hesitation, she quickly treated Yan. Xiaoyu then explained what had just happened. The healing soul master was instantly shocked. The one who injured Yan like this was actually the holy son of the spirit hall, the second direct disciple of Pope Bibidong. She, being a high-ranking member, was aware of this news. Generally, soul emperors cannot enter the upper echelons, but she was a peak soul emperor at level 69 and a healing type, so she was admitted as an exception. After all, powerful high-level healing soul masters are very rare and precious. They are vital for saving lives and cannot be compared to other types of soul masters. Healing soul masters are still very sought after in this world. It's just a pity they lack compatibility. However, as long as their partner is capable, that's enough. Healing soul masters are not lacking in powerful soul masters as partners. Yan's injuries gradually improved. The healing power of a soul emperor at level 69 was much stronger than imagined. Yan suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air as if he had been submerged in deep water and unable to breathe, like he had just had a nightmare. Yan, you're awake. That's good. Xiaoyu said. How do you feel now? The healing soul master asked. I'm fine, thank you, Yan replied, but then a terrifying scene flashed in his mind. The moment he was defeated, he still felt a chill down his back. A quasi-great soul master without a second spirit ring had easily defeated him, who was at full strength at level 29. No, it was more accurate to say that the opponent's movement and soul skills were terrifying. He was completely helpless against them. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so powerful. Now, looking back, his heart trembled. Although I lost, I must win back in the future. I will not give up on Nana. Thinking of that bet made Yan's heart ache. He loved her so much. How could he give up for just a verbal bet? Absolutely impossible. If it were anything else, He could give it up, but not Nana. Then you need to work hard, Xiaoyu said, patting his shoulder with a sigh. As soon as these words were spoken, it struck Yin again. Don't spread today's events. He gritted his teeth and quickly got out of bed and left. The next morning, Huang Wei got up and quickly drew his sword. First, he would draw it 10,000 times to reward himself. Now drawing the sword 10,000 times. The system had not given him a reward yet. However, he could feel that with each draw, he was growing, especially with the talent of Sword Heart Clarity, which allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the sword. The heavy silver sword weighing 100 jin made him very tired. Ding, please draw your sword 100,000 times in one day. Reward. Silver sword evolves into gold sword. Soul power increases by 1 level. After completing 10,000 draws, this voice echoed in his mind. Finally, the task was here. 100,000 times in a day, silver sword evolves into gold sword. Let's do it. Huang Wei took a deep breath. Drawing his sword 100,000 times in a single day was something he had never attempted before. This was quite a challenge for him, especially considering that the silver sword weighed 100 pounds. Turning back to the living room, he was already drenched in sweat and feeling quite hungry. After wolfing down his breakfast, he took a shower and changed into the noble and pure attire prepared for him by the servants. He felt completely refreshed and quickly headed toward the Pope's hall. Sanson. Along the way, the guards respectfully greeted Huang Wei. This was Bibi Dong's territory, and she had already informed them about him. Upon entering the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong was still sitting in her usual position, with Zhu Douluo and Gue Duo standing below her. I greet my teacher and the 2 elders. As soon as he entered, Huang Wei bowed respectfully. The Saint Sun seems to have changed a lot. I wonder if it's just my illusion. Yuguan was somewhat surprised upon seeing Huang Wei's appearance. Compared to yesterday, Huang Wei's entire demeanor and aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. No, I feel it too. This is real, Gue Mei said in a low voice. Bibi Dong also stared intently at Huang Wei, her eyes flashing with surprise. The more she looked at Huang Wei's face, the more captivated she became, drawn in by the aura he exuded. As a teacher, she was astonished, but her expression remained incredibly calm. Xiao Wei, what is it? Bibi Dong asked gently. Teacher, I've already broken through to level 20 and want to hunt for my 2nd spirit ring, Huang Wei said, releasing his spirit power. He had no intention of hiding anything. In this world, only with enough talent could one gain respect and resources. Because he had a system, he didn't value resources as much, but if there were benefits, he would be a fool not to take them. He was no saint. What? The 3 of them had just been captivated by Huang Wei's looks and aura, not paying much attention to his spirit power, but now, after his words, they shifted their focus and were instantly shocked. He really reached level 20. How could he level up so quickly? Is leveling up like drinking water? After practicing for so many years, have we all just wasted our efforts? Level 20. Royal Bloodline, Wind Horse. 6 years old, level 20, good. Truly worthy of being my direct disciple. Even Bibi Dong's face flashed with a hint of surprise, and this surprise was very lasting. Now I see that no elder would dare to question your status as the Saint Sun. Once you hunt for your 2nd spirit ring and become a true Great Spirit Master, you will be a 6-year-old Great Spirit Master. Such talent is unparalleled in ages. As your teacher, I must stay at the Spirit Hall, so I will not accompany you. Elder Ju will go with you to hunt for the spirit ring, Bibi Dong said happily, sitting back down with a smile. Elder Ju, I trouble you. She looked at Yuan below. Yuan quickly replied respectfully, please rest assured. Your Holiness, I will absolutely not let the Saint Sun come a harm, even if it costs me my life. This was a great genius of the Spirit Hall, and they were standing on the side of Pope Bibi Dong. Huang Wei, being Bibi Dong's direct disciple, was bound to have the qualifications of a title Douluo as long as he didn't die young. He could clearly differentiate the weight of things. Good. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, teacher, I will trouble Elder Ju next. Huang Wei nodded and then looked at Yuguan in front of him. The Saint Sun is too humble. We are all family. There is no time to waste. Let us set off now. Yuguan smiled slightly and said, all right. Huang Wei nodded. Yuguan took Huang Wei and left the Pope's hall, quickly heading towards the spirit hunting forest in Wuhun City. I didn't expect my disciple to give me such a big surprise. Watching their departing figures, Bibi Dong felt that the most correct decision she made in her life was to take Huang Wei as her disciple. Of course, the Pope's vision is unique. As long as the Saint Sun doesn't die young, I'm sure he will surpass Tang Hao and become the youngest title Douluo on the continent. Gue Mei quickly turned around and flattered with a smile. Bibi Dong nodded, smiling as she murmured, you make a good point. It seems I need to allocate more resources to him in the future. Yu Guan and Huang Wei moved quickly, and soon they arrived at the spirit hunting forest. He brought Huang Wei directly down to a tree. Saint Sun, what are your plans for your second spirit ring? Yu Guan asked. Now that I have speed and attack, I want a defense spirit ring to complete my strength, speed, and defense, Huang Wei replied. Huang Wei pinched his chin with his fingers, thinking to himself. Then he spoke. For my second soul skill, I plan to find a soul beast that can provide me with a defensive soul skill similar to it. I will choose either the Gale Horse or the Gale Golden Eagle. Huang Wei spoke up, saying that once he had the defensive soul skill, he could focus on the burst-type soul skills afterwards. It was just a pity that if the system rewarded him with a defensive soul skill, he would need to choose it as his second soul skill. If he chose a defensive second soul skill, he would also opt for Swift type, which would enhance his speed. Moreover, the two types of soul beasts he chose would also increase his attack power. Didn't the Saint Sun plan to go all out for an attack burst type? Yu Guan felt somewhat puzzled after hearing this. Huang Wei said, let's move after the third spirit ring. Although humans are powerful, we can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Having a defensive spirit skill is also good. That's reasonable. Then let's go find a Gale Horse. There are many of this type of spirit beast, and we'll try to find one with royal blood for you. Yu Guan thought for a moment and replied, all right. Huang Wei nodded. Yu Guan was very familiar with the layout of the soul hunting forest, leading Huang Wei quickly through the outer and middle areas. Along the way, they found a few Gale Horses around 500 to 600 years old, but unfortunately, they were not of royal blood. To distinguish whether a Gale Horse has royal blood, one only needs to look at its forehead and horns. Ordinary Gale Horses have horns that are only 20 centimeters long and 5 centimeters thick. In contrast, Royal Gale Horses have horns that are 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters thick, with natural carvings of the character King on the horns, and a natural royal pattern forming on their forehead. Yu Guan spoke. The maximum limit for the second spirit ring is 764 years. But this is only for ordinary people outside. For soul masters with physiques far beyond the ordinary, it can be raised to around 800 years without issue. He kept his voice low because across the valley ahead, there was a basin pool where a Gale Horse with a unique aura was grazing for moisture. This Gale Horse had horns over 30 centimeters long and about 10 centimeters thick. Upon closer inspection, both the patterns on its forehead and horns had the character. The aura of this creature was completely different from the Gale Horses they had seen before, exuding a natural leader's might. Yu Guan revealed a strange smile as he looked at the Gale Horse and explained, this one is definitely a Gale Horse of royal blood, and it's around 750 years old. Not low at all. So, do you have confidence in absorbing it, Holy Sun? With my current physique, absorbing a 750-year-old spirit beast is more than enough. Huang Wei replied calmly. The first spirit ring, which added 500 years, had already brought him great physical and strength improvements, and the sword drawing over the past half year had also significantly enhanced his physique. Now, he could completely absorb a 1,000-year level spirit beast as his second spirit ring. However, there was no need for that, since the system rewards increased years. There would definitely be a second chance. He wasn't in a hurry. He just needed to focus on drawing his sword enough times and wait for the rewards to come. All right, Holy Sun, please wait a moment. I'll be right back, Yu Guan said. No problem, Huang Wei nodded. Yu Guan's figure quickly vanished, rushing towards the basin in the valley. In fact, Huang Wei wanted to use the Gale Horse to train a bit, but suddenly he thought the surprise he had already brought to the Spirit Hall was quite significant. If he brought a few more surprises, it might not necessarily be a good thing. Occasionally hiding is also a good thing. The Gale Horse King, grazing for moisture, sensed a crisis approaching and suddenly raised its head, seeing a golden figure of a human floating in the air, charging towards it. The Gale Horse King was greatly shocked. Flight. This is a title Douluo human. Without any hesitation, terrified, it turned and fled at full speed, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Such speed, truly worthy of a royal blood Gale Horse. Yu Guan in the sky showed a look of surprise. The next moment, not daring to delay, he immediately summoned his martial soul, and the sixth spirit skill of the strange fungus heavenly chrysanthemum was activated. Golden petals flowing like clouds. The strange fungus heavenly chrysanthemum gathered powerful soul power, and petals shot out like a meteor shower towards the direction of the Gale Horse, simultaneously sealing off and predicting its movements. Naturally, he did not dare to hit the Gale Horse directly, as that would lead to its death, which would be a pity. The Gale Horse was soon engulfed in the explosive smoke. Yu Guan's figure quickly descended, and as the smoke dissipated, only an injured and dying Gale Horse remained, bleeding all over. He did not dare to be slow and immediately grabbed the gale horse, flying back towards Huang Wei. It's going to die. Holy San, quickly kill it. Yu Guan shouted anxiously. 100 meters away, Yu Guan threw the gale horse he was holding towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei locked onto his target and directly drew his iron sword, throwing it at the wind-chasing horse. Thud! The heavy 100-pound-long sword instantly pierced through the wind-chasing horse, blood splattering everywhere. The corpse fell to the ground, and streams of yellow particle energy rose, forming a circle of yellow soul rings around the corpse. Nice! Huang Wei murmured softly. 21. The wall of gale has cracked. Seeing Huang Wei so decisive in slaying the wind-chasing horse, Yu Guan was very pleased. The silver sword returned to Huang Wei's hand. He took out a handkerchief from the dream blue crystal to wipe off the blood on the sword. He slowly walked towards the wind-chasing horse, his expression filled with excitement. Second soul ring, here I come. Yu Guan returned and smiled, saying, Saint's son, hurry and absorb it. I will protect you. Thank you. Elder Jew. Arriving in front of the wind-chasing horse's corpse, he looked at the yellow soul ring floating in mid-air, smiled faintly, nodded, and sat cross-legged. The silver sword floated in front of him, drawing the soul ring into the sword. After closing his eyes, his breathing gradually calmed down. The enhancement of his physical quality made him feel no pain. The physical barrier was passed very smoothly this time. The image of the wind-chasing horse king occupied his mind. As indifferent as he was, he drew his sword. The sound of the sword resonated as he sliced through. The image of the wind-chasing horse king split in half and disappeared. Before long, a yellow soul ring appeared within his body. A violent gale surged inside him, and every gust had terrible cutting destructive power. Soon, 2 yellow soul rings appeared around his body. He completed it so quickly, Yu Guan was very surprised. Generally speaking, it would take at least a stick of incense for a soul master to absorb the second soul ring. However, from the moment Huang Wei started until now, it hadn't even taken half a stick of incense. He thought Huang Wei's body would show some symptoms due to the high age of the soul ring. But unfortunately, it did not. This only indicated that the other party's physique was very strong. The spirit hall had truly found a treasure. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Yu Guan laughed heartily. Opening his eyes, a sharp sword light flashed. The violent sword energy on Huang Wei's body receded. In his hand, the silver sword appeared again. However, his expression darkened because the weight of the silver sword had increased again. Fortunately, his physique was already strong, and after absorbing the second spirit ring, it had improved significantly. After weighing it, the current weight of the silver sword should be around 110 pounds. He stood up and waved it a few times simply, a broader smile on his face. It was not a big problem, as he could easily handle it now. Congratulations, Odisson. I wonder what the effect of your second soul skill is. At this moment, Yu Guan asked curiously. The second soul skill increases my attack and movement speed by 50%. In addition, it transforms the characteristic of the wind-chasing horse's full-speed charge into the characteristic of delivering my strongest strike through concentrated power. As for the soul skill, Huang Wei lightly spoke, and his words came to a stop here. He tightly gripped the silver sword in his hand, and his second soul skill was activated, sweeping in a 360-degree arc. In the next moment, a circle of violent and swift wind surrounded him, forming a wind barrier centered around him, with no blind spots in front, back, or sides. What is this? Such a fierce and violent wind barrier. Yu Guan retreated a bit, surprised. He could see that this was a type of defensive soul skill. The second soul skill could create a violent wind barrier for me, resisting the vast majority of soul skill attacks, consuming 15% of my soul power every second, and it could be released and retracted at will. I call this move the Gale Wall. Huang Wei explained slowly. This move is very useful, and it reminded him of the League of Legends from his previous life. However, his version is even more perverse than that of his opponent. The Windsor Master only has one aspect, while he has a comprehensive approach. As for the wind above his head, with a thought, he can extend its force, although it consumes a bit more soul power. With his current soul power, he can normally maintain it for 2.5 minutes. There are many ways to play with it, and he plans to ponder it slowly after returning. Let me give it a try. Yu Guan suddenly summoned his martial soul, controlled his power, and activated his first soul skill, sending petals shooting towards the wind barrier. Whoosh, 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 buzz, 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 clang, clang, clang. All the attacking petals fell to the ground, unable to penetrate the layer of wind barrier. If it weren't for the difference in levels, these petals would have been violently shredded into pieces. After all, although the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a plant-type martial soul, It also becomes harder and simpler as its master levels up. This is not the only case. Other martial souls are the same. Yuguan was surprised and then exclaimed, "Even though I control the force, I still have the power of a soul master, and it was so easily deflected. This move is impressive. Elder, try to withstand this attack of mine." Huang Wei smiled faintly, activating the passive ability of his second soul skill, condensing his power and combining it with his first soul skill to unleash the strongest attack so far, the blood sword technique. How terrifying. It's absolutely impossible to withstand at the same level. Yuguan hadn't even made a move yet. He merely watched the blood-red sword blade coming at him, his pupils slightly contracting, his expression a mix of shock and excitement. He quickly used a soul skill barrier to defend. Bang! Yuguan was shocked. His expression changed drastically, because he saw that his barrier had developed dozens of cracks. What a powerful strike! Yuguan exclaimed in astonishment. Now, Huang Wei, as a newly minted soul master, already possessed such terrifying attacking power. If he continued to grow, he really wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Bang! However, at that moment, a fragment fell from one of the cracks in the barrier. Yuguan was left even more shocked and embarrassed. Huang Wei smiled with satisfaction. The sword-drawing strike just now was absolutely undetectable by ordinary soul masters due to his hand speed, combined with the abnormal speed boost from his first and second soul rings. His sword-drawing speed resembled scenes in anime, where the sword is drawn from its sheath and immediately returned. Most importantly, the strongest strike, which concentrated power, also benefited from the full-speed impact bonus of the Wind Horse. In the early stage, he was already invincible. In the later stages, he would be even more invincible. Withdrawing the silver sword, the wind wall was also retracted. At the same time, with a thought, a character panel appeared in front of him. Host, Huang Wei, age, 6 level. Level 22 Great Soul Master Mental Power. Level 30 Soul Master. Martial Soul, Silver Sword Soul Skills. Wind Blood Sword Technique, Wind Wall. Sword Draw Style, 100,000 Sword Rain Talent. Sword Heart Clarity, Sword Chi Emission, Wind Phantom, Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Number of sword draws, 1 million current world, Douluo. Most of the rewards during this period were in soul power, mental power, physical fitness, and the power of the silver sword. Therefore, the skills he mastered did not change much. Elder Ju, let's go back, Huang Wei said with a slight smile. Okay, Yuguan was very happy and took Huang Wei back to the Spirit Hall. Upon their return to the Spirit Hall, when they learned about the effects of Huang Wei's second soul skill and the current damage, both Ghost Awe and Bibi Dong were extremely shocked. They immediately announced that the sun's coronation ceremony would be held the next day. Soon, the information was received at the offering hall. Qianjun Duo reported the news to Golden Crocodile. The news of Huang Wei being a 6-year-old, level 22 Great Soul Master was not intentionally concealed by Bibi Dong. Rather, it was deliberately meant for them to know. They were utterly shocked upon hearing it. Previously, when Qianjun mentioned Huang Wei as a level 19, they were already astonished. After this news was conveyed to the Grand Elder Qiandaolu, he instructed them to continue observing. 22. The undercurrents before the Son of God ascends in the depths of the main hall. The figure of the golden crocodile, Douluo, appeared. Upon entering the main hall, he informed the tall, elderly man radiating a sacred aura. Old Qian, I have good news. He privately referred to him this way, as his seniority was greater than Qiandaolu's. Qiandaolu smiled and asked, Old Jean, what is it? Is it about that little guy? The next moment, he seemed to guess accurately. He was isolated here, and if no one reported to him, he generally did not know about matters outside unless the spirit hall was under attack, which his angelic divine power could sense. The golden crocodile nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's about that little guy. I didn't expect him to break through to level 20 so quickly. Just now, Yueguan brought him back after hunting the second spirit ring, and now his cultivation is already at level 22. A 6-year-old, level 22 Great Soul Master, if Schwer had not awakened a divine level martial soul at innate level 20. Her talent would absolutely not compare to his. However, his martial soul is too ordinary, lacking a deity as support. Otherwise, I could have betrothed Schwer to him. Unfortunately, Schwer is destined to become a god, and the divine and mortal worlds are forever separated. But he could be one of Schwer's guardians, growing together and completely binding us together. Qiandaolu spoke slowly, with deeper meaning in his words. He would not allow anyone outside the Qian family to inherit the position of Pope. The Spirit Hall must remain in the hands of his family. When he grows up, perhaps he could try for the inheritance of Sea God Island. What if he succeeds? The golden crocodile suggested. Qiandaolu pondered for a moment and said, Sea God Island has always been at odds with our spirit hall. They will not allow our people to land on the island. And I am not Poseidon's match at sea. However, as long as they conceal the identity of the spirit hall, it is not impossible to try. He candidly admitted he was not Poseidon's opponent. The sky is his main battlefield. The sea is Poseidon's, while the land is Tang Chun's main battlefield. Unfortunately, the latter has gone silent and has not appeared again. He may have already fallen. As for becoming a god, he felt the possibility was slim. That was his instinct. However, he also sensed that the other party likely had not fallen but was merely hiding somewhere. As for whether he was dead or alive, he would not concern himself. Now, he only wanted to focus all his energy on cultivating totheRescue. The Golden Crocodile said, "Bibi Dong will hold the Ascension ceremony for him tomorrow." The news has already spread throughout the city and the entire spirit hall. Douluo replied, "I have approved his position as son of God. Let him take action. As for Huang Wei, I will arrange it later. During the Ascension ceremony, let the younger generation of the spirit hall challenge him to see how strong he is." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced toward the Pope's palace, revealing a meaningful smile. Yes, the Golden Crocodile quickly withdrew. After leaving the depths of the main hall, he conveyed the Grand Elder's intentions to the other elders and offerings. Since the Grand Elder had spoken, they naturally had no objections. Thus, everyone began to take action to prepare for tomorrow's challenge against Huang Wei's younger generation. Time was tight. The offering hall was very large, with mountains, waters, gardens, and many luxurious residences. At the same time, in one of the luxurious residences, a girl with golden hair, radiating a sacred aura, appeared at the window. She had already learned about Huang Wei's news. Clearly, both his innate soul power and martial soul are so ordinary. Why is his cultivation talent so terrifying? In such a short time, he has caught up to me. If this continues, he will surpass me. I have a divine-level martial soul. How dare he? If I did not have a divine-level martial soul and an innate level of 20, I might not be his match in talent at all. totheRescue tightly clenched the creed in her hand, crumpling it into a ball, revealing unwillingness and envy on her stunning face. That woman must really like him. She has taken him as a personal disciple. Just like Laina, she must really like him. I want to see just how powerful you are. She bit her silver teeth, showing a defiant expression as she looked toward the residence of the son and daughter of God. Her eyes turning as if plotting some devilish idea, a smirk forming on her lips. There is still some time before Bibi Dong's infiltration plan. Before he goes to the Tiando Empire to become the crown prince, she decided to meet this so-called eternal prodigy tonight. At the same time, various forces on Douluo Continent were surprised to hear that Bibi Dong was to confer a new son of God, and many forces sent undercover agents to investigate the situation. The ascension of the son of God was even more concerning to them than that of the daughter of God. Historically, it was always the son who became the new pope of the spirit hall. Of course, Bibi Dong was an exception. Although the positions of son and daughter of God in the spirit hall were equal, in their hearts, the daughter was actually not as valued as the son. However, the current daughter was from the golden generation. The Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Tiando Empire, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the lower four sects, and other academies and family forces were very focused on this son of God. If he was a person with outstanding talent, standing against the spirit hall, they must eliminate him early to prevent future troubles. Especially at this moment, Tang Hao, who was secretly protecting Tang, San, and Nodding City. Inside a tavern, a scruffy man wearing tattered robes frowned, and a glimmer of cold killing intent flashed across his face. Spirit hall. A low voice emerged from his mouth as he crushed a teacup in his hand. Bang! Fortunately, there was no one around at this moment. Otherwise, he would have surely been reported. This person seemed to harbor a deep resentment against the spirit hall. Tang Hao exuded a powerful aura, but quickly restrained himself. He muttered coldly, "The hatred of my wife's murder is irreconcilable. Spirit hall, just wait. Tang, will definitely make you pay a heavy price. I don't believe that this son of God will never come out, always protected without distinction. Don't let me catch an opportunity. Otherwise, I will definitely crush him into pieces. He is not a fool. With his injuries, charging into the spirit hall alone is a completely suicidal act. Moreover, he doesn't even know what a holy son looks like or who he is. He will only find out tomorrow. Right now, Tang San is not in any danger. With you shouging around, he can feel a bit more at ease. So he plans to travel overnight to quickly infiltrate the spirit city and observe the new holy son. He only needs less than a day to return. During the time he is gone, Tang San will be cultivating at the school, so there shouldn't be any danger. Thus, he gets up and leaves quickly, soaring towards the spirit city in haste. Meanwhile, spies from various factions are also making their moves towards the spirit hall, with dark currents surging. On the territory of the spirit hall, they don't yet have the courage to kill anyone, unless they are some reckless outlaws. In a grim place, the new holy son of the spirit hall is about to ascend the throne. Very good, spirit hall. You have opposed us evil soul masters for so many years. Tomorrow, I will give you a big surprise. Consider it interest. The Holy Son's ascension ceremony is also the day of his downfall. Spirit Hall, BB Dong, your expressions will surely be very wonderful. Ha ha! A chilling, fierce, and brutal laughter echoed in the shadows. At the seven-treasure glazed tile school, a luxurious and grand place, 3 figures are standing in the magnificent hall. A spy from within the sect quickly arrives. As the richest sect in the continent, the seven-treasure glazed tile school has 2 titled law, one extreme in defense and the other an extreme killing swordmaster. Even with only 2 people, plus the seemingly godlike assistance of their leader, Ning Fengji, they possess formidable strength. At the same time, their spies are spread throughout the continent. Currently, however, this is limited to the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. The outer continents are not yet included. Therefore, when BB Dong of the Spirit Hall announced the ascension ceremony for the new Holy Son tomorrow, it was not Ning Fengji and the others who first discovered the news, but the spies scattered across the continent. They used a very secretive, exclusive method to quickly spread the news to the sect in the shortest time possible. Leader, there is a major event. The spy said respectfully as he entered. Quickly tell me. Ning Fengji replied. The spy immediately said, BB Dong's direct disciple from the Spirit Hall is about to ascend to the position of Holy Son tomorrow. What? There is actually a Holy Son. ISNT BB Dong's only direct disciple Hulaina, who is also a saintess. Sword Douluo Continent said, puzzled. The spy replied, according to the confidential report, this Holy Son was just accepted by BB Dong not long ago, and seems to be very young, but has exceptional talent. As for how exceptional, we don't know yet. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the ascension ceremony of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is a big deal. Have the people over there keep a close watch and draw a portrait of this person when they see his appearance. The spy replied respectfully, yes. Ning Fengji waved his hand. You may leave. The spy quickly exited. Fengji, what do you think of this matter? Gu Rong asked with a solemn expression. If his talent were not exceptional, he would definitely not have been chosen by BB Dong as a direct disciple, let alone the position of Holy Son. So this person must have outstanding talent. Just how powerful he is, we will have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Ning Fengji said, leaning against his gemstone scepter and looking out the window towards the direction of the Spirit Hall, his tone heavy. Although this statement was almost the same as saying nothing, Gu Rong and Chen Xin both nodded secretly. Bon Douluo Gu Rong's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent as he said, if this person is indeed too powerful, should we secretly eliminate him? This way, we can prevent future troubles. Ning Fengji shook his head. Right now, we have not completely torn our face with the Spirit Hall, unless we have absolute certainty and can do it cleanly without being discovered. It's better not to take risks. Sword Douluo Continent nodded and said, the waters of the Spirit Hall are very deep, and there are more titled Douluo inside than just Zhu Hua and Gu Mei. Although it's hard to admit, the Spirit Hall has the most titled Douluo on the continent. If a fight breaks out, we will only suffer losses. He also disagreed with Gu Rong's decision, as the risk was too great. At the same time, the Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, which received the news, also thought the same way. They don't care how the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is, as long as he doesn't come to provoke their Blue Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. However, they could never have imagined that in the original story, they were almost exterminated by BB Dong. Their only title Douluo also fell. As for the leaders of the lower 4 sects, each had their own thoughts, especially the Elephant Armor sect and the Wind Sword sect, who wanted to join the Spirit Hall, could take this opportunity to gain a deeper understanding. In a noble training hall of the Heaven Do Empire, a beautiful woman dressed in blue robes, upon hearing the news, immediately chose to report it to the hidden Haoyan sect. Although the sect has gone into seclusion, there will still be clan members going out to buy supplies from time to time. Otherwise, such a large sect with so many mouths would have starved to death long ago. At the same time, the Spirit Hall was exceptionally quiet that night. Outside BB Dong's sleeping quarters, a familiar voice floated down. The visitor was Qian Daolu. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a natural air of arrogance. Inside the sleeping quarters, Bibi Dong felt his presence as he entered her domain. At this moment, she was wearing a nightgown and had just finished bathing. Still holding her gemstone scepter, she opened the window and squinted at the old man in front of her, feeling a sense of disgust. "Great offering. Why have you come to my sleeping quarters? Is there something you need?" she said coldly, showing no sign of lowering her stance. Qian Daolu understood the reason and did not say much. "Stop pretending. We both understand. I plan to have Huang Wei be Shui heiress guardian and grow together with her." Qian Daolu stated directly. "Impossible. He is my direct disciple, not your tool," Bibi Dong said coldly. Qian Daolu was not surprised by her response. "After all, Shui heir is your biological daughter. Making him her guardian is a sacred matter," Qian Daolu said indifferently, as if pronouncing a verdict. "I said it's impossible," Bibi Dong insisted resolutely, her tone extremely cold. She was very unwilling. She was just a little short of breaking through to title Douluo, and then she would be able to complete a test from the Rakshasa god. However, she was still reluctant to expose herself. An evil phantom of the soul, devouring spider emperor, slowly emerged from her body. Feeling the extreme evil, Qian Daolu showed a hint of disgust. Angels are the representatives of light and are naturally opposed to evil. Qian Daolu said coldly, "You need to understand, you are still too weak. You should know that if you weren't Shui heiress' biological mother, you would have died long ago." The angelic holy light on her body directly suppressed Bibi Dong's evil power. The gap in strength was truly immense now. Her delicate body trembled as she resolved to quickly step into the title Douluo rank. As long as she could reach title Douluo, she could become a super Douluo of level 98 or even a limit Douluo of level 99 in just a few years. This was her confidence. "Have you asked for her opinion?" Bibi Dong said coldly. At this moment, she could not resist and could only endure, but she remembered this hatred, vowing to repay it 100-fold in the future, annihilate the Qian family. Of course, if Qian Rinxue successfully ascended to godhood, she wouldn't need to take action herself. No need to ask. What I mean is what Shui means. Absolutely not. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong suddenly became defiant, exuding an aura of evil and ferocity. Her voice turned icy to the extreme. "Qian Daolu, don't push me too hard. We can die together if it comes to that. For him, you won't be killed, so talk to me again when you have the capital. No, you must ask Huang Wei's opinion. If he doesn't want to go, no one can take him away." Bibi Dong was very angry. "You, a high-ranking elder, are you going to force a junior? That would be disgraceful," she mocked. Qian Daolu, feeling proud, sensed the reason in her words and replied calmly, "Fine." He believed she would certainly make the right choice. At the same time, while they were discussing Huang Wei's fate, something was happening in Huang Wei's room. A tall and beautiful girl with wings spread wide was flying above Huang Wei's villa. She radiated a holy angelic light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Hulaina, fearing being surpassed by Huang Wei, was not in the villa, but was instead following Yin and Xiaoyu into the Death Canyon for training. As a senior sister, she naturally could not be outdone by her junior brother. Otherwise, where would her authority as a senior sister be placed in the future? However, the villa of Huang Wei was brightly lit. Huang Wei had just finished the meal prepared by the servants and rested for half an hour. As night fell, the servants returned to their rooms to rest. However, at that moment, everyone, including Huang Wei, felt a powerful aura. The servants hurriedly came out. Qian Rushue's cold voice rang out. "Huang Wei, come out." This voice echoed throughout the villa. The servants' expressions turned serious. They did not recognize Qian Rushue and thought she was an intruder. "Quick, their Essen enemy attack, protect the Holy Sun," shouted the leading soul servant. Everyone unleashed their martial souls. There were weapon martial souls, beast martial souls, and plant martial souls. Tomorrow is the Holy Sun's enthronement ceremony. This person is likely here to assassinate the Holy Sun. Moreover, judging from the aura, the opponent is very strong. Analyzing the aura, it also has the level of a soul master. What is going on? At that moment, the main door was pushed open, and Huang Wei slowly walked out. "Odisong, you must go back quickly. Someone is here to assassinate you," the leading soul servant said, startled. Huang Wei looked up at the figure flying in the sky. In the darkness, it illuminated the world alone, beautiful and with a very sacred aura. It was her, Qian Rinxue. Knowing the original story, he recognized her at once. Aside from Qian Daolu and the already deceased Qian Xuanji, the only one in the spirit hall who could possess an angel spirit was Qian Rinxue. However, what was this person doing visiting him at night? "Huang Wei, get these people to leave. And I'm not here to kill him." It's normal that you don't recognize my identity. The moment Huang Wei stepped out, her eyes were fixed on him, wanting to see what was so special about him. How could that woman take him as her personal disciple? However, as she looked, she was infected by Huang Wei's appearance and aura. It's just that he's a bit good-looking. That woman seems to have her eyes on his pretty face. Qianrenxue thought to herself, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and quickly averted her gaze, a hint of blush appearing on her delicate face. At the same time, she cursed Bibi Dong for being shameless. "Oh, then who are you? Why'd you come to find this holy sun?" Huang Wei asked with a smirk, hands crossed in front of him, leaning against the wall in a playful manner. You don't know who I am? That woman didn't tell you?" Qianrenxue was taken aback, then coldly asked, "No, and upon meeting this holy sun, shouldn't you quickly kneel and pay your respects? What kind of decorum is this?" Huang Wei said, pinching his chin, looking utterly unruly. "Bastard, you, as a holy sun, are nothing in front of me. Listen well, my name is Qianrenxue. Now you and I will have a match. I want to see what that woman sees in you, whether your strength is worthy of being a holy sun." Qianrenxue pointed her angel sword at Huang Wei, speaking coldly. "Go back, I won't fight. I want to take a bath and sleep." Huang Wei turned around, heading towards the house. "Bastard, are you that cowardly? How can you be a holy sun like this? Cowardly as a mouse, you don't even dare to fight me. Whether I fight or not is not up to you. Today, you must have a match with me," Qianrenxue said coldly, her body radiating overwhelming fighting spirit. "What level are you?" Huang Wei paused his steps. "Level 49 Soul Master," Qianrenxue said proudly, her chest puffed out. "I'm only a level 22 Great Soul Master. How can I fight?" Huang Wei smirked. "At worst, I'll suppress my cultivation. Dare to agree?" Qianrenxue said disdainfully. "All right." Huang Wei showed a satisfied smile. Qianrenxue was taken aback, feeling like she was being led by the nose. However, at that moment, a very fast sword slashed towards her. So fast, Qianrenxue immediately used her angel sword to defend. But she was soon shocked because the sword that hit her was so heavy that she was directly blown back. "Bastard, you sneak attacked me." Qianrenxue was furious. Phantom after phantom appeared as Huang Wei, wielding a silver sword, slashed at her. "Miss Qian, if you're like this, then the battle can come to an end." That calm voice carried a playful tone. His first and second spirit rings lit up. The silver sword in his hand instantly gathered power. Combining with his first spirit skill and all his strength, he unleashed his strongest strike. Wind Blood Sword Technique. What kind of soul skill is this? The speed is astonishing. Qianrenxue felt the terrifying power of the blood-colored sword blade and did not dare to confront it. Immediately using her second soul skill, Angel Wings, to fly up. Boom! Huang Wei's strike missed. She forgot she could still fly. The blood-red blade of the sword struck the large lake, creating a booming sound and stirring up thousands of waves. Qianrenxue's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this the power that a great soul master can unleash? She immediately turned her gaze downward at Huang Wei, her eyes filled with disbelief. Flying is also an advantage of martial spirits. Take this. First soul skill, Angel Assault. As Qianrenshue's voice fell, the sword in her hand quickly gathered power. Using the force of her dive to charge directly at Huang Wei, she realized that at the same level, a 22nd level Great Soul Master would not be easy to defeat. Below, Huang Wei fixed his gaze on her, seeing the angelic sword rushing towards him. He showed no fear at all. You can fly, but I have powers you don't possess. A plain voice rang out as he raised his silver sword and swung it forward. Second soul skill activated, Gale Wall. A violent gale formed a terrifying wind barrier in front of and around him. A mere trick. Watch me shatter it. Qianrenxue snorted disdainfully. Is that so? Huang Wei's lips curled into a strange smile. For some reason, Qianrenxue felt something was off, cursing inwardly. Just a trick. Bang! The sword struck the wind barrier. In the next moment, her confident smile instantly vanished. It can't be pierced? How is that possible? The angelic sword was blocked by the powerful gusts. Bang! In the next second, the angelic sword was knocked out of her hand. At that moment, Huang Wei, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He shot out at an incredibly fast speed, directly sweeping his sword horizontally at Qianrenxue. If his strike hit, it wouldn't be a joke. Qianrenshue's expression changed drastically. She couldn't care about any agreements anymore. Third soul skill, Angel Guardian activated. The angel martial spirit enveloped her. Bang! The protective barrier trembled, and, in the next second, it shattered. What? The angel guardian was actually broken by him. Qianrenxue was shocked, watching the sword descending towards her, without any hesitation. She directly used her fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. Boom! The full force of a 49th level soul master directly sent Huang Wei flying. 25. The terrifying sword energy rolled like a dragon's wall. The retreating Huang Wei was not overly surprised. According to the rules, you've already lost, he said lightly. My rules are my rules, little brat. Today, sister will teach you a good lesson. Qianren Shui felt utterly humiliated, summoning the angelic sword, unleashing the power of a 49th level soul master, and charged towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei is not a fool. How could he just stand there and let her hit him? He quickly used the Gale Phantom to easily dodge Qianren Shui's fierce attacks. This little girl really goes all out. Looking at the empty ground filled with the remnants of her powerful moves, Huang Wei thought to himself. At this moment, his heart was as calm as still water, and every movement of his body was driven by the sensitivity of his muscles. Qianren Shui quickly gasped for breath and gritted her teeth, saying, "Bastard, if you have the guts, don't dodge. Are you still a man? Miss Qian, I'm still a boy right now, unless you are willing to help me become a man." Huang Wei's shadowy true form appeared 2 meters away from her, speaking playfully. "You brat, how dare you say such shameless words?" Qianren Shui exclaimed angrily. She coldly laughed. "What kind of soul skill is that? I don't believe you can keep dodging forever. The moment your soul power runs out, you're finished." After all, she was a soul master at level 49. Her soul power reserves far exceeded that of a 22-level great soul master. If it came to a war of attrition, Huang Wei's soul power really wouldn't stand a chance against her. In that case, I can only send Miss Qian to heaven. Let me show you my self-created soul skill. Huang Wei furrowed his brows. Having used soul skills continuously, his own soul power was indeed about to be depleted. In an instant, he pushed all his strength to the limit, and a violent sword energy surged completely. In a moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky, accompanied by a deep dragon roar. Qianren Shui's mind trembled. Is this a self-created soul skill? What kind of self-created soul skill is this? How many more tricks does this little brat have up his sleeve? The dragon's roar echoed in the sky, and the massive sword energy transformed into a gigantic dragon, fierce and violent, rolling down from above towards Qianren Shui. At the same time, this sudden phenomenon was also noticed by Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong. What is that? Such terrifying sword energy. That's Xiao Wei's villa. We need to check it out quickly. The two hastened their pace. Soon, they saw Qianren Shui in danger, as her angelic guardian was instantly shredded. Schwer, not good. Qian Douluo's expression changed drastically. If that sword energy dragon hit her, even Qianren Shui would be severely injured. He quickly acted, appearing in front of Qianren Shui in an instant, and the terrifying holy angelic power erupted, instantly dispelling the sword energy. At this moment, Qianren Shui was shaken, having truly felt the despair of death just now. She only wanted to test the opponent's abilities, but unexpectedly, she almost tested herself into a grave situation. At this moment, Huang Wei was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his eyelids heavy and weak. Just executing that move had completely drained his soul power and physical energy. The iron sword was stuck in the ground as he knelt on one knee. Looking at the 3 figures before him, he weakly said, "Miss Qian, you lost. Do you admit it?" At this moment, Bibi Dong's shocked expression turned to concern as she quickly moved to support Huang Wei, injecting soul power into him. I admit it." Qianren Shui took a deep breath, steadying her trembling body. She said. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei let out a muffled sound and could no longer hold on, collapsing directly. Fortunately, he was caught by Bibi Dong. Although Qian Douluo had easily broken Huang Wei's sword energy, he now looked at Huang Wei with an unusually shocked gaze. His eyes turned to Qianren Shui, asking, "That move just now was his doing?" Qianren Shui took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, Grandpa. Can that be a soul skill that a 22nd level great soul master can perform?" Qian Douluo exclaimed in shock. He said that was his self-created soul skill. Qianren Shui looked at Huang Wei, who was being held by Bibi Dong, with a complex expression. Self-created soul skill. Both Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong were taken aback. Bibi Dong gazed gently at the young man in her arms, saying, "I've seen his first and second soul skills. That sword energy dragon force just now was indeed not his first or second soul skill. He truly is my prized disciple, the future saint." She smiled proudly and directly took Huang Wei into a room to rest. Qian Douluo frowned and asked, "Schwer, what exactly is going on? Why did you come to fight him?" Qianren Shui, feeling somewhat weak, replied, "Grandpa, I just wanted to see how strong he is, whether he has the qualifications to be the saint of the Spirit Hall. And now what's the result? Qian Daolu asked meaningfully. Qian Renshua nodded. It's enough. I actually can't match him now. I'm not satisfied. Grandpa, I want to get stronger. Qian Daolu could see that Qian Renshua had lost. If he hadn't appeared in time, the situation could have been dire for her. Daring to hurt my granddaughter. I'll teach him a lesson when he wakes up. Qian Daolu snorted coldly. No, Grandpa. It's my fault that this happened. Let's just forget it, Qian Renshua said, shaking her head as she held onto Qian Daolu's hand. How could I let a 49th level soul master lose to a 22nd level great soul master, and then have a demigod come to teach him a lesson? I can't afford to lose face like that. I plan to have him be your protector. What do you think? Qian Daolu glanced at his granddaughter, unsure of what she was thinking, and spoke up. At this, Qian Renshua's eyes lit up as she looked at the scene in the room, revealing a meaningful smile. The person most important to you? Then I will just take him away, she thought to herself. Moreover, this brat bullied her like this. She would see how to repay him later. Qian Renshua smiled and said, All right, Grandpa, let's bring him over to be my protector. I made a promise with your mother to see if he is willing. I won't force him, Qian Daolu suddenly said. The words he previously exchanged with Bibi Dong were merely to provoke her. However, in reality, he ultimately wanted to see if Huang Wei would agree. After all, he was also the saint of the spirit hall now. Qian Renshua pouted and said childishly, Then, Grandpa, since you have already made a decision, why do you still ask me? Qian Daolu reached out to pat her head, smiling gently. Let's go in and take a look. Tomorrow is when he takes the throne. The two hurried inside. At this moment, Bibi Dong was supplying soul power to Huang Wei, who was gradually awakening from his weakness. Teacher, he murmured softly, looking at the beautiful woman before him. Xiao Wei, you're awake. That's great. Bibi Dong sighed in relief, her face filled with joy, completely contrasting with her cold demeanor in the Pope's hall. Huang Wei sat up and said, Teacher, I'm fine now. Was that really your self-created soul skill? A strong and powerful voice of an old man sounded. Two people entered at the doorway. The owner of the voice was indeed Qian Daolu, with Qian Renshua standing behind him. She looked at Bibi Dong with a complicated expression. From Bibi Dong's gaze, she saw a caring affection for Huang Wei, and her face suddenly became uncomfortable and very awkward. As Bibi Dong's biological daughter, she had never experienced maternal love. From birth, it had been a path of enmity. Grandpa, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll head back first. Qian Renshua turned around, not waiting for Qian Daolu to say anything, and quickly left the room. She clenched her fists. At this moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions, and an inexplicable sense of envy and jealousy surged within her. As the angel martial spirit emerged, her wings spread out, flying towards her residence. Watching the other leave, Qian Daolu, as her grandfather, naturally understood some of her subtle thoughts, and a hint of affection flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Bibi Dong and sighed softly to himself. Qian Daolu looked at the indifferent Huang Wei and said, Little guy, you haven't answered my question. It is my self-created soul skill, Huang Wei replied, looking at the figure in front of him, feeling a sense of gentle immersion from the sacred light emanating from him. Little guy, I am the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. Would you like to take me as your master? The resources for cultivation will be more abundant than what she can provide you. And I am a level 99 super Douluo, Qian Daolu said, his tone revealing a confidence that was almost certain. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. This guy actually used this as a condition of inherent advantage. Moreover, he did not directly suggest that Huang Wei become Qian Renshua's protector, but instead replaced it with the idea of taking him as a disciple. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Huang Wei said, directly without thinking, Great offering. You are late. I have already become a disciple. Qian Daolu's smile froze a bit, his previous confidence shaken. Bibi Dong immediately showed a satisfied smile upon hearing this. I didn't choose wrong after all. This is not a big problem. As long as you can become my disciple, your previous apprenticeship can be disregarded. Moreover, she is just a soul Douluo, not even a title Douluo, and has very little to teach you. I'm also skilled with the sword and can teach you a lot. Just after learning that the move was indeed the opponent's self-created soul skill, Qian Daolu changed his mind and decided to accept Huang Wei as his direct disciple. With his careful cultivation, as long as he doesn't let him die prematurely, he will become an unparalleled genius in swordsmanship. Furthermore, the opponent, with his current strength as a level 22 Great Soul Master, has already defeated the level 49 God-level Martial Soul Sect Qian Renshua. How powerful will he become once he reaches Soul Sovereign? Qian Daolu, you are so shameless. Bibi Dong cursed inwardly. You actually use her weaknesses as leverage. Huang Wei said calmly, great offering, once a teacher, always a mother. I have no father or mother. It was the village chief who adopted and raised me. The moment I became a disciple, I already regarded her as my mother and will not choose anyone else as my teacher. Great offering, thank you for your appreciation, but please find someone else. Huang Wei instantly felt a good impression of Qian Daolu. Moreover, Bai Bai Dong had an even greater fondness for him. Huang Wei's background has been investigated, and she is indeed an orphan without parents. Qian Daolu's tone softened a bit as he said, do you know how many people wanted to be my disciples? And I turned them all down? Do you realize how precious this opportunity is that you are about to lose? Huang Wei said, I know, but I no longer care. Resources are optional for him. After all, his upgrades rely on drawing his sword. What statement of not caring? Very well, as a demigod-level powerhouse. It's the first time he actively took someone as a disciple, yet others don't appreciate it. Does he not care about his face? He came here full of confidence, but now the results are quite heartbreaking. You need to keep a good eye on your precious disciple. Qian Daolu said coldly. Great elder, according to our previous agreement, Xiao Wei is unwilling, and you cannot forcibly take him away. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, and a sinister and fierce aura erupted from her, as if warning Qian Daolu that if he dared to take a step forward, she would fight him to the death. I never said I would take him away. Seeing this scene, Qian Daolu recalled Qian Rinchua's expression just now, and his power gradually receded as he turned to leave. Watching Qian Daolu leave, Huang Wei finally asked, Teacher, will my situation be very dangerous in the future? Bibi Dong replied, Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm you. Tomorrow, after you ascend as the Holy Sun, I plan to enter seclusion and strive for the title Douluo at level 90. Until I come out of seclusion, you just stay in your dormitory. No one dares to do anything to you. She comforted him again. Huang Wei nodded and said, Yes, I understand, teacher. My training focuses on sword drawing. As for other training, it is unnecessary for me. He added. Bibi Dong said, You can skip other training, but you must not neglect the Death Canyon. Every outstanding generation of the Wuhun Temple needs to enter and successfully come out of it. Only then can they truly gain the respect of others. And as my direct disciple and the holy son of the Wuhun Temple, you need to pass this challenge even more. Huang Wei said, Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine. When will I enter? A determined look appeared in his bright eyes. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. The day I emerge from seclusion will be the day you enter the Death Canyon. Bibi Dong stroked Huang Wei's head, proud of her outstanding disciple. Huang Wei nodded and said, I understand, teacher. I will be well prepared. Bibi Dong replied, Then I won't disturb you any longer. Get some rest early. After saying goodbye, Bibi Dong returned to her own palace. Huang Wei entered the shower room without hesitation and after cleaning himself, lay on the big bed and comfortably fell asleep. It's just a pity that his hands were empty, lacking something. The missing item was his phone. In his previous life, after taking a shower and lying on the bed, the first thing he would do was pull out his phone to scroll through Douyin. Life back then was so enjoyable, and every time he thought about it, he felt a nostalgic longing. Just like that, he unknowingly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. His breathing became smooth and steady. In the night of Soul Master City, a figure in a black robe quickly infiltrated and arrived at an inn, renting a room. The person was Tang Hao, who had traveled all day. It was over 3,000 kilometers from Nodding City to Soul Master City, a long distance indeed. Typically, a horse-drawn carriage would take more than half a month to arrive. However, Tang Hao flew at high speed the entire way, so he arrived in just one day. At this moment, beneath the black robe, he was sweating profusely, indicating a significant consumption of soul power. He grabbed a bottle of wine and a plate of peanuts and started eating. His gaze was fixed on the direction of the Pope's palace. From his position, the view was excellent. 27. The enshrinement ceremony of the sun's martial spirit is a sword. Tomorrow, you will meet him and see what true skills he possesses. No need to hold back. In the palace of an elder, he looked at a young boy in front of him and said coldly, No need to hold back. What if I kill him? The boy chuckled. Kill him? Then just kill him. It's Bibi Dong and the others who will be embarrassed. If the son accepts the challenge and ends up being killed by the younger generation, then this son will just be a hollow title, a joke to the world. Just right. Let the world know how formidable you are, my good grandson. A sly and sinister look flashed across the mouth of the Douluo elder. Yes, Grandpa. The boy smiled. In one night, undercurrents surged. The next day at the sun's ceremony, a crisis was brewing against Huang Wei. In the offering hall, the golden crocodile looked at the returning Qian Daolu and curiously asked, What's the situation? I was rejected, Qian Daolu said lightly, as if it was an insignificant matter. He was the grand offering, a demigod-level powerhouse, and naturally couldn't show that kind of expression. What? You were actually rejected? The golden crocodile's smile froze, visibly shocked. This isn't a big deal. Douluo walked towards the main hall. The golden crocodile spoke. Just now, I sensed a terrifying sword intent coming from the Pope's palace, but disappeared quickly. I also felt your divine light power. Who could make you personally intervene? Douluo was slightly taken aback and said, that was that guy's self-created soul skill. His talent is too strong. A level 22 great soul master created such a powerful soul skill. The golden crocodile was shocked. What? A self-created soul skill? A level 22 great soul master created it? And it's that powerful? That's somewhat absurd. Douluo sat back in the main seat and said, it is indeed absurd, but it's true. Such a powerful self-created soul skill. The user is a great soul master, so naturally, I don't need to intervene. It's just a pity that Schwerer went to find him for a fight and lost. If I hadn't intervened in time, Schwerer's situation would be very dire now. The golden crocodile was stunned. Miss is a level 49 soul zone. How could she possibly lose to him, even if the self-created soul skill is powerful? Could it be that Miss suppressed her cultivation? It must be so, otherwise, there's a full 27 level difference. Douluo said perhaps at first she was suppressing him, but in the end, she was forced to use her full strength and still lost. Even the experienced and seasoned golden crocodile was momentarily shocked by Huang Wei's terrifying talent and said coldly, such a monster. When he grows up, we may not be able to control him, and he even rejected you. This forms two factions between us. Should I find an opportunity to kill him early to eliminate future troubles? Douluo said, no, regardless, he is Bibi Dong's direct disciple, the son of the Spear Hall. At worst, we can find an opportunity to match him with Qianrenxue. I can see that Bibi Dong cares for him deeply. If we really kill him, she will definitely suspect us, and who knows what she will do when she goes crazy. Although I'm not afraid, it doesn't mean the others are not afraid. After all, he is Qianrenxue's only mother. We cannot kill him. Qianrenxue has already lost her father. If she loses her mother too, that would be truly tragic. The golden crocodile did not expect Douluo to have such a reversal and said, old Qian, but he is not a divine being. In the end, there will still be a distinction between gods and mortals. The plan for Sea God Island needs to be plotted in advance. Douluo did not directly answer him, but looked outside the door and said something with profound meaning. The golden crocodile was taken aback, although it seemed that the other party did not answer his question. In his view, this sentence was already an answer. The next morning, Huang Wei woke up in the villa and, after washing up, put on the Holy Sun attire that Bibi Dong had specially prepared for him under the arrangement of the servants. This set of Holy Sun attire was different in temperament and craftsmanship compared to the previous ones. Compared to this set, the earlier one was just trash. After getting dressed, with Huang Wei's tall and upright figure and his proud and handsome face, he had undergone a tremendous transformation in terms of temperament, demeanor, aura, and presence compared to before. His upright figure like a sword, stunning looks, and luxurious attire all revealed his extraordinary qualities. After finishing breakfast and stepping out, two familiar figures descended from the sky and appeared in front of Huang Wei. Holy Sun, wearing this outfit truly makes you look completely renewed, like a rebirth. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, upon seeing Huang Wei today, almost didn't recognize him and displayed amazed smiles. Huang Wei smiled faintly, her stunning smile full of allure. Good morning. Two seniors. Douluo smiled gently. Let's go, Holy Sun. The coronation ceremony is held in the central square of the Papal Palace. We are here at the command of His Holiness, the Pope, to take you there. In the next moment, a force gently lifted Huang Wei up, directly flying towards the central square of the Papal Palace. The Papal Palace's central square was unusually lively today, gathering more people than usual. Below were the golden armor squad of the Spear Hall, surrounded by spectator stands. Hey, does anyone know what the Holy Sun looks like? Is there a picture? Let me see it in advance. But I heard that the Holy Sun is a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope and was accepted not long ago. According to insider information, this Holy Sun is only 6 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the level of a great spirit master. It's truly terrifying. Comparing people makes one feel inferior. The spectators in the stands were discussing animatedly, filled with curiosity about the soon-to-be crowned Holy Sun. Among the crowd, there were also many spies from other factions, arranged to join the Spirit Hall just to gather intelligence. They could also stir up some public opinion. In addition, several individuals were arranged to challenge the Holy Sun today. These people were all outstanding members of the younger generation. At that moment, The figure of Pope Bibi Dong appeared on the high platform above. As soon as she appeared, whether willingly or unwillingly, everyone knelt down. Of course, the elders present only slightly bowed. Their expressions varied, and it was hard to tell what they were really thinking. Some were more sinister, standing with the faction of the grand offering, naturally unwilling to bow to a woman without a title of Douluo. So this time, they planned to make the Holy Sun embarrass himself. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, the Holy Sun has arrived. Teacher, the 3 bowed in unison. Gue Douluo and Jute Douluo took their places on either side of Bibi Dong, acting as her left and right hands. Under the gaze of the crowd, Huang Wei slowly turned around. The breeze lifted, and everyone saw his magnificent, noble, and stunning face. His aura was instantly released. 28. The Holy Sun Challenge begins outside the Papal Palace in a room of an inn. Tang Hao concealed his cultivation. Transforming into an ordinary passerby, he sat in a sunlit spot, drinking white wine and eating peanuts. His gaze fixed on the figure of the young prodigy on the high platform inside the Papal Palace. With his title of Douluo Strength, his sight had reached a terrifying level, and he clearly recorded Huang Wei's appearance. Tang Hao's voice was low and faint. What a young prodigy. But it's a pity he chose the wrong side, destined not to live long. Don't let me catch an opportunity. Otherwise, I will crush him into meat paste with the Haotian hammer. Bibi Dong, Spirit Hall, I will make you taste the pain. Although he harbored intense hatred for the Spirit Hall, he was not a fool. He knew the Spirit Hall had a terrifying number of titled Daw, and he did not even know whether that peerless Daw was alive or dead. It would be impossible for him to charge in with the Haotian hammer and kill him now, not to mention whether he could kill him, given his current injured state. Entering would be a dead end. After finishing the last sip of tea and the last peanut, he stood up and left the room, tossing a few coins to the innkeeper before directly leaving Spirit City. Now that he had thoroughly memorized the other party's face, there was no need to linger any longer. He returned directly to Notting City. After all, his son was more important. The people of other factions did not dare to do anything excessive. They could not afford the wrath of the Spirit Hall. They merely memorized the Holy Sun's appearance, drew it well, and sent it back. Outside the Spirit Hall, a middle-aged man exuding cunning and treachery walked by. Under his robe, a sharp black silver needle was brewing, and he emanated an evil aura. He entered the enclosest to the central high platform of the Spirit Hall, narrowed his eyes, and coldly said, "This distance is just right. What a beautiful young prodigy. But it's a pity he will fall under my soul-devouring needle today. Heh. Oh my, this Holy Sun is too good-looking. I want to marry him. Is he really only 6 years old?" The crowd in the central square of the Papal Palace cheered. Bibi Dong spoke. Silence. In an instant, the bustling square fell silent. This was her prestige. No one dared to defy her, because she was Pope Bibi Dong. Today, I will personally confer the title of Holy Son of the Spirit Hall to my direct disciple, Huang Wei. As Bibi Dong's voice fell, Salah stepped forward from behind, kneeling on one knee and presenting a scroll of holy decree before her. Bibi Dong slowly raised her hand, and a force sent the decree into her hands. Huang Wei stood tall at this moment, her long hair flowing with the wind, waiting for her title to be conferred. As a direct disciple of the royal family, Huang Wei possessed unparalleled talent, and with the consent of all the elders, she was conferred as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Huang Wei, accept the decree. The moment Bibi Dong's voice rang out, it felt as if a significant announcement was being made. Huang Wei raised his hands to receive it. He looked down and saw that there was a plaque exclusively for him in the imperial edict. He then turned around to face everyone again. Bibi Dong spoke up. Remember the appearance of the Holy Sun. The ceremony for the Holy Sun's enfeoffment is hereby concluded. Wait. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted her. Bibidon's brows furrowed. Her expression darkened, and she was quite displeased. At such a critical moment, someone actually dared to interrupt her. This was completely against her, and it was truly infuriating. Everyone's gaze focused on a burly man. Elder Blood Pierce, what do you mean by this? Bibi Dong looked at him, her tone dark and icy to the extreme. Elder Blood Pierce directly ignored Bibidon's warning, smiled slightly, and said, "Your Holiness, please don't be nervous. Although everyone knows the new Holy Sun's talent is unparalleled throughout the ages, we don't truly know how much he stands out above the rest. Therefore, I plan to add a new rule to allow the younger generation to challenge the Holy Sun, so everyone can appreciate his unparalleled grace. This matter has also been approved by the Grand Offering." Bibidon's eyes narrowed as she coldly said, "The Holy Sun is only 6 years old now. Elder Bloodpeers shouldn't be shameless enough to propose a wheel battle, right? Hearing this, Bloodpeers frowned, but soon relaxed and said, "Of course not. How about we arrange for the strongest challengers under 16? The strongest challengers under 16? Bibidon's eyes narrowed as she pondered. Within the spirit hall, the strongest under 16 were naturally the three Hulaina, but the opponent was only 12, so they were not the strongest. She remembered that the strongest at 15 was named Blood Extinction, a grandson adopted by the opponent. At 15, Blood Extinction already possessed the strength of a soul master at level 35. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Last night, even the level 49 soul master with the divine martial soul Qianren Xue was defeated by Huang Wei, let alone a mere soul master. Xiao Wei, what do you think? BB Don respected Huang Wei's choice, so she did not immediately respond, but looked at him instead. It's fine. Huang Wei leaped up and directly fell into the center of the soul dual platform square below, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd with a calm expression and a tone of disdain. Some people with ulterior motives undoubtedly wanted to see this holy son make a fool of himself. So be it. Bring up all those under 16 that you have prepared. I, the holy son, will accept your challenge one by one. I will defeat them all and make them understand what true strength is. Huang Wei's words angered and upset many people. As soon as he spoke, those who were unable to act immediately began to laugh. BB Dong's earlier words had indeed made it difficult for them. They had originally planned to engage in a wheel battle to embarrass the opponent, but BB Dong's words had protected the other party. However, they did not expect the opponent to be so stubborn and determined to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Your Holiness the Pope, the Holy Son. Seeing this, Salus was at a loss and looked towards BB Dong. BB Dong smiled slightly and said calmly, "Don't worry. Since Little Wei said this, it proves he has that capability. We just need to watch closely." Those scheming elders had arranged a total of 5 people. Odison, I will be the first to challenge you. Let's see the strength of the Holy Son. At this moment, under the spotlight, a young man jumped up. Hearing that the Holy Son used a sword and that his martial soul was a blood knife, he asked for guidance, as they had something in common. As he spoke, his soul power surged, and a dark red long knife appeared in his hand, with 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple floating around him. From the soul power radiating from him, it was clear that he was a 33rd level soul elder, and he was only 15 years old. It was him, the Blood Knife Elder, a well-known figure in the soul arena. Moreover, he was ranked 8th on the blacklist of the Spirit Hall. At this moment, a bystander revealed, "The blacklist is a genius list for boys and girls under 16 in the Spirit Hall. I hate being pointed at with a sword the most. Blood Knife Elder. What an imposing title, but unfortunately, today you will fall under the Holy Sun's sword." Hearing the bystander's remarks, Huang Wei couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, anyone dare to call themselves an elder. A mere soul elder, from the perspective of rank, this title indeed had no major issues. However, Huang Wei was a transmigrator who had read countless novels, and now that he had crossed over to this world, he didn't know if he would cross into other worlds in the future, so he still had great respect for the title of elder. Thus, in his eyes, this guy in his 30s who called himself an elder was quite displeasing. Those who displeased him would not have a good end. He, the Holy Son, is so impressive, speaking so shamelessly. Today, let me witness the power of the Holy Son. Blood Knife is blind. Be careful, Holy Son. The young man heard this and immediately became furious. His eyes dark and angry, gripping his blood knife tighter, his tone laced with sarcasm. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly lunged at Huang Wei, slashing down with his knife. The blade swung out, creating a cutting sound in the air. He believed this strike was strong and fast. However, in Huang Wei's eyes, his speed was very slow. He simply shifted his foot and tilted his body to evade. The young man was not particularly surprised. After all, someone who could be chosen as the Holy Son would naturally not be easily defeated. He countered with a horizontal sweep. However, at that moment, a violent wind appeared, and Huang Wei drew his sword and slashed out. Sensing danger, the young man, experienced in battle, immediately activated his second soul skill for defense. A blood-colored barrier appeared around him. Bang! Unfortunately, the person he faced was Huang Wei. Under the sword-drawing technique, combined with the true damage and weight of the silver sword, the young man was instantly sent flying. As he flew out, the barrier around him shattered. As his expression changed drastically, he thought to himself how strong the power was. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in front of him, and Huang Wei charged towards him, utilizing the Gale Phantom technique. The speed was too fast for the young man to perceive. Without hesitation, he activated his third soul skill, Blood Knife Frenzy. He unleashed the blood energy within him, doubling his combat power. Then he activated his first soul skill, Blood Knife Slash. With both soul skills combined, his combat power reached a terrifying level. Bang! But unfortunately, just as he executed his move, Huang Wei's first soul skill lit up, and a blood blade swept through, which was the wind blood sword drawing technique. In the moment of contact, the young man's blood knife shattered into several pieces right in front of everyone. What? My martial soul is broken. The young man's face changed in shock, disbelief written all over him. In the next second, a terrifying force slammed into him. He spat blood wildly from his mouth and was sent crashing outside the soul fighting platform. Huang Wei sheathed his sword, and the battle was over. The entire process was seamless, without any unnecessary movements. Next, his tone was flat. At that moment, the entire arena went wild. My God, the Holy Sun is so strong. He won so easily. I even doubt if this was prearranged. Shoo, those words shouldn't be spoken aloud. Many discussions erupted in the crowd. The Bloodblade Supreme is ranked 8th on the blacklist, and he was defeated just like that. It seems we underestimated this Holy Sun. He is only a level 22 Great Soul Master, yet he can handle Soul Ancestors so effortlessly. The other 4 who were arranged to challenge the Holy Sun murmured to themselves. Seeing Huang Wei's victory, Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Salus also smiled. The stronger the Holy Sun, the better the reputation of their faction. This kid is surprisingly strong. Bloodblade Douluo frowned and said in astonishment. He knew the opponent was powerful, but he didn't expect that with the cultivation of a level 22 Great Soul Master, he could defeat a Soul Ancestor in his 30s so easily. Is the Bloodblade Youth weak? No, he is not. The Bloodblade Youth is strong. It seems the Holy Sun's strength is even more formidable. If a Great Soul Master has such combat power, then what about a Soul Ancestor? If Huang Wei knew their thoughts, he would disdainfully say, as a transmigrator with a system, I must be the protagonist. As the protagonist, defeating opponents of higher ranks is a very normal basic skill. I'll challenge the Holy Sun. At this moment, a girl in green flew up from below, her light footsteps echoing. With long black hair, big eyes, and a curvy figure, she was an exceptional beauty. It was Senior Sister Qin Chao, a top 5 existence on the blacklist. Senior Sister Qin Chao is still so beautiful. If only I could spend a night with her. I would be willing to die. At this moment, the audience, especially the male spectators, were excited and passionate, like mice seeing rice, eager to pounce and indulge. Hearing the voices around her, a hint of pride crossed Qin Chao's delicate pink lips. After all, she was just a 15-year-old girl, naturally loving the flattery that satisfied her vanity. Holy Sun, I am Qin Chao. My martial soul is the Evergreen Sword, a level 34 close combat soul ancestor. Please advise me, Holy Sun. Qin Chao stood straight, gripping the evergreen sword tightly in her hand, with sword energy swirling around her. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, this Holy Sun despises it the most when others point a sword at me. Your fate will be worse than that of the first guy. Then let's wait and see. Qin Chao's expression darkened as he spoke. He directly launched an attack at Huang Wei, activating 3 soul skills. The first soul skill was activated, Green Sword Slash. The long green sword, accompanied by a blue blade, struck towards Huang Wei. You can't do it. Huang Wei spoke in a calm tone, and the violent power manifested within him. In the next moment, the silver sword embedded in the wind was instantly drawn out by him. Clang! Boom! In a single clash, he directly severed Qin Chao's attack. Upon seeing her blade easily slashed apart, Qin Chao did not hesitate and immediately activated her second soul skill, Sword Dance Steps. Her figure became fluid, rhythmically dodging the incoming sweep of the silver sword. She quickly moved to Huang Wei's side and unleashed her third soul skill, Triple Slash of the blue sword. Her speed became incredibly fast, and in the next moment, she was about to strike Huang Wei. She revealed a smile. She was going to succeed. After defeating the Holy Sun, her reputation would soar even more. At this moment, the vast majority of the audience held their breath. Huang Wei smirked. As the shadow of the gale appeared, he easily dodged the opponent's first strike. He then evaded Qin Chao's second and third strikes as well. Qin Chao was immediately anxious. This was not what she had anticipated. What kind of soul skill was this opponent using that was so fast? However, just then, a sword struck heavily against her. In an instant, the bones in her body shattered, her eyes bulged, and she spat out blood, flying backward and crashing to the ground. The battle was over. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The prepared healing soul masters rushed forward to treat Qin Xiao. She writhed in pain, feeling unbearable discomfort, and fainted on the spot. 30. Zhu Jun, Ling Xiao. Next, Huang Wei's calm voice rang out again. He stood at the center of the soul fighting platform, looking down on the crowd with an absolutely invincible demeanor. There was an aura of being the only one revered both above and below. Indeed, seeing this, Bibi Dong nodded in greater satisfaction. Every easy victory for Huang Wei is a direct slap in the face to that group of ignorant people. Naturally, she doesn't want her opponents to have it easy. This guy is surprisingly strong. Even Qin Xiao was defeated so quickly. Qin Xiao's swordsmanship is formidable, but it seems everything is useless against him. The remaining 3 challengers, who had been prepared in advance, frowned and muttered. At this moment, a voice came to the soul fighting platform. It was a young man with long hair dressed in earth-colored armor. He looked quite decent and exuded a general's aura. Ranked 6th on the blacklist, Zhu Jun, level 35 Soul Master. Martial Soul, Rock and Soil King. Accompanied by the voices of the crowd below. Please guide us. Holy Son. Zhu Jun wasted no time and directly clasped his fists in greeting. In the next second, he stepped onto the ground with his left foot, and a surge of soul power erupted, causing a monster's phantom made of rock and soil to appear beside him, while his body was covered by layers of rock and soil by 10%. At the same time, 3 soul rings of yellow and purple rose up from beneath his feet. Come on. Looking at the rock and soil monster in front of him, Huang Wei smirked. Zhu Jun took a step forward. After the previous 2 battles, he seemed to have found some patterns and immediately used his 3rd soul skill, rock and soil armor. The armor made of rock and soil covered his entire body, increasing the coverage from the earlier 10% to 70%. His overall strength and defense were enhanced, especially his defense. First soul skill, rock and soil prison. He brought his hands together, the ground trembled, and rock and soil rose up, firmly trapping Huang Wei. Second soul skill, crushing dragon fist. Zhu Jun showed no signs of carelessness and intended to resolve this match in such a manner from start. He punched towards the rock and soil prison in front of him. The most important thing was that this punch wouldn't explode the rock and soil prison, but would hit the contents inside directly. Boom! A low, rumbling sound echoed. Zhu Jun exhaled and said, "Is the battle over?" He stared intently ahead. Everyone in the audience was taken aback. It shouldn't end this quickly. It shouldn't be such a quick victory. They had witnessed the Holy Sun's strength. Bai Dong frowned as well, but soon relaxed. She believed in her disciple. Bang! The next second, the rock and soil prison exploded and shattered. A red blood blade flew towards Zhu Jun. It really isn't that simple. Zhu Jun felt that he had won too easily until he saw this scene, and his pupils shrank, finally letting go of the mental barrier in his heart. The speed of the blood-red sword blade was incredibly fast, and coupled with its sudden appearance, he, as a defense-type soul master, naturally couldn't dodge it. He could only brace himself to take the hit. Bang! Crack! The rock and soil armor on him was directly penetrated and shattered. Zhu Jun was extremely shocked. His defense was quite formidable, yet he still couldn't withstand that blow. As he flew backwards, he saw a figure shooting out from the shattered rock and soil prison, drawing a sword towards him. The immense impact and damage from the heavy sword made him spit out saliva, and his whole body ached as he flew away. Huang Wei said, "Interesting, no bloodshed. It seems I held back too much." Thud. Zhu Jun endured the pain, quickly flipped over and applied the brakes. Not falling off the soul dual platform. "Are you going down by yourself? Or should I send you down?" A calm voice entered his ears. Zhu Jun covered his painful abdomen and said, "I can still fight." "Very good, you have spirit. I like it, but also don't like it." As Huang Wei's voice fell, the shadow of the swift wind was unleashed, and with a shift of the afterimage, he instantly appeared in front of Zhu Jun. Zhu Jun's expression changed dramatically as he directly activated his second soul skill, the Dragon Punch. A fist collided with the sword. Huang Wei couldn't help but close one eye, quickly retreating. This guy's collapsed dragon fist had injured him, and it turned out to be a technique that could strike from distance. The collapsed dragon fist hit the silver sword, and the real damage was transmitted to him through the sword. What a clever feint. Previously, Huang Wei thought that the opponent could perform so well because of the earth prison, but it seemed that wasn't the case. However, Zhu Jun had his hand bone shattered and was spitting blood flying out of the soul dual platform. But that was enough to amaze the entire audience. He never expected someone to repel the Holy Sun. What a remarkable feat. Huang Wei remained as indifferent as ever. Although the collapsed dragon fist had the effect of striking from a distance, his physical condition was already extraordinary. The blow from Zhu Jun caused him pain inside. But that was all. This kind of pain was still bearable for him. Next, he said, I'll have a match with the Saint's son. Without any further ado, a figure of a young man quickly jumped up. Fifth on the blacklist, Ling Xiao, Martial Soul, Thunder Trident, level 35 Soul Master. Please guide me, Saint's son. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, he shouted loudly, with raging thunder in his hands, and a trident materialized, making the already fierce thunder around him even more dangerous. He was still adorned with the 3 standard colors of yellow, purple, and yellow. Without much unnecessary talk, as soon as his martial soul was unleashed, he shot directly towards Huang Wei. First soul skill, Thunder Slash. Release. Zizizi. The Thunder Slash was unleashed quickly, and just as it was about to hit Huang Wei, his second soul skill suddenly lit up, increasing his speed, and he charged directly behind Huang Wei, striking backhandedly. It seemed like it had already been anticipated halfway. Could this guy be the child of destiny? Huang Wei's expression changed upon seeing this. He instinctively used the Gale Phantom to move backward, but his opponent actually saw through it. He quickly raised his silver sword to defend. Bang! Huang Wei was pushed back by a powerful force. Ling Xiao moved quickly, not giving Huang Wei a chance, and charged forward rapidly. The residual effect of his second soul skill was still active, combined with the amplitude of his first soul skill. It was just enough to catch Huang Wei off guard. At the same time, he unleashed his third soul skill, Thunder Half Moon Slash. A massive arc was cleaved out, quickly approaching Huang Wei. Gale Wall. Huang Wei did not hesitate. This guy in front of him was a bit different, so he directly used his second soul skill. The violent gale appeared, easily blocking the opponent's Thunder Half Moon Slash. The Thunder Half Moon Slash was instantly obliterated within the violent gale barrier. This scene made Ling Xiao and the other's pupils shrink. What is this? Ling Xiao exclaimed. The Thunder Trident in his hand had already struck the gale barrier. Ziz. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, the Thunder Trident trembling violently in his hand, throwing him off balance. Without hesitation, he retreated, and just then, Huang Wei, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, using a flash to directly bypass Ling Xiao. At the same time, he drew his sword. In that moment, it appeared as one strike, but in reality, there were hundreds of thousands of sword lights standing over Ling Xiao. Sword Storm. Shredding. Ah! Ling Xiao let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground. His martial soul vanished, completely losing his combat ability. Almost all the bones and tendons in his body were shattered. Even with a healing soul master, it would take a very long time to heal. 31. Piercing Absolute. 10,000 Sword Rain, instant kill. A quick resolution was the best outcome for Huang Wei. Although he was very powerful and had great stamina, his internal soul power would be consumed with each use of his various soul skills. Right now, his soul power reserves were limited, not much left. It seemed he still had about 25% of his soul power remaining. Next, under the stunning and unparalleled beauty of Huang Wei, there's a hint of paleness, which is a symbol of consuming soul power. This discovery immediately made Siju's expression turn joyful, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He had been staring at the other party and had learned some of their hidden cards to some extent, but he also understood the other party's terrifying nature, especially the skill that defeated Ling Xiao. What was that? Why did he only see one sword, yet felt that Ling Xiao had been struck by more than one? Such a terrifying sword technique, appearing to be just one strike, but actually unleashing thousands of blades in a short time. Truly frightening. Could this be something a 6-year-old child could achieve? The Holy Sun is indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship. He has already surpassed the sword heart of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The elders above were discussing in utter astonishment, along with Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo. Bibi Dong was becoming more and more satisfied. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, she would have had a smile stretching from ear to ear. A healing-type soul master quickly approached the soul-fighting platform and said, Holy Sun, I am a healing-type soul master and not here to challenge you. I will take him away. Huang Wei ignored him. The healing-type soul master first checked Ling Xiao's condition, and his expression changed drastically, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. How terrifying! His internal body was almost shattered, but fortunately, his organs were not too severely damaged. Otherwise, even timely rescue would be futile. The Saint Sun's attack was truly ruthless. He took a deep look at Huang Wei and vowed in his heart that he must never provoke this little demon again. He quickly took Ling Xiao away. Saint Sun, I will be your final opponent. Just then, another young figure jumped up. With red hair and similarly extravagant clothing, it was C.I. Ju, the grandson of the Blood Elder. He was also ranked 4th on the blacklist. At level 35, his strength was on par with Ling Xiao. The two hadn't battled for a long time, so their rankings hadn't changed. No matter how the rankings shifted in my heart, the top three are still Hulaina in first place, Xiaoyu in second, and Yin in third, because these three are all 12 years old, 3 years younger than Ju and the others. If they were the same age, Hulaina and the others would not be in the top three. Saint's son, our martial souls are both swords. Mine is called the Blood Tiger Sword. Be careful, I'm not the same as those trash. Ju said with a sinister laugh. In his hand appeared a blood-colored long sword, engraved with the shadow of a red tiger, and at the same time, a fleeting phantom of the blood tiger flickered around him. Roar! A low, deep tiger roar echoed. 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and standard appeared around him. Flashy and extravagant like you, the death will be the most tragic, Huang Wei said lightly, suddenly closing his eyes. He had 25% of his soul power left and could no longer delay. He would directly use a move to determine the outcome. Everyone wanted to see my strongest and most stunning strike. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Ha ha ha. Then please, Holy Son, let me suffer. Ju's expression darkened with a smile, and in the next moment, he directly launched an attack at Huang Wei. The third soul skill was activated. Blood Tiger Chaos Sword Dance. The speed was fast, the attack was fierce, and the swordsmanship was sharp. An unprecedented sword wind erupted around Huang Wei. Instantly, a dense torrent of sword blades gathered around him. There were at least hundreds of thousands. Sword drawing style, 100,000 sword rain. He opened his eyes and brought down the silver sword in his hand, accompanied by a slash. Could it be another self-created soul skill? Seeing the scene, Bibi Dong's pupils contracted, muttering to herself. The opponent had already created 3 self-created soul skills. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. If it weren't for this Holy Sun competition, even she, as a teacher, wouldn't know her disciples' true strength. What the hell? The expression of Ju, who was rushing forward, changed drastically. In the next second, he used his attack to block the storm-like barrage of sword blades. Bang, 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 bang. Cling, cling, cling. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as Ju desperately defended with his first, second, and third soul skills. But it was exceptionally difficult. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he felt a crisis approaching in his heart. The sword rain seemed endless, continuously coming. In the end, he failed to defend himself. The blood tiger sword shattered, and his entire body was completely pierced by the 100,000 sword rain. Save me. Boom! Accompanied by Ju's tragic scream, the soul fighting platform was filled with smoke, and Ju's figure completely disappeared. Grandson, seeing the scene, Shui instantly exploded with rage, furious beyond measure. Stop it! Shui was about to rush down. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong had already instructed Elder Gui and Elder Ju to be ready, and they directly came in front of Shui, mocking him. Elder Shui, what do you want to do? This is the Holy Sun's competition. As an elder, are you really going to intervene? Bastard, he's killing someone not competing. Shui roared in anger. This is the Holy Sun's self-created soul skill. Being on the soul fighting platform is originally a life and death situation. Not to mention that the Holy Sun has continuously challenged 4 people without rest. If he still can't win, it just shows that Ju really can't do it. If he dies, he can only blame certain people for bringing this upon themselves. Elder Ju and Elder Gui took turns speaking. In the end, Bibi Dong added a final remark. Shui was so furious that he clenched his fists tightly. All right, very well. I represent Ju in admitting defeat. Let him stop. Shui shouted. Looking at the soul fighting platform below, which was constantly bombarded and filled with dust, he was terrified, his eyelids twitching, fearing that if he said anything later, his precious grandson would be turned to dust. Since the opponent has already admitted defeat, the Holy Sun should stop. Bibi Dong revealed a satisfied smile and then looked to Huang Wei. Huang Wei, upon hearing this, finally stopped. At the same time, his complexion turned even paler, and his body swayed as if it could collapse at any moment. However, he was indeed forcibly holding himself up with sheer physical strength, and he could no longer use soul skills. He quickly circulated his soul power to recover. Seeing the scene, Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the smoke dissipated, Ju's figure was already slumped there, and a deep pit appeared on the soul fighting platform. Ju's life and death were unknown, with blood everywhere, which was a sight that made one's scalp tingle. It also served as a warning to everyone that anyone who provoked him in the future would meet the same fate. Therefore, in the future, You should weigh your actions carefully and consider whether the consequences are worth it. 32. Soul devouring and life-taking grandson. Seeing his grandson in such a tragic state, Xi Shui was heartbroken and directly flew down. Zhu Dao and Gei Dao quickly followed, and Bai Bai Dong also descended, the three of them protecting Huang Wei. Xi Shui then went straight to the pit, looking at the blood-soaked, unconscious, heavily injured young man before him, and he was filled with rage. He quickly used his soul power to probe, and in the next second, his pupils contracted as he saw the near destruction of Xi Ju's body. The injuries were too severe. Quick, get all high-level support and healing soul masters over here. Hurry! He shouted angrily. Those present who met the requirements rushed out to release their martial souls to perform rescue operations. Only then did Xi Shui turn around, looking at Huang Wei with a face full of malice, gritting his teeth and saying, "Holy Son, we're all from the Spear Hall. Why must you act so viciously? He is shattered all over and almost died. This ISNTA duel, it's murder." At this point, he couldn't help but shout out loud. Instantly, 9 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, black, and so on, appeared around him. His martial soul, the poisonous porcupine, was also revealed. He was now a titled Douluo at level 92. Elder Xi Shui, please calm down. Xi Shui, don't do anything foolish. Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo advised coldly. Both of them were not to be trifled with, and their 9 soul rings appeared as well, with their martial souls manifesting. Their cultivation levels were a remarkable 95. You. Feeling this, Xi Shui's expression hardened and his fists clenched. He knew he was not their opponent, but as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he had to seek justice. He chose to challenge me, so he must be prepared to be killed by me. This time is just a lesson. Next time, I will still kill him. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, you should understand this, right? At this moment, Huang Wei's calm and disdainful voice slowly rang out. Damn, this is really thrilling. So many titled Douluos present. Right off the bat, I've become an enemy of a titled Douluo. It seems I can't leave this hidden danger in the future. The opponent uses poison. If one day I get poisoned and die, that would be the end. However, I'm still not afraid. After all, there are people protecting me here. I can't back down when it's time to be tough. Right now, I am the Holy Son, representing the dignity of the Spirit Hall. Holy Son, such a sharp tongue. Very good. Upon hearing this, Xi Shui was instantly furious, gritting his teeth and saying, Xi Shui, step down. Since your grandson chose to challenge the Holy Son, he must bear the consequences of his failure. The Holy Son represents the dignity of our Spirit Hall, and not just anyone can provoke him. This is the decree of the Grand Offering. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was the Qianjun Dao clad in golden red armor. I have met the 6 offerings. Upon seeing this person, Xi Shui's pupil shrank, revealing a look of terror, and he quickly clasped his hands in respect. Since it is the Grand Offering's decree, then I understand. It is my grandson who is inferior in skill. I will take him away now. The aura emanating from Qianjun Douluo was terrifying, making him break out in a cold sweat and feel fear. This was the difference in levels after reaching level 90. Coupled with the Grand Offering's presence, he shrank back, and any thoughts of revenge against the Holy Son had to be postponed. However, he did not believe he could gain any advantage today, as there were still Yu Guan and Gui Mei, both at level 95 titled Douluos. Qianjuan's arrival also provided him with a way out. After saying this, he turned around directly. What is my grandson's condition? Xi Shui looked at the Soul Masters treating Xi Ju and asked in a deep voice. A Soul King Auxiliary quickly replied, Young Master is in very poor condition and requires long-term treatment. For now, we can only restore the shattered tissues on his body as much as possible. Later, we will need continuous healing until he fully recovers. Outrageous! Xi Shui cursed and then said, Quickly take him back to the mansion for further treatment. Yes. They quickly moved cautiously. Xi Shui took one last look at Huang Wei before leaving, seemingly warning the other party. Huang Wei squinted his eyes and thought to himself, Dare to threaten me? Very well, I will remember you, and from now on, you are on my kill list, along with your son and all your family. Not one will be spared. If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. Qianjun Douluo's gaze swept across the surroundings. Those elders who also wanted to make things difficult for Huang Wei immediately left. Only then did the elders come to their senses. Good heavens! That old man Qianjun is really calculating. He was the one who notified them to stir things up, and now he comes out to save the day and play the good guy. Truly, he played his cards well. These elders were helpless. All these people were elders of the Douluo Palace. while only Qianjun came from the worship palace. Of course, among the crowd, there was also a hidden figure. It was Qianrenxue, and it was indeed an exciting match. This guy even hit 2 self-created soul skills. Damn it, that little brat didn't use his full strength when he fought me last night. As a level 49 soul master, I couldn't force it out. But now he's using it against a level 35 soul scholar? Truly impressive, Qianrenxue said with gritted teeth. She was also 12 years old. Unfortunately, she didn't get involved with the blacklist, and very few people in the spirit hall knew of her existence. She generally lived in the worship palace. If the opponent had used this sword rain attack last night, I wonder how quickly she would have been defeated? No, why would I be the one to lose? At this moment, the evil soul master who had circled around the spirit hall found a relatively concealed position to act, but could never find the best opportunity. However, just then, he left the inn and happened to see Huang Wei and others turn around. From his observation, Huang Wei was in a weakened state, and it was truly a great opportunity. So he made his move directly. Soul Devouring Rope, Hori Sun, D, a solid needle condensed, and shot towards Huang Wei at high speed. Bibi Dong instructed everyone to disperse. The Holy Sun's coronation ceremony was thus concluded. The spies for various forces returned to report. The strength of the newly appointed Holy Sun exceeded their imagination. For the unexpected forces of the Spirit Hall, this was not good news. Kid, wait until I become a level 50 Soul King, and then I will come find you for a match. I will definitely suppress you. After leaving this sentence, Qianrenxue also left. At this moment, Huang Wei and the others were just turning to walk into the hall. Huang Wei was already very tired, and his mind felt a bit dull. However, he was relieved that he had been continuously operating the soul power guidance technique and had restored some of his soul power. Just then, the sword heart clarity talent within him seemed to sense a life-threatening danger. The divine vision instantly expanded. The view from the crowd was magnified infinitely. Finally, he saw a black needle rapidly flying toward his heart. His pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted, "There's an assassin." He quickly turned around, releasing the soul power he had just restored, and activated his second soul skill, summoning a wind barrier. Wind wall. The moment the wind wall appeared, it blocked the incoming black silver needle. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Bibi Dong and the other 2, who were titled Douluo and Soul Douluo, quickly reacted. How bold! Someone actually dared to attack the son of the Wuhun Palace here. Zhu Douluo raised his hand and directly grabbed the black silver needle from the wind barrier, coldly saying, "There's an evil aura on this. It's from an evil soul master. The main body must be nearby. Immediately seal off the Wuhun city and find a trace of the evil soul master." Guo Mei immediately stated coldly. From his position, the other party must be in that and over there. Huang Wei pointed to an inn not far outside. Soon, all the people from the Wuhun Palace set out to hunt down the evil soul master. As for the black needle in Yu Guan's hand, it was crushed. This was the opponent's martial soul, and even if captured, as long as the opponent recalled it, it could not be retained. The task of capturing the evil soul master was left to these professionals. Huang Wei was too lazy to get involved and returned directly to his villa to start drawing his sword. He needed to complete the task of drawing his sword 100,000 times in a day. This was his top priority. Given his current speed, achieving 100,000 sword draws in a day was not a problem at all. With 24 hours in a day, that averages out to 4,167 draws per hour. Damn, is this really difficult? He draws his sword much more than that in an hour. After recalculating, 100,000 draws in a day was a very easy task. There was no need for 24 hours. He could cut that in half. He could complete it within 12 hours, averaging around 8,000 draws per hour, which was a bit troublesome to calculate. So let us just say 10,000 draws in an hour. He could finish in 10 hours. With that thought, he got started. Under the task's conditions, he didn't have to consider the quality of his draws. Thus began the mass production of swift sword draws. A small evil soul master, when cornered with no way out, directly grabbed a child as a hostage. Unfortunately, he was struck by a ghostly figure that slipped into the opponent's shadow and was sent flying. The evil soul master coughed up blood and was knocked back, captured alive. Capturing him alive was naturally more valuable than killing him. As long as they pried open his mouth, they could obtain a lot of useful information. Take him away. You continue searching for the other evil soul masters. If there are none, return to base, the ghostly figure said, taking the evil soul master back to the Pope's prison. This evil soul master had just used the martial soul that attacked Huang Wei, which was the black needle, so there was no doubt about it. Next, he would surely face the most terrifying torture. Knowing his fate, the evil soul master bit his tongue and committed suicide the moment he was captured. He understood that whether he was taken to the Martial Soul Hall or sent back, he had lost all value as a failed tasker and would surely die painfully. Damn it, he even committed suicide. After landing, the ghostly figure saw that the guy in his hand had gone limp and, through his breath, realized he had died. He was immediately enraged. He threw the body hard to the ground. Someone, take his corpse out and feed it to the soul beasts. The ghostly figure said coldly. The next moment, someone came to carry it out. He quickly returned to report the situation. I didn't expect the evil soul master's hand to reach here and dare to openly attack our Martial Soul Hall's Saint's son. It's truly despicable. Have you found the base of the evil soul masters we were looking for? Inside the Pope's hall, BB Dong was very angry. Awakens said, Your Holiness. We deployed a lot of troops to search, but found nothing. The evil soul masters are extremely insidious and hard to find. BB Dong coldly replied, People can hide, but the evil aura on them cannot be concealed. Her tone was filled with a murderous intent. Never mind, it's fortunate that the Saint's son is unharmed. Otherwise, even if I have to turn the entire Douluo Continent upside down, I will completely eradicate the evil soul masters. Your Holiness, the evil soul master who ambushed the Saint's son committed suicide on the way back. I have already thrown him to the soul beasts as food. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared, rising from the ground. It was the ghostly figure who respectfully reported. BB Dong sighed and said, If he's dead, then it's fine. Continue to intensify the search. Yes. Next, I will enter seclusion to break through to the title Douluo level 90. Do not disturb me. This time, the breakthrough is a must. BB Dong stood up and said, As for the Saint's son, keep an eye on him, especially watch that blood-sucking guy. Below, the ghostly figure, Salus, and Yueguan all nodded. Understood. Your Holiness. Rest assured and focus on your breakthrough. We will watch over the Saint's son. No one will dare to lay a hand on him. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji and the others, having received the latest news from their spies, gathered together to discuss. They were shocked that a level 22 soul master could consecutively defeat 5 soul elders. Although there was likely some acting involved, the letter mentioned a suspicion that the opponent had a self-created soul skill. How could that be possible? A 6-year-old with a level 22 soul power was already unbelievable. And now they claimed he had a self-created soul skill? The letter described this self-created soul skill as Rain of Thousands of Swords. Could it be a soul skill similar to my Return of Myriad Swords? Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chun Xian looked at the information in the letter, increasingly feeling that it was all fake and ridiculous. It seems we need to find a time to see for ourselves, Chun Xian said. No rush. There will be opportunities. There's still a few years until the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition begins. According to the Martial Soul Hall's nature, they will definitely have this Saint Son appear to showcase their martial soul strength. We will see it. Upon hearing Chun Xian's words, Ning Fengji immediately calmed down. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. In the backyard of the Pope's villa, Huang Wei, drenched in sweat, finished his last sword draw. Finally, he completed it. He let out a heavy sigh and murmured. The system's voice then echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 100,000 sword draws in a day. Reward. Silver sword evolves into golden sword. Soul power increases by 1 level. He trembled all over. His soul power had leveled up. From level 22 to level 23. Now he was a level 23 Great Soul Master. A golden light shone from the silver sword in his hand. The next second, the original silver iron sword transformed into a brilliant golden sword. It was dazzling and very eye-catching, giving off a feeling of a local emperor. Damn, this is really nice. As he spoke, his smile froze, and his entire arm dropped due to the weight of the golden sword. The golden sword slammed heavily to the ground. What the hell, this is so heavy. He fell to the ground, looking at the golden, king-like sword in front of him, twisting his arm and complaining. He quickly stood up, grasped the hilt with his right hand, and pulled with all his strength. This heavy feeling was estimated to be around 500 pounds. Damn it, dog system. If this goes on, I really won't be able to draw the next sword. It's too heavy. Can't you give me a host weight reduction function too? Huang Wei cursed loudly. If he continued like this, in the end, he really wouldn't be able to wield the sword. Even swinging it would be an incredibly difficult task. Wait, since that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to create a sword myself. Suddenly, the heart of the sword shone brightly, and he felt it. He quickly sat cross-legged. Sword energy swirled around him. He attempted to condense all the sword energy into a sword. In fact, each strand of sword energy was a sword. In a courtyard, The sword energy was sprawling and unparalleled. The fierce sword intent shattered the surrounding stones. The flowers and grass in the courtyard danced gracefully, centered around the cross-legged Huang Wei. In front of him, the times he had drawn his sword in the past, under the talent of the bright sword heart, were drawn in and quickly condensed into a sword of sword energy. Suddenly, Huang Wei's eyes opened, and a sharp sword light flashed by. Looking at the golden long sword that had formed in front of him, he smiled. It really succeeded. He reached out his hand and grasped the hilt of the golden long sword. The feeling of solidity was quite nice. He couldn't feel the weight, but he could sense the sharpness of the sword, and its size was just right, neither too big nor too small. If he struck with it, the lethality would definitely be terrifying. Holding the golden long sword, he retracted the golden sword martial soul and left the villa. He found a huge stone near the villa community. With a gentle swing, the golden sword energy long sword sliced through the stone like tofu, instantly cleaving it in half. Bang! The stone split smoothly from top to bottom in a straight line, separating into two halves. He continued to slash, with a few flashes of sword light. The huge stone was directly turned into dozens of neatly shaped squares. With each attack of this sword, it consumed the sword light condensed within the long sword. The formation of sword light was the process of drawing the sword. He could draw the sword to replenish it. Amazing, such powerful cutting ability, smooth as a flat mirror. Incredibly sleek. Very good, from now on, you'll be my third move of the sword drawing technique, golden sword energy. Raising the sword in his hand, he solemnly named it. As his thoughts moved, the golden sword energy dissipated and then quickly condensed again. After repeating this several times, satisfied, he finally let it disperse. Now he had created 3 moves of the sword drawing technique. The first move was called 100,000 Sword Rain. The second move was called Sword Storm. The third move was called Golden Sword Energy. As for the fourth move, he felt he was almost there. Now he had drawn his sword 1,000,000 times. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to unify the experience of 1,000,000 sword draws and the sword light, creating a separate fourth move called Million Sword Rain, or directly upgrading the first move to Million Sword Rain. At dusk, the sun set and the afterglow lingered. He was hungry and tired. He turned around and went back. The servants, as always, had prepared a large amount of food for him. He devoured it ravenously. After resting for an hour, he recalled his experiences of drawing the sword time and again. He attempted to break through the 10,000 sword rain to a higher level. Currently, he could only condense the brilliance of 10,000 swords. If he could manage to create 100,000, not only would his 10,000 sword rain's power increase, but even the sword storm and golden sword chi would receive terrifying enhancements. However, this process was not easy, even with his sword heart's clarity. Therefore, he planned to first condense 10 sets of 10,000. Then, he would slowly integrate and condense those 10 sets. His intuition told him that this path was feasible. An hour passed, and he woke up. After taking a shower, he fell straight to sleep. The next morning, he continued with his usual routine, washing up, having breakfast, drawing the sword, eating, condensing the sword, showering, and sleeping. Just like that, a month went by. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating a month of sword drawing, reaching a total of 900,000 times. Reward. Soul power increased by 1 level. Mental strength increased by 1 level, physical fitness doubled, and 1 cultivation pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a total of 2 million sword draws. Additional rewards. Soul power increased by 2 levels, mental strength increased by 2 levels, physical fitness increased by 200, and 1 Gale Sword Sheath. On this day, a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. His soul power directly rose from level 23 to 26. His mental strength also increased from level 30 to 33. His physical fitness tripled from its existing foundation. At that moment, he felt that he could easily defeat 10 Soul Masters. Soul Masters were merely the lowest standard. The strength of a Soul Master is determined not only by soul power and soul skills, but also by the unseen physical fitness. With strong physical fitness, even with low soul power, dealing with higher level opponents would pose no problem at all. He swung the golden sword in his hand, having adapted to the weight of 500 pounds over the month. However, now, with his upgrade, it had increased by more than 30 pounds. This was a rhythm of adding 10 pounds per level. It was not a big issue for him. At the same time, a sword sheath with the momentum of a gale appeared in his hand. It had patterns of fierce winds, looking very cool. When he inserted the golden sword into the sheath, information about the Gale Sword Sheath appeared before him. Gale Sword Sheath, increases the user's sword drawing and swinging speed by 50%. The sheath itself is very thin, providing a camouflage effect for the golden sword. Even with the sword sheath, one can still fight. Clang! Drawing the sword now felt more comfortable than when it was unsheathed. Huang Wei was very satisfied. In his hand, there was a pill emitting a golden light. It was one of the rewards, the Pei Yuan Dan. Pei Yuan Dan, a mass-produced product from the super laboratory of the Yellow Emperor. After taking it, it can strengthen the foundation, cleanse the muscles and marrow, enhance fitness, maintain youth, and reinforce all aspects of oneself, with the specific effects becoming apparent after consumption. Wow, this is actually a mass-produced product. The super laboratory of the Yellow Emperor? Huang Wei frowned, feeling somewhat confused. Who is the Yellow Emperor? Could he be some kind of super boss in the myriad realms? System, give me an answer. He eagerly inquired, wanting the system to clarify for him. Unfortunately, the system was not intelligent and did not provide an answer. If the system could give him something, it should be unable to harm him. He opened his mouth and swallowed it directly. Sitting cross-legged, he began to refine it. Golden light burst forth from his body, as if bathed in holy light, undergoing a baptism. Time passed, and an incredibly foul smell emanated from him. When he opened his eyes again, he saw black dirt on his skin. He quickly went in to take a shower. After washing, his skin was incredibly smooth, and his intelligence and sword heart clarity were enhanced. He gained a deeper understanding of the sword path. It turned out that there was such a wonderful application of force in wielding a sword. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he became self-taught. Grabbing the golden sword, he began to dance in the shower room, following a sequence. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and sword energy surged. After completing a set, a character panel appeared before him. Host, Huang Wei, age, 6 years old, cultivation level. Level 26, Great Soul, Master Mental Power. Level 33, Soul, Respect, Martial Soul. Golden Sword Soul Skills. Wind, Blood Sword Technique. Gale Wall, Sword Drawing Techniques. 100,000 Sword Rain, Sword Storm, Golden Sword Chi. Talent, Sword Heart Clarity, Sword Chi Emission, Gale Phantom, Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Sword Draw Count, 2 million times current world, Douluo. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Huang Wei continued his sword drawing training, immersed in his own world of drawing swords. Once he had enough repetitions, he automatically sensed the rewards from the system in his mind. With a Gale sword sheath, his sword drawing speed increased from 10,000 times an hour to 20,000 times. He was already intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. One day, deep within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong emerged from the secret chamber. After 2 months, I have finally broken through to level 90. Elder Guy, quickly prepare to help me hunt for the 9th spirit ring. Her gaze turned towards the depths of the Star Doe forest. 2 months had passed, and besides Bibi Dong's breakthrough, Huang Wei had also made progress. He had drawn his sword 3 million times. The rewards for drawing swords without task requirements were random. Therefore, he did not focus solely on speed. Drawing the sword 1 million times a month was already impressive. When he reached 3 million times yesterday, the system rewarded him with, ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 3 million times. Reward, spirit power increased by 4 levels. Mental strength increased by 4 levels. Spirit ring age increased by 500 years, and physical quality doubled. In the courtyard, a person walked in. Huang Weibian looked over and saw that the person who came was Saras. Approaching him, Saras clasped his hands respectfully and said, Holy Son, the Pope has emerged from seclusion and is preparing to set off for the Star Doe forest tomorrow to hunt for a 10,000-year soul beast. The Master has emerged from seclusion. So, does that mean she has broken through to level 90? Huang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. Yes. Salas smiled slightly. 100,000-year soul beast. Huang Wei thought of this, and the first person he thought of was Xiao Wu's mother. His hobby was normal. He liked people and didn't like soul beasts. So the life and death of the other party had nothing to do with him. I've also broken through to level 30. It's time to hunt for the 3rd soul ring, Huang Wei said. When Salas heard this, he was immediately shocked. The saint's son in front of him was indeed different from 2 months ago. The change was significant. He had grown quite a bit. Was he really a 6-year-old child? This is great. It's truly a joyous occasion. The saint's son's cultivation speed has exceeded everyone's expectations. And this time, we can hunt the soul ring for you first. Salas was extremely happy. Let's go quickly. We shouldn't keep the teacher waiting, Huang Wei said. Right, this is important. Let's go, saint's son, Salas hurriedly replied. Before leaving, Huang Wei glanced at the adjacent house. Hulaina hadn't returned since she left for the Death Canyon 2 months ago. He wondered how she was doing now. He really wanted to smell her body fragrance again. The news of Bibi Dong successfully breaking through to the title Douluo level 90 had already spread in the Hall of the Pope, the Hall of Elders, and the Hall of Worship. Everyone was aware. Bibi Dong also had some of her own people from the Hall of Elders take action. She had been eyeing the soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest for a long time. Congratulations, Your Holiness, for ascending to title Douluo. The title Douluo elders present all cup their hands and salute. At the same time, two figures walked out. It was Salas and Huang Wei. Greetings, Your Holiness. Greetings, teacher. Congratulations on becoming a title Douluo. Enough chit-chat. Let's set off immediately. The longer we wait, the more dreams we have, Bibi Dong said. Then turned her gaze to Huang Wei, revealing surprise mixed with warmth. Saint Sun, your cultivation has broken through to level 30? This statement was clearly meant for the elders to hear. Sure enough, when the elders heard this, they were immediately astounded. The Saint's son is at level 30? I remember it was only 2 months ago that he was at level 22, and now he's at level 30? An 8-level increase in just 2 months? How is that possible? It's terrifying. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Huang Wei understood his teacher's intention and quickly cooperated. Teacher, I was just lucky to break through. Very well. Saint Sun, your martial soul hunting is simple. You just need to find a higher-ranked person to accompany you to complete it. However, this time, the soul ring involved is quite significant, so we cannot hunt it for you immediately. We need to set off for the Stardo Great Forest right away. Do you understand what I mean, teacher? Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei and said. Huang Wei nodded. I understand. I will look for others to help hunt soul skills. I congratulate you, Master, on obtaining the 100,000 Year Soul Ring and stepping into the title Douluo. Right now, Bibi Dong can only be considered a quasi-title Douluo. All right, Salas, you take the Holy Sun to hunt for soul skills, and the rest of you follow me to set off immediately. Bibi Dong said. Yes, the various factions stirred. Moreover, this time the hunt for the 100,000 Year Soul skill was also approved by the Grand Offering. After all, Bibi Dong is the banner of the Spirit Hall, and having a 100,000 Year Soul ring would be a good deterrent to the outside world. Soon, Bibi Dong led many elders of the Spirit Hall to leave. Huang Wei left the Spirit Hall with Salas, heading towards the soul-hunting forest in the Spirit City. In the main hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo arrived before Qian Daolu with news. Golden Crocodile said, Old Qian, it's incredible. That little guy, the Holy Sun, has broken through to Soul Master level 30 in just 2 months. I'm starting to suspect if he's an evil Soul Master. The breakthrough is too fast. Qian Daolu stood with his hands behind his back, slowly shaking his head. I've seen him. The sword intent on him is very sharp and clear. He is not an evil Soul Master. If he were, I would have eliminated him the first time I met him. Golden Crocodile said, I didn't expect him to reach level 30 in just 2 months. Now, with Bibi Dong breaking through to title Douluo, his position as Holy Sun is even more stable. Unfortunately, he's only focused on cultivation and has no followers, just a lone commander. He continued, according to reports from the arranged personnel, he has been continuously training with his sword in the villa for 2 months, completely a sword fanatic. His daily routine is very normal. He hasn't left the villa at all. Perhaps he doesn't care at all. Even Qian Daolu was quite shocked. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He doesn't need as many resources as others. He only needs to draw his sword every day in the courtyard to level up. He really seems to have forcibly taken him as a disciple and should take good care of him. Qian Daolu asked, Where is he now? Golden Crocodile replied. Salas has taken him to the soul-hunting forest to hunt for the 3rd soul ring. A 6-year-old soul master, terrifying. Qian Daolu bluntly said, Once he absorbs his 3rd soul ring, bring him to see me. Since Bibi Dong is not here right now, let's see if I can poach him. Yes. Golden Crocodile was taken aback. He didn't expect such words to come from old Qian. That was truly impressive. But thinking about such a genius, it really is possible to do so. Golden Crocodile left. Qian Daolu used a unique technique of the Angel Clan to send this information to Qian Rinxue in the Tiando Empire. In the Tiando Empire, at the prince's mansion, on a balcony in a room, stood a refined and easygoing young man. He was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qian Rinxue in disguise. At that moment, a golden moth appeared in front of her, which was the unique and fast communication method of the Angel Clan. She quickly opened and read the message, and was immediately shocked. The message contained information about Bibi Dong breaking through to level 90. She felt indifferent. After all, that was destined to happen. However, she didn't expect that the other party was going to hunt for a 100,000 Year Soul ring. With so many titled Douluo elders helping, That old woman should be safe, she murmured softly. But the information below was the real culprit for her expression. It had only been 2 months, and he was already at level 30? Damn, what kind of monster is this guy? Qian Rinchue's expression changed dramatically. Ever since that time, she had been working hard to cultivate. Now she had finally broken through to level 50 Soul King. After hunting for the Soul Ring, she would only be at level 51. Now, 2 months later, that monster had directly broken through 8 levels, reaching Soul Master. So terrifying. He is only 6 years old. No, I must find a chance to beat him up, otherwise I won't be able to compete in the future. Qian Rinchue gritted her teeth. But now she fell helpless. In the palace, she couldn't leave at will, or she would be suspected. In the Spirit City, at the blood-stabbing mansion. Young Master, the Holy Sun has left the Pope's palace and is heading to the soul-hunting forest under the guidance of Platinum Bishop Salas. At this moment, a young scout rushed in, cupping his hands and handing over something to the young man in front of him. The young man took the envelope, glanced coldly at it, then revealed a strange smile. After waiting for 2 whole months, I've finally got my chance. You, Holy Sun, are just now coming out. This time without Grandpa here. It would be perfect not to attract attention. As long as I can kill you, cooperating with the evil Soul Master isn't out of the question. C.I. Ju stepped out and said fiercely. He had been nursing his injuries here for 2 months. Ever since that challenge against the Holy Sun, he hadn't used his martial soul or soul skills. The healing Soul Master had said that he needed at least half a year to recover his body. And during this time, he absolutely couldn't use his martial soul or soul skills to avoid leaving hidden troubles. So he couldn't take revenge now. Not long ago, an evil Soul Master found him, wanting to collaborate to kill the Holy Sun. But they hadn't found an opportunity until now. Put this on top of the lion's head at the door, then you can leave. Suddenly, he took out a black cone from the Soul Guide and handed it to the scout in front of him. Yes. The scout nodded immediately after receiving it and quickly went to execute the task. Soon, a shadow appeared, and the person was indeed that evil Soul Master. Young Master C.I. Ju, is there news? Seeing the item on the lion's head, he hurried over. This was the signal for their communication. C.I. Ju threw the envelope in his hand to the other party. The scout has reported that the Holy Sun and Platinum Bishop Salas have entered the soul-hunting forest. Hurry up. Salas is a soul de law. You should arrange for more people to go, just in case. The evil Soul Master smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. Young Master C.I. Ju, this is our specialty. C.I. Ju maintained a dislike for such evil Soul Masters and coldly said, Remember, I provide you with information. And once you obtain the Holy Sun's head, you must come over and stab it a few times to relieve my hatred. If people found out he was colluding with evil Soul Masters, he would be doomed. So he was very cautious. Don't worry, we evil Soul Masters are very trustworthy. With BB Dong breaking through to level 90, it's just the right time to hunt soul beasts, and many elders of the Spirit Hall have also been mobilized. It's a perfect opportunity. The evil Soul Master turned and left. In the soul-hunting forest, Salas led Huang Wei and a large troop to a ravine. Holy Sun, there is a soul beast here that you need for your 3rd soul skill. This area belongs to the middle zone of the soul-hunting forest, where soul beasts of 1,000-year level exist. And in the ravine they were in, there was a soul beast suitable for Huang Wei's 3rd soul ring. With so many people, I'll just find a place to rest. You all find me a soul beast with an attack level of 2 to 3,000 years. Huang Wei stroked the nearby moss-covered stone, which was relatively dry, and after sitting down, he said, After walking for so long, I've encountered a few, but their ages are too low for my liking. All right, then let's proceed, as the sun says. You all disperse and find spirit beasts with ages of 2 to 3,000 years. Bring them back for the sun to choose from. I will stay here to protect the sun's safety. Salas nodded and addressed the golden-armored warriors, saying yes. This group consisted of soul saint-level beings, and the leader was a peak 79th level soul saint. Dealing with a 2 to 3,000-year-old spirit beast would be too easy. This army was specifically tasked with protecting the sun, although Salas was aware of his own strength, and that this was the territory of the Spirit Hall. Where no one dared to attack the sun, it was still better to be cautious. A total of 10 people moved out in 10 different directions. Having someone help find spirit beasts was beneficial. It saved a lot of trouble. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered coming in. I could have just stayed in the villa and waited for you to bring them to me. Sitting on the moss, Huang Wei started a campfire and spoke. He took out a water bottle and some dry food to cook something to drink. Salas immediately said, Son, you often stay in the villa. It's good to come out and walk around occasionally. Just look at how beautiful the scenery outside is. It was a lush green area with oddly shaped rocks, and it really did look quite nice. Huang Wei replied expressionlessly. This made Salas feel a bit awkward. Soon, all 10 returned, each holding 10 spirit beasts, with ages ranging from 2 to 3,000 years. Salas quickly began to introduce them to Huang Wei. Huang Wei listened while selecting. These are definitely very powerful attacks. So he chose a soul beast with armor-breaking effects. He discarded the other 9 and kept this one. Huang Wei pointed at the soul beast in front of him and said, without saying a word, they all went to carry out the task. The soul beast in front of them was called the Golden Hunting Bear and had already been knocked unconscious. Huang Wei swiftly drew his sword and directly pierced through the head. The Golden Bear Hunter met his end, his head falling to the ground. A purple soul ring appeared. Currently, both the first and second soul rings of Huang Wei are purple. Quick, accurate, and ruthless, leaving everyone astonished. Truly worthy of being the Holy Sun. As soon as Huang Wei's soul rings appeared, it once again shocked them. The first and second soul rings were purple, indicating they were 1,000 years old. What was going on? Even Salas was dumbfounded. He had clearly seen yellow before. He wanted to ask so many questions, but at this moment, Huang Wei had already seated himself in a meditative position to absorb the rings. The reason absorbing a 1,000-year soul beast is more difficult than a 100-year soul ring is due to the physical endurance required. However, for Huang Wei, none of this was an issue. With a clear mind and enhanced physical qualities, he easily absorbed the 2,500-year-old Golden Bear soul ring. In his mind, he summoned the Golden Sword Chi and effortlessly slayed the Golden Bear. It took half a stick of incense's worth of time. 3 purple soul rings appeared around Huang Wei. The moment he opened his eyes, a familiar character panel appeared before him. Host, Huang Wei age, 6 years old cultivation, level 32 soul master. Spiritual power, level 40 soul sect. Martial soul, golden sword soul skills. Wind blood sword technique, gale wall, break. Sword technique, 100,000 sword rain, sword storm, golden sword chi. Talent, sword heart clarity, sword chi emission, gale phantom, sword chi rolling dragon wall. Number of sword draws, 3 million times current world, Douluo. He slowly stood up, looked at the shocked onlookers, and said lightly, don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Let's go back. The others quickly closed their mouths. They all wanted to know about the Sacred Sun soul rings, but since he said that, no one was foolish enough to seek death. Salas also put away his curiosity and could only report to BB Dong. He then asked, Sacred Sun, what soul skill did you gain from absorbing the 3rd soul ring? The Golden Bear is indeed a species known for its attack and defense breaking capabilities. The 3rd soul skill increased my attack and defense breaking by 45%. I named it Break. As soon as Huang Wei's voice fell, several cackling sounds rang out. Sacred Sun, we finally found you. Today is your day of demise. It's an evil soul master. Protect the Sacred Sun. 10 evil soul masters descended into the valley, quickly surrounding Huang Wei and the others. Among these 10, 5 could fly. Moreover, judging from their configuration, there were 5 soul emperors, 3 soul saints, and 2 soul Douluos. On Huang Wei's side, there were a total of 10 people, with the lowest being a soul saint and the highest also a soul saint. Including Huang Wei, the lowest would be a soul master. The situation before them was not optimistic. Salas did not waste words. He took out a device from his hand and directly aimed it at the sky. Boom! In the sky, fireworks exploded. Not good. This old man called for reinforcements. We need to hold these people off while someone goes to bring the Sacred Sun over. Once the Sacred Sun is in hand, we want to be afraid of anyone coming. Thus, the evil soul masters began to attack the martial soul army. Hold them off. I will lead the Sacred Sun to leave. Salas's expression changed drastically as he spoke. Understood. The 10 soul saints unleashed their martial souls and soul skills to confront the evil soul masters. Huang Wei turned around to run. At that moment, a soul Douluo appeared and directly blocked their way. Saint Sun, come into my bowl. This evil soul master's martial soul was an old bowl exuding black energy. Named the Black God Bowl. He launched his soul skill directly at Huang Wei. Salas used his martial soul and soul skill to stand in front of Huang Wei. Boom! With the explosion, smoke spread. Salas immediately said, Saint Sun, I will block him. You quickly escape and meet up with the reinforcements from the Spear Hall. Okay, be careful. Huang Wei didn't hesitate and used Wind Shadow to turn around and run. All around him, the peak level 79, Soul Saint was battling the evil Soul Master Soul Douluo, creating a thrilling scene. The others were doing fine. Aside from the 3 who were also facing Soul Saints, the rest were teaming up against the Soul Emperor. However, at that moment, A Soul Emperor took advantage of the explosive attack and rushed toward Huang Wei. Not good, stop him quickly. Leave it to me. A Soul Saint from the Spirit Hall charged forward. I'm not playing with you anymore. 7th Soul Skill, 8th Soul Skill. The Soul Douluo, who was engaged in battle with the Peak Soul Saint, unleashed a terrifying evil power, using his strongest attacks to directly hit the Soul Saint, causing blood to spray and crash onto the ground. Just as he was about to chase down Huang Wei, he was delayed by the other Soul Saints from the Spirit Hall working together. The Spirit Hall was teaming up, but there weren't enough people. An evil Soul Master Soul Saint caught up and knocked down the Soul Saint who was pursuing the Soul Emperor, restraining him. Salus was fighting evenly with the evil Soul Master Soul Douluo, and it was very intense. Boom! Huang Wei, using Wind Step, was quickly escaping. However, at this moment, he was being pursued by 2 evil Soul Masters. Moreover, these 2 evil Soul Masters were flying at a very fast speed. Damn it, am I going to die here? No, absolutely not. Huang Wei was anxious in his heart, his footsteps ghostly and elusive as he desperately fled, glancing back to see that the 2 pursuing him were both Soul Emperors. Fortunately, they were not Soul Saints. Holy Sun, don't run, just die for me. The evil Soul Master launched a continuous barrage of wing-like attacks at him. Huang Wei turned around swiftly. With a gust of wind, he drew his sword, and the wind wall swept out. Anything blocking his path was cut down as he swung his sword, with trees falling and stones shattering around him, providing him with a brief cover. Bang, bang, bang. All the winged attacks that hit the wind wall were blocked. What kind of soul skill is this that can withstand our attacks? The 2 evil Soul Masters were taken aback. One of them, regaining his composure, shouted, "Don't just stand there, it's crucial to catch him." Just as they were about to chase, various large trees began to fall from above, and stones flew towards them. The 2 used a barrier for defense. Damn that little brat. They exchanged glances, soared into the sky, and looked down at the forest below. They directly used their 6th Soul Skill, striking down wildly with a group attack. Boom, boom, boom. Damn! Huang Wei suddenly slammed on the brakes and quickly dodged. His body rolled in midair and tumbled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the attacks. At that moment, Sword Heart activated. Speed. Suddenly, the evil Soul Master unleashed a Soul Skill and rapidly appeared in front of him. Saint Sun, you can't escape. Surrender now. One evil Soul Master was in front, and another was behind. They believed they had Huang Wei cornered. Huang Wei stopped in his tracks. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Since he couldn't escape, he decided not to run anymore. His gaze turned cold and fierce. It's just 2 Soul Emperors. I can definitely cut them down. Golden Sword Chi go, he shouted softly. And Golden Sword Chi surged from his body, rapidly condensing into a long sword with hundreds of thousands of Sword Chi. Gripping the Golden Sword Chi tightly, he charged towards the evil Soul Master ahead. The Gale Phantom again activated, dodging the evil Soul Master's attacks, sweeping horizontally with his sword in a 360-degree arc. Be careful. Suddenly, the evil Soul Master behind him was startled, feeling the impressive power of the Golden Sword. Boom! The attacks from both Soul Masters were directly repelled. What terrifying Sword Chi! We absolutely cannot let him grow. Allowing him to develop will definitely bring us harm. The 2 launched a fierce assault on Huang Wei, but the gap in realm was too great. The consumption of soul power was immense. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Pearl. Wind Blood Sword Technique. Sword Storm. 100,000 Sword Rain. 3rd Soul Skill, Sword Break. Huang Wei unleashed all his abilities, continuously defending and attacking. Sparks flew everywhere. Boom! Around him, the wind surged and clouds gathered, sword energy crisscrossed, and dragon energy entwined. A sword energy storm appeared around the evil Soul Master. The battle between the 2 sides was intense. At this moment, Huang Wei was panting heavily, covered in blood. The difference in their realms was too great. If it weren't for my enhanced physical condition, I would have collapsed long ago. His body swayed unsteadily, a bitter expression on his face. Am I really going to fall today? The consumption of soul power made him dizzy and temporarily incapacitated. He could barely stand, his face pale. His body was stained with blood, his own and that of the evil Soul Master. In an instant of distraction, he was caught off guard by the evil Soul Master, who seized the opportunity. He was struck in the back by a powerful incoming attack. He spat out blood. The golden sword slipped from his hand, and the golden sword energy disappeared. His entire body was sent flying far away, crashing into a huge stone. Boom! Unconscious. Bang bang. The 2 Soul Emperors who were repeatedly hit by Huang Wei's sword moves were also in bad shape. Huang Wei's sword dealt real damage and was quite heavy. Now, they lay on the ground, showing expressions of pain and hatred. Damn it, we underestimated him. No wonder he is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. A mere 32-level soul master managed to injure both of us to such a degree. Even if we die, it's worth it. Blood flowed from both of them. One had lost an arm, and the injuries were very severe. The other had been struck in the abdomen by the golden sword, with broken bones inside, convulsing and kneeling on the ground in agony. Regardless, they were both covered in sharp sword wounds. "You broke my arm. I will make you die." The one-armed man shouted angrily, raising his other hand as black feathers quickly condensed into sharp blades, shooting forward. Whoosh! 6 soul skill, Thunder Fist. However, at that moment, lightning flashed, and with a roar, a figure descended from the sky, blocking in front of Huang Wei and smashing the incoming feather blades with a single punch. The newcomer wore golden armor and was a soul saint from the Spirit Hall nearby, with the spirit of a thunder bear. Other soul saints and soul emperors also arrived at the same time. Holy Son, Li Tianming turned around, looking at the bloodied youth in the stone. His face filled with horror. If they had arrived a moment later, it would have been disastrous. They actually dared to assassinate the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, cut off their hands and feet. Li Tianming turned and pointed at the 2 captured evil soul masters, roaring in anger. Yes, the others acted swiftly, and the hands and feet of the 2 evil soul masters were severed. The screams were piercing. "Quick, someone come, treat the Holy Son. If the Holy Son dies, we all die." Li Tianming smashed the stone, pulling the unconscious Huang Wei out, while an auxiliary soul emperor and a healing soul emperor quickly stepped forward to treat him. "It's okay, it's fine. The Holy Son's physical condition is far superior to that of ordinary people. He only has a few broken ribs, and it's not a big problem. Moreover, his soul power and physical strength have been completely exhausted. Damn it, is that really not a big problem? If anyone else hears this, you're dead. Quickly heal him." Knowing that Huang Wei was not dead, Captain Li Tianming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the main force arrived, sealing off the soul-hunting forest. Li Tianming quickly took Huang Wei out of the soul-hunting forest. The others rushed to support Salus and decapitate the evil soul masters. An intense battle unfolded. Boom! Without the concern for the Holy Son, the group of evil soul masters was soon directly routed by the soul Douluo. One of the remaining soul saints was captured alive, while the others were all killed. The Spirit Hall continued to send soul Do-level personnel to pursue the fleeing evil soul masters. Salus then rushed to Li Tianming and anxiously asked, "How is the Holy Son?" "He is fine. He has already been sent to the base," Li Tianming replied. However, the Holy Son fought against 2 evil soul emperors, severing one of their arms and severely injuring the other. Those 2 have already had their hands and feet cut off and are dead. As he walked, Li Tianming reported, his expression filled with shock. The Holy Son is indeed the Holy Son. A mere soul master can fight 2 soul emperors to such a degree. This matter must be reported to His Holiness the Pope. The Holy Son can't be uninjured, right? Salus frowned as he looked at the person in front of him. This guy seems to be deliberately hiding something. Li Tianming swallowed hard and hesitated. The Holy Son is injured. A few ribs are broken, and he is covered in blood. What? Despite being prepared, Salus couldn't help but shout in anger upon hearing this. After all, it's already quite rare for a soul master to escape from the siege of 2 soul emperors. Now that the opponent's achievements are remarkable, how could he be unscathed? The difference in levels between both sides is far too great. Li Tianming quickly said, "But don't worry. The Holy Son has a strong constitution, and with the help of our auxiliary soul emperor and healing soul emperor, he is currently out of danger. And most of the blood on him is from the evil soul master." Upon hearing this, Salus immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Almost scared to death just now. His Holiness the Pope asked me to bring him out. If the Holy Son doesn't wake up, then I will be in serious trouble. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and arranged for the Soul Saint team to follow. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even with his high-level soul Douluo cultivation, he couldn't guarantee that he could escape with Huang Wei from the hands of 2 soul Douluo evil soul masters, let alone the soul saints and soul emperors. After this incident, he deeply realized the cunning of the evil soul masters. Your whereabouts have been exposed. It's clear that the other party has been monitoring the Holy Son all along. One possibility is that there are traitors within the Spirit Hall, and the other is that they have been kept under constant surveillance, with the latter being more likely. Currently, His Holiness the Pope is leading a large number of elders to the Stardow Forest. Indeed, the military strength of the Pope's palace is somewhat depleted. which gives the evil soul masters an opportunity to infiltrate. When I return, I need to conduct a thorough investigation. Entering the base, Huang Wei had already awakened. Holy Son, you're awake, a woman said. Looking at the two unfamiliar women in front of him, Huang Wei asked, I'm not dead? Yes, at a critical moment. Captain Li arrived just in time to save you, but those two evil soul masters have been severely injured by you. When we arrived, we immediately cut off their hands and feet. Holy Son, you are truly amazing with your soul master cultivation. You were able to contend with two soul emperors to such an extent. This battle of yours will surely astonish everyone in the Spirit Hall. Both women showed expressions of admiration. Huang Wei felt a bit embarrassed. At a critical moment, life and death seemed trivial. It was just a burst of potential. Huang Wei shook his head and said bitterly, All right, I'm fine now. You can leave. I need to change my clothes. Looking at his blood-soaked clothes, he said. The two women nodded and left. Huang Wei stood up, entered the nearby bathroom, took off his old clothes, and changed into new ones. This time, it was truly a life-and-death situation. Although my sword techniques are numerous and powerful, my soul power is too low, and the gap in levels between us is simply too great. It seems that I need to find a soul beast that can store or restore a large amount of soul power for my fourth soul ring. Aware of my fatal flaw, Huang Wei planned to make up for it, as long as my soul power is sufficient. Or, if I have an endless supply of soul power, then my outcome will be different. 3 purple soul rings floated around him. With the increase in the age of the soul rings, the power of the soul skills also increased, but so did the consumption of soul power. After this life and death battle, I gained better practical experience, which is good news. Retracting the soul rings, he turned to leave. At this moment, Salis and Li Tianming were already waiting in the room. Odison. The two breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Huang Wei safe and sound, and quickly clasped their hands in greeting. Bishop Salis, Huang Wei nodded. Who is this? He then looked at Li Tianming. This is Captain Li, who saved you at a critical moment, Salis immediately introduced. It's the fault of my subordinate for arriving late to rescue you. Otherwise, the despicable evil soul master wouldn't have harmed the Holy Son. I am incompetent, and I asked the Holy Son to punish me. Li Tianming immediately lowered his head and clasped his hands in apology. No one could have anticipated the appearance of so many evil soul masters in this place of the Spirit Hall. You need not blame yourself. I'm still alive. Huang Wei smiled slightly, sitting on the side of the bed, and said, Captain Li, that soul saint committed suicide by biting his tongue. At that moment, a soldier who had just entered said, Damn it, he actually killed himself? The clues are cut off. Li Tianming and Salis's expressions darkened. I will return to the Papal Palace first. I must quickly improve my strength. Huang Wei said, This life and death battle has given me deeper insights. All right, I will accompany the Holy Son back, and the matters here with Captain Li will be left to you. Okay. Thus, Salis led Huang Wei quickly towards the Pope's palace. Bishop, spread the news about my encounter with the ambush of the evil soul masters. On the carriage, Huang Wei said, Make it a bigger deal. Yes. Salis nodded. After returning to the Pope's palace, Huang Wei went straight to the villa. Soon, the news of the Holy Son being ambushed by a group of evil soul masters in the soul-hunting forest spread. The news that the Holy Son, a soul respect, fought alone against 2 evil soul emperors, severing one of their arms and heavily wounding one of them on the ground, also spread quickly. In an instant, there was shock throughout Martial Soul City. What, he didn't die? Damn it. Now I just hope those evil soul masters are dead and that I won't be exposed. In the bloodletting mansion, upon hearing the news, the CI Jew was filled with panic and unease. A golden figure descended from the sky, arriving in front of Huang Wei's villa. Looking at Huang Wei, who was sitting cross-legged, calming his mind and practicing, the golden crocodile was quite satisfied. This kid is indeed outstanding. He was just ambushed, experienced a life-and-death battle, almost died, and now he has adjusted so quickly. They were all aware of the news about Huang Wei. And as soon as the golden crocodile heard that he had been ambushed by the evil soul masters and nearly died, he immediately came over. He wanted to take Huang Wei to meet Douluo. At this moment, Huang Wei was deep in thought, replaying the scenes of the previous battles in his mind, absorbing lessons from his shortcomings, finding ways to make up for them, and continuously experiencing them in his mind to reach a deeply rooted state. With his sword heart being clear, he found these tasks to be very smooth. He needed a life-and-death battle to purify himself, and he had already achieved that. So this condition was also met. Taking a deep breath, his mental power returned, and he slowly opened his eyes, sensing that someone had arrived. Looking at the person in front of him, who was quite unfamiliar. He frowned, but he could confirm that this person had no malicious intent and was not an evil soul master. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The ability to fly, without a martial soul, indicated that the opponent was not a flying soul master, but rather a titled low-level powerhouse. May I ask who you are? Huang Wei stood up and asked. The golden crocodile slowly said, I am the second offering of the offering hall, golden crocodile, Douluo, sent by the grand offering to take the holy sun for a visit. So you are golden crocodile, Douluo? Huang Wei thought to himself. Then I will trouble the second offering to lead the way. He slowly replied, Little guy, aren't you afraid of me? The golden crocodile was somewhat surprised. I've already experienced death. What else is there to be afraid of? Huang Wei spoke in a calm tone, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. He was now more mentally mature. Haha, it seems the evil soul masters are helping you achieve breakthroughs. Not bad, not bad. This is what makes you the holy son of the spirit hall. Jin Yi nodded in satisfaction. After a while, he took Huang Wei and flew up towards the offering hall. Now that the teacher is leading many titled Douluo elders to hunt soul beasts, is the spirit hall vulnerable to the evil soul masters sneaking in? Huang Wei asked. A few have sneaked in, but they were all killed. We intended to capture them alive, but unfortunately, they all chose to end their own lives. The power of the spirit hall is even greater than you imagine. These evil soul masters can't stir up much trouble. Currently, there are no evil soul masters left in the spirit hall, Jin Yi slowly replied. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei felt reassured. Soon, they arrived at the offering hall. It was large, sacred, and magnificent. Huang Wei was visiting for the first time and was somewhat captivated by the sights. How is it? Isn't it beautiful here? Jin Yi said with a smirk. Huang Wei spoke bluntly. Do you like it here? Jin Ao asked again. Huang Wei nodded. I like it. Jin Yi, how about staying here in the future? Huang Wei shook his head. Beauty and fondness do not mean one has to stay. After a long time, one can become tired of it. The mundane is what lasts forever. Jin Yi was taken aback upon hearing this, and he looked at Huang Wei with a newfound respect. This level of insight truly did not seem like that of a 6-year-old child. 6 years old. Right, this kid is only 6 this year. A 6-year-old soul master, battling 2 evil soul emperors without losing ground. This achievement is unprecedented. Indeed, sometimes even the most beautiful things can become tiresome after a while. Jin Yi murmured meaningfully, leading him inside. Upon entering the worship hall, there was no one else inside. The other worshippers were cultivating in their own residences. They wouldn't come here unless there was a special reason. The hall was vast, with a gigantic angel statue in front. Under Jin Yi's guidance, they arrived at a large corridor filled with sacred light. At the end was an open door where divine golden light appeared. With each step Huang Wei took, he felt an increasing pressure. Old man, are you trying to test me? Huang Wei thought to himself, these old folks are really not kind. They wanted me to come, and now they're pulling this stunt. It's quite unpleasant. Old Jin, I need to talk to this little guy alone. At that moment, the pressure on Huang Wei vanished, and a familiar voice echoed. Jin Yi nodded and looked at Huang Wei. Then you can go in by yourself. Huang Wei nodded and walked inside. Once inside, the door closed behind him. However, Huang Wei felt no fear. Everything seemed so calm. Having met the grand offering, Huang Wei clasped his hands in greeting. Little one, aren't you afraid of me? Now that Bibi Dong is not here, you're all alone. Qian Daolu stood quietly in front of the angel statue, standing with his hands behind his back, and said, There's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I'll just die. Huang Wei replied. Qian Daolu laughed. What do you think of the position of the Pope? He asked. Huang Wei, look with your eyes. Qian Daolu. He said, the Spirit Hall has always had the Holy Son inherit the position of Pope, and now that you have become the Holy Son, you will definitely become the Pope in the future. However, if a man wants to become the Pope, he must be from my Qian family. Do you understand what I mean? Huang Wei, I'm not interested in the position of Pope. I just want to focus on drawing my sword and getting stronger. Let Saintess Hulaina inherit the Pope's position. Moreover, the teacher has just broken through to title Douluo and is currently hunting for soul rings. Isn't it inappropriate for you to discuss this with me? It is indeed too early for you. I'll ask you again. Are you willing to take me as your master? I will take you as my direct disciple, and within 20 years, you can become a title Douluo. Qian Daolu's tone was calm, yet confident. If you, great offering, are here for this matter, then I must be frank. I will not kneel, not now, nor in the future. My stance is resolute. Now, you can either kill me or let me go. Saying this, Huang Wei directly sat down on the ground, with an expression that showed he was indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if necessary. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Douluo said, somewhat angrily. This brat really doesn't know what's good for him, rejecting him twice. At first, he thought Bibi Dong was a concern for the other party. But now that Bibi Dong is not around, the other party remains so defiant. A surge of power rushed directly towards Huang Wei. Huang Wei said lightly, Death is also a kind of liberation. Unfortunately, I don't have enough strength. Otherwise, I would definitely want to fight you seriously. If I could grow to title Douluo, I feel I could defeat you. What a bold kid. How about this? Let's make a bet. I'll give you 20 years to grow to title Douluo. If you can reach title Douluo and defeat me, I'll grant you anything you want. If you fail, you have to obediently be my disciple. What do you think? Douluo said with a smirk, going along with the flow. Okay, I agree, Huang Wei said, but with an additional condition. There was confidence in his calmness. Good kid. Speak. The angel lady who fought with me that day is very beautiful. If I defeat you, will you also give her to me? You little brat. You really have some guts, daring to covet my granddaughter. If you can win, then I can agree to that. But my granddaughter is destined to become a god. Mortals and gods are different. How will you be together with her? Then I will become a god too. Won't that work? Is it that difficult? He was a man with a system. Get lost. A powerful force directly sent Huang Wei out of the main hall. Jin Ao was also dumbfounded. What was happening? 40. Death Valley. So violent. Why did they suddenly kick someone out? Huang Wei, who had fallen and rolled, got up and said with a bad tone, Jin Ao curiously asked, what did you say to make the grand offering so angry? Old Jin, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. At this moment, Douluo's voice came out. Jin Ao immediately stopped talking. Kumin. In the next moment, a force pulled Huang Wei back in and closed the door. Huang Wei, listen well. Becoming a god is a very difficult realm. There are only two ways to become a god. The first way is to reach level 100 and condense a divine position to become a god, but this is extremely difficult. It takes at least 1,000 years, and a human's lifespan is far from enough. The second way is to inherit the divine position of a deity. This is our best choice. Don't think about the first one. Douluo stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, then where do I find a deity to inherit? Huang Wei pretended not to know and asked. Douluo looked into the distance and said, in the sea, there is an island called Sea God Island, where there is the inheritance of the sea god. You could try to go there in the future. However, Sea God Island is not on good terms with our spirit hall, so you must not let them know you are from the spirit hall. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Generally speaking, the lighter response would be to drive you away, and the heavier one could lead to your death. Douluo's voice became solemn. If I weren't afraid of them discovering the angelic power on you, I would have let you try to accept the test of the angel god. Although you can't become a god, passing it would still bring you great benefits. He looked at the huge angel statue in front of him and showed a gesture of a devout believer, praying. I understand, Huang Wei said. With his system, he was not worried about not being able to become a god. He was an anomaly. He would definitely go to Sea God Island in the future. He intended to seize Tang San's opportunities and also planned to take the divine herbs. You can go back now and remember our agreement, Douluo said. Huang Wei nodded. I understand. He turned and left. Jin escorted him out of the main hall to prevent the evil soul master from targeting him. Arrange for someone to secretly protect him, especially when he leaves the spirit hall. Douluo's voice echoed in Genie's mind. Got it, old Genie nodded. After leaving the offering hall, Huang Wei returned to the villa to continue his sword training. Soon a week passed. Bibi Dong and the others also returned. Upon hearing that Huang Wei had been targeted for assassination by the evil soul master, Bibi Dong was extremely furious. She ordered those who had left the spirit hall to intensify the hunt for the evil soul masters. On this day, Bibi Dong personally came to Huang Wei's villa. Huang Wei was focused on his sword training as always. At this moment, his soul power had reached the 33rd level soul master. He was leveling up quite fast. Teacher, Huang Wei said, looking at the newcomer, sheathed his sword and ran over. Xiao Wei, I've heard about your achievements. They're really impressive. You're doing great. It's good to see you're okay, Bibi Dong said with a slight smile. Huang Wei touched his nose and said, it's a narrow escape from death, but everything is over now. Teacher, have you hunted 100,000-year soul ring? Bibi Dong replied, revealing a circle of red 100,000-year soul rings on her body. Congratulations, teacher. Huang Wei smiled. Xiao Wei, do you remember what I said before? About the Death Canyon? Are we going there? Huang Wei said, the sooner we go to that place, the better. Bai Dong stroked Huang Wei's head and replied, I will have the two elders secretly protect you. Nana and the others will be waiting for you over there. I've already contacted them. You can come out after 3 months of training inside. All right. Early the next morning, Huang Wei was taken to the Death Canyon by Yuguan. The Death Canyon truly lived up to its name. Even standing at the edge, one could sense the dangerous aura emanating from within. The surrounding environment was quite beautiful, but often, that was the most deadly danger. Greetings, Holy Son, Elder. Upon seeing the two arrivals, the high-ranking officials of the training camp, who had heard the news early, came out to welcome them. Instructor Qingdong, we will trouble you to take care of him for the next 3 months. The Holy Son's life is paramount, Yuguan said meaningfully. Qingdong swallowed hard and nodded. Rest assured, Elder Zhu, I will do my utmost to ensure the Holy Son's safety. Huang Wei said lightly, I came here for training. If you protect me, then what use is my training? It's been over 2 months since we've seen Xiao Wei, and your tone has grown quite big. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. 3 familiar figures walked over. Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu. Holy Son. Although Yin and Xiaoyu were somewhat reluctant, they had heard about Huang Wei's achievements, and since they had previously lost to him, they addressed him as Holy Son with some respect. Nana, it's been over 2 months. I've really missed you. Huang Wei rushed into Hulaina's arms, hugging her and smiling. Hulaina blushed at the sudden embrace, saying, You've grown quite a bit taller. You're quite the monster, growing so fast. Xiaoyu felt indifferent, but Yin clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, unsure of what to do. Seeing Huang Wei hugging Hulaina made him uncomfortable, so he turned around and found an excuse to leave. Xiaoyu followed suit. In the past 2 months, they had developed some feelings through their cooperation, and he didn't want that to be broken by Huang Wei's arrival. For the next 3 months, I will help you get familiar with the Death Canyon, Hulaina said. A bonfire was lit outside, and besides the 3 of them, there were other talented individuals sent for training in the Death Canyon. At this moment, 4 familiar faces walked out. Blood Knife Li Xia, Zhu Jun, Ling Xiao, and another Qing Chao. Holy Son, you are here too. Zhu Jun took the initiative to speak. The other 2 had complex expressions, suddenly recalling the scenes of their previous defeat. According to the latest information, he has already become a Soul Zune, Ling Xiao said. Qing Chao remarked, That's terrifying. He is only 6 years old. How did he cultivate? Blood Knife Li Xia said, I couldn't even beat him at level 22, and now I can only be completely defeated. His rise of over 10 levels in 2 months is too scary. Hello, I remember you are Zhu Jun, right? Huang Wei looked at the tall, strong man walking over and said. Zhu Jun nodded and smiled. It's an honor that the Holy Son remembers me. Xiao Wei, you really became a Soul Zune? Hulaina asked. Yeah, I'm at level 33 now, Huang Wei replied. Level 33, Soul Zune. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, gasping in disbelief. My God, this is too terrifying. I really can't compare with you, this monster. I worked so hard to reach level 33. And now you're already there. It's over. I've truly been surpassed by you, Hulaina said, looking very distressed. Holy Son, we should go train now. The 4 of Zhu Jun, feeling deeply impacted, clenched their fists. The gap between them and the Holy Son was too vast, so they decided to hurry and cultivate. Okay, Huang Wei nodded. The 4 quickly left. You've really hit me hard. I won't say more. I've been impacted by you too. Let's finish these things quickly and continue our training. You just need to stick with us for the next 3 months. Hulaina didn't even want Huang Wei to level up anymore. He was leveling up too fast, and she really couldn't keep up. All right, Huang Wei naturally wouldn't waste time on this. His main task was still to draw his sword and cultivate. He quickly aimed to reach 4 million sword draws, eagerly anticipating what rewards would come. 41, Death Mountain, 7,000 meters. At the entrance of the Death Canyon, Huang Wei pondered some questions while watching the backs of Li Xia and the other 3 who had already entered. The 3 of them also stepped inside. Now, I am at least a Holy Son, but still a solitary commander without my own power. Should I take these 4 under my wing? The Death Canyon is vast and feels eerie and lifeless even during the day. In front of everyone stands a huge, towering mountain. This first challenge is called Death Mountain, and the rule is that soul power cannot be used. One must rely solely on physical strength to climb. At the foot of the mountain stands an instructor from the Death Canyon, who spoke to the arriving group. These individuals were not new to climbing, but many still found it quite difficult to complete. There is no protection. If one falls, only then can they use their martial souls and soul skills to save themselves. Hulaina added. Li Xia and the other 3 did not hesitate and began to take action. They had been hit hard, and now they could not afford to rest any longer. Every second was extremely tense. Odison. Only by challenging and completing this Death Mountain can one enter the second stage. The subsequent challenges lie behind the mountain, and neither climbing up nor down can utilize soul power or martial souls. Death Mountain is 7,000 meters high. Upon seeing Huang Wei, the instructor in front quickly ran over, respectfully explaining. Huang Wei looked at the magnificent and towering peak in front of him, secretly clicking his tongue. 7,000 meters. It was almost as high as Mount Everest. Climbing it with bare hands, without the use of martial souls or soul skills, was no small challenge. Moreover, the higher he went, the stronger the wind and the lower the temperature. Huang Wei asked, generally speaking, how long does it take for an average person to reach the top of the mountain? An average person usually takes about half a month to reach the summit. And for those who are weaker, it can take about a month. Coming down takes about the same time. This is the normal completion time. The saintess and her companions took exactly 10 days to reach the top on their first attempt. The instructor said, after that, they got used to it and could climb within a day. This is a training project for soul, masters' bodies, and willpower. Just reaching the top greatly enhances both physical strength and willpower, and it can also help with soul power. Although one cannot use their martial soul and soul skills during the climb, they can use soul power guidance techniques to assist in cultivation, which can accelerate soul power condensation. After hearing the instructor's words, Huang Wei nodded. It turns out that cultivation has this level of depth. That's not bad. Let's go, we'll demonstrate first, said Hulaina and the others. After warming up, they began to climb. Huang Wei looked at them. Their speed was very fast, each step steady and skilled. He then glanced at the rest of Ling Zhao's group and noticed someone had lost their footing and fallen. He immediately summoned his martial soul and inserted it into the rock wall to save a life. Of course, this meant that the person had failed their challenge and needed to come down to climb again. Huang Wei took a deep breath, quickly assessing the footholds and handholds on the rock face. He leaped up in one step and began to climb. With his current physical fitness and solid stamina, he planned to challenge himself to reach the top in one day. The sun has gone up. Immediately prepare the defenses. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to the sun, said the chief instructor, who had rushed over from a military camp below, his expression serious. The others nodded in agreement, ready to respond at any moment. In particular, the flying soul masters had already spread their wings, ready to fly up and catch Huang Wei if he slipped. But they underestimated Huang Wei too much. Huang Wei did not pursue speed. Each step was steady, and he was simultaneously practicing the soul power guidance technique within him. This was equivalent to multitasking. A moment of carelessness could lead to a misstep and a fall. After climbing to 2,000 meters, Huang Wei began to feel a bit breathless. However, it wasn't a big problem. He didn't look at others, but focused on the remaining 5,000 meters to the peak, which was indeed very high. He turned his head and glanced at the scenery above. The view of the Death Canyon unfolded before him, truly beautiful, with a sense of beauty amidst the gloom. He also saw many soul beasts in other areas. In an instant, he was completely captivated by it. He knew that being entranced by such beauty could be very dangerous. So he quickly shook his head and continued climbing. After reaching 3,000 meters, he was already covered in sweat, breathing heavily. It still didn't feel overwhelming. He could hold on and had plenty of energy left. This was indeed a great exercise, though a bit dangerous. Huang Wei exhaled and muttered to himself. Looking at the others, he realized that some who had started climbing before him had been unknowingly surpassed, while some had fallen from 5,000 meters but were fortunately caught by the instructor, saving their lives. Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu saw that Huang Wei was still climbing and breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to push forward. They had now climbed to 4,000 meters. At the same time, they sighed. It was true that comparing people could be frustrating, as the Saint Child had reached 3,000 meters on his first climb. It seemed that the other party was on track to reach the summit directly. Unbeknownst to them, a day was about to pass in the blink of an eye. The sun was setting in the west. At the peak, the north wind howled, and the sunset glow was truly beautiful. The red line on the equator looked like a stunning painting. Huang Wei gasped heavily, leaning on a support point to rest. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, and the strong wind made him feel extremely cold. The sweat and wet clothes were quickly dried by the wind. He had consumed a lot of energy, but he could still climb higher. At 5,000 meters, he was just 2,000 meters away from the summit. Huang Wei looked up. Night had fallen, and visibility was getting worse. Meanwhile, Hulaina and the others had already reached the top, set up a camp, and started a fire, planning to have dinner to replenish their energy. At the same time, Hulaina was worried about Huang Wei. The sun had set, visibility would worsen, and he was still 2,000 meters from the summit. She wondered if he had the stamina to make it. She admired him. Reaching 5,000 meters on his first try was no small feat. Yin and Xiaoyu, eating their rations and admiring the scenery, sighed. All flying spirit masters ascend and find the sun, Protect him until he reaches the summit or falls. Below, as night fell, the chief instructor was extremely anxious. The temperature at night was very low, the wind would be fast and strong, and visibility was poor, which was the last thing they wanted to see. At that moment, cold sweat ran down his back. If anything happened to the sun, he would be doomed. Yes, all flying instructors, take off. They quickly found Huang Wei, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. They used the soul guide to communicate with the chief instructor below. Huang Wei ignored them and continued to climb upwards. He breathed heavily, feeling hot, tired, and cold all at once. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. When he reached 500 meters, the strong winds intensified, almost blowing him away, which startled the instructors following behind him. Fortunately, Huang Wei managed to withstand it and continued his ascent. His heart was racing. Even though his physical condition had improved, he was still immortal. Gritting his teeth, he continued to climb. At 6,000 meters, his hands were trembling severely. After enduring for about an incense stick's worth of time, Huang Wei finally reached the summit at 7,000 meters. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the mountaintop, welcoming the cold wind. Hulaina and the others immediately helped him into the camp. The instructors all breathed a sigh of relief as they returned to the ground to report. 3 months. Reward, 7,000 meter peak, which had 3 tents, one for Hulaina and the others. They were not first-timers, although some had failed along the way. They ultimately made it to the top. Hulaina brought a freshly heated cup to Huang Wei. Huang Wei took a short break and then recovered, sitting outside the tent, admiring the beautiful scenery in front of him. He reflected on everything that had just happened and felt it was all worth it. Because he had persisted in training with the sword, his hands had long since adapted to this high-intensity work, unlike those who were too exhausted to lift their arms. He slowly raised the teacup that Hulaina handed him and found it filled with white milk. There were also some dry rations and fruits. "Thank you, Sister Nana," he replied with a smile. He took his time sipping and chewing. The taste was really quite good. "Xiao Wei, it's true that people can be impressive. You're climbing for the first time and have managed to do so. It's really remarkable," Hulaina said, sitting beside him, looking at the beautiful scenery and sipping her milk tea. Huang Wei said, "I just want to challenge my limits." "It's really beautiful here," he sighed. "Yes, it's beautiful, but unfortunately very dangerous," Hulaina replied, tossing her hair. "Tomorrow we will descend the mountain and head to the second stage, where we will train agility. You can't use your martial soul or soul power. Once I guide you through those training sessions, you will only need to focus on mastering these skills during the next 3 months. After hearing Hulaina's words, Huang Wei nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After finishing his milk tea, he stood up and found a spot to begin sword training. After 3 months, he would be 7 years old, so he needed to make the most of his time and increase his sword drawing repetitions to 4 million. Just thinking about the mysterious reward made him excited. Swish, swish, swish. His speed was like a gale, extremely fast and sharp. This also attracted the attention of the others. Was he not tired from the day of climbing? Now, he was up training again. Did he really need to push himself so hard? A 6-year-old soul master, still working so hard? Ging Gao, Lang Xiao, and the others were shocked and said with complex expressions. From this point, they had already lost. Hulaina watched Huang Wei drawing his sword, and at that moment, he looked particularly handsome in his focus. Unconsciously, Hulaina found herself captivated. Late at night, Huang Wei found the 4 of them. "Saint's son, what do you want with us?" "Gehunaskiv." "Follow me," Huang Wei said to them in a very calm tone. What does the saint's son mean by that? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 4 changed instantly. "Submit to me. Do you understand now?" Huang Wei stated plainly. "I am a 6-year-old level 30 soul master, and I have the talent of a titled Douluo. If you submit to me now, I will not treat you unfairly." Huang Wei held the golden sword merged in the wind blade's sheath and looked at everyone, saying. Ling Zhao's expression changed, and he asked, "Holy Son, I heard that you just stepped into the soul sovereign level and fought against 2 evil soul emperors, severing 1 arm and heavily injuring one of them. Is that true?" "It's true. I almost died that time," Huang Wei replied. Hearing his confirmation, the 4 were once again shocked. Ling Zhao said, "All right, since you want us to submit to you, then you need to subdue us. You alone challenge the 4 of us working together. If you win, we will submit to you." "Sure, when do we start?" Huang Wei said. "Holy Son, you've climbed all day and just trained for so long. Why not tomorrow?" Li Xia suggested. "No need. Let's do it now. It won't take long, and it can be over quickly. Come out." Huang Wei's expression was calm as he turned and left the tent directly. He was arrogant, but I felt a terrifying confidence from him. I couldn't be careless. I had to go all out from the moment I appeared. He was frightening, even more so than before. I could feel suffocation emanating from him. Zhu Jun, Ling Xiao, and the others spoke in low voices. So they went out. At the peak of the mountain, Huang Wei, holding his unsheathed sword, was surrounded by the four of them. As the strong wind howled, the four launched their most ferocious soul skill attacks at Huang Wei. Huang Wei closed his eyes, and a terrifying sword energy erupted from his body, crashing out and sending them flying. The swift wind phantom was released in an instant, and under the moonlight, a beam of sword light flashed by, shattering the martial souls of the four. Huang Wei's figure had already exited the encirclement of the four, and when he sheathed his sword slightly, it was as if they'd been struck by a terrifying critical hit, one by one collapsing to the ground and crying out in pain. I said it would be quick. Huang Wei slowly turned around to look at them. This was a direct kill. The commotion outside also attracted Hulaina and the other two out of the tent. What are you doing? Hulaina asked with a frown. Huang Wei sheathed his long sword and said, It's nothing, just fulfilling a promise to them. Get some good rest. His gaze swept over the four of them before he turned and returned to the tent. Yes, the attitudes of the four had changed greatly. Huang Wei is truly powerful. The four soul lords couldn't even escape after a single round of teamwork. They were defeated in an instant. The gap is too significant. The opponent is a level 33 soul lord, which is not even higher than them. It's already this terrifying. If they allow him to grow further, how strong will he become? So they are all curious now, wanting to see just how powerful Huang Wei will be in the future. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Huang Wei and the others descended the mountain. In the following days, under the guidance of Hulaina and the other two, Huang Wei completed his training in agility, strength, and other subjects. He passed them all. After that, Huang Wei planned to part ways with Hulaina and the others. He intended to train alone in the Death Canyon, searching for opportunities. At first, Hulaina was a bit worried, but she still let Huang Wei go. If she followed him, even if they encountered a powerful soul beast, it would be him who would kill it, which wouldn't be friendly for the training of Hulaina and the other two. Soon, a month passed. One day, Huang Wei arrived at a valley filled with overgrown weeds. Suddenly, a gigantic python rushed towards him, moving very quickly and possessing immense attack power. It was a 3,000-year-old black stone python with formidable attack strength. For a soul beast of this age, given Huang Wei's current strength, it would be too easy to kill it. However, he didn't directly kill it. Instead, he used this black stone python to train himself. In the end, he executed the wind blood drawing sword technique, severing half of its tail, causing it to flee. Thus, in the following time, he planned to roam the entire Death Canyon. For 3 months, he searched during the day and practiced sword drawing at night, until the penultimate night arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 4 million sword draws. Rewards. All attributes increased by 1 level, soul power and mental power increased by 2 levels. Obtain the Sword Path Fusion Ring talent. The next moment, a cold voice from the system echoed in his mind. A surge of power swelled within him. His soul power rose to the 36th level soul lord. All his attributes were enhanced. In his mind, he recalled the memory of the Sword Path talent's fusion ability. 3 purple soul rings hovered above him. The 3 months of experience had brought about a tremendous change compared to before. The soul rings fused into the golden sword, unleashing an unprecedented, terrifying sword momentum. He aimed at a huge golden vulture, flying from afar, and slashed out with his sword. The space cracked open a seam and quickly closed again. This sword strike was astonishingly powerful. Puff! In a single encounter, it directly cleaved the golden vulture in half. Dinner could be served with an extra portion. He licked his lips and smiled. Hero saves the beauty host. Huang Wei age, 6 cultivation. Level 35 soul, Lord mental power. Level 43 soul, master martial soul. Golden sword soul skills. Wind blood, drawing sword technique. Gale wall, sword break. Sword drawing styles. 100,000 sword rain, sword storm. Golden sword chi talents. Clear sword heart, sword chi emission. Gale phantom, sword chi rolling dragon wall. Sword path fusion ring. Sword draw count. For million times current world. Douluo that night, while roasting golden vulture meat over a campfire. Huang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Time really flies. After tomorrow, I will leave the Death Canyon, and I will also be 7 years old. In just 1 short year. So much has happened. Who would believe it? A 6-year-old with only level 1 soul power has become a 35-level golden sword soul lord in a year. His self-reflection became even more intense. The meat of the golden vulture is quite delicious. It doesn't require too many seasonings, just salt will do. But at that moment, Huang Wei, unsure if it was an auditory hallucination, her voice calling for help not far away. At the same time, there were rumbling sounds of soul beasts colliding. Huang Wei's chewing stopped. He looked in the direction from which the cry for help had come. To the northeast. Following his gaze, there was a dense thicket. It was nighttime now, the perfect time for the soul beasts in the Death Canyon to come out and hunt. Thinking of this, Huang Wei wasn't too surprised. Well, let's go take a look. After all, I'm from the Spirit Hall, and I'm the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps I can still win some hearts. He stood up and decided to check it out. Right now, he was completely like a lone commander. Although Ling Xiao and the other three had submitted to him, their numbers were still too few, and they were still soul masters still growing. With a wave of his hand, he stored the roasted meat in the dream crystal and quickly flew towards the northeast. His speed with the Gale Phantom technique was becoming more and more refined. The afterimages moved rapidly like a gust of wind. It was as if he were skimming the surface of the water on a tree. Look out, third soul skill. Triple slash of the blue sword. The one who sent the distress signal was Qing Chao, who was currently being chased by a huge tentacle plant monster. Each tentacle possessed terrifying destructive power, causing trees to collapse and rocks to shatter around her. Although Qing Chao's soul skill knocked one tentacle away, she was still struck by the remaining ones. Her body flew backward, smashing through many trees, rolling on the ground and spitting blood, feeling incredibly miserable. A sharp pain was racking her abdomen. What should I do? Am I really going to perish here? The 5,000-year-old blue vine monster is too powerful. I should have known better than to go there. A tear streamed down Qing Chao's face, regretting her choice. Yet there was a hint of unwillingness in her gritted teeth. A tentacle struck down hard, and her pupils contracted. She immediately summoned her soul skill to defend, but she was sent flying again. Another wave of pain sweeping over her heart. Soon after, she was caught by the giant tentacle. The tentacle tore her clothes apart. Qing Chao screamed. Once she was nearly torn to shreds, her fair and alluring skin was exposed. The blue vine monster opened its terrifying jaws, revealing a greedy expression, and began to pull Qing Chao towards its mouth. Its teeth were incredibly sharp. Once she entered its mouth, she would be completely torn apart, and the outcome would be tragic. Qing Chao was terrified, enduring the pain as she struggled and swung her sword, but it was useless. Her hands and legs were quickly bound. It's over, it's really over. Help! Someone save me. Holy Son, save me. King Gao Sao det paten. This was the only viable way to call for help now. Bold monster, how dare you attack my little sister? Golden sword chi slash. However, Qing Chao's frantic cries did indeed have an effect. The next second, accompanied by a cold voice, a golden sword chi transformed into a long sword descended from the sky, cutting through the two tentacles that had ensnared Qing Chao. It was incredibly easy, like cutting tofu. Each strand of the golden sword chi possessed the level of a Grand Master Huang Wei. After 3 months of refinement, he had condensed a total of 1 million strands of golden sword chi. He truly achieved the condensation of 1 million sword chi. Moreover, each of these million sword chi was a powerful strike from his Grandmaster level. 1 million condensed into one strike was terrifying. Furthermore, he was now a soul master. If he continued to refine, then each of these sword chi would be from a soul master, and their power would be even more formidable. Huang Wei extended one hand, pulling Qing Chao into his embrace, a wave of body fragrance wafting towards him, her soft body quietly pressing against him. Holy Son, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? In an instant, Qing Chao's face turned crimson, not daring to move, because she was now left with only her underwear. Roar! The Qing tongue monster roared, in pain and anger, its tentacles shooting rapidly towards Huang Wei. It sought to take his life. A creature that had existed for 5,000 years, equivalent to a human soul sect. Huang Wei frowned and said, Holy Son, be careful, it's very dangerous. Qing Gao, with a flushed face, reminded him. Huang Wei said, it's good that you called it out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it in time. Facing the intertwined attacks of so many tentacles, he held on to Qing Chao, unhurried yet very focused as he effortlessly dodged using the wind shadow technique. He casually unleashed golden sword energy, creating millions of golden sword energy storms that shredded the tentacles of the vine monster. It was the second form of the draw sword technique, the sword storm. It was extremely domineering, although most of the sword energies were at the great soul master level. There were quite a few at the soul master level as well. It was impossible for an average soul master to withstand it. Even a soul emperor would find it difficult to handle. If Huang Wei were to challenge a soul emperor alone right now, he would have a high confidence of killing the opponent. This is the level of his strength now. The protagonist's combat power cannot be judged by that of a normal person. The enhancement of physical qualities, the increase in strength, the power of the sword, and the use of movement techniques are all essential for defeating enemies at a higher level. Huang Wei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and suddenly opened them wide. 3 purple soul rings instantly merged into the golden sword energy, and with a sweeping motion, he unleashed a powerful strike. The sword path merged with the rings. The golden sword drawing technique. This was just another way to use the golden sword energy. A fierce golden sword light swept through the air, illuminating the dark thicket. Bang! In an instant, the vine monster was struck through by the golden light with a whoosh. Blood splattered as the vine monster was split in half, falling to the ground. Holy Sun, you are so strong. Qing Chao revealed an expression of immense envy and admiration at that moment. She seemed to have fallen in love with the stunning young man before her. Her face turned even redder, shy and bashful. The aura emanating from Huang Wei, combined with the invincible demeanor, was very alluring to her. She rested her head on Huang Wei's shoulder, enjoying and cherishing this moment. Huang Wei looked around and saw that no soul beasts were chasing after them, and he let out a sigh of relief, putting Qing Chao down. Only then did Qing Chao reluctantly leave, awkwardly saying, "Holy Sun, I lost my clothes, and I don't have a soul guide device." Huang Wei took out a set of long robes from the soul guide and threw it to the other person. "Try this on and see if it fits you," he said. Now he was about the same height as the other person, so there shouldn't be much of a problem, and he had given a robe. Qing Chao immediately tried it on, and it really suited her. Looking at her under the moonlight, Qing Chao looked beautiful, making Huang Wei, a 30-year-old bachelor, feel anxious and restless, with a burning desire to rush over and do something. Strange cave, battle with the serpent. Why are you being chased by the vine monster? When he asked this question, Huang Wei felt a bit foolish. It was quite normal for things to happen in the depths of the Death Canyon. Qing Chao said, "Saint Sun, it's because I discovered a strange cave. I thought about entering to explore, but ended up being chased by the vine monster." Strange cave? Huang Wei, who was about to turn back to the campfire, paused in his steps upon hearing these words. As a transmigrate her, he naturally knew what the appearance of a cave represented, especially a strange cave like this one. There might be some great treasures inside, instantly igniting his curiosity. "King Kao Nudet, Sanson, do you want to go explore it?" Huang Wei said, "All right, after tomorrow I will leave the Death Valley, so let's go explore a bit. It can be considered a gift before I leave." Upon hearing that the other person would be leaving the day after tomorrow, Qing Chao felt a bit reluctant. "Odison, do you have anything to eat?" "I'm hungry," she slowly asked. Huang Wei took out some roasted griffin meat from the soul guide and threw it to the other person. Qing Chao happily started eating it. The two of them quickly walked towards a strange cave. After about half a stick of incense, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. In front of them was a stone door that stood 3 meters tall. The ground was a circular area covered with vines. The door here had just been opened by me, and now it was closed again, seemingly caused by the vine monster. Qing Chao noticed something unusual. The 5,000-year-old vine monster was likely the guardian beast inside, and now that the guardian beast was dead, it didn't mean there wasn't a second one inside. It was better to be cautious. Huang Wei said as he drew his sword. A tremendous force struck directly against the stone door. With a loud rumble, the stone door opened. The darkness added an even colder layer to the originally eerie cave. Huang Wei took out a light stone from the soul guiding device and threw it inside. After confirming it was safe, he walked in. Qing Chao began to be on guard. She had already been injured during her fight with the Qing tongue monster, so she needed to be even more cautious now. The corridor was long, with strange murals on both sides. As they walked further in, the winding path felt like a maze. Huang Wei looked back and saw nothing but darkness, feeling as if he had been swallowed by it. Even he felt a strange sense of horror at that moment. Buzzing. Suddenly, a sound similar to that of a wasp buzzed through the quiet maze path. "I seem to have heard something strange," Qing Chao exclaimed. Her expression startled. Huang Wei looked behind him. The voice was coming from that direction. He threw one of the illuminating stones out, and in midair, he saw a large swarm of giant hornets flying towards them. In an instant, both of them felt their hair stand on end. "Run!" Qing Chao shouted as he pulled Huang Wei, immediately urging him. Million sword rain. Huang Wei did not hesitate and decisively unleashed one of his ultimate moves. The frenzied, golden rain of swords surged toward the swarm. In an instant, sparks flew in the dark alley. At the same time, the two turned and ran deeper inside. After going through twists and turns, they finally arrived at a hidden chamber. This was an altar, and what on earth was this place? With the help of the illuminating stone, Huang Wei began to understand the situation. In front of them was the center of the altar, which had a sunken device. The two studied it, and Qin Chao said, "Saint Sun, it seems this needs some liquid to fill it." Suddenly, strange noises echoed from within. A crawling sound emerged from the walls. The two immediately became alert. Abandoning the illuminating stone, they saw a gigantic serpent. Their pupils constricted suddenly. Qin Chao, looking terrified, said, "It's the black snake that is about to transform into a dragon. Its power is no less than that of the vine monster, and it might even be stronger. Definitely over 5,000 years old. Prepare for battle. There's nothing to be afraid of." Huang Wei quickly calmed down. The serpent launched a fierce group attack against them. Huang Wei drew his sword and rushed out, with a fierce wind swirling around him, forming a wall of gale that blocked the incoming soul attacks. "Take care of yourself." Huang Wei finished speaking, took a step forward, leaped into the air, and instantly arrived in front of the dragon snake, slashing down with his sword. Bang! Sparks flew as the dragon snake let out an angry roar, producing a clanging sound. Huang Wei's expression changed. Such rigid scales. His golden sword at this moment weighed at least nearly 1,000 pounds, with its power doubled, reaching a terrifying level. Yet it had only managed to slice off a few scales from the opponent. It was enough to see the horror of the serpent in front of him. Under the mutual reaction force, he was knocked back, and the serpent swung a massive tail towards him. In a moment of crisis, he quickly used the swift wind phantom to narrowly evade, flipping over and landing on its tail. Golden sword energy, condense. Huang Wei raised the golden sword in his hand, and a massive golden sword chi phantom condensed, striking down towards the flood serpent. The flood serpent spat out a black substance to collide with it, resulting in a terrifying explosion. However, soon after, its tail was severed by him, and blood dripped into the depression of the altar. The flood serpent was completely enraged, falling into a frenzy, and launched a fierce attack against Huang Wei. Qin Chao noticed this situation and immediately shouted, "Saint Sun, try using its blood to see if it can fill the depression." Focused on the battle, Huang Wei quickly reacted to this reminder and decided to try luring the giant creature down towards the altar. Sword Chi rolling dragon wall. Sword Dao fusion ring. Million sword rain fall. Wind blood sword technique. Sword break. After a brief exchange, he roughly understood that this flood serpent was about 7,000 years old, and he had no intention of holding back, unleashing various techniques in one breath. He formed a killing formation, determined to annihilate it. Even though the flood serpent resisted, it could not withstand the sweeping power of the terrifying sword Chi. It was struck down, scales flying, blood splattering, and hitting the altar, quickly filling the depression with blood. Huang Wei gasped for breath and landed beside Qin Chao. "Finally done. I'm exhausted," he murmured. "Saint Sun, you are really amazing, so handsome. I like you so much." Qin Chao, who had witnessed the entire battle, admired and adored him even more, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She wished she could dedicate herself to him right then and there. "Let's see how things will unfold here." Huang Wei quickly said, "The soul ring hasn't appeared, so this big guy isn't dead yet?" He was taken aback, his pupils contracted, and said, in the next moment, he indeed felt the faint breathing of the Jiao snake. However, at this moment, the area began to tremble. On the altar, a beam of light soared upward. It directly penetrated the body of the Jiao snake. "Look, there seems to be something in the light," Qin Chao said. "Buzz, buzz, buzz." However, at that moment, they heard the sound of bloodthirsty bees approaching from behind. They were attracted by the smell of blood. 45. Yin Yang Jiao snake, Crystal Huang Wei felt that things were not looking good. He activated the wind shadow and directly grasped the object shining in the light. Upon closer inspection, it was a crystal-like object that he had never seen before and didn't know what it was. Regardless of that, he decided to store it in his soul guide first. The bloodthirsty bees had already caught up, and he quickly brought Qin Chao to the end of the altar. The reason for not going back the original way was that the small path had already been occupied by the bloodthirsty bees. His soul power had also been nearly exhausted from continuous releases. The swarm of bloodthirsty bees rushed in, quickly gnawing at the barely alive Jiaosha. The Jiaosha died in agony. "Saint Sun, what do we do now? We have no way to escape. We're going to die here tonight." Qin Chao gritted his teeth and said. Huang Wei looked up at the top and said, "No, we still have a chance." With a movement of his hand, he merged the rings again, and a million swords of rain reappeared around him, although the golden light was not as vibrant as before. Gather. The million swords combined into a gigantic golden long sword, piercing directly towards the center of the top. With a loud boom, the top was instantly breached, and falling rocks quickly buried the area. After delivering this strike, Huang Wei was already very tired. A beam of moonlight shone down, making his face exceptionally pale. He held on to Qing Chao and quickly stepped on the falling rocks to ascend. Just as the top of the chamber completely collapsed, they escaped from the place. It was truly a thrilling night. Qing Chao supported him and found a place to rest. Early the next morning, Huang Wei took out the item he had obtained from the cave and examined it closely. He still didn't know what it was. So, he decided to ask the system for help in identifying it. He didn't have high hopes, but at that moment, the system reacted. A screen appeared before him with an introduction. Yin-Yang Jiao Snake Crystal. The outer shell is just a special storage item, containing 2 drops of the purest Yang and Yin blood inside, infused with surging energy. It can be used to improve physical constitution, enhance soul power, and obtain a Yin-Yang constitution. The specific effects will be known after consumption. Both drops need to be taken simultaneously. It is of the same level as celestial herbs. After seeing the information, Huang Wei suddenly realized, but his brow furrowed. Could that big guy be a Yin-Yang Jiao snake? However, it seemed that aside from being tough, there was nothing particularly special about it. This thing is actually on par with celestial herbs? Goodness, there are such treasures existing in the Death Canyon. He was incredibly shocked inside. Indeed, this world is vast, and there are certainly more treasures than those in the original work. The other treasures just haven't been encountered by anyone yet. Damn it, forget it, I'll take it back first. He thought to himself, not knowing what would happen if he consumed it, and he didn't dare to eat it there, planning to wait until he returned to the villa. Qing Chao soon came out. Since she was injured, Huang Wei took her away from the Death Canyon and headed outside. When they arrived at the training camp, there would be healing-type soul masters to assist in treatment. Holy Son, after today you will be able to leave. After 3 months of training, what are your thoughts? At this moment, the chief instructor approached and greeted him warmly. Huang Wei nodded. Time flies so fast. It's already been 3 months without me realizing it. The training in the Death Valley is very important for me. The two chatted briefly. In the following time, Huang Wei trained fervently in swordsmanship, aiming to break through 5 million repetitions. The more he practiced, the more benefits he would gain. He naturally trained very hard. Time quickly passed. After saying goodbye to Huang Wei, Qing Chao left the Death Canyon with Yuguan. In the Pope's palace, she had already adapted to her current cultivation over the 3 months. Today was the day the Holy Sun would emerge, and she was really looking forward to seeing what changes her disciple would undergo. Bibi Dong revealed a hint of an intriguing smile. During these 3 months, Yuguan and Gui may have been taking turns watching Huang Wei, aiming to prevent any accidents. However, as time passed, they found that Huang Wei was becoming more familiar with the Death Canyon, and sometimes they would relax their surveillance. But there was one interesting piece of news. They discovered that all 3 of Huang Wei's spirit rings were purple, and the previous yellow ones had actually upgraded. After reporting this news back, Bibi Dong ordered them to keep it confidential and continue observing. Just then, 2 figures appeared in the Pope's palace. Your Holiness, teacher. The newcomers were indeed Yuguan and Huang Wei. Bibi Dong looked at Huang Wei and nodded in satisfaction. Disciple, you have worked hard for 3 months. Your changes are truly significant. Indeed, only through experiencing life and death trials can one grow quickly, Huang Wei said. This time in the Death Canyon training indeed brought unimaginable improvements to the disciples. A level 35 soul master, an increase of 2 levels compared to before. Not bad at all, your progress is really fast. At this rate, in less than 20 years, you could become a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Wei, release your soul rings for me to see. This sudden request made Huang Wei's heart tighten, but upon reflection, he realized that the other party must have someone monitoring him, and he hadn't specifically concealed the fact that he had 3 purple soul rings in the Death Canyon. Regardless, he could just push everything on Bajian. Yes, being found out early is also a good thing for him. Thus, his soul power surged, and 3 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet. He really had leveled up. The original 2 yellow soul rings had indeed been upgraded to purple 1,000-year rings. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, utterly astonished. When she first heard the reports from Yuguan and Gui Mei, she was equally incredulous. Can soul rings really be upgraded? Or rather, has her disciple mastered the means to upgrade soul rings? Thinking of this, she felt very excited. Huang Wei immediately clasped his hands and said, Yes, teacher, but I really don't know what exactly is going on. I only know that the more I draw my sword, not only does my soul power cultivation accelerate, but the years of these soul rings also gradually increase. Although it sounds unbelievable, that's the way it is. Upon hearing this, Guan and Gue Mei were both very shocked. Could upgrading the years of soul rings be that simple? Shouldn't they also try drawing their swords? Is it really true? Bai Bai Dong was quite skeptical, but she couldn't find any trace of deceit in Huang Wei, because she knew him relatively well, from the beginning until now. He had only been training by drawing his sword in the villa, and nothing else had happened. Could it be due to a divine inheritance? Did Xiao Wei catch the attention of a certain deity and become a successor? Suddenly, this thought emerged in Bai Bai Dong's mind. In this world, the only way to upgrade soul rings is through the inheritance of a deity. However, after carefully sensing, she found that there was no divine aura on Huang Wei, nor any mark of divine inheritance on his forehead. It seems that she might have been overthinking. Also, Holy Son, what is going on with your martial soul? Hui Mai curiously inquired. Huang Wei frowned, feeling very displeased inside. After all, he was the saint's son, yet this group treated him like a criminal during the interrogation. As expected, he couldn't keep some of his secrets hidden if things didn't normalize. Well, everyone has their own secrets. There's no need to ask everything. Bibi Dong noticed Huang Wei's anger and quickly spoke up. After all, since they entered, they had been questioning him. She was also feeling annoyed in her heart. Yue Guan and Gue Mei quickly nodded in agreement. Huang Wei, I must grow up quickly. Draw the sword. Hurry up and draw the sword. I must become a soul sect within my 7th year. If I reach level 10 in a year, by the time I'm 12, I'll be a titled Douluo. 46. Yin Yang Sword. Upon returning to the villa, Huang Wei immediately took out the Yin Yang Kyo snake crystal and twisted it open according to the method provided by the system. With a crack, a strong smell of blood wafted out. Huang Wei sniffed, his brows furrowing involuntarily because the smell was truly pungent. Inside were 2 drops of blood, both red. A chill and a pure yang force spread out. He didn't hesitate, pouring it into his mouth and retracting the special storage crystal in his hand, which might be useful later. In the next moment, he felt extremely cold, surrounded by darkness, and then he was engulfed in heat, radiating bright red. His body trembled, sweat continuously seeping from his skin. Sitting cross-legged, he began to operate the soul power guiding technique to absorb the energy. So cold and dark, so hot and bright. He felt these 2 sensations alternating within him. 2 factions formed inside his body. He continuously suppressed, refined, and absorbed the energy within. The 2 forces were refining his inner body. Half a day passed just like that. When he woke up again, feeling the enhanced changes in his body, he suddenly realized. Impurities flowed out from his body. A foul smell wafted through the air, and he quickly took a shower. In his hands appeared a black force and a white force. Back in bed, he pondered carefully. The blood of the yin-yang serpent enhanced my physique, allowing me to grasp a bit of yin-yang power. Perhaps I could create a special sword technique based on the yin-yang power. He murmured to himself, and at this thought, the sword heart within him became fiery hot, resonating with both forces. It seemed to tell Huang Wei that this method was feasible. The yin-yang power entwined him, the characteristics of yin and yang. Each created a sword move. Everything in the world arises from yin and yang, and evolved from yin and yang. The end of everything returns to yin and yang. Unknowingly, day and night reversed. The servants who prepared the meal saw Huang Wei cultivating and did not disturb him further. Thus, Huang Wei maintained his cross-legged position for a whole week. During this time, the servants panicked and reported to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong rushed over to check Huang Wei's body and found nothing wrong. He was in a state of enlightenment. But she discovered that 2 forces of extreme yin and extreme yang had appeared within him. A taiji symbol formed in his dantian. Of course, she didn't understand any of this, only speculating. What could be confirmed was that Huang Wei was safe for now, but whether he would be safe afterward was uncertain. A week passed, and Huang Wei exuded a terrifying and unprecedented sword intent. The sword intent was a mix of black and white. The servants fled in fright. Bibi Dong quickly approached. She was also uncertain about the situation and informed Qiandao Lu. Qiandao Lu came over as well. Such powerful sword intent of utmost yin and utmost yang. What on earth happened to this kid to have such a transformation? Upon entering, he saw Huang Wei sitting cross-legged with a swirling black and white sword intent around him. Suddenly, Huang Wei opened his eyes, and a taiji symbol flickered in his pupils. The 4th sword technique, yin-yang sword. He silently called out, and the yin-yang sword intent around him transformed into a large sword, 1 white and 1 black, erupting into the realm of taiji, directly shooting towards Qiandao Lu. The yin-yang power spread out. The surrounding space fell into a situation similar to a yin-yang domain. This sword, Qiandao Lu narrowed his eyes, taken aback. In his hand, The angelic holy sword condensed and shot up directly. Bang! The two swords clashed for a moment, and Qiandao Lu felt the light power within the angelic holy sword being absorbed bit by the other. His expression shifted from surprise to shock and disbelief. Slash! Qiandao Lu's deep voice fell. Bang! A powerful force knocked the two swords apart. The yin-yang sword dissipated, returning to Huang Wei's body. He had long anticipated this outcome, so his expression remained calm, even with a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, Qiandao Lu retracted the angelic holy sword, his face still in shock, and even Bibi Dong, who stood watching, was the same. Kid, could this be your self-created soul skill again? Qiandao Lu asked. Huang Wei nodded slowly. Yes. What is this sword called? Qiandao Lu asked. The yin-yang sword, Huang Wei said. Qiandao Lu smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Good boy. You are truly a genius of the sword path, born for the sword path. Qiandao Lu, you're 7 years old this year, right? Huang Wei, right? Hee. Then you need to work harder. Qiandao Lu smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. We can't teach you anything about the sword path. You can only comprehend it yourself. However, given your situation, the results are very good. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes slightly, staring at the departing figure of Qiandao Lu, not knowing what she was thinking. She then turned to Huang Wei, smiled sincerely, and said, Master, how long have I been in enlightenment? Huang Wei asked. Bibi Dong, it's been a week, 7 days. 7 days? I remember it was just a moment. Huang Wei's pupils shrank slightly, surprised. His consciousness had always been in the yin-yang space. Everything was just a moment. He didn't expect that 7 days had already passed outside. You'll get used to it in the future. Bibi Dong glanced at Huang Wei. This person was becoming more and more unfamiliar to her. But no matter what, he was still her disciple. Bibi Dong spoke with a deeper meaning. Xiao Wei. Now you're the holy son of the Spirit Hall, a 7-year-old soul master. It's time for you to establish your own power. Otherwise, you'll be a lone commander. Isn't Sister Nana also alone? Huang Wei said. You are not the same as her. You will understand in the future, Bibi Dong replied. Huang Wei, teacher, I just want to focus on cultivating my soul power right now. I have no interest in other matters, especially since I'm only 7 years old. There will be plenty of time in the future, no need to rush. I really dislike the struggles in the official circles. It's truly exhausting. Right now, I just want to keep myself out of it. Bibi Dong, all right, I won't disturb you then. While cultivation is a good thing, you shouldn't stay here all the time. The Spirit City is very large, and when you have free time, you should go out and take a look. You have already surpassed your peers by a lot. There's no need to rush. Sometimes, going out for a walk can bring you different changes. Huang Wei nodded. I understand, teacher. I'll go to Spirit City for a stroll in a bit. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's right. Huang Wei suddenly asked, by the way, teacher, how is the situation with the sea god Douluo? After all, I beat his grandson so badly. Will he retaliate against me when I leave the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong replied coldly. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to do that yet. Huang Wei said, that attack in the soul-hunting forest. When I think about it carefully now, could it be that someone from the inside deliberately leaked my whereabouts? Otherwise, how could the evil soul master find me so precisely and on time? Most importantly, this was clearly a well-prepared ambush. 2 soul Douluos. Bibi Dong coldly said, leave this matter to the teacher. I have already had someone secretly monitor C.I. Shui and C.I. Ju. If anything seems off, I will be notified immediately. As long as I can find a handle on them, they will be executed on the spot. Anyone who dares to harm my disciples is truly courting death. A cold glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. I'll just go out for a walk, why bother? Bibi Dong left, and Huang Wei fell silent. In his hand, a Taiji diagram mark appeared. There are many ways to play with yin and yang power, and the yin-yang sword is just one of them. He immediately pulled up the character interface to check. Host. Huang Wei age. 7 cultivation. Level 35 Soul Master Spiritual Power. Level 43 Soul Scholar Physical Quality. Level 50 Soul King Martial Soul. Golden Sword Soul Skills. Wind Blood Sword Technique. Gale Wall Sword Break. Sword Draw Techniques. Million Sword Rain. Sword Storm. Golden Sword Chi. Yin Yang Sword. Talent. Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Chi Projection. Gale Mirage. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall. Sword Path Fusion Ring. Yin Yang Power. Yin Yang Domain. Sword Draw Count. 150. 000 times current world. Douluo in a forest exuding a sinister aura. Deep within is a grand hall. The hall is concealed by the entire mountain rock as its framework. This place emits an evil presence. A black figure was quickly summoned and swiftly entered the hall. The air here is filled with an evil aura. Before him sits a figure cloaked in black robes, whose true face cannot be seen, radiating a terrifying aura that sends chills down one's spine. From him, one can clearly understand what evil truly means. Everything evil outside is but a fleeting illusion here. Master, what are your orders? The figure that floated and transformed into a black-robed person, respectfully bowing. When will the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall die? A deep and hoarse voice echoed from him, tinged with a hint of aged distinctiveness. The mysterious black-robed man lowered his head and said, "Sorry, Master. Ever since they failed last time, the Spirit Hall's pursuit of us evil soul masters has become even more severe. I suggest we hide for now and wait for the right moment to counterattack." The mysterious master continued in a low voice. This also shows the importance of the Holy Sun to them, especially to Bibi Dong. Although our people cannot infiltrate, the evil aura is hard to conceal. We have an insider within the Spirit Hall. He will monitor the Spirit Hall for us. And as soon as the Holy Sun leaves the Spirit Hall, he will notify us immediately. At that time, we will find a way to act in Spirit City. Although the Spirit Hall's patrols are strict, we have searched many places these days. Such a large Spirit City will surely have its weak spots. The black-robed man spoke with his head lowered. All right, go. Quickly absorb more human blood and collect the souls of the dead. This time, your task is to find a way to collect the souls of 1,000 people and inject them into this magic crystal. The mysterious master said, slowly raising a black hand draped in a long robe. A crystal emitting a dark red glow floated out and landed before the black-robed man. Yes, the black-robed man immediately accepted it, bowing respectfully. They had not done this little task. As for the purpose of absorbing the magic crystal, he did not know. Everything was an order from the mysterious master. However, upon completion, they would all receive a reward of cultivation enhancement from the mysterious master. Thinking of this, their loyalty naturally surged with excitement. Go! The mysterious master's voice fell. The man quickly left. At this moment, Huang Wei packed up his things and stepped out of the Spirit Hall. Everywhere he went, people would respectfully address him as Holy Son or Sir. Hearing this made him quite pleased, feeling as if he was floating. Besides the Spirit Hall soldiers patrolling, everything else seemed quite ordinary. In the following time, he wandered around Spirit City. After he left the Spirit Hall, in certain inns and corners, 1 or 2 people would mysteriously disappear. At the C.I. Schwem mansion, hurried footsteps approached. Report, young master. The Holy Son's whereabouts have been spotted. He has left the Spirit Hall and is heading towards Blue Dream Tower. He seems very leisurely along the way. We suspect he is shopping. His vigilance is very low right now. The figure that came appeared in a pavilion in the backyard, where C.I. Ju was fishing in the river. He was about to be able to cultivate. Thinking about it made him excited, but he was also very angry. All of this was to blame on the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. He had been thinking of ways to take revenge for that day's hatred. Unfortunately, after that operation in the soul-hunting forest, the Spirit Hall's actions scared him into hiding like a coward. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall people did not come looking for him. It was clear that those evil soul masters had all died. Once he relaxed, his unwillingness surged again. Soon, he secretly contacted the evil soul masters. They wanted him to act as an informant in Spirit City, monitoring the Holy Sun. He only needed to report whenever the other party left the Spirit Hall. No other movements were necessary. This was very simple for C.I. Ju, and he naturally agreed. Moreover, he was not willing to give up, seizing this opportunity to gamble once more. Great. After such a long time, finally, there's movement from him. C.I. Ju directly threw away his fishing rod, a cruel expression revealing on his excited face. He turned and ran towards his room. He closed the door and windows and drew the curtains. Suddenly, the entire room became dark. He took out a dark black ring. This was the communication method given to him by the evil soul masters. It was a soul guide device, an evil soul guide device. To be safe, he had only now used it for the first time since receiving it. He quickly reported all the information and then stored it in his soul guide device to hide it. Only then did he wipe his sweat and breathe a sigh of relief. If this thing were discovered, and it became known that he was colluding with the evil soul masters to harm the Holy Sun, he would definitely be doomed, and it would also implicate his grandfather. Regarding these matters, C.I. Shui was completely unaware. Although C.I. Shui hated Huang Wei for being so ruthless in harming his grandson. After the pressure from the offerings and with his grandson's injury recovering, along with the Holy Sun's established status and Bibi Dong's title as a title Douluo for 100,000 years, the only desire for revenge in his heart had completely dissipated. Moreover, the offerings had deliberately arranged for him to hide in the Tiando Empire, secretly helping Qian Renshue. This made it even more impossible for him to take revenge, and his desire for revenge truly vanished. Outside Spirit City, through the media, the evil soul masters quickly received the news. Thus, they began to act accordingly. Tiando Empire, Prince's Mansion. Disguised as Shueqinghe, Qian Renshue had just returned to her palace after accomplishing a great task. Taking this medicine could gradually eliminate the lives of the other princes. But she could not be too hasty, or else she would expose her plan. Plotting for power and usurping the throne to completely dominate the Tiando Empire with a long-term plan, lasting at least a decade, or as long as nearly 20 years. Qian Renshue ignited the piece of paper in her hand, burning it completely into her soul guide. She slowly walked to the window and murmured, "It's been 3 months since we last met. I wonder how that guy is doing now." At this moment, the figure of Huang Wei inexplicably appeared in her mind. This was the boy who had defeated her, a genius in swordsmanship. She had always wanted to find an opportunity for revenge, now that she had become a soul king. Unfortunately, the chance for revenge might take a long time to arrive. She turned her eyes as if she had thought of something and immediately contacted Qiandao Lu through the unique communication method of the Angel Clan. She wanted to see if he could come up with a way to make Huang Wei leave Soul Master City, so that she could find an opportunity to leave the palace and teach him a good lesson. Thinking of this, she revealed a proud smile. Although she was aware that he had fought against 2 evil soul emperors alone, she still felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. In the Mingyue auction house, the 6-linked heart ring at Blue Dream Tower was the most popular place for entertainment in Soul Master City. However, Huang Wei was still quite young at this moment. So after taking a look outside, he decisively left. He wandered to other places in Soul Master City and came to a gourd shop, buying a string of gourds and licking one while walking. Suddenly, he was attracted by an auction house in front of him and walked inside. However, just then he paused, frowning and looking back, as he felt that someone was following him for some reason. There were many people looking at him. After all, he was the saint's son, and most people in the city recognized him. So he wasn't too surprised as he walked into the auction house. The middle-aged man at the door habitually collected the entrance fee. He had just finished collecting from one person, his head still down, and he stretched out his hand, saying, 10 gold coins for the entrance fee. The Mingyue auction house was the most powerful and capable auction house in Soul Master City, with items from all over the world, both seen and unseen. As long as the price was right, it was available. Do I still need to pay to enter my own place? Huang Wei said expressionlessly while chewing on the candied gourd. The doorman, upon hearing this, immediately looked up and was almost scared to death. "Est ça son?" It turns out to be the saint's son. "It was my subordinate's oversight. You naturally don't need to pay to enter your own place. Please come in. I'll have someone arrange the best VIP room for you right away." The man rubbed his hands and smiled obsequiously. "Shaoqing, come here quickly and receive the saint's son." The man shouted to the front desk. Thus, Huang Wei continued to be the center of attention. "Saint's son, please follow Qing." A tall sister with a ponytail approached him. After glancing at Huang Wei, she was captivated by his stunning looks, her face turning slightly red. "He is so good-looking, so beautiful." She remembered that the saint's son was supposed to be 6 years old, but he should be 7 now. However, judging from Huang Wei's appearance, height, and physique, he didn't seem like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Compared to other children his age, Huang Wei lacked a bit of childishness, giving off a sense of maturity that was even more attractive. "Lead the way." As soon as Huang Wei entered, he looked around. Under the guidance of the woman, he quickly arrived at the exclusive VIP room of the Martial Spirit Hall. At this moment, the woman hurriedly informed the owner of the Mingyue auction house about the saint's son's arrival. The owner, upon hearing that the saint's son had come, was also very interested in Huang Wei and personally came to the VIP room. "Saint's son, may I come in?" A charming voice sounded from outside the room. At this moment, Huang Wei, who was looking at the ranking book in his hand, did not lift his head and said, "Come in." The woman walked in. "Exuding seductivoha. The saint's son has graced us with your presence. I am truly honored. I am the owner of the Mingyue auction house, Su Mei. I have seen the saint's son." As soon as the woman entered, she immediately bowed respectfully. Huang Wei looked at the other person. As a 30-year-old bachelor and a lecher, he felt that the woman in front of him was quite remarkable at first glance. "What brings you here, Master Su?" Huang Wei asked, maintaining a calm expression. "Naturally, I came to personally serve the Holy Sun. If the Holy Sun is interested in any auction item from the pavilion, just let us know. Once we record it, you can take it directly," Su Mei said. "The biggest shareholder behind the Mingyue auction pavilion is the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to thrive in Spirit City. Moreover, Su Mei is also a member of the Spirit Hall." "All right, I don't like sitting. Since this place is so big, I plan to get up and walk around. You can do as you please. There's no need to make a big fuss. I hate being treated like a monkey for entertainment, Huang Wei said, already standing up and walking towards the door. Understood. Sume lowered her head and curtsied. In the current era of the Douluo Continent, soul guide devices are not as developed as in later generations, and treasures are not as abundant as in other fantasy worlds. He was curious about what unique items might exist in this auction pavilion, so he wandered around the auction hall by himself. Except for certain specific items that were to be auctioned, the rest of the items were displayed with prices marked. As long as someone valued an item and thought the price was reasonable, they could make a direct transaction. He looked at the auction catalog and saw that there would be an auction this time, but there were only 5 items, none of which caught Huang Wei's interest. They weren't celestial herbs or anything special. As he walked slowly, he suddenly stopped in front of a cabinet. He was astonished by the items displayed inside. They were a group of rings, a dreamy blue, very beautiful. There were 5 rings surrounding one central ring. Young master, this is called the 6-heart ring. It is a type of soul guide device. Besides storing items, the ring can also release an energy shield that can withstand one attack from a soul king. It is also a type of couple's ring, but it belongs to a multi-person couple's ring, which is quite rare. There are only a few of them. Additionally, it has a psychic connection, allowing the wearer of the main ring to sense which sub-ring is in danger. A well-dressed man stepped forward and said to Huang Wei. However, after glancing at Huang Wei, he was startled to see the Holy Sun token at his waist. Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall, he exclaimed in shock. Upon closer inspection, the man's attire was so noble that it couldn't be mistaken. At this moment, Huang Wei was looking down at the soul guide device in front of him, a smirk on his lips. The 6-heart ring, a nice name for a soul guide device. I'll take it. Please package it for me. Huang Wei pointed at the cabinet in front of him and said, Is this what the Holy Sun wants? All right. The man was taken aback for a moment and quickly started packing. Such a good item. Why not take it to auction? Huang Wei asked curiously. The man, sweating, replied, This is a piece for the next auction. This model was originally not supposed to be sold directly, but since you are the Holy Sun, the pavilion master has given the order that anything you want can be packed and taken away. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei was quite pleased. Indeed, having status and identity made things much easier. Well, hurry up. Just put the bill on the account of the Martial Soul Hall. Huang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Being able to buy on credit was truly a good thing, so he wouldn't be polite. He planned to buy up all the nice things around him first. The man packed up the 6 love heart rings and handed them to Huang Wei. Huang Wei put on the main ring and thought for a moment before putting away the 5 auxiliary rings. Coming to this world, he naturally had more than one wife, and he would give them to any good ones he met in the future as tokens of love. Moreover, he was a man with a system, and his future might not be limited to the Douluo Continent. As an experienced time traveler, the systems in this era often had the function of traveling to other worlds, which was a standard feature. Although his system currently did not have this capability, who could say that one day he wouldn't pull out a time-traveling scroll or something similar? After looking around, he found nothing he wanted, so he returned to the VIP room to wait for the upcoming auction. Although he wasn't interested in the 5 items, he could bid on them first. Perhaps later his women or subordinates could make use of them. After all, it didn't cost him anything, as the Spirit Hall would cover it. In the leader's room, a woman found Su Mei with a bill. Leader, this is the bill for items the Holy Sun has charged at the Minghui auction house. Su Mei took it, and upon seeing it, showed a hint of surprise and immediately laughed charmingly. The 6-heart ring, I didn't expect the Holy Sun to like such things. But then again, he is just a young man. He will have his youthful phase. It seems the Holy Sun is still a flirt. All right. When the Spirit Hall needs it, just send this bill up. Yes. Where's the Holy Sun now? Su Mei asked. The Holy Sun has returned to his room. The woman replied. Then the auction can begin. Su Mei waved her delicate hand, stood up, and personally went on stage. She had specially extended the time to give the Holy Sun a sense of participation. As for those who were dissatisfied, they could only remain silent. After all, they were not as important as the Holy Sun. During the auction, as Su Mei walked out, a chorus of cheers erupted from the older men. Dear friends, it's great to see you again. It is our honor to have all our old friends here to support us. Without further ado, let's get into the auction. With that, Su Mei removed the red cloth behind her, revealing a purple gold inner armor. The inner armor had 4 special patterns on both sides. It was evident that this inner armor was not simple. Indeed, the Minghui Pavilion's first auction item was so captivating. This inner armor is fated to be mine. This item is called the purple gold 8-pronged armor, crafted from the bones of a 5,000-year-old purple gold beast in the Divine Craftsman Pavilion. It can withstand the self-detonation of the Soul Sect, and if intact, it can withstand a powerful strike from a Soul King, preserving one's life. The starting bid for this item is 5,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 100 gold soul coins. Now, esteemed friends, please place your bids. Su Mei let out a charming giggle, already anticipating the intense bidding to come. Those who could enter the Mingwei auction house were all wealthy individuals. She didn't need to hold back. Being able to withstand the self-detonation of the Soul Sect and still withstand a powerful strike from a Soul King in perfect condition made this item worth it. Although it may not be of much use to us, it could be useful for the younger generation. I'll bid 100 gold soul coins. I'll bid 200 gold soul coins. 300. 6,000 gold soul coins. Soon, the atmosphere became lively, and everyone was very enthusiastic. It's not very useful for me, as for the other little buddies. Forget it, the year is still too low. After careful consideration, Huang Wei decisively shook his head. In the end, the purple gold 8-pronged armor was auctioned for 8,000 gold soul coins. 8,000 gold soul coins. Just think about how long this could allow many ordinary and non-ordinary middle-class families to live a luxurious life. With this thought, Huang Wei couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, the lives of these upper-class people are beyond what others can imagine. But fortunately, the system changed his fate. Otherwise, with his innate level 1 and a broken iron sword, he would never have achieved such accomplishments and status today. He had also begun to feel the benefits that came with this status. Su Mei glanced at Huang Wei's room, saw that he had no intention of bidding, and disregarded him. Next up was the second auction item. It was a red stone. This item was called Qiang Rock, a very rare metallic or with extremely high hardness. If it could be forged into armor and weapons, it would be quite a valuable item. The starting bid was 5,000 gold soul coins, with each increase not less than 100. Let us begin. As Su Mei's voice fell, the auction hall lost the earlier intense excitement, and most people showed no interest. 6,000 gold soul coins. At this moment, a voice rang out. The bidder was an old man who was just right to buy it back to have some armor and weapons made. The most important thing was still the armor. As for weapons, combat soul masters wouldn't use them, and defensive soul masters would use them even less. So after thinking it over, armor was the most useful. 6,100 gold soul coins. This stone has caught our Holy Craftsman Guild's attention. We want to take it back and forge it, said a strong man. They were from the Holy Craftsman Guild of Wuhun City, and they specifically came over after hearing about Qiang Rock. The Holy Craftsman Guild is naturally not as good as the Divine Craftsman Building, but the items and soul-guided devices they forge are quite good. They are considered the strongest blacksmith force under the Divine Craftsman Building. Seeing that it was the Holy Craftsman Guild that spoke, others gave him some face, as they weren't really that enthusiastic about the stone anyway. Seeing this scene, the strong man immediately smiled and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you all for your support." He also quickly made an advertisement. "Once we forge it, we will definitely sell it, and everyone can come to the Holy Craftsman Guild to take a look. If interested, you can buy it." Good. The others looked forward to that day, as soul masters were most in need of armor, especially good armor, which required specialized blacksmiths to complete. So there was no harm in establishing a good relationship in advance. 6,100 once. 6,100 twice. 6,103. Wait, we bid 7,000 gold soul coins. I want this stone. However, at this moment, a calm voice came out. Su Mei and the others were taken aback, because the direction of that voice was Huang Wei's room. Wuhun Hall. The men's pupils shrank. They didn't expect that at such a critical moment, the other party would come out to bid. He clenched his fists, feeling somewhat unwilling. But suddenly he thought of something and relaxed his grip. If the people from Wuhun Hall won it, in the end, it would still have to be forged by their Holy Craftsman Guild. Regardless, they would still have access to this stone. Wuhun City belonged to the other party, and their Holy Craftsman Guild was also part of Wuhun Hall. They were just different departments. To be honest, they were still one family. This voice was somewhat unfamiliar. Who was this important figure from Wuhun Hall? At this moment, an elderly voice sounded. Everyone became curious. The person who came this time was the new holy son of Wuhun Hall. Su Mei immediately bowed to the direction of the VIP room and then said to everyone, "What? The visitor is that holy son, the young prodigy. We must give face. Yes, we must give face. Since the holy son is interested in this stone, we naturally cannot snatch it away." They immediately expressed their stance. After all, the stone was not theirs to bid on. The strong man swallowed hard. cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Damn it, it's actually the holy son of Wuhun Hall. My luck is really bad, but perhaps I can make a connection, see what the other party needs, and we will do our best to forge it out. With this thought, his eyes turned. After all, he was someone who had been through the world and understood human relationships. He immediately withdrew from the bidding. In the end, this stone was sold to Huang Wei for 7,000 gold soul coins. Next up was the third item. Sky blue stone. A woman entered the VIP room, taking out the Qiang rock that Huang Wei had won at auction from the soul-guided device and placing it on the table. This soul-guided device was specially used to store items from Mingwei Auction Pavilion. After the woman delivered the item, she was about to return. Odison, this is your Qiang rock. Please take a look. The woman slightly bowed and smiled sweetly. She wanted to try to attract Huang Wei's attention. For people like her, if she could gain the Holy Sun's favor, then life would be much more comfortable in the days to come. You did well. You can leave now. Huang Wei reached out his hand and gently stroked the Qiang rock. The first sensation was that it was warm, not cold. This discovery surprised him a little. Yes. The woman showed a hint of disappointment, then turned and left. He wondered if this thing could withstand Tang San's hidden weapons. However, as he murmured, he put away the Qiang rock and picked a grape from the fruit platter, tossing it into his mouth and chewing, saying, "My wind wall will definitely hold." Although he had never tried it, he was very confident. As for why he didn't just go and kill Tang San right now, he wanted to let his opponent live until the end. When he got up later, he would, in front of everyone, strike Tang San down with a single sword. Just thinking about it made him very excited. With me here, Tang San, this time Hulaina and Qianren Shue won't be able to lean towards you. I really look forward to how your later encounters will unfold. With that thought, he revealed a strange smile typical of the villain. His gaze turned to the screen ahead. The screen displayed the third auction item of this event. A cat girl dressed very scantily. This could be considered a rare item. The cat girl was a result of an unexpected awakening of a martial soul. She looked pitiful in her cage. This world is so cruel. Her appearance did not evoke pity from others. Instead, there were pairs of fiery eyes, especially the men, who looked as if they couldn't wait to bid and take her home to torment. This frightened the cat girl in the cage to death. Just when I was short of people and needed a loyal servant, Huang Wei's lips curled slightly, and he directly pressed the button to bid. I want this unusual auction item. As his bidding voice rang out, no one dared to compete. Who would have thought that the Saint's son had such a hobby? Shoo! Don't speak carelessly, or you'll be in trouble if caught. Pretending to be foolish is also a kind of cleverness. The people below began to whisper. Sume also didn't expect the Saint's son to bid on this. After saying that, she congratulated. Congratulations to the Saint's son of the Wuhun Hall for winning the third auction item. She then instructed the woman to take the cat girl upstairs. As a woman, she felt quite sympathetic towards the cat girl. But unfortunately, this world is very cruel, and such things happen all the time. She couldn't save everyone. It was already good to let things develop normally. Before long, the door to the room opened. A girl entered, leading a timid cat girl who looked pitiful. The girl said, "Your Highness the Saint's son, your auction item has arrived." Huang Wei waved his hand. "You can go down now." The woman closed the door and left. "Hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Wei, the holy son of the Spear Hall. What is your name?" Huang Wei stood up, holding a few grapes in his hand, threw one into his mouth, and curiously looked at the cat girl in front of him. While observing her, he directly reached out and touched her ears, causing the cat girl to instantly blush. When she saw Huang Wei's looks, she was already captivated by his aura, and now being touched made her even more flustered. Reporting to the Holy Sun, "My name is Nali," the cat girl said timidly. Huang Wei nodded. "Nali, that's a very nice name. What is your soul power level?" he asked. Nali replied, "Level 29. What can you do?" Huang Wei was a bit surprised that the other party's level was so high. "I will do whatever the Holy Sun asks me to do," Nali said shyly. "Very good. From now on, you will stay by my side." Huang Wei raised his hand and pinched the other person's chin, making them even more shy and unable to look him in the eye. Huang Wei was sizing him up, secretly thinking, what a beautiful person, if properly taken care of, could solve physiological problems in the future. As a man, it was quite normal for him to have such thoughts. "Look me in the eye," Huang Wei said. Although Nuali was shy, she still looked directly into Huang Wei's eyes. "All right." Huang Wei turned and walked forward, sitting back on the sofa, looking at the fourth auction item on the screen in front of him. It was a gem-shaped soul guide, emanating a red glow. According to Su Mei's introduction, this item was called the Sky Blue Stone, a naturally occurring soul guide with a storage space of 20 cubic meters. And it could also accelerate the absorption and refinement of soul power during cultivation. Moreover, the sky blue stone itself had a strong hardness, capable of withstanding a blow from a Soul King. As soon as this news came out, the other people immediately became excited. The starting bid was 100,000 gold soul coins, and each subsequent bid had to be no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. This fourth auction item was indeed shocking, and the price skyrocketed. Even Huang Wei was taken aback. What a remarkable item. Huang Wei looked at Nali and said, "In your own home, eat whatever you want. No need to be polite. From now on, you won't have to worry if you follow me. Come, give me a massage." Nali sat beside him and began to work her hands. "Do you have any family?" he asked. "No," she replied. "Do you have any enemies? You can tell me. I'll give you a chance for revenge." Suddenly, Huang Wei took a sip of juice and slowly pressed the button to raise the price, then said to Nali. Upon hearing this, Nali's hands immediately tightened. Her sharp tiger teeth clenched as she said, "There is one. My parents were killed by them, and they also captured me. I want to kill them with my own hands." As she spoke, her body trembled with intense hatred. "How many are there? What kind of power do they have?" Huang Wei asked. Nali replied, "They are from the Yi Biao mercenary corps. There are 7 people who captured me and harmed my parents, led by a Soul King, along with a Soul Ancestor, and the other 5 are Soul Venerables." Huang Wei Dao. "I see. Indeed, it's not something you can resist. But don't worry. You are now mine, and I will speak on your behalf. When we return, I will have someone capture the members of the Yi Biao mercenary group and cut off their hands and feet for you to deal with as you wish." Nuo Ali's body trembled as she nodded. "Thank you, master." Soon, the door opened, and the fourth item, the sky blue stone, was in his hands. After the woman left, Huang Wei handed the sky blue stone to Nuo Ali. He planned to cultivate her. She would be his absolute confidant in the future. Giving her some benefits now is certainly a good idea. Moreover, she would often be by his side, becoming the person closest to him, his absolute personal guard. "This is a gift for you." Huang Wei directly put it on Nali. The sky blue stone is similar to his necklace. After Nali put it on, she immediately showed a look of panic. "No, master, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Things given by this holy son will not be taken back. This holy son is not stingy towards his own people." Huang Wei said with a smile. "Anyway, it's not his money. He can spend it freely, as someone will clean up after him. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the saint's son's power." 51. Red Yagua after Huang Wei's words. Nuo Ali finally put it away. She had never received such a precious gift in her life. She held it tightly and secretly vowed to protect this sky blue stone with all her might in the future. Upon closer inspection, it was truly beautiful and stunning. Regardless of Huang Wei's intentions, for her, she could only do her best to protect it and grow stronger. Seeing her like this, Huang Wei also showed a smile. Looking at the 5th auction item on the screen, it was a fruit, a red fruit. Everyone was curious about what it was. Sumei immediately explained. "This is the red Yagua, a very magical treasure fruit that can elevate one's soul power by 1 level with just consumption, even under the soul sect." As soon as this was said, the whole place erupted. "Wow, such a fruit actually exists in the world. This is incredible. My goodness. What kind of divine fruit is the red Yagua? It seems like this thing is out of our reach and will be taken by the saint's son again." Once this was said, everyone lost their enthusiasm and looked at the saint's son's window. Some people were unwilling and clenched their fists, but ultimately felt powerless. The saint son of the Wuhun Temple is indeed so domineering. As for seeking revenge, unless one doesn't want to live anymore. Just look at that day when the evil soul master attempted to kill the saint's son. They didn't succeed, and in the end, the evil soul master suffered the most terrifying massacre in the history of the Wuhun Temple. Thinking of this, one's life is still more important than the red Yagua. There is no need to bid anymore. Just buy it directly. Such a good fruit. Do you think Mingwei Auction Pavilion should not actively hand it over to the Wuhun Temple, as if they believe the Wuhun Temple doesn't have money for you? Huang Wei said in a bland tone, but it gave people a feeling of cold sweat. Sumei immediately said, "The Holy Son has misunderstood. This was taken out for auction only after being approved by the Wuhun Hall." "Who approved it?" Huang Wei asked. "El de emoción," Sumei replied. Huang Wei narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing across them. With such fruits that could promote 1 level, how could the Spirit Hall possibly allow them to be auctioned off? As the Holy Son, at the very least, they would be for his own use. So he couldn't understand who would approve their use. Unexpectedly, it was that old thing, the demon bear. "Old man, what are you planning?" Huang Wei thought to himself. Then he said, "I see. Bring the fruit up." "Yes." Sumei immediately complied. "Everyone, this auction has come to an end. Please come again next time. Or go out and see if there are any suitable items in the display cases outside." Sumei quickly smiled at everyone in the room. There was no helping it. This time the Holy Sun had unexpectedly purchased 4 items directly. They left. The others all stood up and began to leave. At this moment, 2 individuals stood up, looking thoughtfully at the VIP room of the Spirit Hall's Holy Sun. "Senior brother, should we go meet the Holy Sun?" One man beside him asked. The man nodded. "Let's go up and have a chat with the Holy Sun and see if he can forge the Qiang rock for us." They were the 2 from the Holy Craftsman Pavilion, and they were determined to acquire the forging of the Qiang rock. So they directly headed upstairs. At this moment, in the room, a woman holding the red fruit approached Huang Wei and said, "Your Highness the Holy Sun, your auction item has arrived." She placed a tray in front of Huang Wei, who reached out to grab it. You can leave now," Huang Wei waved his hand. The woman left. This action having become quite familiar to her. "You're at level 29 now. It's just right for you to eat this and break through to Soul Master," Huang Wei said as he handed the red fruit to Nuo Li. Nuo Li was instantly at a loss. "Master, you've already given me so much. I really can't accept this." Huang Wei said, "Take it and eat it." Nuo Li couldn't resist and immediately took it, her legs giving way as she knelt down. She was so moved that she prostrated herself and said, "Master, I will remember your kindness in my heart. For now on, this life of Nuo Li's belongs to you." She was about to bow her head, but was stopped by Huang Wei. Huang Wei smiled faintly and said, "As long as you have the heart, with your awareness, it's not in vain for this Holy Sun to treat you like this. All right, eat it, and follow me well in the future. You won't miss out on the benefits." Nuo Li opened her small mouth and ate the red bud fruit. The next moment, she felt her whole body heat up, then felt cold. She quickly sat cross-legged and operated her soul power to absorb it. Before long, her soul power aura directly rose from level 29 to level 30 Soul Master. "Master, I've broken through. I'm now Quasi-Soul Master," she said excitedly. "Knock, knock." At that moment, the door in front was knocked on. "Who is it?" Huang Wei frowned and asked. A voice came from outside, reporting to the Holy Sun. "We are the people from the Sacred Craftsman Pavilion in Soul Master City. With the top-grade materials from Qiang Rock, we can forge the equipment you desire. Go open the door." Huang Wei sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "Yes." Nuo Li got up to open the door. "The master is waiting for you inside," Nuo Li said, looking at the people in front of her. "Okay." The man and his companion immediately recognized this cat girl, but now she was with the Holy Sun, whose status was higher than theirs. Naturally, they didn't dare to be impudent and greeted her with smiles. After entering, the 2 approached Huang Wei, and upon seeing him for the first time, they felt completely captivated. Huang Wei waved his hand, and a stone fell onto the table. It was the Qiang rock they had been longing for. Upon seeing the Qiang rock, both of their eyes lit up and they swallowed hard. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a beautiful girl. If not for certain reasons, they would have pounced on it immediately. "Your Highness the Saint Sun, I am Pu Gu, the head of the Saint Craftsman Pavilion, and this is my assistant, Vincent." The man recalled and immediately spoke. "Greetings, Your Highness." Vincent quickly nodded respectfully. "I can hand over this stone to you for crafting." Upon hearing this, Pu Gu immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Your Highness. If we are crafting inner armor, how many can we make?" Huang Wei asked. "According to our experience, this Qiang rock can only be crafted into 2 sets of inner armor. And we can also make finger-type protective gear from the leftover pieces," Pu Gu replied. Huang Wei said, "When can I get the goods?" Pu Gu said, "Within a week." "All right, you can take it, and after it's done, send it directly to the Pope's palace. Someone will deliver it to me," Huang Wei said. Pu Gu rubbed his hands and smiled. "That Holy Sun, about the advance payment, how much?" Huang Wei. Pu Gu, an advance payment of 10 gold soul coins, and the total amount is 100 gold soul coins. Huang Wei silently complained in his heart upon hearing this. However, his exterior remained expressionless as he took out a bag of gold soul coins from the soul guiding device and threw it to the other party. "Take it. Full payment," Huang Wei said. "Thank you for the grace of the Holy Sun." Pu Gu quickly accepted it. He then stored the Qiang rock in his soul guiding device. "We'll take our leave now." The 2 hurriedly left. "Let's go as well. This Holy Sun will hunt your 3rd soul ring for you and then seek revenge." Huang Wei stood up and spoke to Nali. After leaving the Mingyue auction house, Huang Wei took Nali and got into a carriage heading towards the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, at the Mingyue auction house, Su Mei reported the bill. On the finance management side, upon seeing that the consumer was the Saint's son, they immediately transferred the funds without a second thought. After receiving the money, Su Mei also breathed a sigh of relief. She certainly wasn't afraid that the Spirit Hall wouldn't pay, as the major shareholder of the Mingyue auction house was the Spirit Hall. However, if they didn't receive the money, it would result in a decrease in cash flow. which would be good for their entire business operation. On the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, the military department of the Spear Hall. Sanson. Huang Wei got off the cart, with Nuali following closely behind. The people on both sides immediately greeted him respectfully. Where is Captain Li Tianming? Inside. Okay. Huang Wei and the other person walked directly inside. Li Tianming happened to walk out from inside. Upon seeing Huang Wei's arrival, he immediately bowed and said, Holy Sun. Huang Wei said, Hello, Captain Li. I came here this time to ask for your help in capturing a cat spirit beast that is around 1,000 years old. My subordinate has just broken through to Soul Master and needs a spirit beast as a third spirit ring. Li Tianming's gaze turned to Nuali. Hello, Captain Li. Nuali politely greeted from behind Huang Wei. I see, this is a small matter. I will take care of it right away. Please wait a moment. Li Tianming said with a smile. Thank you, Captain Li. You're too kind, Huang Wei replied. After some pleasantries, Huang Wei and Nuali found a place to sit and wait. Li Tianming then led his team into the soul-hunting forest. 2 hours passed just like that. Finding a cat-type spirit beast that was around 1,000 years old was not as quick as they had imagined. During these 2 hours, 2 evil soul masters stealthily entered from a location that had been overlooked. According to informant intelligence, the Holy Sun is currently at the military department of the soul-hunting forest, accompanied by a cat girl who was just auctioned off, likely for the purpose of hunting a spirit ring for her. There are many people at the military department and many powerful beings as well, so we cannot act recklessly. Right now, the Spirit Hall is absolutely intent on eliminating us evil soul masters, and we must ensure that we have no mistakes. As long as the Holy Sun does not enter the Spirit Hall, we have a chance. The 2 men in black discussed a perfect assassination plan. The last time so many people attempted an assassination, it only alerted the prey. So this time, the organization sent these 2 Soul Kings. The first goal is to avoid attracting the attention of the Spirit Hall's military. The second is that they do not believe this Holy Sun can defeat a Soul Emperor. He must have been exaggerated by others. 2 Soul Kings born for assassination are enough to take down a Holy Sun. The 2 quickly set their plans in motion. Outside the soul-hunting forest at the military department, Huang Wei and Nuali had been waiting here for 2 hours. Out of boredom, the former drew his sword and started practicing. No matter where it is, this subject can continue. Nuali stood by, staring blankly at Huang Wei. His focused demeanor was very attractive. This is the powerful allure of males to females. Just then, a man approached from the front. Behind him was a cage. Inside the cage was an injured and unconscious black cat. Saint, I have not failed in my duty. I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is a 200-year-old shadow. Li Tianming hurried over to report. Just at this moment, it happened to be getting dark. Huang Wei stopped his sword training and walked towards the cage with Nali. Looking at the shadow cat lying inside, barely breathing, Nali felt a wave of empathy. A hint of sympathetic pity appeared on her face. Open it. Huang Wei took out a dagger from the soul guide and handed it to Nali. Don't hesitate, quickly end it, so it can be freed from its suffering sooner. He said, Nali bit her teeth slightly and nodded firmly. Her grip on the dagger tightened. Li Tianming opened the cage and pulled out the shadow, placing it on the ground while suppressing it with his soul power. The cat glared at the human in front of it with hatred, eventually realizing it couldn't escape. It closed its eyes, waiting for death to come. Pucci. In the next moment, Nali raised her hand and brought the dagger down. The shadow was completely dead. Energy fluctuations gathered, forming a circle of purple soul rings. Nali put away the dagger and immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Due to the mutation of her martial soul, she herself was a martial soul beast, so there was no need to summon her martial soul. She could absorb it directly. Soon, the purple soul ring was drawn into her body. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. As night fell, it would take some time. If the Holy Sun doesn't mind, let's have a meal here, Li Tianming said immediately. He seized this opportunity to get closer to this Holy Sun. A future titled Douluo, a 6-year-old soul master. Even though he was already 7, he was still so impressive. Huang Wei nodded. I eat quite a lot. No problem. Li Tianming turned around to prepare. Huang Wei then started to draw his sword beside him. Swish, 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 swish. The speed was very fast. He had to quickly reach 5 million times. This was the only way for him to upgrade his soul power, simple and straightforward, requiring no intelligence. As long as he seriously drew his sword, he could become an incredibly powerful existence. In the blink of an eye, a stick of incense's time had passed. Huang Wei was eating dinner while looking at the motionless Nuali in front of him. Is it really that hard to absorb? It has already been a while. He frowned and muttered to himself. Soon, He finished eating and let out a satisfied burp. At the same time, the soul power within Nuo Li began to surge. Immediately after, 3 soul rings floated around Nuo Li's body. Huangzi. No matter what Nali's previous experiences were, the fact that the first 2 were able to obtain yellow century spirit rings shows that they have lived better than others. It's just a pity that fate plays tricks on people, ending up like this. Captain Li, help me find a mercenary group called Yi Biao. If you find any information, bring them to me alive. At that moment, Li Qianming's figure happened to walk over, and Huang Wei looked at him and said. The former was taken aback at first, then nodded. Yi Biao mercenary group. Okay, I will have someone look for them at the Mercenary Association. Nali stood up and stretched her body. She is now a spirit master. Huang Wei used his sword heart to sense the opponent's soul power fluctuations. In the next moment, he detected the other's cultivation level, a 31st level soul master. Not bad. After all, not everyone is a child of fortune. However, for Nori to encounter him is also a form of luck. Prepare a carriage for me. I want to go to the Pope's palace. Huang Wei instructed Li Tianming. Yes. Li Tianming nodded. Congratulations, Nori, on becoming a soul master, Huang Wei said with a smile as he approached. All thanks to you, master. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become a soul master so quickly. Nori immediately replied respectfully. I've already asked Captain Li to keep an eye on the Yi Biao mercenary group. We should have results soon. Let's go back and wait. Huang Wei held a plate in his hand and handed it to Nali with a slight smile. You're hungry, right? Go ahead and eat. Thank you, master, Nali replied without hesitation, enjoying the meal. Sending 2 soul kings to kill me. Is this looking down on me? At night, the bustling Soul Master city was filled with traffic, especially in the central area, which was extraordinarily lively. Moving away from the center, the area near the Soul Palace gradually quieted down. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Soul Palace, it became even more silent. Only the occasional footsteps of patrolling personnel and the sound of clanking armor could be heard. The Soul Palace was a sacred place, home to various important figures. After a day of hard work, they naturally needed to rest well at night. Apart from the bright lights, no one dared to make noise for fear of provoking the anger of these important figures. This had become a habit here. A carriage stopped in the central area of Soul Master City. The lively atmosphere of the night, with its rich human touch, captivated Huang Wei, who initially planned to finish dinner and take Nali back to the palace. Thus, he instructed the coachman to take a short break. He and Nali got off the carriage and casually strolled around. On a dark pavilion, 2 figures in black robes stood observing below. They were very close to Soul Master City, and there were too many people along the way. This place was also crowded, making it unsuitable for action. The danger and lethality of acting here were indeed higher, making it inappropriate to proceed. They had just completed a round of investigation, and the only way back to the Soul Palace was a quiet path. Although there were personnel patrolling the Soul Palace, as long as they used their soul skills to cover the surrounding environment, they would not be discovered in a short time. That was the most suitable place for them to act. They had just split up to find the most suitable spot for action, and now they gathered here, immediately shedding their black robes and changing into outfits similar to ordinary people, then putting on masks. There were people here, and the events featured mass parades, perfectly fitting the current atmosphere. Their conversation did not cease as they communicated with each other. In their eyes, this assassination of the Holy Son of the Soul Palace was guaranteed to succeed. They were so careful, they would definitely succeed. As long as they successfully assassinated the Holy Son of the Soul Palace and returned to the church with his head, the leader would surely reward them greatly. Currently, they were both peak Soul Kings at level 59. Although they were evil soul masters and their cultivation methods were somewhat inhumane, they had encountered a bottleneck in upgrading. As long as this mission was completed, the leader promised to help them instantly advance to level 60 Soul Emperors. Therefore, they were very excited. They were determined to complete this task. Huang Wei arrived at a lake with Noni. The lake was large, and its flow was unknown. At this moment, many people were writing their wishes, folding them into paper boats, and letting them drift away in the lake. It is said that this is very effective. Huang Wei also bought 2 wish papers. Arno, why don't you write your wish on this too? In the end, we can fold it into a paper boat and put it in the lake. Who knows, it might come true, he said, handing one of the wish papers and a pen to Nali with a smile. Although everyone knew the chances of it coming true were slim, they wouldn't miss such a grand opportunity. Nali took it, a hint of a playful smile on her face, and said, "Then I'll write down all my wishes." After a slight smile, Huang Wei also took the paper and pen to write down his wishes. At the same time, among the crowd, 2 people stepped forward to buy 2 wish papers from Boss. They wrote, May we successfully complete the assassination of the Holy Sun and level up to Soul Emperor level 60. These two went to a less crowded edge of the lake, trying to avoid Huang Wei, and muttered under their breath. These two were the lurking evil soul masters. They quickly wrote down their wishes and folded them into paper boats to send into the lake. The two paper boats wobbled as they approached the center of the lake, then melted and sank into the water. The paper boats of the others were steadily drifting toward a common path. Among them were Huang Wei and Nali's boats. Seeing this scene, the two evil soul masters frowned, and one on the right said, "Why did ours sink?" The other one cackled, "This must mean our wishes won't come true." "Is that so?" "I hope so," the evil soul master on the right murmured. After glancing at Huang Wei and Nali, who were leaving, they turned and walked away. In the Pope's palace, in Bibi Dong's courtyard, she spoke. "Hasn't the Holy Sun returned yet after being out for so long?" A ghostly figure floated out from the shadows, speaking in a low voice. "The center of the spirit city is quite lively tonight. The Holy Sun and the woman he took a photo with are enjoying themselves there. Should I go bring him back now?" "No need." Bibi Dong shook her head. "You go protect him in secret. The night is also when evil soul masters are active." Her brow furrowed, especially in the silent zone near the spear hall. "I can't shake off this feeling of unease." "Yes." The ghostly figure quickly disappeared, heading towards the spirit city center. She gazed into the distance, and suddenly she vanished from the spot. Only by seeing Huang Wei in person could she feel somewhat at ease. The existence of evil soul masters was despicable. A careless moment could give them an opportunity. After an hour of fun, Huang Wei and Nali got back into the carriage, heading towards the spirit hall. Along the way, the carriage passed through the silent zone. The lights were present, but no one else was in sight. It was eerily quiet. However, at that moment, black mist appeared around the front and back of the carriage. The driver frowned. "This aura is so evil." His expression suddenly changed drastically. Could it be that the evil soul masters have come? Cackling. "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Next, I'll send you to die." Fifth spirit skill, Evil Spirit Rampage. Fifth spirit skill, Bloodthirsty Swamp. Suddenly, the ground of the carriage became unstable. A blood-red swamp formed, with pairs of blood-red hands trying to drag the carriage down. A ghostly spirit with scarlet eyes and long black hair charged towards the carriage. "What is so? There's an assassination by evil soul masters." The driver shouted, then unleashed his power. He was a 5-ring soul king. "Swift wind horse, lift us up," he cried out. A violent wind attempting to lift the carriage, while another wind-formed horse charged directly at the evil spirit. A loud bang echoed in an instant. A 55-level soul king driver. "I'll hold him off. You quickly deal with the Holy Sun." Ahead, a black shadow lunged at the driver, using extremely evil means to try and kill him in one blow. "Good." The evil soul master behind quickly rushed towards the carriage, forming a blood-red longsword in hand. "What is so?" The driver's pupils constricted as he shouted. Because of this, he left an opening that was seized. Just as he was about to be killed by the evil soul master, a shadow quickly appeared and took him away. Boom! The carriage exploded. The swift wind horse was scared away. "Damn it, where are they?" The two evil soul masters looked at the people in front of them disappearing, their expressions changing instantly. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind them. It was Huang Wei, who had used the swift wind phantom to avoid danger. At this moment, he was holding Nali and had one hand on the driver's shoulder. "I thought you were impressive. Turns out you're just 2 soul kings. When I first entered the soul sage realm, I could fight 2 soul emperors, cutting off one's arm and heavily injuring another. Now you 2, mere soul kings. Think you can kill me? Do you look down on me?" Huang Wei burst forth like a raging wind, a yin-yang taiji pattern spreading from his body. In his hand, the yin-yang sword instantly materialized. He swiftly drew the sword and slashed at a person. Hee. Dear friends, New Year's Day is approaching. 2023, 1 classic fire, 54. Instantly killed 2 soul kings. Huang Wei's sword exuded immense power, possessing a terrifying force of yin and yang. The left-sided evil soul king coldly said, "What an arrogant holy son, you're simply asking for death." His 5th soul skill unleashed, directly charging at Huang Wei. Another evil soul king also reacted, summoning his 5th soul skill to attack as well. "It's not difficult for me to kill you now. Yin-Yang Domain, activate." Faced with 2 terrifying assaults, Huang Wei showed no signs of fear. Calmly, his features were sharp, and a cold sword light flashed in his eyes. 3 unusual soul rings, purple, and purple, rose from his feet. As the yin-yang taiji diagram erupted from his body again, A powerful storm of sword intent instantly coalesced into a wall, surrounding the three of them. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was the attacks from the ground or the malicious ghost attacks from the front, they were all blocked by the extending wind wall. What? It actually blocked our attacks simultaneously. What kind of monstrous soul skill is this? The two evil soul kings, seeing this, had their proud and confident smiles vanish in an instant, replaced by expressions of disbelief and shock. Even the coachman and Nolly were stunned by the scene before them. Nolly gasped, her little mouth agape, her small hands covering her face in disbelief. In her heart, she thought, I didn't expect her master to be this powerful. Just the soul skill alone can withstand the 5th soul skill attacks from soul rings, and it's from 2 of them. Moreover, there are 3 purple soul rings. The first 2 soul rings are actually purple, 1,000 years old. The 2 evil soul kings, Nolly, and the coachman were all shocked. One of the evil soul kings coldly remarked, no wonder he is the legendary holy son of the spirit hall. He truly has extraordinary qualities. This is going to be fun. Fun my ass, let's run. The commotion was too loud. The spirit hall people must have heard it by now. We can't risk being caught. If we stay any longer, death awaits us. Another evil soul king said coldly. You're right, let's run. We can talk next time. The other soul king replied. The 2 turned to flee, clearly not wanting to linger in battle. Huang Wei coldly opened his mouth. You think you can come go as you please? Do you really think I'm such a casual person? The yin-yang taiji diagram spread out around him. In an instant, the footsteps of the 2 fleeing evil soul kings slowed down. Their pupils suddenly widened. What's going on? Why are our steps becoming so slow? You have been enveloped by my yin-yang domain, and now I am the king. With Huang Wei's words, a yin-yang sword pierced through one of the evil soul king's bodies. The power of yin and yang erupted instantly, devouring the life force within him, intertwining yin and yang. They can complement each other or kill each other. The current effect is the latter. In an instant, the evil soul king struck by the yin-yang sword shot out 500,000 sword chi. With a dull roar followed by a bang, blood blossoms erupted. And thus this evil soul king was completely killed. Instant kill. The other evil soul king widened his eyes in shock, and the Douluo, secretly assigned to protect the saint child, along with the ghostly Douluo elder, the coachman, and Nolly, were all taken aback. Damn, when did the saint child become so formidable? No way. Was that just now a domain? Even a titled Douluo might not be able to unleash a domain. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child at the 35th level soul master manage to do that? The ghost elder and the Douluo protecting him were also astonished. Both of them had bright eyes. This was a big treasure. It must be reported. They had long noticed the 2 evil soul kings and planned to strike immediately to kill them. But upon seeing Huang Wei's capabilities as the saint child, they hesitated for a moment. Both wanted to see what means the saint child had and how strong he truly was. Moreover, with them secretly protecting him, the saint child Huang Wei would definitely be safe. These 2 could just become the sharpening stones for the saint child Huang Wei. After all, they had heard that the saint child, upon just stepping into the 30-level soul master realm and obtaining his soul rings, had single-handedly fought against 2 evil soul emperors without falling behind. At this moment, Huang Wei launched another attack, and a phantom vanished from spot. It reappeared, accompanied by a flickering sword light of yin and yang, and another evil soul king's head was severed. At the same time, another 500,000 sword lights transformed into a storm and erupted. Yin-yang domain, yin-yang sword, sword storm. Boom! With the second evil soul king being slain, this battle came to a complete end. Huang Wei's power once again. If he doesn't take action, he won't, but once he does, it's a deadly strike with full force. The reason for separating the million sword energies to strangle is to preserve his soul power. The several million sword energies, combined with the eruption of the yin-yang sword and the yin-yang domain, have an overall consumption that is unimaginably terrifying. It can be said that he was completely drained. At this moment, the sword in his hand dissipated, and the yin-yang domain also vanished. Using 500,000 sword energies to kill a soul king is indeed overkill. But for safety, everything is worth it. Huang Wei murmured softly, channeling his soul power to gradually recover. At this moment, he was unable to use his skills and was forcibly relying on his physical strength. He internally complained, damn it, my current soul power reserves are still too low. These soul skills are indeed powerful, but their consumption of my soul power is completely proportional. The soul skills are certainly impressive, but unfortunately, the configuration of his soul power cannot keep up. He resolved in his heart, for my 4th soul skill, I must find a soul beast that can store or produce a large amount of soul power to be my fourth soul ring. Huang Wei secretly said, I still need 5 more levels. I have to hurry. I must complete 5 million sword draws within this month. Although it's not guaranteed that my soul power will increase by 5 levels, it is enough that it will increase. As the situation stabilized and the guiding technique was applied, the soul power was gradually recovering. However, this recovery speed was naturally not as fast as the quick results from sitting cross-legged and meditating. The ghostly Douluo emerged from the darkness and said, The Holy Sun is indeed impressive. However, your soul power is now overdrawn, which is not good for you. The ghostly Douluo smiled and said, But fortunately, this is the Soul Master City, and all problems are not really problems here. However, due to his appearance and aura, this smile seemed rather eerie. If someone unfamiliar were to see him, they would definitely misinterpret that he was going to kill the Holy Sun. Huang Wei looked at the ghostly figure in front of him and said expressionlessly, Elder Guo Mei, what a coincidence. Guo Mei forced a smile and said, Saint's son, please don't worry. I know of your prowess, and it's rare to have 2 soul kings as sharpening stones, so I definitely won't miss this opportunity. With me here, you're absolutely safe. Huang Wei waved his hand and said, All right, Elder Guo Mei, it's up to you to clean up this mess. He then added meaningfully, however, the fact that a soul master managed to infiltrate indicates that our defenses are not good enough, or perhaps someone from within has betrayed the whereabouts of this Holy Sun. Guo Mei smiled and said, Rest assured, Holy Sun, I will clean up all these dirty things and will definitely not let anything dirty your eyes. Good. Huang Wei nodded. You can return first, Holy Sun. Guo Mei looked in a distant direction and said meaningfully, How much longer are you going to hide? Quickly ensure the Holy Sun's safe return. As he spoke, his voice showed a hint of displeasure. When he had just arrived, he noticed that besides himself, another titled Douluo was secretly following Huang Wei. However, the other party did not have malicious intent, and he also knew that a titled Douluo had been dispatched from the worship hall to protect the Holy Sun's safety. It must be this person, but he did not know who it was. Huang Wei and the other 2 were taken aback. Is there still someone hiding? He squinted his eyes. All along, he had no idea someone was following him. If it were someone with murderous intent, he could die at any moment. The ghostly elder is quite perceptive. You actually discovered this. At that moment, a voice came from above, but it had a mocking tone. The crowd turned their gaze, and the source of the voice was a pavilion not far above. Upon closer inspection, in the dark night, illuminated by a beam of moonlight, a middle-aged man dressed in golden red armor sat there, a small stick in his hand constantly bouncing back and forth. It's him. Huang Wei's eyes narrowed. He had never seen this person before and felt quite unfamiliar. From this lazy-looking person, he sensed a terrifying aura. This person is incredibly powerful. His presence is even stronger than that of the ghostly elder. The ghostly elder's pupils slightly constricted. That martial soul is the Panlong stick. You are the 7th offering. The demon suppression Douluo? Exactly. The figure of the demon suppression descended from above, expressionless as he glanced at the 2 evil soul kings that had turned into blood mist. Then he pinched his chin, sizing up Huang Wei, revealing a hint of interest, and said, As expected of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, you are indeed quite remarkable. I had heard about you before, but I thought it was exaggerated. Now it seems you are even more powerful than the rumors. Mastering the domain at such a young age and playing with the sword to this extent, impressive, impressive. After a half-second pause, he continued, No wonder the Grand Offering insisted on having me protect you secretly. I was puzzled before. If I were to protect you, my training time would be reduced. But now seeing this, it's not a loss. From a status perspective, offerings are higher than elders. In terms of strength, the Demon Suppression Douluo is a peak 96 level Douluo, stronger than the 95 level Ghostly Elder. After all, they are not the main characters. They cannot ignore the insurmountable gap that each level brings after becoming a titled Douluo. Senior Demon Suppression, you overpraise me. I'm just lucky. The person in front of him was over 100 years old. As the Holy Sun, his status could not compare to the other party, and the level difference was too great. He still had to show respect to the strong. Before his strength truly emerged, he could not be arrogant or too presumptuous. Otherwise, disaster would befall him. The Demon Suppression laughed heartily and said, Holy Sun, you jest. If even this is just luck for you, then there would be no lucky people in the world. I did not expect that the people from the offering hall, who generally do not come out, would send this one this time. The Grand Offering truly values the Holy Sun. Upon seeing this person and hearing what he said, the ghostly elder couldn't help but feel emotional. Although this result was anticipated, it was still moving. The demon suppression waved his hand, glanced at the ghostly elder, and said indifferently, "All right, enough of this. I've already checked the surroundings, and there are no other evil soul masters present. Moreover, the Martial Soul Patrol team has arrived. Let this old ghost handle things here, and let us head back." As his words fell, not far ahead, a group of Martial Soul Patrol team members had already run over. "Holy Son, you can return with the demon suppression offering. We will handle things here," said the ghostly elder, nodding. "Yes." Huang Wei nodded. Those patrol team members recognized the ghostly elder, but did not know the demon suppression, as he rarely came out. "This is the 7th offering of the Spirit Hall, the demon suppression Douluo." The ghostly elder immediately introduced this group of people. The pupils of the patrol team members contracted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all showed signs of reverence, bowing and saying, "We have met the 7th offering, His Excellency Demon Suppression." Heh. The demon suppression smiled and waved his hand, leading Huang Wei and the other two away. Watching them leave, the ghostly elder's expression darkened as he said to the patrol team, "Your patrol was too lax. You let an evil soul master sneak in. If it weren't for the Holy Sun's extraordinary strength, you would all be dead." Saying this, a chilling, killing intent erupted from him, locking onto all patrol team members. Moreover, this time the evil soul masters that infiltrated were just 2 soul kings. The patrol team members trembled all over, their faces filled with terror, saying, "Elder Ghostly, we know we were wrong, but this cannot all be blamed on us. We have been on strict patrol day and night, and the methods of the evil soul masters vary. They are very cunning. We also do not have 100% certainty. You should be thankful for the Holy Sun's strength. He single-handedly killed those 2 soul kings. Otherwise, those who neglect their duty will be killed without mercy." The ghostly elder's cold voice was like thunder. The patrol team looked at the blood mist before them, swallowing hard. The captain said in disbelief, "I remember the Holy Sun is just a soul master. There is more than a 20-level difference between a soul king and a soul master. The level of defeating enemies across levels is too terrifying. That's why he could be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, while you are just the patrol team. Do you understand?" The ghostly elder said indifferently. "Understood. Understood." All of them nodded repeatedly. Unfortunately, they did not witness the Holy Sun's battle. However, at this moment, the height and strength of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall were even further elevated in their hearts. Clean this place up. Continue to increase the intensity of the patrol. Do not let any suspicious person slip by. Capture them all for questioning. Once evil soul power is detected, it can be suppressed directly. Also, I suspect there are spies among us in the Spirit City. Even those without evil soul power, if their behavior is suspicious, should not be overlooked. These people could pose a danger to the Holy Sun that is not much weaker than the direct threat from evil soul masters." The ghostly elder commanded. "Understood. We will definitely do our utmost to complete the task." The patrol team members quickly stood up straight and said respectfully, "Go." Saying this, the ghostly elder also disappeared. How could such dirty work fall to him? Safely escorting Huang Wei back to the Spirit Hall Villa, the demon suppression Douluo said, "All right, Holy Sun, I will return to report." "Yes." Huang Wei nodded. The demon suppression soared into the sky and left directly. "Today, you protected this Holy Sun without fear of life or death. You did well. Are you interested in working with this Holy Sun? You will not be treated poorly." Huang Wei looked at the middle-aged man, who was the coachman, and said. The middle-aged coachman immediately panicked and said, "Holy Sun, what do you mean? I was just doing my duty. However, if the Holy Sun does not disdain me, then I will be your person." "Very good. What is your name?" Huang Wei nodded in satisfaction and asked. The middle-aged coachman immediately said, "My name is Ma Feng. 56. Rich rewards, challenging tasks, Holy Sun. I am Ma Feng. My martial soul is the Wind Chaser horse. I am a level 55 soul king, currently serving as the head of the horse hall in the Spirit Hall, responsible for all horses in the Spirit Hall." The middle-aged coachman introduced himself briefly. "You're older than me, so I will call you Uncle Ma." Huang Wei smiled. "Yes. Odison." Ma Feng nodded. He did not expect that his actions tonight would give him the opportunity to connect with the legendary genius Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall. He was extremely excited and vowed to seize this rare opportunity to rise. "Uncle Ma, you should go back first. It's late. I need a rest," Huang Wei said. "As for your reward, I will personally talk to the teacher tomorrow and record your great contribution." "Yes. Thank you for the favor of the Holy Sun. I will do my utmost until death." Ma Feng felt excited and his expression was thrilled, Then he cupped his fists and bowed his head with a serious tone. No matter what, the posture must be made, and the attitude must be clearly expressed. Go ahead. Huang Wei waved his hand gently. Yes, I take my leave. Ma Feng turned and left. Huang Wei turned around and said, Arno, this is my home, and it will be your home from now on. No, wherever you follow this holy sun, that will be your home. It's just that this home will be where we stay for a longer time. Master, the servant understands. Wherever the master is, that is where I will be. Nali replied with a bow. Huang Wei corrected, forget it, don't call me master. Just call me young master or young sir. Yes, young master. Nali nodded and immediately changed her way of addressing him. Under Huang Wei's guidance, they entered the villa. Nali was very curious about this place that would be behind her in the future. It was so big and beautiful. At that moment, a maid came out. Greetings, Odison. This maid was the head of all the servants in the villa, named Aina. Aina, this is Nali. From now on, she will be my personal maid. Take her around to get familiar with the villa and teach her anything she doesn't know. Aina, this is the head maid of my villa, Aina. You will learn from her, and feel free to ask if you have any questions. Huang Wei looked at the woman in front of him and then spoke to Nali. Aina and Nali were both sizing each other up. They exchanged slight smiles and nodded. Since we are both serving the Son of God, let's look out for each other in the future. Having been in the world for so long, Aina understood what being a personal maid meant. To some extent, it was extremely ambiguous. Of course, if the Son of God asked her to warm his bed or do other things, she would agree without hesitation. Not just her. All female servants and maids felt the same way. After all, being able to sleep with the Son of God meant that there would be no more financial crises, and life would be almost worry-free from now on. If she could bear a child for the Son of God, that would be even more impressive and would lead to a complete rise to prominence. Of course, there was also the risk of negative consequences. After sizing up Nali, Aina didn't feel that she was much inferior to her and immediately envied why Nali could become the Son of God's personal maid. Regardless, the other person's status was higher than hers, so she needed to be polite. Let's look out for each other in the future, Sister Nali, Aina said. Nali smiled slightly in response. Soon, both women left. Huang Wei finished his bath and sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. A beautiful woman was currently before him, but he still couldn't indulge. Because he was still young, he decided to wait until he grew up. At 7 years old, he knew he should focus on cultivation. Closing his eyes, he entered meditation and began to summarize his sword intent, continuing to refine and integrate the swords he had drawn. Unknowingly, time passed swiftly. A month went by just like that. On this day, standing on the balcony, with the final sword strike sweeping out, a blade of sword energy exploded mid-air, releasing an incredibly powerful sword might. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The long-lost voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the sword 5 million times. Rewards include an increase of 2 levels in soul power, 2 levels in mental strength, 2 levels in physical quality, and the weight of the martial soul increased to 1,000 kilograms. Talent super adaptation. As the voice fell, a flash of light flickered on Huang Wei. In an instant, his soul power rose to the 37th level of Soul Master, and both his mental strength and physical qualities were enhanced. At the same time, the golden sword he held tightly in his hand suddenly became heavy and dense. From the initial weight of over 500 pounds, it transformed into 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms is equivalent to 2,000 pounds. It increased so much all at once. Huang Wei frowned, his hand unconsciously clenching tightly. Swinging the 1,000 kilogram golden sword, he found that with his soul king-level physical quality, it was still somewhat heavy. After a long time of swinging, it would become very tiring. Although his soul power and mental strength could not be normally improved these days, his physical quality would strengthen as he drew the sword. Ding! Challenge task issued. Within 6 months, accumulate the fastest number of sword draws to exceed 10 million times. Rewards include soul power increased by 5 levels, golden sword evolving into a platinum sword, sword heart enlightenment evolving into invincible sword heart, and a random 10,000-year growth soul bone. All soul ring ages increased by 1,000 years. Rewards will be judged based on the speed of completing the sword draws. The earlier it is completed, the richer the rewards. Completing it close to the 6-month mark will still allow for a 5-level increase in soul power. The sudden task release first surprised Huang Wei, then left him stunned. Wow, after such a long time without tasks, it jumped straight to this. Indeed, it's hard to find direction for a moment. Accumulating 10 million in 6 months, the earlier it is completed, the richer the rewards. TSK. I'm drooling just looking at these rewards. It seems I'm in for another round of sword training that will make me forget to eat and sleep. I just need 5 million more draws to finish. If it were the previous weight of over 500 pounds, this task would indeed be very easy. However, the heavens have surprisingly increased it to 2,000 pounds, making it much more challenging. Huang Wei said that the first thing he needed to adapt to was his sword. However, he still felt that the problem was not significant. These rewards felt like gifts. 5 million sword draws in 6 months. He believed he could definitely achieve it. His eyes lit up with enthusiasm. He had originally planned to take a short break, but now he had no time to rest. After glancing at his character interface, he decided to continue practicing sword drawing. Host, Huang Wei, age, 7 cultivation level. Level 37 soul master mental strength. Level 45 soul scholar physical quality. Level 57 soul king martial soul. Golden sword soul skills. Wind blood sword drawing technique. Gale wall, sword breaks sword techniques. Million sword rain, sword storm. Golden sword chi, yin yang sword talent. Sword heart clarity, sword chi emission. Gale phantom. Sword chi rolling dragon wall. Sword Dao fusion circle. Yin yang power, yin yang domain. Super adaptability, sword draw count. 5 million times current world. Douluo very good. Continue drawing the sword. He shook his numb arms and wiped the sweat from his brow. With the assistance of the Gale sword sheath. Although the golden sword had become much heavier, it still felt smooth as silk. Behind him, Nali, dressed in long robes, held tea and snacks for Huang Wei, captivated by his serious demeanor. Swish, 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 swish. Huang Wei struck with a sweeping blow, and dazzling sword lights flashed by. It felt as if the space in front of him was being sliced open. The sound of breaking air and sonic booms echoed continuously. With the help of his extraordinary talent for adaptation, he quickly adjusted to the weight of the 2,000 pounds of the golden sword. It truly was a powerful cheat. 57. Great Tong Beast. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, in the following days, Huang Wei was immersed in sword training, neglecting food and sleep. Each session pushed him to the limit until his arms could no longer lift the sword. Afterwards, he would seek healing servants to help him recover. Once he regained his strength, he continued his sword training. His speed was incredibly fast, and during the process he closed his eyes to comprehend the essence of the sword, which greatly benefited him. His physical fitness was continuously improving with the help of the 1,000-kilogram golden sword. As for meals, due to his fast sword-drawing speed and the high frequency of draws, even when he reached the point of neglecting food and sleep, if he truly felt weak from hunger, he would stop to feast, devouring his food hungrily. During his time here, Nuali had become familiar with Huang Wei's daily routine, so she would prepare a large amount of food in advance, ready to replenish him as soon as he finished training. After taking care of these matters, she also used the training resources that Huang Wei had requested from Bibi Dong to cultivate. After all, these resources were of no use to Huang Wei, so he gave them all to Nuali, asking her to raise her cultivation level as quickly as possible. Nuali didn't want to disappoint Huang Wei and worked hard on her training. Within a month, she had reached level 32. During that month, Huang Wei had drawn his sword 2 million times, receiving corresponding rewards. His soul power increased by 3 levels, reaching level 40 in Soul Master rank. His mental strength also rose by 3 levels, and his physical fitness improved by 3 levels. With the increase in soul power, the weight of his golden sword rose from 1,000 kilograms to 2,000 kilograms. It was indeed an extraordinary increase. He didn't even have time to hunt for the 4th soul ring. By the time he sheathed his sword, it was already dark. Nuali came over to wipe the sweat from his brow. Young master, dinner is ready. Good. You're getting more skilled. It's what I should do. In the villa's kitchen, Huang Wei feasted heartily, devouring his meal. After finishing, he rested for half an hour, took a shower, and returned to his room. On the table lay the books about soul beasts that he had asked Nuali to prepare in the morning. Now more than a month had passed, and his sword-drawing speed had reached 2.5 million times. He only had 2.5 million more to accumulate 10 million draws. Not hunting the 4th soul ring and being stuck at the weight of the golden sword was also a good thing for him. Sitting down, he muttered to himself that if he hunted the 4th soul ring, the weight of the golden sword might surge again, which would slow down his sword-drawing completion speed. He raised an eyebrow and said to himself, "No, my current speed is still too slow. I should complete the remaining 2.5 million draws before a month and a half comes, so the rewards I get will be more abundant." The reward stated that the earlier the completion, the richer the rewards. He wondered if, by not obtaining the 4th soul ring and being stuck at this level, the soul power rewards would still be available when he accumulated 8 million draws. Thinking of this made his head ache again. So he set aside some time that night to carefully read the Soul Beast books. With his innate talent for sword heart clarity, his memory and comprehension abilities were exceptional. After a brief glance at the content of books, he found the fourth soul beast he was looking for, the Datong Beast. This was a plant-type soul beast that possessed strong attacking power, while also being able to automatically produce and store a large amount of soul power. Huang Wei muttered to himself, I'll quickly hunt down this soul beast tomorrow and break through to level 40 Soul Master. As for the weight of the golden sword, let it be heavier, it doesn't matter. I can adapt anyway, it's not a big deal. He checked the time, it was getting late. He got up, stretched his body, and then lay down to sleep. He was too tired. After comprehending the sword, he had been very focused. The mental energy he expended was naturally considerable. He was now feeling the exhaustion of both his body and mind. As soon as he lay on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Huang Wei woke up directly. After washing up and having breakfast, he used the Gale Phantom to rush straight towards the Pope's palace. At that moment, Hope Bibidon, along with his teacher, was climbing the stairs step by step, holding a gem staff. Bibidon and the two elder ghosts beside him, Elder Gui and Elder Ju, were momentarily stunned. The next moment, Huang Wei's figure appeared before them. Such speed! Has the Saint Sun's strength broken through again? The three were extremely surprised. As soon as Huang Wei appeared, he immediately cupped his fists and said, Disciple greets the teacher. Why are you looking for me so early, Xiao Wei? Is there something urgent? What exactly happened? Bai Dong furrowed her brows and inquired. Huang Wei said, Teacher, I have broken through to level 40 and need to hunt for the fourth spirit ring. As he spoke, he directly released his level 40 spirit power. Moreover, looking at the intensity of his spirit power, it was very stable and solid, without any hint of instability. This was a steady and solid improvement. Although Bibi Dong had not seen Huang Wei in the past month, she had sent someone to observe him secretly. The other party had remained the same, diligently practicing swordsmanship day after day, which made her very satisfied. Bibi Dong felt this way and suddenly laughed. Great! As expected of my direct disciple and the holy son of the Spirit Hall, breaking through to level 40 quasi-spirit master so quickly. She felt extremely comfortable and happy. Elder Ju, please take in a hunt for the fourth spirit ring, as usual. Yes. Elder Ju nodded. Holy son, shall we set off quickly? He looked at Huang Wei. Huang Wei also doesn't like wasting time. He needs to hurry back for sword training. Elder Ju, let's set off immediately, he said with a nod. So Elder Ju took Huang Wei and flew directly towards the soul hunting forest. In the sky, Yuan asked, Holy son, do you have any thoughts on your fourth soul skill? Huang Wei honestly replied, I have discovered a huge flaw in myself. I already have combat power, but my soul power is very limited. Therefore, my fourth soul ring needs to make up for the shortcoming by finding a plant-type soul beast that can produce or store a large amount of soul power. After my research last night, the Daidong beast is my best choice. After a brief pause, he continued, Yuan said upon hearing this, the Daidong beast can indeed meet your requirements and fill in your shortcomings. As long as your weaknesses are addressed, the issue of soul power can be easily resolved. Yuan said, Let us go. I will take you to the area where the Daitong beast is located. In the entire soul hunting forest, only that part of the forest has this type of plant soul beast, and their numbers are not many, with each one starting from 4 to 5,000 years. However, if the age is too high, can the Holy Sun absorb it? Generally, for normal soul masters, the age of the fourth soul skill ranges from 3,000 to 5,000 years. The numbers I just mentioned are within that range. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei said, Don't worry, my physical quality is very strong. I feel that I can absorb a 10,000-year soul beast without any problem. 58. 10,000-year Daitong giant tree. A 10,000-year fourth soul skill is still quite risky. You are the legendary genius holy son of our spirit hall, and I absolutely cannot let you face any danger. Yuan was also startled upon hearing this and spoke up. Huang Wei said, The 10,000-year soul beasts of the plant system are easier to absorb than those of the animal system, and the risks are lower. The giant Tong beast is a good choice. After all, I'm a legendary saint, and the first 3 soul rings are all 1,000 years. For the fourth one, I need to get a 10,000-year one to have some prestige, right? My physical quality can handle a 10,000-year one. Huang Wei continued to speak, saying that he actually wanted to absorb a higher-aged spirit beast, as it would bring him more benefits. Although the system's sword drawing could increase the age, each enhancement wasn't too significant. Last time it was 500 years, and this time, if he completed the task, it would be 1,000 years. However, it wasn't a big problem. There was still plenty of time in the future. Yuan thought for a moment and then nodded. All right. I will hunt a 10,000-year-old Datong beast for you. If I see any dangerous situations when you're absorbing it, I will forcibly interrupt. I hope you won't hold it against me. If that happens, you will need to rest for a while before you can absorb your 4th spirit ring. No problem. Huang Wei nodded. Then, Yuan took Huang Wei and flew towards the deeper areas of the soul-hunting forest, where the Datong beast was most likely to appear. After 2 hours, they finally reached the depths of the forest. Previously, Yuan and Huang Wei had found a few Datong beasts, but none of them were 10,000-year-olds. So Huang Wei didn't want them to find a 10,000-year-old one. They continued to venture deeper and finally found a 12,000-year-old Datong beast after 2 hours. In front of them, in the valley basin, stood a gigantic sky-high tree. The massive tree had developed limbs, dazzling vines, and dense leaves, with twisted and winding vine patterns on its body. This was indeed the Datong beast, also known as the Great Tongmu giant tree. This one is quite good. It's 12,000 years old. Are you confident? Yuan asked as he and Huang Wei observed from a spot in the valley. Huang Wei said, Okay, no problem. I didn't expect it to be so big, Elder Ju. I want to see if I can kill him alone. Huang Wei continued. You keep an eye on the surroundings and make sure no other soul beasts or people disturb me. All right, just be careful, Yuan replied, pausing for a moment and then nodding after a few seconds of thought. The power of the sun was not so easily dealt with. As long as there was even a second of free time, he could save Huang Wei with 100% certainty. That was his confidence in himself. So he began to scout the surroundings to prevent anyone or any soul beast from approaching. Huang Wei held the sword sheath in his left hand and drew the golden sword with his right. Through the sunlight, a dazzling golden light flashed by, sharp and heavy. Clang! The golden sword was completely unsheathed. In an instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from Huang Wei. A soul beast that had existed for 12,000 years was equivalent to the level of a peak soul sect or soul king. Since I was able to kill 2 peak evil soul kings before, now I can take down this giant tongue tree. Putting away the Gale sword sheath, he transformed into an afterimage, moving like a shadow with the Gale in motion, charging directly towards the giant tongue tree. Yuan looked anxiously from high up in the sky, watching below, summoning his martial soul, gathering power, ready to assist in case of an emergency. He couldn't afford to be the slightest bit careless. Below, the giant tongue tree had already sensed the crisis. Those thick and sharp vines launched an attack towards Huang Wei. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Sword Heart Clarity talent activated, and these fast and dangerous vines slowed down in Huang Wei's awareness, their trajectories known in advance, allowing him to easily dodge using Gale Phantom. He stepped on a massive vines, leaped up, raised the golden sword in his hand, and the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram spread out from his body. The Yin-Yang domain was released. The golden sword, the sword energy of gold, and the Yin-Yang sword combined into one. Millions of sword energies surged forward, instantly condensing 2 swords on either side of the golden sword. One was the golden sword energy, and the other was the Yin-Yang sword with its dual colors. The 3 swords spun rapidly, forcibly merging into the golden sword under a surge of power, causing the golden sword to grow enormous, erupting with a more terrifying sword momentum that pierced the heavens. Go! Huang Wei let out a low shout, intending to strike and understand this creature before continuing to return and practice with his sword. This strike was terrifying. He never expected the Holy Sun to have cultivated the sword path to such a level. In the sky, Yuan, witnessing this scene, was once again shocked. The Holy Sun was truly an unparalleled prodigy. Whoosh! In the next second, the golden sword swiftly fell towards the giant tongue tree. Countless vines merged in front of the giant tree, forming a vortex of soul power, and a massive wooden vine shot out directly. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The massive wooden vine collided with the golden sword. Crack! In just an instant, millions of sword energies surged out, wildly tearing apart the vine, which quickly could not withstand it and completely shattered. Boom! A golden sword light infused with the power of Yin and Yang pierced through the shattered vine, and wherever it passed, the remaining vines were shredded by the terrifying sword energy storm. In a brief moment, the golden sword light penetrated the giant tongue tree itself. With a crack, the giant tongue tree, filled with boundless resentment, collapsed to the ground. Soon, streams of green energy particles rose up, coalescing into a circle of black soul rings on the corpse of the giant tongue tree. Holy Sun, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring will invoke the resentment of the soul beast, and you will need mental strength to counter it. You must be very careful. Guan, with a shocked expression, descended beside Huang Wei and reminded him. Huang Wei nodded. Don't worry, Elder Jew, I will definitely succeed. Just wait to witness the birth of the Holy Sun with a 10,000-year soul ring. All right, I'm waiting. Guan is now excited. Huang Wei let out a breath and sat cross-legged in front of the soul ring. He didn't rush to absorb it. Instead, he first restored some of the lost soul power. That last strike had consumed a lot of his soul power. If he were to absorb it in his current state, there might not be any physical issues, but he wasn't sure about his mental strength. Anyway, a 10,000-year soul ring could remain for a while before disappearing. Soon, he was ready. Huang Wei officially absorbed it. He summoned a golden sword that hovered in midair, drawing the 10,000-year soul ring into his body. Next was the critical phase of the battle. Both his physical body and mental strength would be subjected to the impact of the 10,000-year soul beast, and it would happen simultaneously. At this moment, Guan's look of shock disappeared, replaced by seriousness and concern, with the intention to be ready to intervene at any moment. Just then, a situation arose with Huang Wei's body. His muscles began to swell as if being inflated by a force. Guan's expression became even more serious, and the soul power in his hands gradually began to condense. Holy Sun, I hope you don't come to harm. I really don't want to intervene, he murmured. Huang Wei's body was drenched in hot sweat, but this condition did not last long and soon disappeared, along with the swelling of his muscles, gradually stabilizing. Seeing the scene, Guan let out a sigh of relief. The physique of the Saint's son was indeed powerful. At the same time, in Huang Wei's spiritual sea, he was facing the vengeful attack of the giant camphor tree. Although it had been 10,000 years, the opponent was not an absolute attacking animal spirit beast. So Huang Wei unleashed the yin-yang sword. As soon as the sword path fusion talent was activated, he instantly annihilated it. As time passed, a stick of incense burned away. A large black soul ring appeared around Huang Wei. Immediately afterward, the other 3 purple soul rings on him also rose. The fusion of the 4 soul rings, purple, 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 and black, marked the birth of a soul master. It worked fantastic. The 4th soul ring was the black 10,000-year soul ring. Guan's expression was even more excited than Huang Wei's at this moment. Coupled with his other 3 purple soul rings, this was truly remarkable. For a moment, he felt quite envious. A terrifying sword intent erupted from Huang Wei. He opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed. The 4th soul skill, excellent. This time, I will have an endless supply of soul power. Not only that, my strength will also be enhanced. The 4th soul skill took the giant camphor tree's continuous generation and recovery ability as its passive ability, allowing it to function continuously throughout his body, even without activating the 4th soul ring. In addition, it inherited a small portion of the plant's cell activity enhancement. The enhancement of cell activity was crucial. For example, if injured, he could recover quickly, and if he lost limbs, he could regenerate. At the same time, he converted the attacking aspect of the giant camphor tree into an enhancement of his own strength, which belonged to the active skill of the 4th soul skill. He named his 4th soul skill Revival. His golden sword was all about continuous power accumulation. He slowly stood up, and at this moment, every cell in his body was filled with abundant and inexhaustible soul power. Each cell was storing energy. As long as he willed it, he could mobilize it for use. After using it, the cells would automatically absorb external energy and convert it into soul power for continued storage. Wow, every cell is a huge treasure, and the capacity is vast. The number of cells in every person's body is beyond imagination. Unable to wait, he immediately opened the character panel. Now, he was not just a little stronger. World of 10,000 Realms Sword-Pulling Evolution System Host. Huang Wei Age, 7 Cultivation. Level 43 Soul Master Spiritual Power. Level 50 Soul King Physical Quality. Level 60 Soul Emperor Martial Soul. Golden Sword, 5,000 kilograms. Soul Skills. Wind Blood Sword Technique. Gale Wall, Sword Break, Revival. Sword Pulling Techniques. Million Sword Rain, Sword Storm, Golden Sword Chi, Yin-Yang Sword. Talents. Sword Heart Clarity, Sword Chi Emission, Gale Phantom. Sword Chi Rolling Dragon Wall, Sword Path Fusion, Yin-Yang Power, Yin-Yang Field, Super Adaptation. Sword Pulling Count, 7. 5 million times current world. Douluo not bad, not bad. Huang Wei turned around and smiled. Elder Jew, let's go back. His soul rings retracted. Aren't you going to try your 4th soul skill? Guan asked with some curiosity. Huang Wei shook his head. No, time is tight. I need to go back to continue my sword training. All right. Since the other party was unwilling to disclose information, He didn't ask further and led Huang Wei directly towards the spirit hall. At the entrance of the spirit hall, Li Tianming happened to arrive there. Seeing the two people walking towards the door, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Holy Son, Elder Jew." "Captain Li, what is the matter?" Huang Wei asked. Li Tianming immediately replied, "Holy Son, the Yi Biao mercenary group you asked us to find has been located, but they are currently not in the Tiandou Empire. They have fled to the Xingluo Empire, pursued by our spirit hall members. Among them is the leader of the Yi Biao mercenary group, Yi Biao, who is a soul king." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Are you kidding? After searching for so long, you found them only for them to escape? Are you just sitting around? Over a month ago, I told you to find them, and now, after more than a month, you finally have news to tell me? This efficiency is unacceptable. Holy Son, please don't be angry. Our people have already gone to the Xingluo Empire to arrest them. The reason they managed to escape is that a group of evil soul masters came out to save them, opposing our spirit hall. This time, among the evil soul masters, there is a soul sage, and several of our people were killed or injured in the battle," Li Tianming quickly explained in a panic. "Evil soul masters? A group? And a soul sage?" Huang Wei and Yu Guan narrowed their eyes upon hearing this, revealing a hint of coldness. Huang Wei, in particular, harbored deep hatred for the evil soul master, as he had almost died at the hands of the latter. However, now that the evil soul master had not sent any high-level evil soul masters, he wasn't afraid. But with a soul saint among the evil soul masters, the situation would be different. Dealing with an evil soul master soul saint, especially one who is good at close combat, might be a challenge even for him now. It could very well lead to both sides being seriously injured. However, he currently possessed an abundance of soul skills and could unleash various powerful soul techniques at will. He didn't want to waste time on trivial matters. It was more important to complete the system's challenge tasks quickly. In the future, when his level was higher, he would directly find the evil soul master's lair and eliminate them completely. Of course, the evil soul masters of later generations would have nothing to do with him. After all, the emergence of evil soul masters ultimately relates to the awakening of martial souls. The most important factor is still the individual's willpower. Huang Wei said, "Then you should quickly arrest him. The captain wants him alive." "Yes." Li Tianming nodded. Li Tianming took his leave. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage stopped at the entrance, causing Huang Wei and Yu Guan to pause their steps. Looking over, the carriage was marked with 3 large characters, Sheng Jiangge. Sheng Jiangge? Yu Guan wondered why they had come, but Huang Wei thought of the reason. It should be related to me. Huang Wei, who had been training tirelessly and neglecting everything else, had even forgotten about this matter. He remembered that the other party had promised to resolve it within 7 days, but now it had dragged on for over a month. This was also quite unsatisfactory for him. 2 people immediately got off the carriage. It was the 2 from the Holy Craftsman Pavilion, Pugu and Vincent. They looked hurried. Upon seeing Huang Wei and Yu Guan, they were startled. They quickly cupped their hands and bowed, saying, "We meet the Holy Son and Elder Jew. You finally arrived? I almost forgot about you," Huang Wei said with a narrowed smile. For some reason, both Pugu and Vincent shivered. Pugu immediately said, "Holy Son, we apologize. We had special reasons for the delay. We tried to send someone to contact you, but that person said you were training, so we didn't disturb you. The hardness of the Qiang rock is even greater than we anticipated. The process of melting it alone took us a full half-month, and for the next month, we were desperately trying to meet the deadline and forgot to come back to inform you. Now we have finally crafted it and rushed to deliver it to you immediately. Please take a look," Pugu said fearfully as he quickly opened the black box in his hands. Vincent also opened his black box. Suddenly, a set of close-fitting inner armor shimmering with the color of Qiyang appeared. It was extremely cool and beautiful, with excellent craftsmanship. Yuan looked on curiously. "This material is really good," he exclaimed. "Holy Son, once this inner armor is worn, it will provide you with an additional means of protection," he said. Yes. After our examination, the hardness of the Qiang rock can withstand attacks from a soul emperor. It's even higher than what Su Mei mentioned. That's why it took us so long." Pugu dispatchly explained. Huang Wei was also fascinated by the inner armor. He said, "Seeing how hard you all have worked, I, the Holy Son, am not so petty. I forgive you." With a wave of his hand, he directly stored the 2 boxes into his soul guide ring. "I received what I needed. You can go back now," Huang Wei said. "Yes." Pugu and Wen Sun breathed a sigh of relief, not wanting to stay any longer because Yu Guan's demeanor was quite intimidating. After saying their goodbyes, they got into the carriage and left. "Elder Jew, I'm going back to train, so I won't be going to the Papal Palace. You can go report back." Huang Wei said as he headed directly towards his villa. Yuguan shrugged and went into report. In the papal palace, seeing only Yuguan enter, Bibi Dong on the supreme throne asked, Elder Jew, why are you the only one back? Did something happen to the Holy Sun? As soon as she spoke, her eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. The ghostly charm frowned. Yuguan quickly clasped his hands and said, Your Holiness, you've misunderstood. The Holy Sun has gone back to the villa to train. He said he doesn't want to waste a single second. Well, that's good to know. Knowing that Huang Wei was fine, Bibi Dong felt relieved. How is his fourth soul ring? Bibi Dong asked. Yuguan, somewhat excited, said, Incredible. The Holy Sun absorbed a 200-year-old plant-type giant tongue tree. What? He absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for his fourth? Both Bibi Dong and Ghostly Charm were taken aback. Was there any danger in this process? Bibi Dong immediately asked. Yuguan smiled slightly. No, the Holy Sun's absorption went exceptionally smoothly. That's good. As expected of my disciple. He's truly exceptional. His talent has surpassed all of us, and he's only 7 years old this year. By the way, how much has his soul power increased? Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim. Yuguan replied, After my investigation, the Holy Sun's cultivation has reached level 43 Soul Master. The 10,000-year soul ring has given him a 3-level increase. Good. Bibi Dong was even more pleased to hear this. Ghostly Charm exclaimed, A 43-level Soul Master at 7 years old is truly unbelievable. He then respectfully said to Bibi Dong, Your Holiness, it seems that we can move up our estimate for when the Holy Sun will reach the title Douluo. Bibi Dong nodded at this, indeed. But it's still hard to say. After all, the higher you go, the harder each level becomes. You all understand this, as those who have been through it. The main point is that after level 50, the Soul King is the real watershed. She then looked toward Huang Wei's villa and added, However, with his talent as a 7-year-old Soul Master, he's ahead of so many people. He will definitely reach title Douluo. It's just a question of how long it will take. Anticipation is also a form of happiness, Yuguan smiled. At the Holy Sun's villa, Huang Wei returned and entered the living room, taking out the 2 boxes he had just received from the 6 Connected Hearts main ring. At this moment, Nuali walked over. Young Master, you're back. This is inner armor? It's so beautiful. Her gaze turned to the inner armor inside the boxes on the table, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Huang Wei responded with a sound, then picked it up and handed her one, saying, This one is for you. It can withstand the attacks of the Soul Emperor. Give it to me to wear? Young Master, this. Nuali found it hard to believe. Huang Wei said, Well, you are my personal maid, so naturally you need some life-saving equipment to accompany me in my actions. Put on. Thank you, my lord. I will not let you down, Nuali said, touched as she took it, not wanting to say anything else for fear of displeasing Huang Wei. She wanted to change and see if it fit. Huang Wei nodded. Nuali left with the Red Sun inner armor. Huang Wei took another inner armor into the room. He took off his clothes and walked in front of the mirror to put on the Qiyang inner armor. His body sank slightly, but the next second he adapted to it, becoming a part of his body's gravity. The Qiyang inner armor was very warm. He didn't like cold things. So this was quite good. Indeed, it was really good. It wasn't as stiff or clumsy as he had imagined. Qiyang rock shouldn't have such extensible characteristics. So it seems that they added similar traits. Although it was completed beyond the deadline, I am very satisfied. Huang Wei was talking to himself. Then he put on his clothes and walked out. At that moment, Nali also finished changing and came out. How does it feel? Huang Wei asked. Nali smiled and nodded. It's very warm and comfortable. Huang Wei smiled slightly as he looked at the 10 sharp-equipped finger segments in the black box in front of him. He chuckled and said, You happen to have a cat martial soul, and these 10 finger armors will provide you with a sharp attack boost. Take them and use them. Yes, young master. Nuali quickly took them and immediately put them on. Go outside and find a stone to try it out, Huang Wei said. Nuali went to the yard, released her soul power, and aimed at a stone. Bang! The spot where she grabbed exploded. So powerful. With the enhancement of the Red Sun gauntlets, my strength has at least doubled. Nuali exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. All right, go back and cultivate. I need to continue my training, Huang Wei said. Nuali nodded yes. Huang Wei said, By the way, the Yi Biao mercenary corps has been found, but there was an unexpected turn of events with the evil Soul Master. Currently, their Soul King leader has fled to the Star Luo Empire. Captain Li and the others will soon capture him, and you will have the chance to personally take his life. Nuali poset, Kalanchet had feast. And a wave of hatred surged within her as she said, I understand, young master. Even if it's just one person, I want to kill him with my own hands. You will soon get your wish, Huang Wei replied. Then I will take my leave. knew all he said as she entered the room. Huang Wei summoned the golden sword, and after a simple swing to adapt, he began to wield it. With 2.5 million swings left to reach 10 million. I will do my best to complete it within half a month. Huang Wei's gaze was resolute as he began to draw his sword. Swish, swish, swish. Drawing the sword like the wind, it was sharp and terrifying. Every time he drew and sheathed the sword, it was a fearsome sweep. At this moment, Salas walked in and respectfully addressed Huang Wei as Your Highness, the Holy Sun. However, seeing Huang Wei completely immersed in his sword-drawing training and ignoring him, Salas found it quite normal, as this was not the first time such a thing had happened. In his focused state, influenced by the clarity of his sword heart, Huang Wei was entirely absorbed in the self-discipline of drawing the sword. A frenzied sword intent surged around him, with sword momentum and sword energy. Ordinary people truly did not dare to approach, fearing they would be crushed into a mist of blood. Salas felt his eyelids twitch. Every time he saw this storm of sword momentum, even he, a soul, Douluo, felt a twinge of apprehension. If they were of the same level, he had no confidence in taking even one hit from Huang Wei. Fortunately, the other party's cultivation was not that of a soul Douluo. This time he came over with Nali for special training. This was also something Huang Wei had previously informed Bibi Dong about, asking her to help find someone to train Nali, as he wanted to cultivate her to become his right-hand person. Bibi Dong naturally agreed and ultimately arranged for Salas. With the guidance of a soul Douluo and the assistance of resources from the Spirit Hall's other simulated training rooms, Nali, who had a special identity, could naturally grow. Moreover, Nali was now an 18-year-old soul sovereign, and her foundation was not as poor as imagined. As long as everything was beneficial to Huang Wei, Bibi Dong would help facilitate it. Furthermore, she also intended to cultivate people for herself, which she had mentioned before. Now that there was finally someone she would not refuse. Of course, Ma Feng, who had earned merit in rescuing, also received resources for cultivation. In just a month, he broke through one level, reaching level 56 Soul King, having been stuck at level 55 for several years. He had accumulated enough, and now that resources were available, he could break through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 8 million sword draws. Reward: 1 level of soul power increase, 1 enhancement of physical fitness, 1 level of mental strength increase, and an increase of 1,000 years to all soul ring ages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 9 million sword draws. Reward: 1 level of soul power increase, 1 enhancement of physical fitness, 1 level of mental strength increase, and an increase of 1,000 years to all soul ring ages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 million sword draws. Reward: 2 levels of soul power increase, 2 enhancements of physical fitness, 2 levels of mental strength increase, and an increase of 2,000 years to all soul ring ages. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge task, taking 1.5 months, with 4.5 months remaining until the 6-month mark. Completion rating is high. The evaluation levels are excellent, high, medium, low, and trash. Challenge task completed, high evaluation. Reward: 5 levels of soul power increase. Golden sword evolved into platinum sword. Sword heart clarity evolved into invincible sword heart. And a random 10,000-year growth soul bone. All soul ring ages increased by 1,000 years. Congratulations to the host for completing 10 million sword draws. System interface upgrading. System character interface upgrade successful. Please check it yourself. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. During this time, as Huang Wei sword draws reached exactly 1 million, the system would grant him corresponding rewards. Unknowingly, his soul power cultivation suddenly reached level 47, and with his completion of the challenge task, his soul power directly increased by 5 levels. In an instant, his cultivation reached level 52 Soul King. Unfortunately, he had not yet obtained a 5th soul ring, so his soul power level remained at 50 as a quasi-soul king. In the courtyard of the villa, where the wind was swirling, Huang Wei sheathed his sword for the last time and took a deep breath. He had become even stronger now. At the moment his sword heart clarity evolved into the invincible sword heart, his understanding of the sword path reached a qualitative leap. This feeling was indescribable because it was too incredible. He drew his sword again. At this moment, the golden sword was no longer golden, but platinum. At the same time, the weight of the sword surprised Huang Wei, because it was so heavy, really heavy. This was not an exaggeration. He quickly put away the platinum sword and, with a thought, communicated with the system to take out the randomly obtained 10,000-year soul bone. With a buzzing sound, A scarlet mask, soul bone, appeared in the palm of his right hand, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter and blood. In addition, there was a strangely terrifying sword intent present. Fortunately, with the system suppression, this force did not explode. What kind of 10,000-year soul bone is this? How terrifying! Huang Wei felt apprehensive and horrified. The system understood his thoughts and displayed an explanatory introduction of this soul bone in his view. Blood Shadow, Nine-Headed Mask. An external soul bone from the face of the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King from a parallel world 10,000 years ago. After absorption, the user will gain a unique soul bone skill, Blood Shadow Clone Technique, capable of creating up to 9 Blood Shadow clones, each possessing 90% of the main body's power. The soul bone can grow. The soul bone comes with a bloodthirsty slaughter effect, which can affect the mental strength of living beings. At the same time, it can greatly enhance soul power, mental strength, and physical fitness. As for the negative emotions of the soul bone, they have been eliminated by the system, so the host can use it with peace of mind. As for other effects, the user can explore them on their own. Wow, this is amazing. Huang Wei was shocked. The system actually acquired the facial soul bone of the 10,000-year blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. It is known that this thing is currently parasitic on Tangchun in the City of Slaughter. However, thinking back, the system was originally powerful, so it seemed quite normal to obtain something like this. Compared to the other systems in previous novels that casually gifted Panga's blood, brain marrow, internal organs, and heart, this one was already quite normal. Moreover, the negative effects were eliminated. This system was quite conscientious. Without any hesitation, he directly put it on his face. The next moment, the nine-headed blood bar directly fused onto his face, and a scarlet light flickered and moved. Huang Wei felt incredibly mysterious. Soon, the blood shadow, nine-headed mask transformed into the outline of his face, merging into his bones. In an instant, his soul power, mental strength, and physical qualities surged. After the fusion, there were no significant changes to his stunning appearance. He still looked as beautiful as ever. Everything seemed so normal. Huang Wei couldn't wait to open his system character panel. He was also curious about what changes would occur after the system upgraded the character panel. World-slaying sword evolution system host. Huang Wei age. 7 cultivation. Level 50 quasi-soul king. True cultivation level 62 soul emperor. Automatically unlocked after absorbing the 5th and 6th soul rings. Mental power level 75 soul saint. Physical quality level 70 soul saint. Martial soul. Platinum sword 30,000 kilograms. Equivalent to a full force strike from a level 90 titled Douluo in normal strong attack mode. Note, this is the author's note. I don't know the exact weight in the original work, but since this is fan fiction, let's go with my setting. There's no need to be too picky about this. Soul rings. Purple 6,000 years. Purple 6,000 years. Black 10,000 years. Black 17,000 years. External attached soul bone. 100,000 year blood red, nine-headed mask. Soul skills. Wind blood sword technique. Gale wall, sword break revival. Blood shadow clone technique. Sword techniques. Million sword rain, sword storm, golden sword chi, yin yang sword. Talent. Invincible sword heart, sword chi emission, gale phantom, sword chi rolling dragon wall. Sword path fusion ring, yin yang power, yin yang domain, super adaptation. Sword draw count, 10 million times current world. Douluo, it turns out that additional information had appeared. But now my soul power has reached level 62, allowing me to directly absorb 10,000 year soul rings, which is truly amazing. However, it has only been half a month since I just obtained the 4th soul ring, and now I've quickly broken through to level 50, which may feel a bit off. Therefore, in the short term, it would be better not to acquire more soul rings. Or I could secretly hunt high level 10,000 year soul beast for my 5th and 6th soul rings. With my current strength and soul saint physical quality, absorbing soul beasts of 6 to 7,000 years is not a problem. There's no rush, although my level is currently stuck at 50. My pure strength can already unleash the power of a soul emperor, surpassing most of my peers. This wave has truly taken off. I'll wait a bit longer to see the situation. He clenched his fist tightly. Even with his invincible sword heart, he couldn't help but smile. He felt a bit carried away. A 7-year-old soul emperor with a 100,000 year soul bone. Who wouldn't feel elated? He turned and immediately returned to his room. He closed the door and windows and drew the curtains. Then, he activated the blood shadow, nine-headed mask. The blood shadow, nine-headed mask, is an external, attached soul bone. So it would manifest during use, much like Tang San's 8 spider lances. In the next moment, a blood-red phantom of the nine-headed bat king flashed across his body. The aura around Huang Wei became strange, bloodthirsty, bloody, murderous, violent, and evil. However, due to the system's elimination, he was not affected by these negative emotions. He then activated his soul bone skill, blood shadow clone technique. Shadows of blood stacked upon him. Based on his mental power and supplemented by the blood and soul power of his own cells, 9 blood-red figures emerged. Each of them carried different emotions, giving Huang Wei the feeling that his 9 desires, joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, greed, and other sinister emotions, were materialized into phantoms. Each time he used the mask shadow clone technique, the emotions were not fixed. Main body, hello. The 9 figures, each dominated by different emotions, had voices that were also distinct and unpredictable. Upon closer inspection, the 9 figures before him were all covered by blood shadow, 9-headed masks. The masks displayed the appearances of joy, anger, sorrow, and other 9 emotions, resembling a mold. Upon careful sensing, Huang Wei discovered that the moment the 9 clones were differentiated, both his soul power and mental power were significantly consumed, especially his mental power. It seemed that the more clones he created, the greater the consumption. So, he focused his mind and recalled the other 8 figures, leaving only the joyful blood shadow clone. At that moment, he felt much more comfortable. With a thought, he retracted the blood shadow, 9-headed mask. The strange aura around him disappeared. The joyful blood shadow clone remained and was not recalled, which was also the point Huang Wei wanted to experiment with. These blood shadows did not require the mask to be revealed. As long as he did not recall the clone, the blood shadow clone would continue to exist. However, the drawback was that it would continuously consume his mental power, and not a small amount. As for soul power, it would also consume a lot, but currently, with his 4th soul skill, the consumption felt minimal. The most important thing for now was still mental power. If he activated the blood shadow, 9-headed mask, the consumption would not be as great. After thinking for a while, he also recalled this blood shadow. Huang Wei muttered to himself, interesting. There must be more to these blood shadows gameplay. I need to find time to develop it further. Time passed quickly. At this moment, within the territory of the Douluo Empire, in a wilderness area, a group of people was frantically fleeing. Damn it, we haven't provoked the spirit hall. Why are you chasing us? The leader shouted angrily. The next second, he was sent flying by a thunderous punch that came down from the sky. The leader was Yi Biao, the captain of the Yi Biao mercenary corps, a soul king. He spat blood, rolled on the ground, and felt immense pain. The others rushed over quickly, knocking the remaining members of the Yi Biao mercenary corps to the ground. This time, without the help of the evil soul masters. Let's see how you escape. You really don't think some melodramatic evil soul master will come to your rescue, do you? One of the spirit hall members mocked. The evil soul masters didn't collaborate with us voluntarily last time. They just appeared out of nowhere. It had nothing to do with us. At least before we die. Tell us who we offended. Yi Biao coughed up blood, clutching his chest, his twisted face revealing a look of pain. Li Tianming coldly said, "We are under the command of the Holy Prince to capture you. As for how you offended the Holy Prince, you'll find out once we take you back. Take him back." After finishing, he coldly waved his hand. "The Holy Prince of the Spirit Hall. We really didn't offend him. Did you or your subordinates offend him?" Yi Biao looked confused and then glared fiercely at the other team members, coldly asking, "No, Captain, we absolutely didn't. As for the subordinates, we are also unclear, and they've all been killed." Those people spoke up, their voices trembling. Li Tianming coldly said, "Humph. A mere Soul King, with a few Soul Zone and Soul Zune teams, being caught by our Soul Saint team is already your fortune." The others quickly took the 5 people away. Everyone hurried toward the Spirit City at full speed. It was Li Tianming and his team, who were close combat Soul Saints with terrifying strength. Last time our Soul Saint lost. This time, with just a few Soul Emperors, Go would be sending us to our deaths. Let's retreat. Anyway, we don't know those people. Last time we just wanted to annoy the Spirit Hall. A few evil Soul Emperors hiding in the forest watched the Spirit Hall army not far ahead and exchanged low voices. "All right, let's go. We should quickly go kill and complete the leader's magic crystal charging." The few evil Soul Masters quickly left, heading directly toward the territory of the Douluo Empire. Soon, that area, especially the villages, would face a brutal bloodbath. As for which village was so unfortunate, that was unknown. A few days passed. On this day, Li Tianming personally led the team, escorting Yi Biao and 5 others to the front of the Pope's palace. Brothers, we are under the command of the Holy Prince to bring back this group of people, and now we need to take them to see the Holy Prince. So please make way. Li Tianming clasped his fists and spoke to the 2 guards in front of him. This was the Pope's palace, the outer gate. Even he, as a soul saint, would not dare to enter without permission. Moreover, these 2 guards were also at the Soul King level, although they were much lower than him. Their positions were different, so he still needed to be polite. After all, the Pope and the Holy Prince, as well as the Holy Maiden, all lived within the Pope's palace. So it's Captain Li. They're from the Yi Biao mercenary corps, right? Said the guard on the right politely. Yes. Li Tianming was taken aback, not expecting the other party to recognize him. The guard immediately said, the Holy Prince has already given orders. You can directly escort them into the dungeon and then report to the Holy Prince. He will come. All right, take them to the dungeon. Li Tianming waved his hand, instructing the people behind him. Yes. A few Spirit Hall soldiers escorted Yi Biao and the 5 others to the dungeon. Meanwhile, Li Tianming ran directly toward Huang Wei's villa. Today, Huang Wei did not draw his sword, as he had just received a rich reward not long ago and wanted to take a break to study those rewards, especially the invincible sword heart. At this moment, he sat in the garden's pavilion on an old man's chair, while Nuo Li was serving tea and water beside him. In Huang Wei's hand, there was a document. Today he felt inspired and wanted to look at some information about people from the Spirit Hall. After all, he also wanted to cultivate his subordinates. Bibi Dong also allowed it. Of course, he didn't need to cultivate too many, as Huang Wei was still focused on drawing the sword to improve his cultivation. Once he reached the title Douluo level and had the identity of the Holy Prince, many people would follow him. At that time, he could choose slowly. At this moment, in his hand, the character information was about Li Tianming. Since the other party had saved him, he looked at him first. Li Tianming, Spirit Hall Military Guard 3rd Regiment, 1st Team Captain. Age, 30, Martial Spirit Thunderstorm Bear. Cultivation level Peak Soul, Saint at level 79, has not broken through for a year. Identity, background, wealth, interpersonal relationships. Immediate Superior, Luo Tianheng, Martial Spirit Blood Shadow Warblade. Cultivation level 85 Close Combat Soul de Law. Commander of the Spirit Hall Military Guard 3rd Regiment, and also a general of the 3rd Regiment. Age, 50. Huang Wei murmured, interesting. This Li Tianming and Luo Tianheng both have pretty good talent, and 30 is actually quite young. He moved his lips slightly, making a faint sound. Li Tianming can indeed be recruited and well-trained. The potential of the Thunderstorm Bear is not inferior to that of the Blood Shadow Battleblade. It's just that the latter is 20 years older than the former. Young master, the red robe tea is ready. Nori held the teacup with both hands and presented it in front of Huang Wei. Huang Wei took it over, took a sip, and smiled. Not bad, Arno. How has your training with Salas been these days? Nori quickly replied respectfully, Lord Salas has taught me a lot. I feel like I'm close to breaking through to level 30. Not bad. It's good to perform occasionally. Sure enough, as soon as she heard Huang Wei praise her, Nori felt delighted and happy. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, footsteps running from behind could be heard. Holy Son, I report that we have captured the surviving members of the Yi Biao mercenary group, and they are now imprisoned in the dungeon. You can check on them at any time. Li Tianming knelt on one knee and said. Hearing this, Huang Wei narrowed his eyes. Nori, on the other hand, had her pupils shrink, and the killing intent and hatred on her face were evident. A cold light flashed from her delicate hands. She could finally take revenge for her family. 63. Nori's revenge, yes, we've finally caught them. Huang Wei finished the red robe tea in his cup and slowly placed it on the table before standing up. He said to Nali, Anua, let's go. Take revenge to your heart's content. Yes. Young master, I can hardly wait. Nali replied with anger in her tone. Get up. Captain Li, you've worked hard. Huang Wei approached Li Tianming and helped him up. It's what my subordinate should do. Li Tianming quickly responded. Huang Wei's voice was flat. Lead the way. Yes. Li Tianming turned around and headed towards the dungeon. The 3 soon arrived at the Spirit Hall dungeon. This dungeon holds all criminals beneath the Spirit Sage level. As for those above the Spirit Sage level, they are imprisoned in the Celestial Prison of the Spirit Hall. Although the names of the dungeon and Celestial Prison differ by only one word, their meanings are vastly different. Moreover, the methods of imprisonment vary greatly. Sanson, lordly. The 2 guards in the dungeon immediately greeted the newcomers respectfully. This is the Spirit Hall dungeon. It's my first time here. Huang Wei looked at the large circular building, reminiscent of a Roman amphitheater, and was slightly surprised. The dungeon has 4 doors, one each to the east, west, south, and north, with 2 spirit kings guarding each door. Additionally, there is a spirit sage stationed here, who is also the warden of the dungeon. As the three entered, a middle-aged man flying down quickly landed. Warden Yuji Boaci greets the Saint's son. After landing, the middle-aged man immediately bowed respectfully to Huang Wei. Huang Wei nodded. This feeling is quite nice. Boaci, long time no see. Li Tianming smiled upon seeing the man. They all worked in the spirit hall, held significant positions, and were spirit sages. So they naturally knew each other. Captain Li, long time no see. Yuji Boaci smiled slightly. This time the Saint's son came for those 5 people just escorted here. Lead us to them, Li Tianming said immediately. Yuji Boaci nodded. Please follow me, 3. Soon, the 4 arrived in front of a large cell. Inside, 5 individuals were bound hand and foot, suspended off the ground, pressed against the wall. They were the 5 survivors of the Yi Biao mercenary group. Their posture was like a big X. A sudden chill of murderous intent emerged. The 3 looked over. It was Nali. At that moment, seeing these 5 people, Nali's fists were tightly clenched, her teeth gritted, and her eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Her body trembled. Yuji Boaci understood now. It turned out that the enmity was not between the Saint's son and these 5, but with the woman before him. Yuji Boaci thought, Catgirl? Is this a special mutation from the spirit awakening? I wonder what her relationship with the Saint's son is? He certainly wouldn't foolishly ask now, but would find an opportunity to inquire with Li Tianming later. Perhaps he would know. Or no, it's them, right? Huang Wei smiled faintly, but it seemed he already understood. Yes, my lord. It's them. Even if they die, I won't forget their ugly and disgusting faces. I want to tear them apart right now. Nali's body trembled with rage, her tone filled with absolute anger and hatred. Warden Boaci, open the door. Huang Wei glanced at him and said, As you command. From Nali's words, he understood many things. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and opened it. Creak. A gust of cold wind caused the 5 inside to tremble. Arno, go in and vent your feelings. Huang Wei smiled. Yes. Nali nodded heavily and hurried inside. When the 5 of Yi Biao saw this girl in front of them, their pupils suddenly constricted and their expressions changed dramatically. It's you. So that's it. I said we didn't offend anyone from the Spear Hall. Why were we being hunted down? Now, I finally understand. Yi Biao endured the pain and spoke. Their soul power was sealed, making them completely ordinary people. The 5 were filled with unimaginable terror. This is revenge. They had not forgotten the scene of that night when a Catgirl's family was killed. This is retribution. One of the spirit ancestors laughed bitterly. You remember me well. Luck has favored me, and I was captured by the Lord. Today is the day of my revenge, and also your day to die. Nali's cold, murderous intent surged, and 3 soul rings rose around her. A phantom cat shadow of slaughter emanated from her. The claws in her hands were incredibly sharp. No, don't kill us. We know we were wrong. Look, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't have risen to the Saint's son. Go to hell and feel shame for my family. Several sharp claws flashed. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Blood splattered, and wails of despair echoed. In the next moment, the walls were covered in blood. The hands and feet of the 5 were all torn apart by Nali. They screamed, tears streaming down, snot flying out. The pain was excruciating. Blood flowed continuously. Nali was covered in blood, a strange smile on her lips. After waiting so long, she finally got her revenge. You killed us. Yi Biao and the others spoke weakly, trembling, pleading. Kill you? That would be too easy for you. I want to watch you bleed to death slowly. Let you experience despair, helplessness, and unwillingness. Let you know how I felt at that moment. Nali said coldly. Now that she had vented, her mood was exceptionally good. Watching her enemies in such a miserable state made her happy. She never expected that a seemingly weak girl could be so cruel. Outside the cell, Yuji Boaci and Li Tianming were both extremely surprised. Goodness, bleeding to death is even more terrifying than killing directly. For those who bleed, it's the most dreadful way to die. Saint's son, are you sure you want to keep her by your side? She seems quite dangerous, Li Tianming said solemnly. Dangerous? If your family were all killed, a girl bent on revenge using the most brutal means to kill her enemies, would you feel pleasure or danger? Huang Wei looked indifferent, seemingly unconcerned, and instead smirked, saying something with deeper meaning. Yuji Boaci and Li Tianming were both taken aback. Yuji Boaci said, So that's it, it's indeed not cruel. Killing one's enemies is the most satisfying form of venting. Li Tianming nodded. It seems these 5 brought this woman a great deal of harm. In this way, they have fully understood. In the cell, the 5 men were bleeding, feeling cold all over, powerless, desperate, in pain, and struggling to breathe. Finally, their eyes gradually darkened. The other four had already died. Suddenly, at that moment, Nuali raised her claw and pierced Yi Biao's throat. In an instant, Yi Biao was dead. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, Arno, I've avenged you. They have gone to hell and will feel ashamed. Rest in peace. Nuali took a deep breath, exhaled, and felt completely relaxed, unprecedentedly so. She turned around and walked out, leaving behind 5 corpses. 64. Li Tianming submits have someone clean this up. We'll head back first. Li Tianming glanced at the Yuzibo ao chi. Igrekujibo ao chi nodded, understood. After Nuali came out, she was taken to her room. She washed the blood off her body with water. After cleaning up, she changed into a completely new outfit. She felt refreshed. During the return to the villa, Huang Wei looked at Li Tianming and said, Captain Li, are you interested in following me? I can help you reach the level of an 80th rank soul Douluo. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming was taken aback and immediately didn't know how to choose. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, I have always served you. Huang Wei's lips moved slightly as he said, Captain Li, you should understand my true intention. Let's get straight to the point. Are you willing to submit to me and truly become my person? After a pause, he thought of something. Such a sudden matter was indeed not something Li Tianming could decide on the spot. He then gave the other party some time to consider. Of course, this sudden proposal will put a lot of pressure on you. Go back and think it over carefully. Give me a reply within 3 days. If you don't come back in 3 days, I'll take it as if you are not interested. Li Tianming's expression was serious as he nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Highness. I will consider it and give you a response within 3 days. All right, let's part ways here. Huang Wei walked towards the villa area with Nuali. Li Tianming left this place with a heavy heart. The Saint Sun was trying to win him over. This might not be a bad thing. The other party had achieved the soul sect at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely reach the rank of title Douluo if he followed him earlier. When the day came for him to become the new pope as a title Douluo, he would be a figure of elder status. His position would definitely not be low. He was not willing to be just a captain for his whole life. He wanted to be a general, or even something greater. As he walked and thought, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, making everything clear. His footsteps came to a sudden halt. He turned around and rushed towards Huang Wei's villa. The Saint Sun's attempt to win him over would be a great opportunity. Whether he could rise to prominence depended on this moment. Young master, will he agree? Nuali asked curiously. At this moment, the two had already entered the villa's courtyard. He should, but I'm not sure. Such a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we won't have another chance in the future. Huang Wei said calmly, You should go find Salus to train. What you need to do now is to quickly raise your cultivation. The world is vast, and with your only level 30 soul master, it's far from enough. Big things are coming in the future, and you won't be able to help me. Huang Wei's expression became serious. Because from now on, you will need to stay close to me. You will be the person nearest to me. If you lack strength, you will only hold me back in dangerous times in the future. Upon hearing this, Nuali trembled slightly, clenched her fists tightly, and nodded earnestly, saying, Young master, don't worry, I will definitely work hard. I will never become a burden to you. Huang Wei's words deeply moved her, and she also understood that the mission she bore was incredibly significant. This pressure would become her motivation to advance. Go ahead. Huang Wei waved his hand. Just as Nuali was about to turn around, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Your Highness, please wait. Li Tianming's voice rang out. He has returned. Nuali looked at the man running from afar and murmured softly. Huang Wei's mouth curled up. He is a clever man, and his choices will not be wrong. I am a traverser, a man with a cheat, destined to rise in the future. His system is the universal sword evolution system, and his future will definitely not be limited to the Douluo Continent. He has a premonition that he will be able to travel through the myriad worlds and go to other planes. These worlds are very exciting. The Douluo Continent is still too small. His stage is the myriad worlds. He slowly turned around to look at the man running over. He said, Captain Li, have you made up your mind? Li Tianming came to Huang Wei and knelt on one knee, cupping his hands and bowing his head. In a submissive posture, he said, I, your subordinate Li Tianming, am willing to submit to the Holy Sun, to follow the Holy Sun, to be the Holy Sun's person. Even if it means death, I will be the Holy Sun's ghost at your disposal, ready to go through fire and water for the Holy Sun. His tone was deep and serious. Very well, from now on, you're my man. I will contact my teacher to provide you with resources to break through to Soul Douluo, and I will assign you to my side as one of my personal guards. Huang Wei stepped forward, lifting him up with both hands, and the other party cooperatively stood up. It is the Holy Sun, Li Tianming said respectfully in a deep voice. You can go train now. Huang Wei looked at Nuo Li. Nuo Li nodded and then left. Let's go to the Pope's Hall, Huang Wei said. Yes, Li Tianming followed. Although Huang Wei is now the Holy Sun, enjoying the favor of resources, his power is still limited, and he is not a match for the Pope or those like Bibi Dong. To put it bluntly, he is a young commander, too young, but this is also his opportunity. However, he is not very interested in these power games. He just wants a few people to follow him and do things for him. Naturally, having too low a strength is not acceptable. If they encounter high-level evil spirit masters outside, like Contra or Tidal Douluo, those people would just be cannon fodder. Currently, his strength is completely unafraid of soul emperors and soul saints. If they're not attack-type soul saints, he can easily eliminate them. Even Contra or Tidal Douluo are no problem. This is not him boasting. Upon arriving at the Pope's Hall, Yuguan and Gui Mei were still standing on either side, as usual. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Yuguan and Gui Mei greeted him proactively. At the same time, they sensed the change in Huang Wei's aura. It was as if he had become a completely different person. It had only been a short while since they last met. How could the change be so immense? It was truly incredible. However, the Holy Sun is indeed an existence that defies comprehension. This is not surprising. Greetings to the two elders. Huang Wei nodded as well. I have met Elder Ju, Elder Gui. Li Tianming's status is different, so he had to bow with utmost respect. Greetings to your Holiness the Pope. He added, Xiao Wei, why do you come to see me this time? Bibi Dong did not pay attention to Li Tianming, but was instead drawn to the change in Huang Wei's aura, her gaze intense and filled with shock. It seemed as if she could see through Huang Wei completely. It was filled with the incredible. Teacher, I would like Captain Li to be assigned by my side for personal protection, Huang Wei said. Li Tianming, a peak soul saint at level 79, is somewhat qualified, so you can have him. However, it would be best if he could break through to Contra as soon as possible. Bibi Dong glanced at Li Tianming and said Huang Wei said, for the second matter, I want to apply for a batch of resources to help Li Tianming break through to Soul Douluo. You are the Holy Sun, so you have the qualifications for this. Li Tianming's talent is also quite good, reaching level 79 peak soul sage at 30 years old, and his martial soul is a high-level explosive melee martial soul, Thunderstorm Bear, which can be given to him. Bibi Dong nodded. Elder Gui, Elder Ju, take him to collect the resources, and also take him to the Death Canyon to assist him in breaking through to Soul Douluo. Bibi Dong said, Understood, Your Holiness. Gui Mei nodded. Li Tianming, come with me. Yes. The three of them then turned and left the place. Breaking through to Soul Douluo is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. It takes several months at the least and several years at the most. However, he has already accumulated a year of foundation, plus resources and special training in the Death Canyon. So with his talent, breaking through to Soul Douluo should not be a problem. Bibi Dong said, All right, back to the main topic. Xiao Wei, has your soul power reached level 50? 65. Bibi Dong was extremely shocked. Indeed, now that he was here, he would eventually be seen through by the other party. Yes, I have indeed reached level 50 Soul King. Huang Wei nodded and said. Since the other party had already seen through him, he did not intend to hide it. Fortunately, the other party did not see through that his soul power had reached level 62 Soul Emperor, or it would have been even more shocking. He would also have a headache over how to explain this. So it was better for him to choose not to join the Spirit Hall from the beginning. Hiding alone in a village, constantly drawing his sword, ultimately shocking everyone. However, drawing the sword did not give him a soul ring, so hunting for soul rings required help from others. But if it really came to that situation, he believed that there would be a way when the cart reached the mountain. Impossible. How could this be done? It has been less than a month since you hunted your 4th soul ring and became a level 40 soul zone. How did you manage to level up 7 levels in such a short time? This is soul zone, not the lower realms. Even Bibi Dong could no longer remain calm at this moment, directly standing up, tightly gripping her gem staff, and asking, Teacher, look at my sword. Huang Wei thought for a moment and summoned his martial soul. He directly plunged it into the ground. At this moment, the 30,000 kilograms platinum sword was something he could not easily lift because it was too heavy. Even for himself, a full force strike from a regular Tidal Douluo would only reach 30,000 kilograms. The platinum sword was equivalent to an ordinary Tidal Douluo at this moment. Even though he could not reach the level of a Tidal Douluo right now, if this sword were to strike, it could injure some ordinary Tidal Douluos. Why has this sword changed color? Bibi Dong wanted to ask what was special about this martial soul. Then she saw the color change on the sword. The size and thickness of the sword were exactly the same as the previous iron sword. Without measuring it by hand, one would not know its specific weight. However, the color change could be observed with the eyes. At this moment, the sword was platinum in color, with a platinum gem embedded in the handle, exuding a sense of luxury. You have a twin martial soul? Bibi Dong's pupils shrank as she asked. No, this is my original martial soul. Now it has not only changed color, but also undergone a tremendous transformation in power, weight, and quality. During the process of drawing the sword, the number of times I have drawn it has been increasing. I have now calculated that I have drawn the sword a total of 10 million times. Just recently, the sword flashed with a platinum light, and my soul power instantly soared to the level of a soul king at level 50. I just feel that this is too incredible, and I don't know how to explain it to you, which is why I haven't come to obtain the 5th spirit ring. Huang Wei said seriously, 10 million times of drawing the sword? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was incredibly shocked. Was your sword turning golden also because of that? Yes. Huang Wei nodded. Bibi Dong had previously noticed that the color of his sword was different, but didn't say much about it. Now it was different. It seems your martial soul is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Your sword is very likely a special martial soul, and it could also be a mutation of a postnatal martial soul. Of course, there's also the possibility that this sword of yours might be a god-level sword martial soul that can evolve. Xiao Wei, tell me honestly, have you received the inheritance of a deity? You don't need to be afraid. I won't harm you. It's just the two of us here. Just now, I used a magnetic field formed by my soul power to cover this place, so our conversation won't spread outside. Bibi Dong walked down the steps, standing in front of Huang Wei, her gaze examining him. Her disciple had too many secrets. So mysterious. Is the deity inheritance similar to that of the great angelic offerings? Huang Wei pretended not to understand. You actually know about this? Bibi Dong was a bit surprised. Huang Wei said, when you went out to hunt for the 9th spirit ring, the Grand Elder called me over and asked me to become his disciple. He also talked to me about some matters regarding divine inheritance, including their angelic deity and the sea god inheritance from Sea God Island. However, I did not agree to become his disciple. This is not a secret and can be said openly. He just deliberately concealed the 20-year bet with Qian Daolu. It seems now that he may not need 10 years to break through to the title de law. At the current speed of drawing his sword and the rewards, he might not even need 5 years. The only issue is that he needs to quickly get used to the 30,000 kilograms weight of the platinum sword. Even with his super adaptability talent, he finds it quite challenging. He will need to spend a lot of time on this. However, he has not released his spirit rings. After all, he is really afraid of scaring the other party. He plans to take it slow, allowing Bibi Dong to adjust to the shock of him and the sword first. As for the spirit rings, they will eventually be exposed, so he will let her know later. This can also serve to ease the situation. What cunning old guy, actually taking advantage of my absence to send you over there to recruit people. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a cold hum. However, the fact that that old guy could talk to you about these matters of divine inheritance shows that he values you highly and believes you have a great chance of being chosen by the deity. But he is still guessing. The specifics will need to wait for you to verify in the future. Her cold demeanor softened, and Huang Wei not agreeing was the part that pleased her the most. Indeed, I did not misjudge this little guy. Yes. Huang Wei nodded. Why did you insert it here? Bibi Dong asked. It's very heavy. Huang Wei replied. Very heavy? Bibi Dong was taken aback. That is not right. A martial soul shouldn't feel heavy to its master, she said. Huang Wei said, my martial soul is a bit special. It hasn't lost weight, and you can touch it. Teacher, you can try pulling it out and see. Others can take his martial soul, but they can't harm him. Can a martial soul still be taken by outsiders? Bibi Dong's eyes widened. She had never heard of such a thing. So she raised her delicate hand and firmly gripped the hilt of the platinum sword. I want to see how heavy it really is. With a forceful pull, in the next moment, she was shocked. It didn't move at all. It was so heavy. That was her first impression. So she directly activated 9 spirit rings, using her spirit power to enhance her strength. Only then did the platinum sword gradually lift off the ground. It really could be used, and it's surprisingly heavy. Bibi Dong grasped the platinum sword in her hand, her hands trembling, but she could still hold on. She swung a bit, and the feeling of heaviness became even more real. In the next second, she lost her grip, and the platinum sword flew out, crashing. The wall it hit cracked open, with the platinum sword embedded in it. The cracks kept spreading, almost risking a collapse. Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression changing drastically. Just now, Her hand had almost dislocated. Huang Wei immediately stored the platinum sword inside his body. I can't hold it for a long time now. I need to quickly get used to this weight. Huang Wei said, Did you carry such a heavy sword before? Bibi Dong asked in surprise. Yes, but it wasn't as heavy as it is now. The previous one was relatively lighter. Huang Wei said, 66. Departing for the Starry Forest. If that's the case, not being able to get familiar with the weight of this sword is, in a sense, a burden. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed, and she was also extremely shocked. A sword this heavy, without any lightning effect, could actually be lifted by someone like Huang Wei, who is either a soul master or a quasi-soul king. Perhaps the user of the sword might have some reduction in weight, but Huang Wei just doesn't know. She could only comfort herself this way. Now that you're being targeted by the evil spirit masters, it's best to keep your talent hidden for now, until you truly grow. Bibi Dong said. Huang Wei being able to grow quickly is a huge good thing for her. If you experience another situation where your soul power skyrockets, you need to hunt for a soul ring, just tell me directly. I won't harm you. I will only be happy for you. Do you understand? Bibi Dong's gaze was serious and sincere. As long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to harm you. I will help you kill anyone who wants to hurt you. Understood, teacher. Huang Wei felt a warmth in her heart. Huang Wei's eyes flashed with a cold light, and a strange arc formed at the corner of his mouth as he said, Teacher, there's no need to kill them. What I need now is growth. And those people can just become my sharpening stone. Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, then revealed an even more satisfied smile. That's right. Rather than killing them all directly, it's better to maximize their usefulness. All of them can be your sharpening stones. She narrowed her eyes, looking towards the door with a hint of a cruel smile at the corner of her mouth. Let's go. I will take you to hunt for the 5th soul ring. Bibi Dong said. Okay. Huang Wei nodded. What year does your martial soul require? Bibi Dong asked. Huang Wei said, My physical condition is very strong now. I can even absorb spirit beasts that are 60 to 70,000 years old. Hearing this, Bibi Dong frowned and said, Although your talent is very strong, isn't it too dangerous to absorb spirit beasts that are 60 to 70,000 years old as a soul king? Huang Wei shook his head. Teacher, I'm different. You can't judge me by the current concepts of soul masters. Moreover, my sword now weighs 30,000 kilograms. It may not have been this heavy before, but it was still quite formidable, and I can wield it effortlessly, which proves that my strength and physical fitness have reached at least the level of a soul sage. Do you think anyone below the title Douluo can lift my sword? After a pause, Huang Wei added with a half-smile. Bibi Dong replied, They can't lift it. 99% of soul masters below title Douluo won't be able to, and the remaining 1% is left for those soul masters who can burst with power. Perhaps they have a slight chance. She continued, Even among title Douluo, if they're not true power types, it will be very difficult for them to lift your sword. Huang Wei clenched his fist, then it settled. Let me try to absorb it first. If any danger arises, you can step in to stop me. If I really succeed, my future achievements will be terrifying. Plus, I can fight alongside you. The power of my sword is very strong. After hearing this, Bibi Dong found it very reasonable and quickly nodded. All right, Bibi Dong said, in that case, the soul hunting forest of Soul Master City won't be able to meet your soul beast requirements. Let's head directly to the Stardo Forest. Huang Wei thought for a moment and said, All right. So the two of them headed directly to the Stardo Great Forest. The distance from Spirit City to the Stardo Great Forest is quite short. If walking, it would take only half a day. If using a Windrider horse-drawn carriage, it would only take the time of half a stick of incense. The Windrider horse is the same as the Windchaser horse, just a different name. Its speed is recognized as the fastest among horses in the continent. Both Bibi Dong and Huang Wei boarded the Windrider carriage. The carriage driver was an old acquaintance. Ma Feng. The carriage, decorated with the emblem of the Spirit Hall's Pope, rushed out from the Pope's palace. Under many gazes, it sped towards the Stardo Great Forest. Currently, Yueguan and Gosaw had left, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall had also gone out. Immediately, the people from the Spirit Hall informed Bishop Salis of this news. In the Pope's palace, Salis was a high-ranking Soul Douluo and also a favored one of Bibi Dong. After receiving the news, he told Nuo Li to continue training in the training room, and then he went to manage the situation. Outside the Spirit Hall, some lurking individuals quickly spread this news. The Blood-Stabbing House and the Bloodless House had failed in 2 assassination attempts, and at this moment they regretted it, fearing being found by the people of the Spirit Hall. So recently, they had not proactively contacted the evil soul masters. Soon, he also received this news. However, he was not sure if the sun was with them. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, however, possessed the strength of a title Douluo. So he only notified the evil soul masters. The rest he ignored. The old cheater, BB Dong, had gone out, and, at the same time, the guard saw that the sun had entered earlier. Now, they had all left together. Their destination was the Douluo Great Forest. What could they possibly be doing there at this time? Neither BB Dong nor the sun were yet at the stage of hunting soul rings. In the offering hall, within the angel hall, the figure of the golden crocodile, Douluo, stepped inside and spoke. Douluo, who was meditating and cultivating, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this and said lightly, "There's nothing strange about it. They might just be going for training." "I think so too," said the golden crocodile, "but I still feel that it's better to inform you about their whereabouts." Douluo replied lightly, "Just let Jiang Mo follow them and protect them in secret. The most critical figures to guard against right now are still the evil soul masters." His words carried disdain and a sense of ruthlessness. The sacred angels and evil were inherently opposed. He could easily kill those evil soul masters, and he looked down on upgrading through such evil means. If it weren't for BB Dong and Qian Rinchue's relationship, he would have killed them as well. Understood. The golden crocodile left the place. Inside the offering hall, in the area of the offering villa, one of the 7th offerings was training. Upon receiving the instructions from the 2nd offering, Jiang Mo opened his eyes and woke up. He quickly stretched and said, "Time to work again." What were the sun and BB Dong doing, heading to the Douluo Great Forest for no reason? He did not dare to be negligent. The other party had already been out for some minutes. So he flew up into the sky, unleashing his soul power, and headed straight towards the direction of the Douluo Great Forest. The closest location to the Douluo Great Forest from Spirit City only had one direction, so they must be heading that way. His task was merely to protect them in secret. In an evil place in the forest, while hidden and undetected, some soul beast that had come here had turned to bones. Here, the evil and bloodthirsty aura was abundant. Regardless, arrange for a title Douluo to go there. If it's just BB Dong, don't take action. If the sun is with her, find an opportunity to kill him. No, if the opportunity allows. Capture the sun alive. I want to study him. An evil, deep voice echoed within the depths of the evil mist church. At the same time, a shadow quickly disappeared into the evil forest. In Douluo City, at the outskirts of the Douluo Great Forest, a carriage was parked at the very edge. This outer area is not part of the Douluo Great Forest. Here, there are many buildings, and many forces and merchants come here to do business. There is also a mercenary guild, mainly for entering the Douluo Great Forest to hunt. Many people who need soul rings can hire powerful soul masters to help hunt by paying money. This is also a characteristic of this place. Most of the people here are from the Spirit Hall, but there are also personnel from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the 2 Empires. However, the majority are still individual soul master teams and merchants. A city has been established here, surrounded by high walls. This place is called Douluo City, a transit station built by human forces. Inside the carriage, BB Dong spoke to Huang Wei. Huang Wei saw the city in front of him, with a high bronze plaque on it. The plaque had the word Douluo City written in large characters. He was somewhat surprised. Douluo City was not mentioned in the original work, so he thought to himself, indeed, this world is the real world, and it's normal for it to differ somewhat from the original novel. After all, what is described in the novel is just what the author wants the readers to see. There are many things that the author did not describe. Now that he has come to the real world, everything can change. The world is vast and full of wonders. But that is what makes it interesting. Understood. Huang Wei nodded in response. Outside Douluo City, there were many people at that moment, with merchant caravans, mercenary groups, and wandering cultivators lining up to enter. When these people saw the carriage marked with the emblem of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, their expressions changed. The Spirit Hall. The Pope's carriage. This is the exclusive carriage of Pope BB Dong. The people around immediately began to discuss. The guards outside the city quickly urged the surrounding people to make way. In the face of status and identity, some orders are ineffective. These orders are merely for managing the weak. The surrounding people did not dare to provoke trouble and proactively stepped aside. Seeing this scene, Ma Feng smirked, becoming proud, and urged his swift horse to move inside. As a member of the Spirit Hall, entering the city did not require payment. However, other outsiders had to pay 100 copper coins. Of course, this 100 copper coins was nothing to Ma Feng. Their starting wealth was calculated in gold spirit coins. A mere 100 copper coins were now beneath their notice. The guards became serious as the carriage entered the city under the gaze of everyone. It headed towards the base of the Spirit Hall. Upon arrival, they got off. Someone came out to greet them. This was the chief steward of the Spirit Hall's base here. They respectfully saluted, addressing BB Dong as Your Holiness and Huang Wei as Your Highness. We have other business this time, so the carriage will stay here. Let's go, Your Highness. Yes, teacher. BB Dong took Huang Wei directly into the air, heading towards the Douluo Great Forest. After they left, a figure descended to the base. It was the demon Douluo, who quickly followed them. In the Douluo Great Forest, BB Dong led Huang Wei rapidly deeper into the area. Suddenly, she frowned and looked back. With her current mental power, she had already detected someone following them. It's him, the demon. Her eyes narrowed, thinking to herself. Then she chose not to pay further attention. There was no need to guess. This person must have been sent by Qian Douluo to secretly protect Huang Wei. The last time, the ghostly shadow had already reported to her. As long as it was helpful to Huang Wei, everything could be fulfilled, observing their speed and direction. They were flying directly into the depths of the Douluo Great Forest. What exactly did they want to do? The demon Douluo, trailing behind, frowned, knowing that he had been discovered by BB Dong. The perception of mental power can be sensed by both parties, provided that both sides have sufficient mental power. As a peak title Douluo at level 96, his mental power was naturally not low. He quickly caught up, increasing his speed to appear in front of BB Dong and Huang Wei. Since BB Dong had already discovered his presence, there was no need for him to hide. Demon Douluo, what brings you here? BB Dong's tone was indifferent and sarcastic. Everyone was aware of the situation, so no one said much more. The seventh elder? Huang Wei was taken aback, realizing that the person who had followed them was him. Indeed, he had also noticed, as he currently possessed the talent of the unrivaled sword heart. Sensing someone following him was not difficult at all. However, he was not surprised. After all, he was certain that someone would follow him to protect him. The demon Douluo said indifferently, Your Holiness, I am here on the orders of the Grand Elder to protect the Holy Sun. You are now venturing deep into the Douluo Great Forest. What do you intend to do? It's very dangerous. Although you have stepped into the tidal Douluo realm, any unexpected incidents would not be good. BB Dong snorted coldly and said, We are hunting for the fifth spirit ring for my disciple. The demon Douluo exclaimed in anger, What? The fifth spirit ring? Impossible. He has only absorbed the fourth spirit ring for less than a month. And now he wants the fifth spirit ring? Do you think I'm getting old and confused? He thought BB Dong was trying to fool him, truly believing she thought he was getting old and easy to bully. It was infuriating, unforgivable. BB Dong said coldly, You can sense for yourself, but this matter must not be widely publicized. You must understand that evil soul masters are very much after his life. The demon Douluo carefully sensed Huang Wei. Huang Wei released his soul power. In the next moment, Jiang Mo's pupils contracted, and his expression suddenly changed dramatically. 50, level 50. He is truly a level 50 quasi-soul king. How did you cultivate so quickly? Incredible. Incredible. Could it be that you have really been chosen by the gods? This is a great opportunity. Even Jiang Mo couldn't remain calm at this moment. His tone and demeanor were filled with excitement. BB Dong coldly said, With anger, Don't be so loud. Do you want the whole world to know? Jiang Mo then realized he had lost his composure. He quickly shut his mouth and calmed down. Jiang Mo took a deep breath and said, Very well, I will report this matter truthfully to the Grand Offering. Don't worry, he is the holy son of our spirit hall. We won't let anything happen to him. A mere evil soul master. If they dare to appear, I will kill them. An endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. He quickly used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, ready to strike with full force if he detected anything unusual. Evil soul masters are extremely cunning, but the disgusting evil aura they carry cannot be hidden, because they have stayed in the offering hall for too long. They have acquired a trace of the holy light of angels. This has an absolute tracking ability against evil auras. Currently, he only sensed that BB Dong's aura was relatively evil. However, it couldn't be helped. The other party was special and not an evil soul master. Rest assured, I have already monitored the surroundings. If any evil soul master approaches, I will kill them with all my strength, Jiang Mo said. Jiang Mo was puzzled. Since we are hunting for his fifth soul ring, then finding a soul beast over 10,000 years old should suffice. Why go deeper? There are plenty of suitable ones for the Holy Sun nearby. 68. Golden Feather Ripping Cloth Bug. BB Dong coldly replied, My disciple's talent is exceptional. A 10,000-year soul beast is not qualified to be his fifth soul ring. Huang Wei immediately said, Demon suppression. I want to hunt a soul beast that is around 50 to 60,000 years old for my fifth soul ring. What? A 50 to 60,000-year-old soul beast for the fifth soul ring? No way. The demon suppression's pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression changed drastically, filled with shock. Then he cursed angrily. Are you crazy? If the little one is crazy, that's one thing, but you, as an adult, are going crazy too. Don't you know what a 50 to 60,000-year-old soul beast represents? The impact on both the physical body and mental state is enormous. Absolutely something that a soul king cannot withstand. It will lead to a body explosion and death. Do you want it to die? Demon Suppression glared at BB Dong, believing that the other party was irresponsible. Damn it. This is the unparalleled, heavenly gifted holy son of the Spirit Hall. If he were to explode and die just like that, it would truly be heartbreaking. My disciple is very outstanding, not someone you can understand with normal perspectives. If you are here to help, then just quietly follow along with the hunt. If you are here to stop me, then please leave. BB Dong replied coldly. There's no need for the two of you to argue like this. Whether I can do it or not is not for you to decide. But I need to try it myself. If you want me to give it a shot, if it doesn't work, you two can just step in and interrupt. And then I will go back to rest for a while and come back to absorb a 30 to 40,000-year-old soul beast instead. Seeing the two directly arguing and about to fight, Huang Wei stepped in to mediate. I have no objections. I support you, BB Dong said, her eyes fixed intently on Demon Suppression. Demon Suppression glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to Huang Wei. You must convince me, even if your talent is extraordinary. This is not a joking matter, Demon Suppression said with a furrowed brow. Okay, Huang Wei Dao, this is just a repetition of what just happened in the Pope's palace. This time, he did not continue to hide, but summoned the 4 soul rings on his body. The 4 absolutely abnormal and terrifying soul rings, purple and black, appeared. This, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. At this moment, BB Dong and Jiang Ma were both shocked like thunder. BB Dong's eyes widened. Good heavens. This kid still has this trick up his sleeve. He didn't tell her just now. The years of the opponent's soul rings had actually increased by 10,000 years. Truly frightening. Jiang Ma was momentarily at a loss for words. Let me take a moment, he murmured. Huang Wei quickly retracted his martial soul and soul rings, suppressing his own aura. Can I persuade you now? Jiang Mo worship? Huang Wei stared at him intently. Jiang Mo nodded, his tone sluggish with shock for a moment. Yes, it's possible. I really didn't expect this. It's unprecedented. What soul beast do you want for your 5th soul ring? Jiang Mo, being an experienced Douluo, quickly calmed down. But the joy in his heart was incredibly uplifting, and he hurriedly asked. The Spirit Hall has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. His talent makes even him envious. Therefore, he must be protected even more. Now, both evil soul masters and soul beasts have become his enemies. Huang Wei said, soul beasts at this level are very strong. Prioritize finding animal soul beasts and then plant soul beasts. Let's choose whoever we encounter first. However, our first choice should be those that can attack and break armor. All right, let's go. We need to set off quickly. Jiang Montak nodded. Now, with 2 title Douluos assisting Huang Wei, the chances of success and safety have greatly increased. Moreover, Huang Wei himself is also a very powerful force, equivalent to half a title Douluo. BB Dong said, after the forest hunt last time, we need to be careful. Those 10,000-year soul beasts deep in the forest are eyeing us covetously. So this time, we specifically chose to enter from the other side. At the same time, they concealed their own aura. Jiang Mo furrowed his brows, but with just the 2 of them, they indeed couldn't compete while also protecting the Holy Sun. The Stardo Forest is very large. It is the largest soul beast forest. The types and numbers of soul beasts here are also the most abundant on land. If we talk about the place with the most soul beasts, it definitely belongs to the sea area. The sea area is also a forbidden zone for land soul masters. Time passed slowly. They encountered quite a few 10,000-year soul beasts, both plant and animal types. However, their ages were only around 10,000, 20,000, or 30,000 years, which did not meet Huang Wei's hunting targets this time. As long as these creatures didn't take the initiative to attack them, they couldn't be bothered and would dodge them if possible, trying to conserve their strength as much as possible. Huang Wei originally planned to wait until he found the 2 to protect him, allowing himself to battle against the soul beast for 50 to 60,000 years. However, the current situation does not allow for that. They need to resolve things quickly. This is due to BB Dong's reason for hunting Xiao Wu's mother. These soul beasts were initially about to attack them, at least some of them were. However, upon sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Jiang Mo, they were instantly frightened away. He truly does not want to fight unless absolutely necessary. Just then, in a basin ahead, a gigantic insect emitting a golden glow appeared. The 3 hid and observed. The creature was foraging, tearing apart a dead sheep. It was a golden feather split cloth insect. It was truly a pleasant surprise to encounter it here. This creature has extremely powerful attack capabilities and is one of the few soul beasts with armor-piercing effects. From the aura emanating from this beast, it can be determined to be at least over 50,000 years old. Jiang Mo's face lit up with joy, and he said, "How about it, Holy Sun? Shall we choose it?" Jiang Mo looked at Huang Wei. Bibi Dong also stared intently at the golden feather split cloth insect and said, "This insect is indeed very suitable for you. All right, let's choose it. Quick battle, you two go ahead." Huang Wei did not hesitate and nodded decisively. After all, the Douluo Forest is very dangerous, and he wanted to absorb the spirit ring and leave quickly. However, he actually wanted to train himself here, but he understood that the two titled Douluos would definitely not agree. He also couldn't be bothered with that, and quickly finished hunting before returning to draw his sword. Drawing the sword was his main focus. A mere 50,000-year-old golden feather split cloth bug was something he could handle alone. The Pope would stay behind to protect him. Said Jiang Mo, "All right." Bibi Dong nodded. Jiang Mo soared into the sky, and as soon as he made his move, 9 spirit rings rose, and the dragon soaring staff appeared. The 7th spirit skill was unleashed. The terrifying peak soul power of level 96 erupted. 8th spirit skill, Jiang Mo's dragon soaring circle, with the red blood energy emanating from the dragon soaring staff as the main force. A more terrifying power of the spirit skill flooded forth. The next moment, he struck down directly at the golden feather split cloth bug that was forging below with a single blow. The strike was an absolute thunderous hit. Jiang Mo did not hesitate at all. Of course, he couldn't hit a fatal spot. Otherwise, the Holy Sun would be unable to absorb it. The foraging golden feather split cloth bug sensed the great terror approaching. In an instant, it flew up to counterattack. However, unfortunately, its spirit skill was instantly shattered. A single blow struck it, and blood burst forth. With a loud bang, dust flew up from the ground, and the earth shattered. Blood surrounded the golden feather split cloth bug. Its bones were all broken, and it was already on the verge of death. "Quick, give it the final blow," Bibi Dong exclaimed, quickly darting forward with Huang Wei to stand in front of the golden feather split cloth bug. Huang Wei aimed at it and summoned the platinum sword martial soul. The platinum sword appeared directly above the head of the golden feather split cloth bug and slammed down heavily, piercing through the bug's brain with a squelch very smoothly. In the next moment, a powerful energy gathered, forming a large black soul ring around him. A 50,000-year soul ring. 69, absorption complete, golden feather split cloth slash. "Hurry up and absorb. We will protect you." Bibi Dong and Jiang Mo each walked to one side. Jiang Mo spread out his own soul power. The sound from that previous strike was very loud, and there was the smell of blood here, so it would attract the remaining 10,000-year soul beasts. However, upon sensing the terrifying soul power fluctuation that surpassed that of a 100,000-year soul beast, the 10,000-year soul beasts rushing over here all became agitated and turned to flee in fear. A level 96 peak title of the law indeed surpassed the 100,000-year mark when it came to soul beasts. Moreover, the dragon stick was a powerful close combat weapon martial soul, making its strength even more terrifying. The two revealed their soul power magnetic fields, enveloping an area of 1 kilometer. An energy barrier formed by the soul power of the two tidal Douluos appeared. Although this place was also deep in the Douluo Forest, it was still quite far from the location of the Titan giant ape. After all, the Douluo Forest is incredibly vast, and the deep areas are also very large. It wouldn't be surprising for the two to be hundreds of kilometers apart. Huang Wei sat cross-legged, his expression serious yet carrying a hint of ease. He closed his eyes, using his soul power to guide the technique, drawing the 50,000-year soul ring into his body with the platinum sword. In the next moment, his invincible sword heart activated within him. This represented a state of mind, and also his terrifying swordsmanship spirit. In an instant, a tremendous impact surged through his body. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed within him. His internal organs, bones, blood vessels, and cells all seemed to be undergoing a tribulation at that moment. The fluctuations within his body were extraordinarily intense. Huang Wei erupted with sword-intense suppression, his muscles gradually swelling, and the red lines on his skin slowly disappeared. The hot sweat on his body also gradually stopped flowing. Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong, who had been observing Huang Wei, initially felt anxious. Both were prepared to act at any moment to protect Huang Wei's life. However, seeing the scene of his gradual contraction, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mo revealed a faint smile and said, "It seems that the Saint Sun's physical strength is indeed terrifying. No matter what, this has broken the foundational theories of soul masters. Of course, he is just an exception. Others still need to be treated with the normal foundational theories. Now that the physical difficulty has been overcome, only the mental resentment aspect remains. I hope he can overcome that as well. Bibidong nodded at this. As for the mental aspect, he definitely won't have any problems. He is my direct disciple, the saint son of the spirit hall. A hint of pride appeared on her face. However, at that moment, a shadow flickered within the Stardow forest, emanating an evil aura. Something is happening over there. The black-robed figure landed on the ground, and the injured evil soul power surged directly into the earth. An energy wave quickly relayed the information from the front. The black-robed figure's pupils contracted, and his expression changed. The saint son of the spirit hall is actually absorbing soul rings? This is the domain of 10,000-year soul beasts. Could he have already become a soul king? Impossible. Moreover, there are two auras of totheRescue, one of which is incredibly terrifying, definitely not something I can contend with. I need to hide and wait for an opportunity. The black-robed figure conjured a black energy crow in his hand, which quickly flew towards a certain direction in the sky. He was sending back information about the situation here, trying to gather reinforcements. After doing all this, he quickly concealed himself. At this moment, in Huang Wei's spiritual sea, the terrifying golden feather faberbug spirit was furiously attacking Huang Wei. The spiritual body of Huang Wei remained calm. This was his home ground. The yin-yang domain spread out, and the invincible sword heart was unleashed to suppress it. At the same time, an evil, bloodthirsty aura appeared on his face, and 9 blood-colored figures charged towards the suppressed golden feather fabric bug. The golden feather fabric bug roared and shot out a golden light wave. However, unfortunately, the 10,000-year might of the blood shadow, 9-headed mask instantly obliterated it. In the collision of spiritual powers, it was directly slain. As the spiritual body of the golden feather fabric bug was killed, its body transformed into countless energy points, spreading throughout the spiritual sea. A surge of energy quickly absorbed it. A flash of white light appeared. In the next second, his consciousness appeared outside. 5 soul rings emerged from his body. Purple, purple, black, black, black. A terrifying soul king power erupted. This was undoubtedly the strongest soul king ever. The moment he obtained the soul rings, the sealed soul power within him quickly unraveled. His level instantly soared to a level 60 soul emperor. It worked. Jiang Mo and Bibidong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This is indeed a monstrous soul ring configuration. I've only seen something like this on the Great Offering, Jiang Mo said. However, the Great Offering has 8 black and 1 red. The opponent's Angel Great Offering, the first peerless Douluo of the sky. So this is normal. The years of the opponent's soul rings also started as a normal configuration, but they underwent the Angel assessment for an upgrade. But Huang Wei is different. He is still a child, and it seems he doesn't have a divine inheritance. Jiang Mo frowned. However, why does his soul power seem a bit abnormal? Bibidong felt the same way. Level 60 quasi-soul emperor? Impossible. It should be due to his soul ring configuration causing an illusion for us. Let's wait a moment and have him test his soul power to find out. Jiang Mo decisively shook his head and took out a blue sphere from the soul guide device, which was specifically used to test soul power. Unlike Su Yun Tao's, this one was more advanced and could test the soul power of totheRescue. Bibidong nodded and was also curiously tense. Soon, Huang Wei opened his eyes and awakened. The platinum sword appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and gripped it. A terrifying power instantly spread. He frowned. The weight of the platinum sword seemed a bit lighter. It should be due to his soul power increase, as well as his enhanced physical quality and strength. What surprised him was that this time, the weight of the platinum sword did not seem to increase. If it had increased, given his current strength, it shouldn't feel lighter. Instead, it would feel heavier. As for how, he would know when he checked his character panel later. He stood up, mobilizing his entire body's power, and gripped the platinum sword in his hand. However, it was really heavy, so heavy, his innate talent for super adaptation was also triggered at this moment. Even so, he couldn't quickly adapt to this weight. However, he was able to hold it and swing it, just not for too long. It seemed that a weight of 30,000 kilograms was likely that of a level 62 soul emperor. Next, he needed to hurry back and familiarize himself with this weight. Huang Wei thought to himself, 5th soul skill, golden feather tier, cloth slash. Huang Wei let out a low shout. His 5th spirit ring lit up and merged into the platinum sword, sweeping horizontally towards the towering mountain ahead. The terrifying sword intent pierced the sky, and the massive blade soared to 100 feet high covered in crack-like golden feathers. Boom! Where the blade fell, a tremendous roar erupted, and towering dust clouds rose as trees and stones collapsed. When the smoke cleared, a deep sword mark was left on the mountain. What a terrifying strike! The power of this blow was enough to seriously injure an ordinary auxiliary system titled Douluo, and if used at the right moment, it could slay other titled Douluo. Jiang Montauk exclaimed in shock. Taking a deep breath, Huang Wei retracted the platinum sword. Bibi Dong was very pleased. 70. The evil soul master strikes, the battle begins. Huang Wei thought to himself. The power of this strike, combined with the weight of the platinum sword, could indeed kill an ordinary titled Douluo. After all, he still has other means. The sword Dao fusion ring, along with millions of sword chi gathered, plus 100,000-year soul bone. If all these are used together, combined with his strength as a 62nd level soul emperor, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill a combat-type titled Douluo. As long as he could dodge their attacks as much as possible, he would have to rely on his wind wall and wind phantom. Everything depends on combat experience and response strategies. Saint Child, let's test your current soul power. I always feel that your soul power is very abundant, completely unlike that of a soul king. At this moment, Jiang Mo handed over the blue soul testing orb in his hand and said. Huang Wei sheathed the platinum sword and the soul ring, returning to his normal state. He raised his hand and pressed it down. Buzz! A blinding light erupted. The blue soul testing orb displayed 2 characters, 62. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong were shocked, their pupils suddenly constricting. 62 levels of soul power. How is this possible? This has already reached the level of a soul emperor. In other words, he has risen by 12 levels. Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance, utterly stunned. This is truly an unprecedented miracle. Even they were breathing rapidly, unable to believe it. At this moment, you can still absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Bibi Dong said excitedly. A 7-year-old soul emperor? Who would believe that? Why are you cultivating so fast? Jiang Montauk was excited. Such a talented prodigy. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. If it weren't for Bibi Dong, he would have eagerly wanted the other party to be his disciple. Is that so? Huang Wei's expression froze, looking confused and at a loss. So, should we go hunt another soul ring now? Huang Wei asked. Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong exchanged glances and said, No, your cultivation is rising too fast now. It's better to go back and consolidate for a while first. Jiang Mo said, How about this? I will catch a 7 or 8 10,000-year soul beast to raise for you. And when the time comes, you just need to kill it to absorb the soul ring. Then I'll trouble you with that. Bibi Dong agreed with this approach. Thank you for your support. Jiang Mo Huang Wei nodded in agreement. Let's go. It's not safe to stay here for long. We need to hurry back. Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong took Huang Wei and quickly left the Stardow Forest. Heading towards Stardow City, they moved at lightning speed, as if something was chasing them. An evil aura emerged. It was the evil soul masters. When they arrived at a grassy area in the central zone, Jiang Mo sensed something and coldly said. Bibi Dong felt the same. Meanwhile, Huang Wei's invincible sword heart also sensed at least 10 powerful evil soul masters approaching. Among them, 2 had soul power comparable to Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong. Definitely at the title Douluo level. The remaining 8 included 5 soul sages and 3 soul Douluos. Daring to surround us. Evil soul masters are truly seeking death. Jiang Mo Douluo and Bibi Dong sneered. 9 soul rings bloomed from their bodies. The moment Bibi Dong's 9th 100,000-year soul ring appeared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if she was the strongest in this world. Even Jiang Mo's aura was suppressed, leaving him somewhat surprised. A 100,000-year soul ring is indeed terrifying. Jiang rolled his eyes, also astonished by Bibi Dong's cultivation level. 95 levels. He gasped. How long has it been since she obtained her 9th soul ring? She's reached 95 levels so quickly. Or is it the level granted by the 100,000-year soul ring? That seems to be the best explanation. If it weren't for necessity, I really wouldn't want to use my martial soul, because it is truly too ugly. Bibi Dong's voice was icy, and the death spider spirit on her body exuded a chilling and bloodthirsty, evil aura. In an instant, Jiang Mo and Huang Wei felt a shiver run down their spines. Compared to Bibi Dong, those 10 evil soul masters seemed like trash. This one before them is the most terrifying evil soul master. But fortunately, the ones coming over to surround the 3 of them, among the 10 evil soul masters, 2 were floating in the sky. Upon sensing the dangerous aura emitted by Bibi Dong's Death Pearl Monarch, Their pupils suddenly contracted. Such terrifying evil soul power. I didn't expect Bibi Dong to be this formidable. Not good. We underestimated her this time. We still have 3 soul Douluos to hold them off, while the other 5 soul sages quickly kill the martial soul Hall's holy son. The 2 evil soul masters in the sky communicated with the 8 figures below and quickly arranged their tactics. Yes, they replied. Then they flew towards their respective targets. Bibi Dong seemed to see their intentions and spoke up. The 5 soul sages are all just beginners. Huang Wei, can you handle it? A good whetstone, teacher, I can kill. Huang Wei's eyes narrowed, a chilling sword intent flashing past. Holy son, be careful. We'll take care of this group right away. Jiang, Mo Douluo said. The 2 then unleashed their 7th soul skill. Martial soul, true body. 9th soul skill, all beings cross. Echt soul skill, spider monarch clone technique. They then each used their soul skills and charged towards the attacking evil soul masters. The terrifying power of their soul skills collided. The opposing Douluo also unleashed their martial soul, true body, and activated their 9th soul skill. One Douluo teamed up with 2 soul Douluos to attack Jiang Mo, while another Douluo teamed up with 1 soul Douluo to attack Bibi Dong. The terrifying evil soul power spread out. The battle began on this side. Huang Wei also used Swift Wind Mirage and ran towards the other side, separating the battlefields. He did not want to be caught up in the fight between the titled Douluos. Martial soul, Hall's holy son, today is your day to fall. I wonder what the taste of the flesh and blood of the martial soul Hall's genius holy son is like. I truly look forward to the moment I kill you. Ha ha. 5 evil soul sages had already surrounded Huang Wei. They were not careless. Don't underestimate him. This guy is very powerful. Finish it quickly. We can't hold out too long over there. Martial soul, true body. They all unleashed their 7th soul skill. 5 terrifying true bodies appeared. Do you think you can bully this holy son just because he doesn't have a true body? However, killing you all, I'm more than enough now. Just let me experience the power of the evil soul saints. Huang Wei, with his invincible sword heart, maintained a calm expression. Shut up, die for me. The 5 of them unleashed their soul skills in unison. The soul ring in Huang Wei's hand burst forth. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Such a soul ring is extremely abnormal. It can no longer be retained. I envy this genius. The 5 evil soul saints, upon seeing this, were overwhelmed with shock, jealousy, and a mix of emotions like envy and hatred. Their killing intent grew even stronger. In the next moment, the attack that was about to strike Huang Wei suddenly slowed down. A force of yin and yang, accompanied by a pattern, instantly spread out. Boom! A sword chi expanded, and the 5 energy attacks were instantly knocked away. 71. Is this it for the 5 soul saints? Instant kill. The sound of sword chi filled the air, and the 5 energy attacks were instantly repelled. What is happening? Why are our bodies slowing down? Is this a domain? How is it possible for a soul king to possess a domain? This is bad. Sword, Dao, fusion ring, golden feather splitting cloth slash. A shadow appeared behind them in midair. A gust of wind lifted Huang Wei, and the 5 soul rings fused into a platinum sword, unleashing a super sword drawing technique. No, run away. It's unstoppable. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Boom, bang. In an instant, the sword blade swept through the 5 bodies, blood splattered, bones shattered, and organs exploded. At the same time, a terrifying storm of tens of millions of swords erupted within their bodies. In an instant, the 2 halves of their bodies were shredded into blood foam by the terrifying storm, falling to the ground. It all happened in just a moment. Huang Wei, the battle is over. Unable to withstand a single blow, he sheathed his platinum sword and gently landed on the ground. A light breeze flowed, and his figure was so proud and solitary. With a calm gaze, he looked at the battle not far ahead. The evil soul master was instantly defeated under the suppression of Jiang Mo and Bibi Dong. The soul Douluo was slain by Bibi Dong's soul skills and clones. Jiang Mo was no pushover either. Soon, 3 soul Douluo were killed. A single blow sent a titled Douluo flying. The spear of the death demon spider pierced directly into another titled Douluo's body. Immediately after, her 6th soul skill, Blood Spider Sting, stabbed into the heart of the titled Douluo. A generation of titled Douluo thus fell. Boom! At the same time, the battle on Jiang Mo's side also ended. Is this all they have, daring to come and encircle us? It's truly laughable. Looking at the corpses in front of him, Jiang Mo's lips curled in cold disdain. No more nonsense. Hurry to support the Saint Son. He should be in a tough fight. Bibi Dong said as she flew towards Huang Wei's direction. Jiang Ma also reacted and hurriedly flew towards Huang Wei. Upon arrival, both were taken aback. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes narrowed. They saw a figure standing there calmly, also watching them. Behind him was a scene of bloody carnage. Is it over? Have they all been killed? This is too fast, right? Jiang Ma was incredibly shocked. Unfortunately, she didn't see how Huang Wei had just killed them. It was really too quick. Was it difficult to kill them? Huang Wei looked at him calmly. For a moment, both were stunned and at a loss for words. What does it mean that it's difficult to kill them? You are just a quasi-soul emperor. The other party consists of 5 soul saints with martial soul incarnations, all at level 70. If that's the case, then it's truly terrifying. Bibi Dong asked, Xiao Wei, how did you kill them? Huang Wei said, it was killed with a sword. This answer was virtually no answer at all. Jiang Mo said, no matter what, you now have the ability to protect yourself, which is very good. Let's go back. Bibi Dong smiled brightly, very happy. The 3 quickly left the Stardow Forest. This time, there were no interruptions from the evil soul masters. They soon entered Stardow City. Teacher, I want to walk around this city. Why don't you guys go back first? In front of the Wuhun Hall's base, Huang Wei looked around at the new sights and spoke. Bibi Dong said, it's indeed not good to keep you in a greenhouse all the time. So go ahead and explore here by yourself. Now that you can kill soul saints so easily, even if a soul Douluo comes to challenge you, you have the strength to fight back. If it were just those 2 title Douluo from earlier, you could also put up a fight. Jiang Mo said, I need to report about you back to the Grand Offering. Take this, it contains an energy attack from me. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush it, and I will sense it and rush over immediately, unleashing my strongest attack. From his hand, a small ornament resembling a coiling dragon staff appeared. Huang Wei grabbed him and nodded. Good. The 2 felt relieved, and the demon slaying proceeded to leave. Bibi Dong said, after you consolidate for more than a month, I will help you hunt the 6th soul ring. Got it, Huang Wei nodded. Bibi Dong soared into the sky and left directly. At this moment, Ma Feng approached cautiously and asked, Your Highness, where do you want to go next? I can take you. No need, I'll just stroll around Stardow City by myself. Looking at the 2 figures disappearing into the sky, Huang Wei shook his head and said. The chief steward quickly replied, Your Highness, rest assured. Stardow City is controlled by our few forces. Even evil soul masters wouldn't dare to be too reckless. Not to mention I'm here. Besides, I'm also a soul sage. From Bibidong's words just now, it was clear that this holy son in front of him had killed a soul sage. Truly terrifying. And hunting the 6th soul ring in a month? Does that mean the other party is already a quasi-soul emperor? He remembered that the other party seemed to be only 7 years old. A 7-year-old quasi-soul emperor? That's impossible. Both Ma Feng and he gasped in shock. Huang Wei, if you really encounter a soul master, you may not be able to make it in time. By the time you arrive, I might have already killed them. After saying this, he left the base and started wandering around Stardow City. 6 missing 1. Looking for a healing soul master. Price is negotiable. Hunting a 10,000-year-old fiery tiger. Price is negotiable. Looking for a soul emperor or high-ranking soul king. Don't miss out as you pass by. The Greedy Wolf Mercenary Group is recruiting, bringing newcomers for outdoor training. If you're interested, contact us. Price is negotiable. Candied hawthorn, cheap and delicious. Grilled antelope skewers. 3 golden soul coins for 1 skewer. 10 golden soul coins for 3 skewers. The main street of Stardow City is bustling, particularly in the central street where many different voices can be heard. A stunning young man walks along the small path, glancing left and right. He arrives at a candied hawthorn stall, takes out some coins, and says lightly, Boss, 1 skewer please. Sure thing, this young man is really handsome. The boss chuckles, revealing a golden tooth. Holding the skewer, Huang Wei starts eating. The taste is quite good. Candied hawthorn is truly a hard currency across the realms. Many things don't appear in novels, but candied hawthorn seems to show up in almost every novel I've read. Chewing, he mumbles to himself. He later arrives at the grilled skewer stall and buys 100 antelope skewers, a total of 300 golden soul coins. This is a big order. The person in front of him, regardless of attire or appearance, looks like a rich young master. Upon receiving the money bag, the boss says, Thank you, handsome, and welcome to visit again. The boss is so happy he could burst out laughing. While eating, he approaches the entrance of the mercenary guild. As soon as he steps inside, he hears the lively chatter from within. Everyone is accepting tasks from the bounty board. At this moment, Huang Wei is disguised with a blood shadow, 9-headed mask. He hasn't used his real appearance, although he is very powerful. One can't be too careful in the martial world. Being cautious is a good thing. Moreover, the token related to his identity as a saint has also been put away. Now, he is just a wealthy young master. A young man approaches, and it's unclear which rich family he belongs to. He is too beautiful. Is this guy really a man? I think he looks like a woman. What is the point of man being this beautiful? I really want to cut his beautiful face with a knife. Regardless, this guy must be very wealthy. As Huang Wei's figure enters the hall of the mercenary guild, he instantly becomes the center of attention, with pairs of eyes focusing on him. Attracted by his aura and handsome appearance, despite being disguised, his looks are still striking, even with a hint of charm. But among those who have never seen someone so handsome, he stands out as the most beautiful one. Huang Wei ignored the discussions of these people. Now, possessing the unrivaled sword heart, he had developed a very strong state of mind, and few things outside could cause him any disturbance. He approached the bounty screen to check the marked bounty targets and rewards. However, most of them were requests for hunting soul beasts and assisting outsiders in obtaining soul rings. After taking a glance, Huang Wei turned and left. In a corner, several malicious gazes were locked onto Huang Wei. Brothers, are you interested in pulling off a big score? The leader, a sinister-looking man, turned and spoke with ill intentions. Boss, do you mean we should hunt him? A seductive woman in the team extended her long tongue, looking at Huang Wei's departing figure with an ambiguous expression. We currently don't know his identity, and his strength is uncertain. Judging from his aura, he is not simple, said a scar-faced man gloomily. What are you afraid of? At his age, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? At most a soul master. As for his identity and background, it must be extraordinary, but we certainly can't act within Douluo City. Once he leaves the city and reaches the wilderness, that will be our opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, the sinister man said, No, we should act right here in Douluo City. And it's also the best opportunity. Captain, why do you say that? The others were momentarily stunned, not understanding. The captain's thinking was on a different wavelength from theirs. The sinister man explained, Think about it. That guy definitely has an extraordinary background and must have strong protectors hidden in the shadows. Douluo City is generally very safe, and the people protecting him will surely let their guard down. If he leaves Douluo City, it will actually increase the attention on him, making it more disadvantageous for us. An, see if you can use your charm to test his strength and background. He then looked at the alluring woman in the team. All right, such a handsome young man. I can't wait to have a taste. It must be very delicious. The woman twisted her seductive body, revealing her enchanting face. Thus, a hunt targeting Huang Wei began. Although Douluo City was not as big as Spirit City, it was still quite large, with many areas developed and many others still undeveloped. Huang Wei had strolled through all the places he had developed. At this moment, he noticed that someone was following him. He remained expressionless and entered a restaurant, going up to the third floor to find a window seat. Young master, what would you like to order? A young waiter draped in a white cloth rushed over, rubbing his hands, his eyes shining with a flattering smile. As an old hand in the game, he immediately recognized that the person in front of him was wealthy and of the very rich and noble kind. The aura around him was unmistakable. Huang Wei said, Bring us a portion of your signature dishes, along with some snacks and drinks. Yes. The waiter immediately went to prepare. At the entrance of the restaurant, a mesmerizing figure walked in, twisting her slim waist, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around. Chopsticks paused and mouths stopped chewing. So beautiful, so enchanting, so provocative. It felt like all the men were driven by their lower halves. This emotion rose up immediately. Beautiful lady, what would you like to eat? The owner approached. Lin Yin smiled enchantingly at the owner, and in the next second, a gleam flashed in her eyes. Then they walked towards the kitchen. A peculiar fragrance wafted out from the third floor. Huang Wei, sitting in his seat and watching the scene outside, twitched his nose. So fragrant. Wait, the scent has something unusual about it. It has a bewitching effect. Huang Wei frowned and immediately sensed something was amiss, secretly thinking to himself. At this moment, within him, the invincible sword heart's realm talent was unleashed. In an instant, it broke through this enchantment. Huang Wei looked at the staircase, squinting his eyes, thinking, Is someone coming? Following me all the way, they must be after my money. He had long been prepared for the other party to make a move. Ever since he came out of the Mercenary Association, he had felt uneasy all over. This was the rhythm of being targeted. However, he didn't care at all. He had easily slain 5 evil soul saints. Moreover, who here could pose a threat? Could it be a soul Douluo? Or a title Douluo? An evil soul master? Probably not, Huang Wei thought to himself. He glanced around at the people at the tables, all of whom were in a state of silence. It was obvious they had been enchanted. From a staircase, a woman holding a plate walked out. It was Lin Yin. She walked straight toward Huang Wei's position. Her smile was alluring and enchanting, and a scent of confusion emanated from her. "Young master, your dishes have arrived." Seeing Huang Wei, who had been staring at her with calm eyes, she thought he had already been enchanted by her. Now was the perfect time to strike. She bent her waist and placed the food from the plate onto the table, then sat opposite Huang Wei. "Young master, am I beautiful?" She winked, her seductive red lips curling. So provocative. Huang Wei lowered his head, picked up the wine jug beside him, and poured it into the teacup, drinking it down. Lin Yin was taken aback, then shocked. "You weren't deceived? Such a small trick is not enough to affect me. You've been following me since the Mercenary Association. So speak up, what do you want?" Huang Wei spoke in a calm tone. Lin Yin chuckled. "So you already knew?" "Indeed. A stunning young person like you is not simple at all." Lin Yin curiously asked, "Since that's the case, do you still dare to drink the wine I brought? Aren't you afraid that I poison it? Did you?" Huang Wei didn't feel anything unusual after drinking the wine. Everything seemed normal. Besides, even if it were truly poisoned, he could use his yin-yang power to neutralize it. Poison is nothing more than yin poison and yang poison, both of which fall under the yin-yang spectrum. Lin Yin smiled and said, "No, I didn't. The main reason I sought you out, young master, is that I was captivated by your handsome looks. I fell in love at first sight and wished to spend a night of passion with you. I wonder if you would be willing to fulfill this wish of mine." As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow, her eyes fixated on the young man before her. Although Huang Wei was only 7 years old, he did not look like someone his age in terms of height or appearance. Coupled with his eerily calm demeanor, it was unsettling. However, at that moment, a chilling and deadly sword aura suddenly condensed and hovered in front of Lin Yin, the sharp tip pointing at her eyes. The terrifying sword intent caused her mind to tremble with fear. "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Yin exclaimed in shock. Huang Wei picked up a dish and started eating. His tone was calm. "Either leave or die." Lin Yin, upon hearing this, looked at him and then at the sword energy in front of her. She realized that she had mentioned the iron plate, and the sword energy in front of her made her feel apprehensive and fearful. She quickly stood up and said, "Young master, please don't be so ruthless. I will leave right now." After saying this, she immediately turned around and left quickly. The sword energy also disappeared. Huang Wei was seriously having his lunch and did not pay any more attention. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Yin quickly reunited with her team. Her face was filled with fear. "What's wrong, Yin? Why do you look so frightened?" the sinister man asked. Lin Yin calmed her emotions and said, "He's very strong. My bewildering soul skill is useless against him. His mental state is terrifyingly strong. I'm no match for him alone." The sinister man asked, "Can you determine his level?" Lin Yin shook her head. "I can't tell, but with the 7 of us working together, it shouldn't be a problem." She continued, "The lowest in our team is a soul king, and the captain is a peak soul emperor. Besides, I'm starting to like that little guy more and more. If possible, try not to kill him. I want him to die beneath my skirt." The sinister man said, "You still like that type, huh? All right, let's try to finish this quickly." After finishing his meal, Huang Wei walked down a road where the crowd was gradually thinning. At that moment, he sensed a crisis approaching. However, he maintained a calm expression and looked ahead. 2 figures appeared in front of him, a familiar Lin Yin and a strange sinister man. 3 more figures emerged behind him, and 1 person stepped out from each side alley. 7 people in total. They were eager to take action, believing it was the best time to strike. "What do you mean?" Huang Wei looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin stepped forward and said, "Little brother, you were so fierce to me earlier, and now I'm scared. Alone, I'm no match for you, so I've brought partners to help me take revenge." The sinister man coldly said, "Little brat, as long as you obediently surrender and hand over everything valuable on you, and spend a night with her, I'll let you leave safely." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of soul power surged from the 7 of them. Soul rings and martial souls appeared simultaneously. 6 soul skill, compass barrier. At that moment, a soul emperor behind them, holding a colorful compass martial soul, directly activated his 6th soul skill. An energy body spread out, enveloping them. "Brat, evidentemente serender. This place is already covered by my compass barrier, and for a short time, no one will know or care about what happens here. At the same time, the compass barrier will also block the sounds and soul power fluctuations from here." The compass soul emperor sneered. They all thought victory was certain. Having just finished their meal, they were ready to kill him to help with digestion. Seeing this scene, Huang Wei's expression remained calm, showing no fear. In his hand, a platinum sword energy was condensing. This was platinum sword energy, the evolved version of golden sword energy. People nowadays are so cheap, They only behave after being beaten. You all, go ahead and teach him a lesson. Make him understand the power of soul kings and soul emperors. The sinister man said coldly, looking down on Huang Wei. No matter how impressive this person was, he definitely wouldn't be a match for their combined attack. The other four were 2 agility type and 2 melee type fighters. But, with a cruel smile, they charged at Huang Wei. The platinum sword energy touched the ground, and a force of yin and yang spread out. The 4 soul emperors within range instantly felt their speed slow down. What is happening? I feel like I'm slowing down. The closer I get to this brat, the slower I become. What kind of power is this? The 4 of them, caught in the moment, changed their expressions drastically. Then, in front of them, a platinum sword energy swept by. It instantly broke through their soul skills and bisected them. Where the sword energy passed, it was incredibly smooth, with blood splattering everywhere. The sword energy storm shredded them completely. With a bang, the 4 instantly turned into blood mist, splattering on the ground. Gulp. Are they all dead? How could he be so strong? What kind of sword technique is this? The sinister man, Lin Yan, and the compass soul emperor behind them all turned pale with terror. Run. We underestimated him. The sinister man yelled, turning to flee. The compass soul emperor was about to dispel the barrier and escape. However, at that moment, a shadow appeared, and a sword slashed toward him. No, don't come over. I'm just an auxiliary soul master. Don't kill me. He cried out in fear. Out of instinct, he raised the compass in his hand to block. The platinum sword energy swept past, shattering the compass martial soul. At the same time, a line of blood appeared on his hand, and his wrist was severed. Blood gushed out. Simultaneously, a line of blood appeared from his head down to his hips. In an instant, he was cut in half. He was already dead. The barrier disappeared at this moment, and Huang Wei turned to pursue the man and woman in front of him with the Gale Phantom. At the same time, there was a loud boom. The compass soul emperor was completely shredded by the sword energy storm. They're all dead. So strong. The sinister man and Lin Yan finally understood the kind of monster they had encountered, and they ran quickly, their faces filled with fear. Their souls trembled. It was too terrifying. 5 soul emperors were killed, just like that. Weren't you going to kill me? What does running away mean now? A gust of wind blew past, and a calm, yet infuriating voice sounded in their ears. Then, a shadow solidified in front of them, and the person was Huang Wei, holding the platinum sword energy. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. You made me do it. Lin Yan, scared out of her wits, collapsed to the ground. Crawling backward, a foul smell emanated from beneath her, along with a liquid. She had wet herself. She pointed at the sinister man nearby. In their team, one person was a soul king, and even soul emperors were killed so easily, let alone a control-type soul king. Shut up, you old hag. The sinister man trembled in anger, clenching his fists and roaring. He never expected that at this moment, she would directly sell him out. But thinking about it, it was quite normal. With a surge of soul power, he aimed to smash Lin Yan's head. The terrifying force of the tiger's roar, in an angry punch, directly sent Lin Yan flying, crashing through a house. Her life or death was unknown. The sinister man looked at Huang Wei, inexplicably shivering, revealing an ugly smile, and said, "Young master, please don't kill me completely. Sometimes it's better to talk things out. But as long as you spare me, I can do anything for you." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's expression remained calm. The platinum sword energy in his hand pointed directly at the sinister man. "I just want you dead." 74 slash. The words "I just want you dead" instantly entered the sinister man's ears. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. His eyes turned red with anger as he growled. "You forced me. Then let's die together." He didn't believe the other party was truly invincible, so he activated his soul skill and charged in front of Huang Wei, unleashing his 6th soul skill. 6th soul skill, Tiger's Roar to the heavens. "Die for me." A deafening tiger roar echoed, and a violent surge of soul power rushed forth, striking towards Huang Wei's head with a punch. Too slow. A calm voice rang out. A flash of sword light passed by. The sinister man's fist hit Huang Wei, but passed right through him. His pupils contracted, and his face changed drastically. A remnant. A shadow. Poof. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He struggled to lower his head and looked down. At chest height, a line of blood appeared. In the next moment, he lost control of his lower body. His lower half detached completely, blood gushing forth. Ah! The sinister man was cleaved in 2, falling to the ground. At the same time, the sword energy storm instantly shredded into blood mist. Huang Wei slowly turned around. The platinum sword energy in his hand was not stained with a drop of blood. This scene was truly the epitome of a prodigy. He looked towards the room. and his footsteps lightly lifted as he walked over. A wave of sword energy was released, causing the wooden boards to fly up and shatter. Stepping into the room, there was only a woman lying in a small pool of blood. She was still struggling, albeit weakly. This person was not dead yet, just severely injured and unable to get up. Don't kill me, spare me, please, you. Lin Yin trembled as she struggled to lift her head. Upon seeing the sword-wielding figure before her, fear instantly overwhelmed her soul. Anyone who has murderous intent toward me must die. In Huang Wei's eyes, it seemed that all life was worthless. As his calm words fell, the platinum sword energy was unleashed. Lin Yan's head rolled to the ground. He turned and left the place. With a loud bang, a storm of sword wind erupted within the room. The body was gone, leaving only a large pool of blood. The residents of Douluo City and the city guard heard the commotion and rushed over, with the city guard arriving the most quickly. They quickly surrounded the area. Looking at the blood pool in front of them, they found no body. However, there were remnants of flesh on the ground. In an instant, they felt the cruelty of the scene. Their pupils involuntarily constricted, and they swallowed hard. How terrifying. Just then, they saw a young man with a sword slowly walking out of the house. He stood in the gentle breeze, his clothes billowing. His calm gaze swept across the city guard present. Did you do all of this? A captain from the city guard stepped out from the ranks. His angry face was filled with apprehension. Soul power surged around him, and a long spear emitting a blue cold light appeared in his hand. 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from his feet. This person was indeed a soul saint. However, just as he was about to say something more, a token appeared from Huang Wei's hand before him. The reason Huang Wei gave him the token was not out of fear of these people, but because he did not want to kill them. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. The previous group had murderous intent towards him, so he acted decisively to eliminate future threats. As the token flew towards him, the captain, who was highly tense, initially intended to strike it away with his spear. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not an attack, but a token. He quickly reached out to catch it. Turning it over, his body trembled. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression changed drastically. The token bore the angelic insignia of the Spirit Hall. It read, Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. He exclaimed in shock. What? This person is the Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. As he exclaimed, the faces of those around him changed dramatically. This was now a serious problem. This matter was not simple. Moreover, they had no authority to arrest him. If they did, they would be directly opposing the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the city guard was formed by a coalition of forces within Douluo City, which included people from the Spirit Hall. And this captain was one of them. No, that's impossible. I have a portrait of the Saint's son, and you look nothing like him. You are not the Saint's son? The captain hurriedly took out a scroll from his soul guide device, comparing it to the young man before him. However, upon closer inspection, there was indeed some resemblance. But they looked different. What about this? Huang Wei raised his hand and traced it across his face. In the next moment, he returned to his original, unparalleled appearance. Gulp! He is truly the Holy Son. The captain quickly put away the scroll and knelt on one knee. I am a captain of the first team of the Douluo City Guard, Jiqian. I have seen the Holy Son, Your Highness. The captain said with a face full of fear. I pay my respects to the Holy Son, Your Highness. The members of the Spirit Hall in the team also knelt on one knee. The platinum sword energy in Huang Wei's hands dissipated. Looking at the person in front of him, he said, What significance do you have to me now? None at all, I dare not. Ji Tian felt a sense of fear in his heart and hurriedly replied. This group of people came from the Mercenary Association, intending to kill this Holy Son. Huang Wei said lightly. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked as if they had suddenly understood. So that's how it is. This group actually dared to make a move against the Holy Son. They deserve to die. Ji Tian revealed a look of realization, looking at the pools of blood on the ground, and said coldly, The next matters will be left to you. This Holy Son is tired. Huang Wei waved his hand. A force directly summoned the token from Ji Tian's hand and casually hung it on his waist. He walked forward, and the crowd actively made way for him. By the way, remember to compensate others for that house and charge it to this Holy Son's account. Underlings, obey. After Huang Wei left, the atmosphere in the venue finally eased. Phew, as expected of the Holy Son, his presence is so powerful. It made even me, a soul saint, feel a bit breathless. Ji Tian exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, and exclaimed in awe. Such a person, absolutely no one can impersonate the Holy Son. Only the Holy Son can impersonate others. Moreover, Who would dare to bring out the token of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? Being discovered would be a death sentence. Someone, clean up this blood. Jian waved and said. The rest of the unrelated people, disperse. Yes, soon. The city guard began to take action and started cleaning up. The others left quickly. Before long, Jian found the owner of that house. After discussing, he compensated 100 gold soul coins. Such a large sum of money is actually still quite little for a soul saint. However, since the Holy Son said to charge it to the other party's account, he naturally wouldn't be polite and would obey. So he reported this. The Spirit Hall would send back 100 gold soul coins to him. The Spirit Hall is based on this. Huang Wei found Ma Feng. Let's go. We are returning to the Spirit Hall. Yes, Holy Son. Ma Feng cupped his hands. Huang Wei also said goodbye to the chief steward here. Under their gaze, the carriage quickly left Stardew City. Inside the carriage, Huang Wei spoke up. In the upcoming days of consolidation, I can use the time to adapt to the weight of the Platinum Sword. On the other side, it was learned that all the evil soul masters who had gone out were dead. In the evil forest, the leader was extremely angry. He also understood that the gap between them and the Spirit Hall was still too large. Therefore, he planned to hide for a while and not show his face. He would think of ways to take revenge later. If he couldn't kill the big ones, then he would target the smaller members of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the evil soul masters shifted their focus from the Holy Son to the rest of the Spirit Hall. For example, the people from the branch halls were all prey. How old do you have to be to become a title Douluo? After the 7th elder returned from the Spirit Hall, he immediately went to the Hall of Elders. He quickly walked towards the main hall deep within the Angel Palace, his expression showing excitement and anxiety. He couldn't wait to inform the Grand Elder of this joyous news. However, he seemed to have overlooked some things. Generally, only the 2nd elder, the Golden Crocodile Doa, had the qualification to enter the Angel Main Hall directly. If other elders had major matters to report, they would usually relay the message through the Golden Crocodile Doa. Feeling someone arriving, the figure of the Golden Crocodile soon appeared at the main hall entrance. Exorcist Elder, what's the rush? I remember you were assigned to secretly protect the Holy Son. Did something happen to the Holy Son? The Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned, and his aura instantly changed dramatically. As the 2nd elder of the Hall of Elders, his power was not something the Exorcist Douluo could withstand. It should be noted that Huang Wei was very important to the Spirit Hall now. The Grand Elder was planning to cultivate him vigorously. Seeing the change in the Exorcist Douluo's expression, he understood that the Golden Crocodile had misunderstood and quickly said, 2nd Elder, you misunderstood. I came to report that. He recounted the previous events. Upon hearing this, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression changed dramatically. What? He reached level 50 so quickly? Moreover, he absorbed the 5th spirit ring of 50,000 years, causing his spirit power to soar to level 62. And he is now a quasi-spirit emperor. Incredible, incredible. This kind of talent has already surpassed that of the young lady. You wait here. By the way, where is the Holy Son now? In Stardew City, but please rest assured, he now has the ability to protect himself. The 5 evil soul saints are no match for him alone. The Exorcist Douluo cupped his hands and said. The Golden Crocodile frowned. Wait. He turned and entered the main hall. The sacred main hall was filled with the golden light of the Angel's divine aura. The enormous angel statue in front radiated light across the heavens. Stepping into this place felt like entering another world, instantly calming the restless heart. The Golden Crocodile said, Old Qian, incredible news about the Holy Son. This child is truly remarkable. The middle-aged elder, sitting cross-legged beneath the angel statue and wearing sacred angel armor, slowly opened his meditative eyes. A divine light flashed from his eyes, revealing his extraordinary power. Odison? It has been long since I last saw him. What could have happened? Qian Noliu's voice was calm, resonating in the hall like a vast echo. The Golden Crocodile quickly conveyed what the exorcist had said to Qian Daolu. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu's calm expression was replaced with astonishment. 7 years old, level 62 quasi-spirit emperor, single-handedly killing 5 evil soul saints, ha ha ha. Qian Daolu murmured before breaking into a shocked laugh. After his joy, he calmed down and spoke. This child's growth rate is too fast. It seems we must hasten the arrangement for him to marry Shui. The Sea Goddess inheritance on Sea God Island needs to be expedited. Shui is currently executing a plan and cannot return for the time being, but I can read her thoughts from her replies. We should arrange for the Holy Son to visit Heavendoe City sometime, so they can meet. Have the exorcist bring the Holy Son back immediately, directly to the main hall to see me. After speaking, Qian Daolu closed his eyes again. At this point, he had essentially acknowledged Huang Wei as his grandson-in-law. However, the issue of the divine position still posed a challenge for him. Understood. The golden crocodile left to inform the exorcist. Upon hearing this, the exorcist immediately departed. Just as he exited the spirit hall, he saw the carriage of the Holy Sun returning. It was truly effortless. The exorcist directly descended. Feeling an overwhelming and irresistible force descend, Ma Feng's expression changed, and he immediately summoned 5 spirit rings for defense. However, upon seeing the person in front of him, he relaxed. Oh, it's the exorcist elder. I thought there was an enemy attack. Ma Feng immediately bowed. The exorcist waved his hand. No need. Huang Wei also got off the carriage. Demon suppression offering. What is it? Huang Wei asked after giving a simple greeting. The great offering wants to see you. Follow me. The demon suppression title Douluo's soul power was unleashed, controlling Huang Wei to fly directly towards the angel offering hall. A figure appeared from the spirit hall, just in time to see the direction of the offering hall. This person was Bibi Dong, holding a gem-studded scepter. She snorted coldly. What boldness, daring to dig my wall right in front of me. With that, she also flew towards the angel offering hall. However, at this moment, the demon suppression had already brought Huang Wei to the main hall. Go in. The great offering is waiting for you inside, Jin Yi said. Huang Wei furrowed his brows. He nodded and walked inside. The main hall's door was shut behind him. Returning to this place, Huang Wei felt a significant reduction in pressure. This must be related to the increase in his soul power and strength. He didn't expect to see Qian Daolu again so soon. He looked up at Qian Daolu, but wasn't surprised. After all, Jiang Yamo would definitely inform him of his situation. At this moment, outside, a figure with an exceptionally gloomy aura was walking toward them. Jiang Yamo and the golden crocodile watched the approaching person. It was Bibi Dong. Her expression was cold. However, once she entered the offering hall, all her strength was suppressed by the damned light power. She frowned, clearly displeased. Damn it, how dare he bring her precious disciple here without even greeting her? Pope, what brings you here? Golden Crocodile asked immediately, his tone flat. Although they were both from the spirit hall, they stood on Qian Oliu's side. Their attitude toward the killer of the former pope, Qian Xuanji, was quite indifferent. If it weren't for her special status, they would have wanted to kill her for revenge. Within the spirit hall, it could be said to be a constant struggle for power. I'm here to take my disciple back, Bibi Dong said coldly. The grand offering has something to discuss with him, so please wait a moment. He won't be in any danger. Golden Crocodile's tone remained flat, showing no regard for Bibi Dong. To him, the Pope was nothing. This was the absolute reality of strength. Jiang Mo said indifferently, we can't even protect the current saint's son, let alone harm him. Hearing this, Bibi Dong clenched her fists. The current situation was unfavorable for her. One was at level 96 peak, and the other at level 98. Neither was someone she could defeat at the moment. Moreover, there was also the suppression of a light power here. She tightly gripped her jeweled staff, coldly staring at Golden Crocodile and Jiang Mo, letting out a cold snort. Her current strength was insufficient, so she could only endure. This feeling of being suppressed by others was extremely unpleasant. She vowed to quickly enter the Rakshasa's secret realm and rapidly enhance her cultivation. With strength, that would be her greatest confidence. Her desire to annihilate the Qin family grew even stronger. At this moment, inside the main hall, Huang Wei sat cross-legged, chatting with Qian Daolu. Upon seeing Huang Wei again, Qian Daolu felt that the latter had undergone significant changes, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Huang Wei, your growth rate far exceeds my expectations. It seems that the tidal Douluo realm has accelerated your progress. How old do you think you will be when you become a tidal Douluo? 76. Holy Angel's blessing inside the magnificent angel main hall, Qian Oliu's smiling voice echoed. Hearing this, Huang Wei's expression remained calm. He simply gazed at him, slowly closed his eyes, took a breath, and exhaled. Opening his eyes, he said, perhaps I can become a tidal Douluo before I turn 10. 10 years old? Even before that. The calm tone made Qian Oliu's mouth twitch slightly. Listen, is this something a person would say? How hard do we all work to reach the tidal Douluo level of 90? The vast majority of soul masters spend their entire lives striving to step into the threshold of 90. This little brat in front of me speaks so casually. Even I, the angel's grand priest, felt very angry upon hearing this and wished I could slap him to death right here. This is just my guess. Huang Wei shook his head and said, you are now 7 years old, 3 years away from 10. Do you know that what you just said? If it were to go public, would shock and infuriate soul masters across the entire continent. even leading to you being hunted down by all soul masters? Douluo laughed in anger, his chest rising and falling. I almost wanted to kill you, he added, looking at Huang Wei, who still appeared indifferent. As if nothing could move him, Douluo continued. Do you know that your talent truly makes others very envious and jealous? Huang Wei, great offering. If you call me here today just to say this, then I will leave now. I need to go back to cultivate and strive to challenge breaking through to title Douluo before I turn 10. This time is very precious. Now I need to go back and get used to the 30,000 kilograms weight of the platinum sword. This will take quite a long time. The best way to adapt is to train directly with the sword. His super adaptability talent will help him adjust during this process of drawing the sword. Douluo said, Are you no longer afraid of me now? Huang Wei shook his head. Whether I'm scared or not, I actually don't know myself. This is true, not a lie. Ever since his sword heart enlightenment evolved into the invincible sword heart, his state of mind has greatly improved. Now, he has no concept of life and death, let alone fear or no fear. According to your current talent, the resources the Spirit Hall can provide you are actually not very useful. The reason I called you here this time is related to the Sea God Island Sea God inheritance. Since your improvement has exceeded our expectations so quickly, I want you to enter Sea God Island earlier, said Douluo. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei slowly stood up and said, There's no rush. At my young age, I'm already a level 62 quasi-soul emperor. Even if I wait a bit longer, it's not urgent. I want to see how far I can go without the help of the Sea God inheritance. This was his heartfelt truth. Douluo also wanted to see. So he nodded in agreement. All right, you do have plenty of time now. How about we set the time for after the next elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the entire continent? When will it start? Huang Wei frowned, remembering that in the original story, the next competition should be in 8 years. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the entire continent is held once every 5 years, with the next one taking place when you're 10 years old, and after that, when you are 15, is what we call the next time. Now that you are the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, you naturally need to represent the Spirit Hall in the competition. To showcase your strength and let outsiders understand how formidable you, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, are, Douluo said flatly. Huang Wei suddenly realized. The original work did not describe the storyline of Tang San at the age of 30, as the author directly jumped to the age of 12. Therefore, this part of the competition did not appear. At that time, Tang San was only a soul master of over 20 levels. Going up there would be purely seeking punishment. But he was different. He was a king of hanging. All right, Huang Wei nodded. He originally did not plan to go up because at the age of 10, going up would also be a massacre of the week. Those who went up to compete were all students from the academy, and they had hardly killed anyone. He, on the other hand, had killed many people completely on a different level. In his view, the Slaughter City was the most suitable place for his training. Douluo said, Come up. I will use the angel's blessing to wash your body and help you improve your cultivation aptitude as much as possible. The reason he wasn't worried about the other party being discovered by Poseidon on Sea God Island due to the angelic aura was that the aura from the angel's baptism would not linger indefinitely. Moreover, that was 8 years later and the aura would have long dissipated. So, he was not worried at all. Huang Wei walked up and sat down. Douluo said. Huang Wei sat cross-legged. The next moment, 9 soul rings erupted from Douluo's body. Black, 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 red. A terrifying configuration is also the most basic standard for being a great offering. Upon seeing this scene before him, Huang Wei's eyes slightly moved, but there was no sign of surprise on his face. He was already aware of all this. Moreover, he had a system and believed that one day he would also have such a configuration or even surpass it. Having a full set of 10,000-year spirit rings or even a million-year spirit rings was not impossible. Aren't you shocked to see my spirit rings for the first time? Looking at Huang Wei, who still showed little emotion, Douluo was actually quite satisfied. A little guy with such temperament was truly rare. At the same time, he was curious about what could make the person in front of him show a look of shock. Huang Wei calmly gazed at the 9 soul rings on his body and the enormous 6-winged angel martial soul enveloping Douluo. He spoke up, I don't feel anything shocking. You little brat. Upon hearing this, Douluo moved his hand, suppressing the impulse to slap him, his mouth twitching. He was too lazy to ask further. It was truly infuriating. His blood pressure would skyrocket. Not good for an old man like him. Taking a deep breath, he gathered a divine angelic light in his hand. A wave of soul power erupted. From a 6-winged angel above, a ray of divine light descended, completely enveloping Huang Wei. In an instant, Huang Wei felt an immense sense of relaxation wash over him, as if he were bathing in a sunny hot spring, feeling very comfortable. For a moment, his heart felt ethereal, and all his worries and thoughts vanished without a trace. What a magical feeling, what a comfortable light. He wished to bathe in this divine light hot spring for a lifetime. Huang Wei's face showed a relaxed expression of enjoyment, and a magical scene emerged in his mind. He thought to himself, in his spiritual sea, a giant sacred six-winged angelic phantom appeared, performing a full-body baptism on him. This stage lasted for a whole half an incense stick. Only then did the sacred brilliance come to an end. However, Huang Wei did not move. He remained seated in the same posture, eyes closed in meditation. The invincible sword heart was activated, attempting to comprehend this angelic radiance, to see if he could gain any divine power from it. Douluo did not disturb him, but quietly waited. Another half an incense stick's time passed. Huang Wei finally opened his eyes. He felt that his strength and physical fitness had improved. However, his soul power remained at level 62 without any changes. Indeed, only the reward for drawing the sword could raise the level of soul power. He sighed inwardly. 77. Bibi Dong, who was eager to protect her child, saw Huang Wei awaken. Douluo asked, "How do you feel?" Huang Wei said, "Very good. Both the physical host and spiritual power have been elevated." Douluo, has your soul power not improved? Huang Wei shook his head. "I don't feel anything." "Let's test it." Douluo took out a blue soul testing ball and handed it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei reached out to touch it. In the next second, a bright light flickered, displaying the number 62. It was indeed true. After seeing this number with his own eyes, Douluo was still shocked. Such soul power, which exceeded his current level, had only been seen in totheRescue before, and that was the innate full soul power. What was frightening was that now, Huang Wei had surpassed totheRescue in terms of age, level, and talent. Douluo focused and said, "Regarding these matters, try not to let too many people know, including the elders of the Spirit Hall. These people have their own agendas, and human hearts can be terrifying." Huang Wei naturally understood these principles and nodded. "I understand." "Grand Offering." "Don't call me Grand Offering, just call me Grandpa Qian," Douluo said, with his hands clasped behind his back and a gentle smile. Huang Wei was taken aback and nodded. "I understand, Grandpa Qian." Douluo said, "Come, unleash all your strength and let Grandpa Qian see your power." "Okay." A surge of violent soul power erupted. 5 familiar soul rings of purple and black rose from his body, and the platinum sword appeared in his hand. As he gripped it, the first feeling was that it was heavy. With a step, the yin-yang domain blossomed. The invincible sword intent, raging sword energy, and the supremacy of sword momentum were all unleashed without reservation at this moment. Before a peak 99th level title Douluo, a demigod, there was no need to hold back. All strength and techniques converged into a single strike. Breaking him was the fundamental goal. At this moment, the yin-yang sword, platinum sword energy, sword path fusion ring, sword energy rolling like a dragon, sword energy release, wind blood sword technique, sword breaking, and golden feathers tearing through cloth slash, among other techniques, were guided by the invincible sword heart, manifesting as phantoms used by Huang Wei in the yin-yang domain. They then all merged into one, fully integrating with the platinum sword along with the 5 soul rings. At this moment, he was invincible. Slash, the platinum sword with its radiant light, slashed down towards Douluo. From start to finish, Douluo, who witnessed this scene, was utterly shocked, feeling momentarily dazed. "I'm actually being affected. How terrifying. This is truly a domain. Not good." After the shock, Douluo quickly reacted, his body retreating wildly, remembering what the golden crocodile said. Huang Wei's martial soul weighs 30,000 kilograms. So even he, just in terms of martial soul weight, did not dare to be careless. The 6-winged angel martial soul radiated divine light. A massive angelic sword directly slashed out. "Why is it taking so long? He wouldn't do anything to my disciple, would he?" Outside, Bibi Dong, who had been waiting for a long time, said angrily. The golden crocodile and Jiang Mo exchanged glances. They also did not know what was happening inside. It normally wouldn't take this long. The great offering wouldn't harm the Holy Sun. Being inside for so long could very well be a divine, angelic blessing ceremony for the Holy Sun. Knowing many things, the golden crocodile spoke slowly. "How could it be?" Bibi Dong wanted to say something more. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion echoed from inside. It was deafening like thunder. The front door trembled at that instant. A terrible shockwave surged out through the door cracks. This scene left Bibi Dong speechless, her words stuck in her throat. The three of them were simultaneously shocked. What a terrifying shockwave. There was a massive explosion inside. What on earth happened in there? The three of them's expressions changed dramatically. Damn it, he really attacked my disciple. Let me in, I must rescue my disciple. Anyone who stops me will be killed without mercy. Bibi Dong was frantic, fearing that Huang Wei might actually be dead. With a roar, her Death Pearl Emperor martial soul appeared, manifesting as her martial soul true form, and numerous demon spider clones emerged. She charged forward. Bold! Bibi Dong, how dare you? The golden crocodile's expression changed and raged. His own golden crocodile martial soul appearing to block Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, this is the offering main hall, not your Pope Hall. Do not be reckless. Jiang Mo shouted angrily, his aura also surging. He had not expected that the current Bibi Dong would already pose a threat to him. At level 95, she already had such a terrifying presence. If she reached level 96, could he really defeat her? This was Jiang Mo's internal self-questioning. He was uncertain. Bibi Dong's voice was cold and grim. Today, either you kill me, or let me in. Bibi Dong, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The golden crocodile said coldly. He indeed did not dare to kill Bibi Dong. However, intimidation was necessary to make the other party retreat. In our presence, you have no chance of winning. Bibi Dong, do not do anything foolish, Jiang Mo said in a deep voice. The terrifying evil aura emanating from Bibi Dong made them all feel a chill. Compared to the outside evil soul masters, this one before them was the most terrifying evil soul master. The most ridiculous thing in the world was that the most terrifying evil soul master was right in front of them, and she was the Pope. Yet they repeatedly claimed they would eliminate evil soul masters, but could not kill this terrifying evil soul master before them. Ha! Then let us give it a try. Demon Spider Strike. Bibi Dong sneered, her martial soul fully blooming. Although she knew she was no match for the two, she still fought for Huang Wei. Impudent. Just then, the front door swung open, and a divine power descended. In an instant, it suppressed the true forms of the three martial souls back. Bibi Dong's soul skills were also directly nullified. The pupils of the three suddenly constricted, their expressions completely changed. Bibi Dong trembled, shaken her core. She could sense that if the other party wanted to kill her, it would be too easy. Bibi Dong's heart unwillingly roared. My strength is still insufficient, far from enough. Damn it, damn it. The three were thrown backward. From within, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. It was the great offering Qian Daolu and Huang Wei. Seeing that Huang Wei was unharmed, Bibi Dong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that Qian Daolu, because of Huang Wei's relationship with her, would see his talent as so monstrous that he could not tolerate such an existence and would plan to eliminate him. She harbored immense hatred for the Angel clan. Teacher, I'm fine, don't worry. Looking at the woman before him, Huang Wei's calm face revealed a hint of a smile as he spoke. Greetings to the great offering. The golden crocodile and Jiang Mo bowed respectfully. Bibi Dong, however, reluctantly bowed slightly without addressing him. At this moment, she was filled with anger. Qian Daolu coldly gazed at the woman before him. Bibi Dong, Huang Wei is the holy son of my spirit hall. Naturally, I will not harm him. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He truly feared that he could not restrain his tolerance for evil and would directly kill Bibi Dong. What was that explosion just now? Bibi Dong asked in a deep voice. It was merely a test for the Holy Sun. He passed. All right, you all disperse. Xiao Wei go back. Regarding Xiao Wei's talent, do not disclose it for now, or else there will be suppression. Qian Daolu's calm voice issued the order. Yes. The three responded, their hearts trembling as they quickly replied. Huang Wei smiled and walked towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong extended her delicate hand and directly hugged Huang Wei into her arms. This sudden action left Huang Wei momentarily stunned. So fragrant, so soft. This was his instinctive first impression. The teacher was very worried. A gentle voice entered Huang Wei's ears, echoing in his mind. At this moment, she was no longer the cold and aloof Bibi Dong. She resembled a mother who was worried about losing her son and had finally found him again. Huang Wei's pupils constricted, and the invincible sword heart was stirred. Perhaps only something like this could touch it. Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine. In Huang Wei's plain eyes, the emotion of being touched has replaced the usual calm. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mo, and Qian Daolu's gazes flashed with a hint of complex emotions. However, they did not step forward to interrupt. All right, let's go. After a brief embrace, Bibi Dong took Huang Wei's hand and turned to walk outside. although Huang Wei was not her son, but merely her direct disciple. She had come to see him as her own son. Not a son, but better than a son. In that moment, she truly feared losing him. The moment he emerged, she couldn't help but pull him into her embrace, and in that instant, all her worries vanished. As the two figures gradually walked out the door, Huang Wei turned his head, locking eyes with Qian Douluo. A hint of a gentle smile appeared on Qian Douluo's indifferent face. Huang Wei turned back, and the two left the place. It seemed that Bibi Dong considered him like a son. Genie sighed and said, Qian Douluo, there's actually nothing wrong with it. I can't be bothered with their matters. Jiang Mo, protect the Holy Sun well. He looked at Jiang Mo and said, Yes, great offering. Jiang Montak nodded seriously. Jiang Mo said, Great offering. The Holy Sun has attracted the attention of the evil soul master. We must quickly find the evil soul master's lair and eliminate it completely. This way, no one can pose a threat to the Holy Sun. There's no need for that. He is very strong now, and once he obtains the sixth spirit ring, his strength will only increase. As long as the evil soul master doesn't send out a particularly powerful Douluo, he won't face any significant issues. These evil soul masters can just serve as a sharpening stone for the Holy Sun. Qian Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed, completely unconcerned about the evil soul masters. At this moment, he felt that the evil soul masters had truly found their value. Upon hearing this, Jin Yi and Jiang Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. Qian Douluo's statement must be closely related to the earlier explosion. Jiang Mo go. Qian Douluo did not elaborate further. Understood. I take my leave. Jiang Mo turned and left quickly, his heart in turmoil. Once he left, only Qian Douluo and Jin Yi remained. The relationship between the two could be described as very close. Jin Yi asked without hesitation, Old Qian, what exactly happened just now that made you say that? My angel's sacred sword cracked. Qian Douluo closed his eyes, recalling the outcome of that sword strike, then opened his eyes with a mixed expression, slowly uttering two words. It only cracked, not broken. The crack meant that the sword body had developed fissures. If it were at the same level, it might not be a big deal. But the one that caused it to crack was just a quasi-soul emperor's sword. This left him shocked. Moreover, he could sense that the sword was very heavy. Jin Yi's expression changed dramatically. How is that possible? Your angel's sacred sword, even at my full strength, could not possibly be cracked. As a quasi-soul emperor, even if you were a genius, how could that sword crack your angel's sacred sword? You must not have used your full strength. Jin Yi comforted himself. No, the cracking of the angel's sacred sword has nothing to do with whether I used my full strength. It's a matter of the sword's quality itself. The quality of the angel's sacred sword is beyond doubt, but I only used the power of a tidal daw to condense it without using demigod power. But that alone is already astonishing. Qian Douluo shook his head and said, Regardless, his future achievements are limitless. While I am in seclusion, you must protect him well. As for Schwerer, I have other arrangements. Upon hearing this, Jin Yi nodded understood. After leaving the offering hall, Bibi Dong did not ask Huang Wei anything. Huang Wei returned to the villa area. Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace. Soon, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the Holy Sun's villa, Huang Wei was once again swinging the platinum sword in his hand. He was drenched in sweat. After 3 months, with the help of his super adaptability talent, he finally mastered the weight of the platinum sword, which was 30,000 kilograms with his current physical condition. During these 3 months, he drew the sword every day, but the number was pitifully small. Due to the sword's heavy weight, his hands easily became sore and tired, and he was sweating all over. However, despite this, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his training. He had tried both drawing the sword and practicing while carrying it. Through months of accumulated practice and adaptation, he finally succeeded after 3 months. A crescent moon-shaped blade swept out, exploding in the air ahead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,100,000 sword draws. Reward. All attributes increased by 1 level, including soul power, mental power, physical quality, etc. Sword control technique. After 3 months, he had only drawn the sword 1,000,000 times, which was indeed too slow. Huang Wei sat cross-legged, feeling the changes in his body, along with the profound memory of the sword control technique in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a platinum sword appeared in his hand. His right hand methodically formed a hand seal. Instantly, the platinum sword was lifted into the sky by his soul power and flew up. Previously, he needed to hold the sword to fight, but now, after mastering the sword control technique, he could fight without holding it, wrapped in soul power as it flew. He also felt the weight of the platinum sword intimately. It was heavier than when he held it with his hand. After all, soul power is a form of energy. So he tried to increase his soul power output, and only then did the feeling of heaviness disappear. The sword control technique not only allowed him to wield the sword, but also taught him precise control and allocation of his own soul power. If I could also learn the distraction control method of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in conjunction with the sword control technique, the effect would be even more terrifying. After 3 months of silence, it's time for me to obtain the 6th soul ring. However, according to the current timeline, Xiaowu should still be at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. I might as well try for a 100,000-year soul ring. As for Tang Hao, who protects Tang San, I'll just bring more people with me. If he dares to come out, it will be more than enough for me to slay and injure Tang Hao. Huang Wei's mouth curled up. He suddenly stood up, leaping into the air and jumping onto the platinum sword. The platinum sword grew larger under the absorption of soul power. This was the sword flight technique, a form of flying with a sword. With his invincible sword heart and swift wind, he could actually attempt to create his own soul skill for sword flight. However, it would definitely not be as exquisite as the combination of sword flight technique and invincible sword heart. The sword flight technique is, in fact, also a form of cultivation method. At first, Huang Wei was a bit unaccustomed to it and almost lost his balance and fell. However, with the combination of the sword flight technique and his extraordinary adaptability, he quickly got used to it. He controlled the swift wind to manifest around him, slowly lifting his body off the ground. The enormous platinum sword was enough to firmly support his feet. With his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze tousled his hair and clothes, and combined with his appearance and demeanor, he suddenly gave off the feeling of a celestial sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. He rode the platinum sword soaring into the sky, directly piercing towards the high clouds. At that moment, his feet were tightly pressed against the sword's body, his posture at a 90-degree angle. Yet he did not fall off the sword. Soon he passed through the clouds. The mist was ethereal here. The wind grew stronger, blowing against him, his hair flowing back, and his clothes making a flapping sound in the wind. He attempted to break through Douluo Star's atmosphere. At this moment, his altitude had already surpassed the clouds, with a vast expanse of cloud beneath him. However, as he approached a certain height, he felt difficulty in breathing, and ice crystals quickly appeared on his body. This was not good. As a mortal body, he indeed could not break through the atmosphere. Huang Weiping's expression, which had been calm and expectant, changed slightly. He quickly maneuvered the platinum sword to turn around and descended to a height level with the clouds. Below the clouds, he saw the spirit hall and even the general outline of this world. It was an oval shape. He was not particularly surprised by this. These novels were all created based on Earth as a template. The platinum sword floated gently in the high sky. Looking down, the buildings below looked like ants. His figure quickly descended toward the papal hall. As he descended, the buildings in Spirit City gradually enlarged. At this moment, he saw 3 figures appear not far away. These 3 figures are the long-lost Gui Mei, Yu Guan, and Li Tianming. The 3 of them were flying lower than him and had already landed in front of the papal hall. After 3 months of hard training, plus the help of resources, I finally broke through to an 80th level soul Douluo. It's time to serve the Holy Sun, Li Tianming said excitedly, clenching his fists. He had also obtained his 8th spirit ring and had become an 81st level soul Douluo. As they stepped forward, Gui Mei and Yu Guan sensed it first. Their expressions changed, and they quickly looked up. Then, soul Douluo Li Tianming also felt it and looked up. He saw that, at some point, a huge platinum sword was hovering above their heads. On the sword sat an incredibly handsome young man, quietly watching them. This is sword flight. Ayue Quan Hui Mei and Li Tianming were taken aback. They remembered that the Holy Sun's soul skill did not seem to include sword flight. Your subordinate has seen His Highness the Holy Sun. Li Tianming immediately clasped his hands and bowed upon seeing the familiar face. Huang Wei smiled and said, Li Qinwei, you've finally returned after 3 months. Ghost Elder, Chrysanthemum Elder. He then nodded and greeted Yueguan and Gui Mei. Saint Sun. The 2 also smiled in response. Upon hearing the title given to him, Li Tianming immediately understood everything and felt great joy in his heart. He hurriedly said, I have lived up to the expectations. I successfully broke through to level 80, and now I have completed my soul ring acquisition, reaching level 81 soul Douluo. It's time to come back and protect the Saint Sun. With a thought, the platinum sword was directly retracted into Huang Wei's body, and his figure fell down, a wind swirling around him. He did not fall directly, but landed smoothly on both feet. This way of appearing was very cool. Very well. This Saint's son intends to hunt for the 6th soul ring. First, let's go greet my teacher, and you will accompany me. Huang Wei looked at Li Tianming with satisfaction. What? The 6th soul ring? This isn't right. Holy son, when did you break through to level 60? Shouldn't you be hunting for the 5th soul ring? More than 3 months ago, you were still a soul master in your 40s, upgrading too quickly. Gui Mei and Yuguan, upon hearing this, initially did not react. But once they realized, their expressions changed dramatically. Huang Wei Dao, the growth rate of this holy son far exceeds your imagination. He is the first to walk inside. Holy son, was that move of yours just now the 5th soul skill? At this moment, Yu Egwan curiously inquired. Huang Wei shook his head. That is my self-created sword technique that I have realized over the past 3 months, not a 5th soul skill. What? Another self-created soul skill? This is too terrifying. Yuguan, Gui Mei, and Li Tianming were all shocked. Especially the two of them. They knew that Huang Wei had created one before. They didn't expect that after being gone for more than 3 months, he had come up with another self-created soul skill. It's truly unimaginable. Ignoring the shock of the three, Huang Wei stepped into the Pope's palace first. Bibi Dan was still sitting there as usual. However, today, there were 4 familiar figures present. These 3 people were Hu Laina, Yin, and Xiaoyu, who had gone to the Death Canyon for training. There was also the popular figure of Bibi Dan, the Platinum Bishop Salis. You are here too. What a coincidence. When Huang Wei entered and saw them, he immediately smiled. The 3 turned around and looked. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Huang Wei now looked even more stunningly beautiful. They felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, a direct oppression in terms of aura. Yin, Xiaoyu, and Salis quickly bowed and said, "We meet the Holy Sun. No need for formalities." Huang Wei waved his hand lightly and then turned his gaze to Hu Laina. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. Now he possessed an invincible sword heart and had reached a very high state of mind. Looking at Hu Laina again, he didn't feel much anymore. She was just charming and beautiful, merely a manifestation of outer appearance. As a transmigrator, he still had an appreciation for beautiful things, but it was no longer expressed as directly as before. Sister Nana, Huang Wei looked at her, smiled slightly, and spoke. Hu Laina had been observing Huang Wei. The guy in front of her was almost as tall as she was. They had not seen Huang Wei for a longer time than Li Tianming had. Now, whether it was his aura or appearance, he was at the top level. In an instant, memories of the previous little kid Huang Wei and his confession flashed through Hu Laina's mind. As she gazed at his stunning face, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. This guy's now like a little adult. Long time no see. Wei Wei little brother, Hu Laina teased. Don't tease me, he replied. Huang Wei shook his head. The person who entered behind him also paid respects to the saintess Hu Laina and Pope Bibi Dong. Teacher, I have consolidated my strength, and it is time to obtain the 6th spirit ring and step into the spirit emperor realm. Huang Wei looked at the woman sitting on the throne, crossing her long, beautiful legs and holding a gem-encrusted scepter, and slowly spoke. What? The 6th spirit ring? Spirit emperor? Hu Laina, Yin, Shiyue, and Salis were all taken aback, seemingly unable to believe their ears. The first 3 were even more shocked. They had just returned from the Death Canyon and felt a bit smug about becoming spirit masters. But they never expected Huang Wei to have already become a spirit emperor. How on earth did she cultivate so quickly? Among the 3, Hu Laina, who had the best talent, was already a level 36 spirit master, while Yin and Shiyue were at level 34, with their levels boosted by their spirit rings. 80. Departing for Nodding City, they looked at her astonished faces. Huang Wei felt helpless inside. Sigh. I originally didn't want to be so high profile, but unfortunately, my own strength doesn't allow it. This is reality. Have you all been hit hard? Then take me as your goal and surpass me. Hu Laina and the others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. At this moment, Bibi Dawn spoke up. 3 months have indeed been enough time to consolidate. Let Ghost Douluo, Ju Douluo, and Li Tianming accompany you to hunt for the 6th spirit ring. Seeing the shocked expressions of these people, Bibi Dong was actually not too moved. If they were the title Douluo from the Offering Hall or Elder Hall, she would feel quite proud. The people in front of her were all her own, so she naturally wouldn't feel any pride. Yes, Ghostly Charm, Yu Egwan, and Li Tianming all cupped their hands in respect. Good. Huang Wei nodded. Sister Nana, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm off to hunt for the 6th spirit ring. His gaze turned to the dazed Hu Laina, and he smiled slightly. Okay. Hu Laina nodded blankly. Let us go. Huang Wei looked at Ghostly Charm, and the others, and took the lead to walk outside. Watching the four leave, Huang finally came to her senses and looked at Bibi Dong, asking, "Teacher, has Xiao Wei really become a spirit emperor?" Even now, she still found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but clench her fists. The other party surpassed her hard training so easily. The gap was indeed too large. Too terrifying. Bibi Dong nodded. "It's not just you. Even I find it unbelievable that he has risen to the level of a quasi-spirit emperor in such a short time. You have to know, he is only 7 years old now, and there's still nearly 6 months until he turns 8. Hiss. Upon hearing the Pope Bibi Dong admit this, Huang and the others all gasped in shock. It's truly terrifying. How did the Holy Sun cultivate? We have worked so hard in the Death Canyon and have only reached a little over level 30 at our current age. He can't be described as normal. He is a super genius monster. Yin and Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak out at this moment. They had previously tried to set Huang Wei as a goal to surpass. But in the blink of an eye, he had already thrown them far behind. This distance is something that they couldn't catch up to even in several years. This goal is too terrifying and is not suitable as a target. It will only lead to constant setbacks. Eventually, unable to bear it, their resolve would collapse. Very dangerous. Bibi Dong shook her head. Some people's destinies are like this. But the term super genius monster indeed fits him well. She sighed. In front of him, you three from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall are completely overshadowed, with no brilliance to speak of. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was there. Huang clenched her fists, her face filled with unwillingness, and sighed, "Teacher, I plan to go back and train and break through to level 40 Spirit Master first." Huang raised her head and said with determination, "Right? We may not be as good as the Holy Sun, but we will keep working hard and strive for higher. First, let us break through to level 40 Spirit Master. Step by step." Yin and Xiaoyu spoke up. "Balance work and rest. You have been training inside for a long time, so this time out, you should take a good rest for a while to let your body's functions digest. Nana, during this rest period, I plan to let you get in touch with the other affairs of the Spirit Hall and learn well. As for Yin and Xiaoyu, I have other arrangements for you as well." Bibi Dong looked at them and spoke. "Teacher, I don't want to wait even a second. I wish I could dive into hard training right now." Huang said bitterly, "Be obedient. Just 10 days will do. Consider it a break for yourselves." Bibi Dong said, 10 days, okay." Huang and the others exchanged glances. This time frame was still acceptable, and they nodded. After all, they could practice through meditation. As a level 36 Spirit Master, she had already reached the peak level and only needed to continuously meditate to condense her spirit power to quickly break through to level 37. As for Yin and Xiaoyu, they were also at the peak of level 34, close to breaking through to level 35. No matter how hard they tried, they were still 2 levels lower than Huang. It felt like footsteps that could never be caught up to, making it very difficult for the two of them. They truly felt a shared sense of suffering. "Salas, I'll leave the matter I entrusted to you to complete," Bibi Dong said, looking at Salas. "Salas nadid, understood." Salas hesitated. "But should the Holy Sun pause the training for Nali that I was supposed to teach? After all, he can't offend either side." "Nali? Who is she? This sounds like a female name." Yin and Xiaoyu were momentarily taken aback, but Huang looked somewhat displeased and asked. She felt a bit jealous. She didn't expect her little brother to have already hooked up with another woman after so long. "Very good." Salas cleared his throat and said, "Nali is a cat girl that the Holy Sun bought at the auction, and she is currently the Holy Sun's personal maid. And I am personally teaching her." "Personal maid? Good, very good. As a saintess, I don't even have a personal male attendant. Yet he has a personal maid. This bastard." Huang gritted her teeth, jealousy overflowing, her little face turning crimson. "How has she been doing in her training these days?" Bibi Dong glanced at Huang with a half-smile and then asked Salas. Salas let out a sigh of relief, finally finding a topic to divert the conversation. He quickly said, "Reporting to your holiness, Nali's learning speed is very fast, and her talent is excellent. She might not have adapted at first, but the speed of her growth over the past 3 months has been particularly rapid. She is also very diligent and is currently at the peak of level 36 Spirit Master. She should not be too old, right?" Huang frowned and asked. Salas shook his head. "Not too old, 15 years old. However, compared to you, saintess, she is still quite lacking." Huang snorted coldly and said, "If possible, bring her along. We also want to see this Holy Sun's personal maid. Then let us do as Nana wishes." Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Understood." Salas was sweating profusely. He was completely caught in the middle of this explosive situation, making his mood tense. After leaving the Pope's hall, Huang Wei performed the hand gestures and executed the sword controlling technique, causing the platinum sword to fly into the air and grow larger. He leaped up and landed steadily on the sword's body, standing with his hands behind his back. "The bodyguard, you can't fly. Come up here," he said. "Yes." Li Tianming leaped up as well, standing behind Huang Wei. Initially, he felt uneasy, but as a soul Douluo, he quickly stabilized himself using his soul power. Bringing one more person along was just a matter of consuming a bit more soul power. Huang Wei was indifferent. "Elders, you can fly, so there's no need to come up here. Let's go. Destination, Nodding City." With a thought, the platinum sword shot swiftly into the clouds, heading into the distance. Li Tianming was startled and quickly steadied himself, almost falling off. What incredible speed. Let's catch up. Guo Mei and Yu Guan watched the sword shadow that disappeared instantly, shocked. They quickly took off. Wait, why is the Saint's son going to Nodding City? Shouldn't he be hunting 10,000-year soul beasts? Suddenly, the two realized something was off. The night was dark and windy, and the action began. The distance from Wuhun City to Nodding City was 3,000 kilometers. Normally, it would take more than half a month by horse-drawn carriage. Traveling on land involved many twists and turns, so it took longer. However, in the sky, with the enhancement of sword control, the flying speed of the sword was extremely fast. The consumption of his soul power was also proportional to it. Fortunately, the soul power stored within him was more than enough. Even if it was exhausted, he could quickly recover using his fourth soul skill. The Saint Sun's sword flying was so fast that I had to exert myself fully just to catch up. With 3,000 kilometers between Wuhun City and Nodding City, flying nonstop would mean waiting until nightfall to arrive. Our soul power would also be consumed at a terrifying rate. Doesn't the Saint Sun's sword flight consume soul power? Behind them, Guo Mei and Yu Guan, quickly following in the strong wind, were astonished by Huang Wei's sword speed. Time flew by. Day and night reversed. The departure was during the day, and now it was already night, dominated by the moon. Huang Wei and the others quickly descended from the sky. The platinum sword had already been retracted into his body. A punch activated the black soul ring, rapidly recovering the lost soul power. At the level of 10,000 years, the recovery speed was much faster than that of 1,000 years. The figures of Guo Mei and Yu Guan had already appeared behind him, also descending. The faces of the two were somewhat pale, still panting. They looked at the city of Nodding in front of them. Under normal circumstances, they would never come to such a remote place. "Holy Son, is there a soul beast here that you need?" Li Tianming asked. Guo Mei and Yu Guan were also quite puzzled, but curious. Their holy son had soared towards Nodding City. It surely couldn't be for tourism, right? Of course. There's a transformed 100,000-year soul beast hidden within this city. My sixth soul ring is her. Huang Wei opened his mouth and said, "A 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed." The three were taken aback. "Holy Son, a 100,000-year soul beast has undergone a qualitative change. Their resentment is also extremely terrifying. Even if you really kill it, absorbing it in the Soul Emperor will not be easy. Yes, Holy Son, this is very dangerous." Yu Guan and Guo Mei immediately advised against it. They did not know how the Holy Son learned that there was a 100,000-year soul beast here in Nodding City. Could it be that Pope Bibi Dong told him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the other party knew, based on their understanding of Bibi Dong, they would definitely take action directly to capture him first. How could they let the Holy Son come here alone? Li Tianming curiously asked, "Holy Son, how did you know there was a 100,000-year soul beast here?" Huang Wei said, 100,000 years is indeed somewhat dangerous. However, if the other party chooses to offer sacrifice to me, then everything will not be a problem. As for how this Holy Son knows, that is not something you should ask. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming realized he had spoken out of turn and immediately lowered his head, no longer speaking. "Odison, are you really sure there are 100,000 transforming soul beasts here?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Everyone turned around to look. The person who arrived was the demon slayer Douluo, who had appeared without anyone noticing. At this moment, their expression was filled with excitement. "Certainly," Huang Wei nodded and said, "After a day's journey, let's go into the Spirit Hall branch and rest for a bit. It's a good chance to see Brother Tao. I haven't seen him in a long time. He should have been promoted and given a raise. By the way, you titled Douluos should hide your strength and not alert anyone," Huang Wei reminded. The four behind him nodded and suppressed their auras, then walked into the city. The night in Nodding City was not as lively as in Spirit City. It was relatively quiet. This was something Huang Wei didn't particularly like. But it was understandable since this was a remote and impoverished place. Generally, lively areas were concentrated in the central region. Upon entering the Spirit Hall branch, the five learned that important figures had arrived. The front desk immediately notified the hall master and other attendants in a panic. The person in charge was Huang Wei's guide, Brother Tao. As Huang Wei's guide, he successfully joined the Spirit Hall and became a holy son. Therefore, he was directly given orders from Bibi Dong for a promotion and raise, going from small attendant to the hall master of the branch, along with various resources being allocated to him. It was truly a delight. After greeting each other, he immediately arranged the best rooms for them. Everyone returned to their rooms to meditate and recover their soul power, while also resting to regain their condition. When Huang Wei saw Su Yuntao again, the two started chatting. Su Yuntao said, "I really didn't expect that the little kid back then is now the holy son of the Spirit Hall. And I also got promoted in a raise because of you. You are truly my benefactor." Huang Wei smiled lightly and said, "Don't say that, Tao Ge. You're my guide. You gave me 3 golden soul coins back then, so I can be considered to have repaid your kindness." Su Yuntao, upon hearing this, had a complex expression and was quite moved. "Hey, don't say that. As for being a guide, even if I hadn't awakened you, you could have gone to the Wuhun Hall to find someone to awaken you. That's an uncertain factor." Huang Wei said, "But it was you who awakened me. This is fate. Can you say otherwise?" Su Yuntao laughed. "Haha, that's right. Everything is fate. By the way, how is Huangjia village doing lately?" Huang Wei asked. In fact, he came this time not only to obtain the soul ring, but also to return to Huangjia village to visit his adoptive grandfather, the village chief, and the other villagers who provided him with food. It was also a way of repaying kindness. Su Yuntao took a sip of tea and said, "Huangjia village is currently the best off among several villages. Thanks to you, I have achieved what I have today, and naturally, I take good care of Huangjia village. Moreover, there is a special order from above, and the person conveying it is His Holiness Pope Bibi Dong." "That's good," Huang Wei said with a smile, feeling much more comfortable in his heart. He didn't expect that his teacher had already secretly issued this order, which was great. And Brother Tao was also very good at managing relationships. Very good, very good. The two chatted a bit more, and then Huang Wei returned to his room. The moonlight was bright, and the night was dark and windy, making it a perfect opportunity for action. "The ghostly elder," Huang Wei called out to the shadow. In the next moment, the shadow on the wall stirred. A figure emerged. "Holy Son, is it time to take action?" The ghostly figure asked eagerly. Huang Wei said, "Go to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to find a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. Once you find it, bring it back here immediately. Be careful, and try not to cause any unnecessary complications." The words of Huang Wei were meant to guard against Tang Hao, who was secretly protecting Tang San. Naturally, if they could avoid fighting, they would prefer not to. It is better to prioritize harmony. The ghost nodded. Yes. He transformed into a shadow and quickly disappeared from the spot. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Inside the student dormitory at night. At this moment, Xiao was sound asleep on Tang San's bed. For some reason, her mind was particularly restless tonight, as if great danger was about to descend. "It must be that I am too tired. Just an illusion. A good sleep will be fine," Xiao Wu thought to herself, then closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. "Xiao Wu, let's talk." Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Nighttime in Dormitory 7. Everyone was asleep. There was early training the next day. In the silent corridor of the dormitory, a ghostly figure was sneaking around, undetectable by ordinary people. This ghostly figure concealed its presence, quietly sensing each dorm room. Since the Holy Sun said there was a transformed 10,000-year soul beast here, there must be one. The ghost hidden in the shadows slowly opened its eyes. It released a bit of soul power. In the next moment, it detected an unusual soul power fluctuation. This fluctuation did not seem like that of a pure human. Its eyes widened suddenly, a gleam flashing through. There really is one. Dormitory 7. The ghost's expression turned overjoyed and excited. The shadow quickly entered Dormitory 7. Looking at the few sleeping figures, they resembled lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the darkness, a pair of eyes was watching a bed. 2 young children, 1 boy and 1 girl, were sleeping together. Its gaze was fixed intently on the girl. That familiar aura. It's her. I knew the aura felt so familiar. It really is her. The remnants of that hunt that escaped. Wonderful, I found her. I didn't expect her to be hiding here. This is truly thrilling. The Holy Sun has indeed given me a big surprise. This is definitely a 10,000-year soul beast. As long as I capture her and force her to sacrifice, The Holy Sun will become the first ever Soul Emperor with a 10,000-year soul ring. Thinking of this, the ghost became excited. In the next moment, it decisively reached out its sinister claws toward Xiao Wu. Surely no one would foolishly think someone would come to the rescue, right? Like Tang Hao. Unfortunately, at this moment, Tang Hao was not wholeheartedly protecting Tang San and would occasionally let his guard down. After all, Tang San was studying at the academy. What danger could there be? As for the fact that they discovered Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year soul beast, he was not worried about her escaping due to his regard for Tang San. A series of black energy forms quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth and enveloped her entire body. By the time Xiao Wu sensed the imminent danger and suddenly opened her eyes, wanting to struggle, it was all too late. There was no time left. Her last gaze, filled with tears, glanced at the sleeping Tang San beside her. She wanted to call for help, but soon rationality told her not to implicate him because he was no match for her captor. Her body was directly dragged into the darkness. The ghost used its tidal power to directly seal Xiao Wu's strength, rendering her paralyzed and unconscious. Seeing how easily it succeeded, it was naturally pleased. The next step was to return quickly. In an instant, it had taken Xiao Wu away from the academy. Not long after leaving, Tang San seemed to have a nightmare where his sister was captured. Awakened, he looked at the real world before him and immediately realized he had just had a bad dream, letting out a sigh of relief. It was just a nightmare. Thank goodness. However, in the next second, his words halted and the relaxed expression on his face changed in an instant. Xiao Wu was gone. He immediately became alert. Where is Xiao Wu? Where did my Xiao Wu go? At this late hour, could she be using the restroom? He hurriedly got up and headed towards the balcony restroom, only to find it empty. At this moment, his heart sank, as if he had lost something very important. He quickly ran out of dormitory 7 to search for her. Outside, in an inn, Tang Hao was currently drinking to drown his sorrows. Lost in memories of the Blue Silver King, completely unaware that the 10,000-year soul beast he was guarding had been stolen. Soon after, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. In the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall, in Huang Wei's room, he was meditating and training. Now his soul power had reached level 63 Soul Emperor. Once he absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring, barring any accidents, he should be able to break through to level 70 Soul Sage. However, Xiao Wu had only just become a 10,000-year soul beast. Whether she could reach that level was still uncertain. After all, the soul power required for each level increases significantly as one progresses. Although his soul power was not cultivated by himself, but given by the system, he was still aware of this. Soon, a figure appeared in the shadows. The invincible Sword Heart warned him as the other entered the territory of the Spirit Hall. At the same moment, Huang Wei also opened his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the other was one of his own, he would have drawn his sword to strike. Ghost Elder, what is the situation? Huang Wei asked, looking at the strange person before him. The ghost smiled. Just as the Holy Sun said, there really is a 10,000-year transformed soul beast. As he spoke, he made a gesture, and from the shadow ahead, black ghostly tentacles rose. The tentacles formed a mummified wrappings. As the ghostly tentacles disappeared, a figure in pink clothing appeared. It was Xiao Wu. At this moment, she was in a deep slumber. The ghost said, "Moreover, this is the remnant of the 10,000-year soul beast we hunted and escaped. It is all fate." "Haha," Huang Wei said. "Wake her up. This Holy Sun wants to make a deal with her, hoping she will obediently offer sacrifice. I hope she can recognize the times and act accordingly." Upon hearing this, Gue Mei moved his hand, and a surge of power entered her body. The next moment, the unconscious Xiao Wu's eyelids twitched, and she slowly began to awaken. At the same time, the lights in the entire room turned on. At first, it was a bit blinding. The next second, she realized she was in a strange room. "Gue Elder, you go out first. I want to talk to her alone." Huang Wei said, "Holy Sun, she is after all a soul beast from 100,000 years ago. Although she is transformed now, if pushed too hard, she might self-destruct." Gue Mei said, looking somewhat worried. Huang Wei said, "She won't." Seeing the other party so resolute, the ghostly figure left with understanding. However, he still observed in secret. If the other party were to act ungratefully, he would strike to kill. At the same time, a force spread, enveloping the room. "Hello, Xiao Wu. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Huang Wei, the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall." Huang Wei looked at the girl in front of him and slowly spoke. Xiao Wu's pupils shrank, and the next moment, hidden hatred surfaced in her eyes. She quickly stood up, fists clenched. "Spirit Hall, Holy Sun." A murderous intent appeared in her eyes, along with a hint of despair. "Don't look at me like that. The person who silently brought you here is naturally a title Douluo. Now that I've let him leave, we can have a private chat. If you don't know your place, I can easily kill you. Looking at the girl in front of him, filled with hatred and killing intent towards him in Spirit Hall, Huang Wei wasn't surprised. Everything was as he expected. A member of a killing organization is right in front of you. Would you still smile at him? That is clearly unrealistic. Xiao Wu's current reaction is the normal one. Title Douluo. Hearing these 4 words, terror and despair appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes, along with unwillingness. A title Douluo is definitely not something she can contend with now. It would be too easy for the other party to kill her. Talk. What is there to talk about between us? Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and coldly questioned. The Pope of Spirit Hall, you are all my mother's murderers. What is there to discuss? She raised her delicate, smooth finger and pointed at Huang Wei. If looks could kill, Huang Wei would have died 1,000,000 times already. Indeed, there is nothing to discuss with the organization of my mother's murderers. Xiao Wu, I understand your feelings. Huang Wei, try to calm the other person's emotions first. You understand nothing. You humans are selfish and despicable to the extreme. If I weren't transformed into a human, I would love nothing more than to tear you all apart. Xiao Wu clenched her fists, her eyes reddened, full of hatred, and growled. Xiao Wu sneered. As the holy son of a Spirit Hall, you are still Bai Bai Dong's direct disciple. There is nothing to discuss between us. You just want me to become your soul ring. I see through all your filthy thoughts at a glance. Huang Wei said, Dirty humans, I agree with your point. Humans are indeed very dirty. But this world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong are respected. We can kill you, and you can kill us. So I will kill you now, Xiao Wu said angrily. Okay, as long as you can do it, Huang Wei replied calmly. Huh, is your confidence coming from being a title Douluo? Then I will definitely kill you. Xiao Wu thought that Huang Wei dared to say this because he was sure that she would be wary of the title Douluo and would not dare to attack him. However, she believed he was betting wrong. She was going to kill the boy in front of her. In her eyes, how strong could this guy in front of her be? In the next moment, Xiao Wu had already arrived in front of Huang Wei, mobilizing all the soul power she could use, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Huang Wei. The attack was about to come. But what she found very puzzling was that the other party's expression remained so calm, as if nothing was a threat. For a moment, looking into his calm eyes, she felt fear instead. Too calm, too collected. This is something that a human shouldn't be able to achieve. It can only be absolute confidence. The ghostly figure observing from the shadows saw this scene. The other party was just a small soul master. Even if he was once a 10,000-year soul beast, now that he had taken form, he could no longer summon the power of 10,000 years. As long as it wasn't self-explosion, he believed the other party could not harm Huang Wei. Moreover, Huang Wei gave him the feeling of complete confidence. At that moment, a sword aura erupted from Huang Wei, spreading out directly. Bang! A sharp pain radiated from Xiao Wu's hand, causing her expression to change drastically. While in immense pain, she was finally sent flying by the sword aura, crashing hard against the wall and landing on the ground. It should be noted that this was only 1% of Huang Wei's strength used. His power was calculated based on that 100% ratio. Even so, it would be too easy to kill Xiao Wu. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu was shocked and coughed painfully, blood trickling from her mouth. She couldn't believe how powerful he was. She couldn't even get close. That spreading sword aura was truly terrifying. In an instant, she sensed that she would be easily crushed. The feeling of fear and helplessness spread once again. Huang Wei said, You should know that I can easily kill you. Now can we talk? What do you want to talk about? Xiao Wu looked at him. Huang Wei said, Sacrifice to make me the 6th soul ring, and when I become a god, I will resurrect you and your mother. With that, he stood up and slowly walked toward Xiao Wu. He paused, and a terrifying soul power emerged. Indeed, it was a sacrifice. Xiao Wu smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had actually guessed this, as a soul beast. The only thing she could negotiate with the Spirit Hall was this. She sneered and said, I admit you are strong, having this level of power at such a young age, but don't take me for a 3-year-old. Become a god? Do you think I'm foolish? Huang Wei Dao. Don't you want to resurrect your mother? Xiao Wu gritted her teeth. Of course I do. Becoming a god, that's such an elusive thing. Huang Wei said, Becoming a god is the only chance to resurrect her, and I am destined to become a god. I could do it too. I even said, I'm the beast god. Xiao Wu mocked. Huang Wei said, If you sacrifice to me, once I become a god and resurrect you, you will become the beast god. You have no choice now, regardless of whether you agree or not. Tonight is your deadline. I could kill you and directly absorb your soul ring, but I have given you the opportunity to sacrifice, preserving your soul. I have been very merciful. Huang Wei looked at her, his voice flat. Xiao Wu scoffed. How ridiculous. If you were to kill me now, with your absorbed 100,000-year soul ring, your body would definitely self-destruct, and you wouldn't be able to withstand my resentment. You say such nice things, but it's just a cover for your hypocrisy. And why should I trust you? Even if you could become a god, why should I trust someone from the spirit hall? She said coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Sacrifice or death? Huang Wei sighed. From beneath his feet, circles of soul rings began to rise. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Upon seeing this configuration, Xiao Wu's pupils suddenly constricted. Purple, the first ring of 1,000 years. The third soul ring is the black 10,000 year. How is this possible? Humans cannot achieve this. Because I am a monster at the age of 7, I possess such a configuration of soul rings. And my soul power has reached the level of a 63rd rank quasi-soul emperor. As long as I absorb your 100,000-year soul ring, I may directly soar to the 70-level quasi-soul saint. Do you think it will be difficult for me to become a god? What is ethereal and intangible for you can be realized in my hands. The words of this holy son carry great weight. As soon as I become a god, I will resurrect you and your mother at the first opportunity. The platinum sword emitted a terrifying sword intent, instantly enveloping the entire room. He stood with his hands behind his back, his tone flat and filled with confidence. The hidden specter, upon sensing Huang Wei's sword intent, showed a look of apprehension. Even he found it hard to believe that a quasi-soul emperor without a 6-soul ring could evoke such wariness. How powerful would he be if he truly stepped into the title of Douluo? It is unimaginable. If he knew that just a short while ago, Huang Wei's strongest sword had directly caused the holy sword of the great offering angel to crack, his expression would surely be even more interesting. At this moment, Xiao Wu was caught in a struggle of hesitation. You're only 7 years old. Impossible. Impossible. Xiao Wu gasped, her voice trembling. Unable to believe it. Choose now. This is your last chance. As Huang Wei's voice fell, he brought his fingers together and drew a line in the air. The upright platinum sword immediately crossed over, its sharp tip aimed at Xiao Wu's head. If the other party chose not to sacrifice, he would not hesitate to kill Xiao Wu. At this moment, Xiao Wu truly felt the presence of death. There is no escape. This is my life. Holy Son of the Spear Hall, I hope you keep your word. Also, before you become a god, you must not die. Xiao Wu forced a bitter smile and shook her head, then gritted her teeth, staring resolutely. Rest assured, you just need to make a choice. Huang Wei said lightly. Then I'll take a gamble. Mother, I'm coming in. Third brother, Deming, Ming, farewell. Looking out the window, tears streamed down her face. She slowly closed her eyes and said, I sacrifice myself to you. 84. The sacrifice begins on a moonlit night within the Douluo forest. The sounds of soul beasts could occasionally be heard. The foraging soul beasts were all set in motion. At this moment, deep within the forest, there was a vast lake. Under a tall tree stood a gigantic humanoid soul beast. It was massive and ferocious, exuding a sense of dominance. It was clad in armor-like materials. It was the surface ruler of the Douluo forest, the 100,000-year soul beast, Titan Giant Ape. Ever since Xiao Wu's mother died and Xiao Wu left the forest for human society, it missed her immensely. Yet at this moment, for some unknown reason, a sense of gloom and sorrow arose within it. Its heart felt heavy and uncomfortable, as if something important were about to leave it. At this moment, from a massive lake behind it, a giant bull-headed creature emerged, but its entire body resembled a gigantic python. As soon as it appeared, it completely enveloped the Titan Giant Ape. At this moment, the massive Titan Giant Ape seemed extraordinarily small. This was the sky blue bull python, still a 100,000-year soul beast, but far more powerful than the Titan Giant Ape. Deming, I don't know why, but I feel so unwell tonight. It feels like something important is leaving me. In front of the sky blue bull python, the Titan Giant Ape felt like a very small younger brother. It raised its head and looked at this giant, ready to speak. The sky blue bull python's expression showed no signs of joy or anger. Its terrifying gaze looked towards human society. A deep voice emerged. I feel it too. The last time we felt this way was because of Xiao Wu's mother, and this time it likely comes from Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the sky blue bull python's words, the Titan Giant Ape immediately became anxious. Xiao Wu is in trouble. Human society, damn it, it's indeed very dangerous. Damnomans, damn Spear Hall. It roared and turned to run towards human society. Ming, what are you trying to do? The sky blue bull python said in a deep voice. I'm going to unleash a beast tide and attack human society to save Xiao Wu. I want the spirit hall to pay the price. Aiming angrili roaret. Foolish. There are too many title Douluo among humans. Not to mention the legendary peerless Douluo, especially that one from the spirit hall. If you go out there, you will die. I've already lost Xiao Wu's mother and Xiao Wu. I cannot lose you too. Moreover, it seems like it might be too late. The sky blue bull python's angry and deep voice suddenly stopped. Its abyss-like gaze turned towards the direction it sensed. The pain and uneasiness in its heart were most intense from that direction. That direction seemed to be the human city of Nodding. It was at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from where they were. There was no time to make it. A massive python body shot out, directly wrapping around the titan giant ape. The sky blue bull python spoke coldly. Xiao would definitely not want you to do something foolish for her. We all understand her character. If we want to take revenge on humans, we need to plan it properly. Do not forget, the Stardew Forest is our territory. As long as humans enter, you can go and kill them. But you absolutely cannot leave the range of the Stardew Forest unless you choose to transform into a human. The Titan giant ape, unable to resist the sky blue bull python's restraint, could only clench its fists and roar. Damn it, humans, I will make you pay a painful price. Roar. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, the three titled Doa joined forces to form a soul power barrier, guarding the southeast, south, and north directions. One of them, who was guarding the west, was Li Tianming. Come on. Huang Wei sat cross-legged, waiting for Xiao Wu's sacrifice. At this moment, Xiao Wu closed her eyes. In the next second, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted. A pink-red light shot into the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a hole appeared above the room. The tidal Doa soul power barrier that had sealed this place also trembled violently. Indeed, the power of 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice is terrifying. Jiang Montak, Yu Gvan, and Gue Mei were all astonished. However, they quickly worked together to stabilize the soul power barrier once again. At the same time, within the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San, who was searching for Xiao Wu, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He stopped in his tracks, clutching his heart tightly. He suddenly looked in a certain direction. That was the direction of the Spirit Hall branch. What is happening? It hurts so much. I feel like I've lost something very important. It must be Xiao Wu. Something has happened to Xiao Wu. Did the people from the Spirit Hall take Xiao Wu away? What's going on? Why? Tang San's face was pale as he quickly activated Ghost Shadow Mistracking, leaping out of the wall and heading rapidly towards the Spirit Hall branch. He had to see what was happening. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Meanwhile, in the inn, Tang Hao, who was deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. In reality, he hadn't truly fallen asleep. The alcohol had no effect on him. He could easily expel it from his body using his soul power. As he got up, he saw his son running towards the Spirit Hall branch. He also sensed a familiar tidal Douluo power at the peak of the Spirit Hall, and an even more terrifying force. 100,000-year soul beast. Damn it. They had been robbed. His expression changed drastically as he quickly scanned Nodding Academy with his spiritual power, only to find that Xiao Wu's transformed 100,000-year soul beast was missing. Moreover, there was a trace of her soul beast energy coming from the Spirit Hall branch. What a terrifying magnetic soul power. It was something that only appeared when a 100,000-year soul beast was sacrificed. In an instant, the image of the blue-silver emperor sacrificing herself for him appeared in his mind, causing him immense pain. No, I can't let Xiao San go. I can't expose myself to the Spirit Hall right now. There are at least 3 titled Douluos there, 2 of which are level 95, and 1 is even stronger. Someone I can't contend with at the moment. Tang Hao thought to himself, as his injuries had not yet healed. If a fight broke out, there would be a risk of falling, especially since he had to protect a child. So he charged forward at great speed. Tang San sensed danger approaching from behind, cold sweat breaking out as he turned around, only to see a tattered robe. Then, he felt a heavy weight on the back of his neck before he fainted. Tang Hao caught him and looked towards the Spirit Hall branch. Was there a newly inducted title Douluo in the Spirit Hall? Damn it, this just added to the difficulty of my revenge. Tang Hao clenched his fists, unable to fathom who it could be. Nor could he imagine that the target of Xiao Wu's sacrifice would be the holy Sun Huang Wei. Otherwise, he would have found a way to eliminate him. Because it was too terrifying. If he were to grow stronger, he would have no chance for revenge. Unfortunately, he didn't know. He turned around and took Tang San back to the dormitory. In the room, Xiao Wu's soul floated around Huang Wei before closing her eyes and merging into his body. A terrifying magnetic field spread out, freezing everything around them. A massive red soul ring appeared on Huang Wei, and Xiao Wu's soul fell into a deep sleep, entering the soul ring. In the next moment, soul rings began to manifest on Huang Wei. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. The platinum sword exuded a terrifying sword intent that shook the heavens. It vibrated and emitted a buzzing sound. The violent sword momentum shattered everything in the room. 85. Absorption complete. The sudden violent tremor, although blocked by the soul power barrier of the three tidal Douluos, went unheard by those outside the spirit hall. However, it was not so easy for those inside the spirit hall. As the terrifying sword intent erupted, the room where the Holy Sun was located exploded. This startled the remaining personnel on duty in the spirit hall. If it weren't for Guei, mate giving a heads up in advance, they would have thought a strong enemy was attacking the spirit hall branch. How frightening. We must get out of here. The hall master, Su Yuntao, was sweating profusely, speaking in terror. Although he was the hall master, he was merely a great soul master, and in the face of that terrifying sword intent, he would have been instantaneously killed. Under his lead, everyone moved away from that direction, heading straight to the plaza outside the hall. Guei Mei and the others hadn't expected the sacrifice to cause such a commotion. However, the most important thing was that the Holy Sun was safe and sound. Furthermore, it seemed that the sacrifice had been completed. The absorption of the soul ring was indeed without pressure. There was no need to resist the resentment and physical impact. The Holy Sun had completed the absorption so quickly, and now they just had to wait for him to stabilize before he could awaken. At that point, their work would be done. The demon suppression doll looked at the ruined room with a figure sitting cross-legged, shrouded by 6 terrifying soul rings, and exclaimed in surprise. Among them, the 6th red 100,000-year soul ring was the most eye-catching. Indeed, a 6-ring soul emperor with a 100,000-year soul ring, the #1 in the world today. An invincible soul emperor, the Holy Sun of the Spirit Hall, would be the most terrifying, most perverse, most monstrous, and most extraordinary being in history. Guei Mei, Yuguan, and Li Tianming were all incredibly excited, especially Li Tianming, who was now Huang Wei's personal attendant. He was thrilled, his eyes shining as his whole body trembled. I bet right, I made the right choice. Ha. Holy Sun, your future is limitless, as long as I follow you well. Breaking through to title de law will just be a matter of time, he thought excitedly, clenching his fists and secretly deciding to perform well in the future. Look, is that a soul bone floating there? Yuguan pointed at the pink bone floating in front of Huang Wei, exclaiming. The three quickly looked over and then in shock, shouted, It's a soul bone, and it's a 100,000-year soul bone. The 4 of them had burning gazes, revealing a hint of greed. However, they quickly suppressed it. This was the Holy Sun's opportunity. As long as the Holy Sun absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone, his strength and soul power would increase even more dramatically. The demon suppression glanced at them coldly, warning them not to covet this 100,000-year soul bone. Although he was also very eager, he suppressed that thought. This thought could not arise. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Soon, they all became aware and no longer allowed greed and desire to dominate their emotions. No more looking. No more looking. If I keep looking, I'm really afraid I won't be able to resist myself. Yuguan and Guei may immediately turn away. The demon suppression and Li Tianming did the same. There was nothing to be done. The allure of a 100,000-year soul bone was simply too tempting. Su Yuntao and the others were not deaf. Upon hearing their words, their eyes widened. A 100,000-year soul bone. This was probably the first time he had seen one in his life. He never expected he would get to see it. Truly, it was worth dying for. His heart was filled with even more joy. Huang Wei is incredible. The more resources and training he receives from above, the better. Time flies, and before one knows it, the night gradually fades and day breaks. Everyone has been watching all night, completely without a trace of sleepiness. This epic scene is rarely tiresome to watch. At this moment, Huang Wei, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them. He grasped the pink soul bone in front of him and said, "A 100,000-year soul bone for the left arm, not bad." Saying this, he placed it on his left arm. In the next second, strands of pink energy entwined and gradually merged into the bones of his left arm. A very strange sensation arose. Simultaneously, after the 100,000-year soul bone was fully integrated, he also felt a substantial leap in his own strength. He let out a low shout, and a surge of energy burst forth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. He could already feel that the soul bone had successfully fused. Looking at the red 100,000-year soul ring in front of him, he revealed a slight smile and said lightly, "Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise." In the next moment, he retracted the 6 soul rings and slowly stood up. Looking at the sunlight in the sky, he was initially taken aback. Then he came to his senses and looked around. Goodness, his room was already gone. A gust of wind blew by, and 4 figures floated over. Congratulations, Holy Son, on successfully absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring. You have become an invincible soul emperor. The 4 immediately congratulated him. Now, even if a tidal Douluo were to come, I would not fear them anymore. Huang Wei clenched his fist and said, "You all tidy up here. Since we come out this time, I don't plan to go back so quickly. I want to wander around. Holy Son, I need to quickly report this joyous occasion to His Holiness the Pope, so I need to head back first. Holy Son, I also need to report this to the Grand Priest. This is a great joy." The ghost and the demons said, "You all go back, with Li Qinv protecting me. It's enough. A mere evil soul master can no longer threaten me." Huang Wei waved his hand and said, "Good. Li Qingwei, make sure to protect His Highness the Holy Sun well." The 3 looked at Li Tianming and said. Li Tianming's expression was serious. He patted his chest with his fist and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, anyone who wants to harm the Holy Sun must first step over my dead body." Good. The 3 were quite satisfied. Then they soared into the sky and left the place. Now they could feel reassured about the Holy Sun. Since the tidal Douluo had left, it seemed I also needed to leave Nodding City quickly. With all the commotion here, Tang Hao must have noticed. Now that the tidal Douluo is not around, I might not be his match alone. No, if I provoke him, I really wouldn't stand a chance. Huang Wei secretly thought as he looked towards the direction of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, a hint of wariness towards Tang Hao flashing in his eyes. "Tang-san, oh Tang-san, be angry, be helpless. You need to grow up quickly, otherwise the moment I become a tidal Douluo, I'll take you down." Right now, for him, it would be too easy to kill someone like Tang-san. He was even too lazy to make a move, as there was no challenge in it. However, after killing Tang-san, he would face Tang Hao's insane retaliation. The other party would definitely spare no effort to unleash the grand exquisite hammer, striking him down. Just thinking about it was terrifying. That was considered the closest strike to a god. Even Bibi Dong, who ascended to godhood in the original work, wouldn't dare to take it head on. Let the expenses be on my account. Have someone come and tidy this up. Huang Wei fell down and came in front of Su Yuntao. "It's the Holy Sun." Su Yuntao immediately cupped his fists and bowed, showing great respect. "Tao Yi, I will return to Huangjia village first, and then leave this place." Huang Wei said softly, "I respectfully send off the Holy Sun. I will have someone prepare the carriage right away." Su Yuntao didn't know what to say, so he simply replied, "No need." The platinum sword flew out, transforming into a massive longsword. His body floated up, and Li Tianming also floated up. The soul Douluo can hover in the air for a short time. The platinum sword flew rapidly towards Huangjia village. 86. Before the storm arrives, Universe Sword Evolution System host. Huang Wei age, 7 cultivation level. Level 70 Quasi-Soul Sage. True cultivation level is level 79 Soul Sage. Automatically unlocked after absorbing the 7th Spirit Ring. Mental power, level 89 Soul Douluo. Physical quality, level 85 Soul Douluo. Martial Soul, Platinum Sword, 60. 000 kilograms. Spirit Rings. Purple, 6000 years. Purple, 6000 years. Black, 10,000 years. Black, 17,000 years. Black, 50,000 years. Red, 100,000 years. Left arm spirit bone, 100,000 year. Soft bone rabbit left arm spirit bone. External spirit bone, 100,000 year. Growth blood red, 9-headed mask. Soul skills, wind blood sword technique, gale wall, sword break, revival, blood shadow clone technique, golden feather rending slash, teleportation, invincible golden body, void, violent 8 section slash. Sword drawing styles, million sword rain, sword storm, golden sword aura, yin yang sword. Talent, invincible sword heart, sword aura emission, gale phantom, sword aura rolling dragon wall. Sword path fusion ring, yin yang power, yin yang domain, super adaptation. Sword draw count, 11,000,000 times current world. Douluo flying high in the sky. Huang Wei was looking at the light screen in front of him. Seeing his sealed soul power now, he felt incredibly astonished. What a surprise. It directly soared to level 79 Soul Sage. Next, I just need to obtain another spirit ring. However, aside from Stardew Forest, the only places on the continent with a 100,000 Year Spirit Ring are the sea and the extreme northern land. But it seems there is also a mental-type fierce beast in the Sunset Forest. Other than that, there's the City of Slaughter, where Tang Chun is possessed by the 100,000 Year Blood Red, 9-headed Bat King. However, wanting to kill him now is undoubtedly a pipe dream, as he is a peak level 99 unmatched soul Douluo, also at the level of a demigod. Even if Qin Daolu were to make an appearance, he might not be able to win in the City of Slaughter. Huang Wei was inwardly pondering. What was giving him a headache at this moment was that he shouldn't have absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring so early. Otherwise, if he couldn't find a suitable 100,000-year soul ring later, he'd have to settle for one around 80 or 90,000 years, which would really be a letdown. However, his system could increase the years of the soul ring, so he didn't need to worry too much. Where there's a will, there's a way. I have already surpassed many people. For now, I should take a break, draw my sword properly, and see if I can obtain a soul ring. Although he said this, he still felt uncertain, as up to now, the system hadn't gifted him a soul ring since he drew his sword. Moreover, the weight of his platinum sword had increased from 30,000 kilograms to 60,000 kilograms, and he would need time to adapt again. For now, he decided not to obtain a soul ring and to focus on drawing his sword properly. At a high point in the Inn of Nodding City, Tang Hao's gaze was directed towards the sky not far away. That was exactly the direction Huang Wei had flown off in with his sword. Is that the sun of the spirit hall? He squinted his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. If it was a soul be sacrifice, the other party could potentially absorb it. How could such a precious 100,000-year soul ring be easily given to someone else? It seemed very likely that this sun had absorbed it. The 3 titled Douluos had left, but whether they had truly departed was hard to say. If my identity is exposed, it would be very disadvantageous for me right now. No, I must quickly recover from my injuries. When the next opportunity arises, I will definitely take his life, just let you live a little longer this time. With this thought, Tang Hao let out a cold snort and secretly thought, Son of the Spirit Hall, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time. Little did he know, this action completely missed the only chance he had to kill Huang Wei, which had a high probability of success. However, Huang Wei could fly with his sword and was very fast. As long as he didn't want to fight Tang Hao, he could escape all the way to the Spirit Hall, and there would be nothing the latter could do. In terms of speed, he also had the Wind Shadow, and Tang Hao was not skilled in speed, so the likelihood of killing Huang Wei, who was determined to run, was very slim. Instead, he would likely be toyed with by Huang Wei. Outside Huangjia village, Huang Wei and Li Tianming fell to the ground. The platinum sword returned to the former's body once again. Huangjia village has changed a lot now. There were no good roads here before, only some dirt paths. But now a cement road has been built. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. It has been a year and a half since I last returned, and I miss it a bit. Huang Wei murmured, Is this the hometown of the Holy Sun? Li Tianming looked around at the village before him. This is the best one in the area. Huang Wei quickly walked in. At this moment, Huangjia village had undergone tremendous changes due to the support of the Spirit Hall, becoming a hub for trade in a short period of time. He almost didn't recognize it. Nowadays, many merchants from other places also came here. Everyone was busy, and each person's face was adorned with a happy smile. On the way, some people who knew Huang Wei greeted him with great gratitude and enthusiasm. Soon, Huang Wei became the focus of the crowd. Many had heard the news that Huang Wei had become the holy son of the Spirit Hall, holding a high status and being quite formidable. The prosperity of Huangjia village today was all thanks to him, and everyone was very grateful. Today, upon his return, the village chief, Grandpa, organized a grand feast for the whole village. Tonight, Huang Wei and Li Tianming would be toasting and celebrating with the villagers. Meanwhile, across the distant mountains, a group of malevolent individuals was rushing towards this side. The leader of the mercenary group was a soul king, trembling in fear as he led the way. Their group had been ambushed by evil soul masters midway. The rest of the mercenary group had all perished at the hands of the enemy. What terrified him was that these evil soul masters were all at least soul emperors, and the highest among them was a peak soul saint leading the group. What puzzled him the most was that these evil soul masters took out a strange black crystal, filled with an aura of evil and blood, seemingly absorbing something from their deceased companions. He could only see what looked like a stream of air being sucked into it. Ahead was the wealthiest village, Huangjia village, and the nearest city to it was Nodding City. Masters of the soul, can you let me go? No, I am willing to join you and become a great evil soul master, the mercenary group leader said in terror. The main purpose of our visit is to slaughter everyone in the Spirit Hall's branch in Nodding City, along with the villagers of Nodding City as well. and your task is complete. Death is the greatest respect for us, and also the greatest value, said the leading peak evil soul saint coldly. In the next moment, a long sword exuding an evil aura sliced through the mercenary group leader's neck, blood splattered, and his head fell to the ground. A fresh corpse appeared. In his hand, a black crystal emerged, which was a magic crystal. As the magic crystal appeared, a black demonic light flashed, and in the next second, a black object was quickly sucked into it from the man. This black object was the soul of this mercenary group. What the mercenary group leader had seen earlier were also the souls of their teammates. I heard that Huangjia village is the hometown of the Holy Son of the Spear Hall. This is truly wonderful. Today, we will ensure that every villager in Huangjia village is wiped out. That's right. Since we can't kill the Holy Son of the Spear Hall for now, let's kill his fellow villagers. I can't wait to see the Holy Son of the Spear Hall with bloodshot eyes, despair, and anger. Ha ha! Cut off the heads of all the villagers in Huangjia village and send them to the Spirit City. Kill for me. Start with Huangjia village and slaughter everyone around. Frantic and evil voices filled with brutality and bloodlust echoed. They rushed towards Huangjia village at high speed. Huangjia village, with its friendly atmosphere, everyone is very happy tonight. In the large open grass field in the village, there are several big dining tables filled with abundant food. Thanks to Wei Gu for bringing us a happy life. Everyone raises their glasses to toast Huang Wei, with adults and elders having wine in their cups, while the children have juice. Huang Wei also poured himself a glass of wine. He had long wanted to try the taste, as this was brewed in the village and was one of the important export trade items of Huangjia village. As for why these people did not call him the Holy Son, it was naturally because Huang Wei requested it. Currently, he represents Huang Wei, not the Holy Son of the Spear Hall. Right now, he is just a child raised by the village, not the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. He naturally needs to blend in. Everyone, if it weren't for your support over the years, I wouldn't have made it to this day. Thank you, village chief, and everyone. Huang Wei picked up his wine glass, stood up, and proposed a toast. Cheers! Li Tianming also stood up, raised his glass, and everyone toasted together. With deep feelings, they drank it all in one go. Refreshing. Everyone was happy. Eat up quickly. It's changing seasons now, and the weather is cooling down fast. The food will get cold soon, said the kind village chief. Everyone started to eat without hesitation. The taste was really quite good. Tragically, they had no idea that if Huang Wei hadn't coincidentally returned tonight, their village would face an unprecedented massacre. However, at that moment, suddenly, Huang Wei's invincible sword heart was triggered, sensing a crisis approaching. With a joyful smile, he slightly furrowed his brows. In an instant, he fell into the state of invincible sword heart. His spiritual power instantly spread out. His hearing became distant, and his perception did too. He heard many footsteps running towards them. He sensed a very evil aura, filled with bloodlust and madness. At the same time, he also sensed that this group of people were all soul masters, evil soul masters. With his powerful spiritual strength as an 89th level peak soul Douluo, he instantly detected that the strongest among the newcomers was a 79th level peak evil soul saint. In that moment, a cold and murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Tonight was his happiest and most harmonious night. He did not want anyone to disturb or destroy such an atmosphere. No one could. Meanwhile, Li Tianming also sensed the danger and felt uneasy. He turned his head to look. He saw the simple villagers joyfully dancing. Instantly, his body shook, his capillaries opened, and the alcohol inside him was expelled. The flushed face from drinking immediately returned to normal. He quickly found the Holy Son Huang Wei and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, I sense a feeling of crisis coming from that mountain, and the aura is very evil. I suspect it's evil soul masters. I also sensed it. They are indeed evil soul masters. The strongest is a 79th level peak soul saint, with a total of 10 people. The rest are soul emperors, all just a bunch of miscellaneous birds." Huang Wei also expelled the alcohol from his body, his calm tone filled with a chilling severity. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming was surprised. He didn't expect the Holy Son to perceive the opponent's level, something he himself couldn't do. This was enough to indicate how powerful the Holy Son had become. "I'll have my subordinates deal with them right away." Li Tianming frowned, then let out a sigh of relief. As long as there was no soul Douluo, this was also a good opportunity for him to achieve merit. Huang Wei squinted his eyes as he looked at the innocent villagers. His tone was quite cold as he said, "No, they have affected my mood. I want to personally slaughter them. You wait here." Huang Wei gave the order. "Yes." Odison. Li Qianming's expression flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly composed himself. He did not believe that those evil soul masters could defeat the current Holy Sun. Everyone, I'm going to the restroom. Feel free to do as you please. Huang Wei smiled at the others as he arrived at a deserted place. With a flash of his platinum sword, he flew into the sky. Soon, he reached the junction of two mountain peaks. Below, a group of 10 evil soul masters was rushing toward Huang family village. Looking at the group of evil soul masters below, an extreme cold killing intent appeared on his calm face. In the next moment, a pink energy flashed across his left arm. The soul bone skill, teleportation, was activated. His figure directly appeared among the 10 evil soul masters. And a terrifying sword aura erupted from him, sending the unprepared evil soul masters flying and causing them to scream in agony. They did not expect that this seemingly smooth path would encounter such an unexpected event. Who is it? Identify yourself. How dare you ambush us evil soul masters? You have a lot of guts. The leader, Evil Soul Saint, spoke coldly, his evil aura raging. The others also summoned their martial souls. Evil soul masters, you should not be here. A cold voice came from Huang Wei. Immediately, a terrifying wave of soul power surged from him. 6 soul rings of purple, black, and red appeared. When the last 100,000-year soul ring appeared, the entire scene seemed to fall silent, as if the space had solidified. An even more terrifying aura of 100,000 years radiated out. Gulp. Red 100,000-year soul ring. Who exactly are you? It's him, the son of Martial Soul. I remember his face. One of the evil soul emperors shouted in terror. Don't waste time talking to him. Quickly kill him. The evil soul masters revealed unbelievable fear and then began to kill. This person was not simple. He gave them a very dangerous aura of death. Even a peak soul sage at level 79 felt small, like an ant in front of him. 6th soul skill. 7th soul skill. The other 9 evil soul emperors unleashed their strongest 6th soul skill. The leader did not dare to be careless and directly summoned his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, then used all his remaining amplified soul skills to charge at Huang Wei. No matter who you are, no matter how monstrous you are, you will die today. Evil Soul Saint said coldly. The talent of the son of Martial Soul truly frightened him. However, in his view, he was just a soul emperor. Although he had a 100,000-year soul ring and a high configuration, well, he was jealous and envious. But he was a peak soul sage at level 79. He was confident he could kill this person. Moreover, he had so many teammates. All soul skills surged toward Huang Wei. Invincible golden body, void. Looking at the terrifying offensive charging at him, the calm Huang Wei directly activated these 2 soul skills. He also wanted to experience what the strongest defense was like. A scarlet bloodlight flashed, and Xiao Wu's figure appeared, surrounding him and unleashing a terrifying power. Sensing the aura from his left arm, Evil Soul Saint was both terrified and ecstatic. This is a soul bone. Definitely a 100,000-year soul bone. It belongs to me, Mine. He was even more determined to kill Huang Wei. His eyes were shrouded in a greedy light, an immense desire. He wanted so much to cut off his arm and press it onto himself. At this moment, all the evil soul masters had red eyes. Exceptionally frenzied and madly attracted by the 100,000-year soul bone, they increased their soul power output and bombarded forward. The soul skills became even more terrifying. At this moment, Huang Wei stood calmly in place, surrounded by a layer of golden light, and the surrounding space fell into a certain realm. His whole body was also empowered by the void. In the next moment, boom! All soul skills perfectly hit. 88, violent kill, 8/ instant kill. A huge explosion echoed. In Huangjiazhuang, everyone was startled. The sudden explosion shocked everyone. What had happened? At this moment, Li Tianming looked in that direction with a frown, a hint of worry flashing across his face, but he still stepped forward and said, "Everyone, don't worry. The Spirit Hall is dealing with some matters and won't disturb you. Please continue eating and drinking. Your Highness, you must be safe." Li Tianming thought to himself as he glanced in that direction. He understood that Huang Wei had kept it behind for the purpose of protecting the villagers at a critical moment. The village chief, with eyes full of wisdom, seemed to see through something and wave his hand, saying, "Everyone, since Captain Li has said so, we have no need to worry. Let's eat and drink." Only then did the villagers return to their previous atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Li Tianming also let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, 10 evil spirit masters watched the explosion before them, their faces filled with joy. With so many attacks hitting, he should be dead or severely injured. Killing the Holy Sun would earn us great merit. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Growing so quickly to this extent, we truly fear what he will become. If he does grow, there will be no place for us evil spirit masters. 9 evil spirit emperors spoke proudly. However, now that the trouble was resolved, everything was no longer a problem. The evil spirit saint did not relax his expression. Instead, he took out a magic crystal, wanting to absorb Huang Wei's soul. But in the next second, his expression froze. Because the magic crystal did not move. Only the recently deceased could have their souls absorbed by the magic crystal. This meant the opponent was not dead. He's not dead. As soon as the evil spirit saint's words fell, a terrifying sword energy dispersed the smoke. Everyone's pupils shrank. The person standing in place was completely unscathed. How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened. Their expressions changed drastically, unable to believe it. This must be fake. At this moment, Huang Wei gave them a sense of impending death. A platinum sword appeared in Huang Wei's hand. Although it was heavy, he still held it tightly as always. In the next moment, a red light flashed. The second soul skill of the 100,000-year soul ring was activated. Violent 8-section slash. His figure moved like the wind, disappearing in an instant. Be careful. The evil spirit saint was the first to react, shouting in horror. But it was too late. Before his voice had fully faded, a red light appeared on the other 9 evil spirit emperors, clearly drawing blood-red Z-shaped lines ahead. When Huang Wei reappeared, he was already in front of him. So fast. Great danger. His pupils dilated sharply, his expression changing wildly, his heart racing, drenched in sweat. Without wasting any words, he directly activated his defensive soul skill. As he retreated explosively, the other 9 evil spirit emperors reacted, but they had already lost consciousness. Their pupils wide open, their faces showing horror, screaming out.